summer 2019. On Jijiang Road in Lin'an City, a slightly immature teenager was riding a mountain bike weakly. The white t-shirt he was wearing had long been soaked with sweat, clinging to his white body. He had to raise his hand from time to wipe the sweat from his forehead to prevent the salty sweat from flowing into his eyes. In the hot summer, the sun was in the sky, and the scorching heat made the ground seem to be distorted. Such bad weather made people lazy to even complain. Liu Feng had only one thought in his drowsy mind at this time: to ride to the place where he was going to work, Songcheng Zoo, as soon as possible. In fact, he had only worked in this job for a few days. As an 18-year-old young man with dreams who had just finished the college entrance examination, he didn't need to rush out to work. Although his family was not very rich, they were well off. He had a father who was a contractor and never lacked money. If you want to practice or accumulate experience in advance, as long as you are not lazy, there are actually plenty of opportunities in college. The main reason why Liu Feng came out to work in the hot summer vacation was because of his college entrance examination results. Liberal arts, 488 points. Just enough to get into some second-tier colleges this year, which made the whole family happy. You know, Liu Feng's score a year ago might not even be enough to get into a junior college. During this year, every time Liu Feng worked hard until late at night and was exhausted, he could only persevere with the deep encouragement and support of his father, and the promise of a small gift that was not worth mentioning, Audi A6. Unfortunately, a family meeting later, everything was ruined. Liu's mother believed that Liu Feng could do better in the exam, and painted a bigger pie, GTR, on the condition that he must repeat a year and at least get into a first-tier college. Liu Feng knew what his level was, and he might not get as high as this time if he took the exam again. He was not ambitious and did not expect GTR. A6 was enough. After discussing with his mother to no avail, the two had a big fight. Unexpectedly, his father also stood on his mother's side and chose to run away from home in a rage. Carrying a backpack and holding his breath, thinking that he would ride wherever he wanted, he spent a day and a night riding from Shanghai to Lin'an, and then stayed there for more than 10 days. With a sigh, Liu Feng looked at the park gate in front of him, shook his head, threw away the messy thoughts in his head, and accelerated. Finally, it's here! The weather in the morning is so hot that it can kill people. Liu Feng took a long breath, locked the mountain bike in the shed, grabbed the hem of his clothes and fanned himself, and walked quickly to his workplace. His job is to deliver food to some animals and scoop their poop. Moreover, he has just been working for 2 days, and wearing work clothes can only be a standard poop scooper, because animals are afraid of strangers. It's okay if you are familiar with them, but if you are not familiar with them, they may hurt people, so old employees generally don't let him feed them, and he has to scoop their poop constantly before they are familiar with them. When he was a child, he raised cats and dogs, especially Da Huang in his hometown. Every time he went back, he could hear it barking and running to greet him, so he liked animals very much and wanted to feed them himself. Moreover, he liked ferocious carnivores, such as wolves, tigers, and leopards, not only because they were powerful and handsome, but also because he had imagined riding them in his childhood. Unfortunately, he was not assigned to that area. The only area where he could come into contact with handsome creatures was the area of silverback gorillas. Liu Feng, come here to shovel the shit. Buck-toothed man with bulging eyes, a flat nose, and half a head shorter than Liu Feng shouted to Liu Feng with a teasing look on his face. The man's name was Zhou Weifeng, but he didn't look very impressive and felt sorry for the audience. He came only half a month earlier than Liu Feng. It was said that he was also a prospective college student like Liu Feng, but his family was in financial difficulty, so he had to work part-time to pay for his tuition. Before Liu Feng came, he was the one who shoveled the shit. After Liu Feng came, he felt relieved because someone shared the burden. Finally, he didn't have to do this dirty and tiring work alone. Got it? Liu Feng said perfunctorily. After a busy day, he was so tired that he could hardly straighten his back. He could only walk into the designated park with his back bent and a shovel in his hand. The animals were all locked in cages, so there was no need to worry about being in danger or being disturbed by the animals, and it would not matter if they got to know each other well. After cleaning up one by one silently, he came to the silverback gorilla. It was almost dark, and the lights in the corridors inside and outside the park were on, and the number of tourists became scarce. This made Liu Feng relax a little. After all, he didn't want to be watched by too many tourists through the glass, as if he had become an animal to be watched, which made him very uncomfortable. In particular, some difficult tourists asked him to perform interactive performances with the animals. He got rid of them. He was still a newcomer who had just been here for 2 days. It was impossible for him to perform a show to play with people by animals. The silverback gorilla park was a bit big, so Liu Feng had to patrol slowly. Gradually, he walked to the cage where the gorillas were locked. He saw an extremely strong silverback just behind the iron gate. It was squatting and was almost as tall as Liu Feng. "Hello, handsome guy." Liu Feng smiled and raised one hand to greet the silverback. Although he wanted to get close, he didn't have the courage to get close, even though the iron gate was locked. Roar! This silverback probably wanted to get close to Liu Feng, so it stretched out its arms and shook the iron gate, causing it to tremble. It opened its mouth and bared its fangs and roared at Liu Feng. A strong stench hit his nose, causing Liu Feng's face to suddenly change, and a feeling of disgust came from his throat. Ugh! Liu Feng turned around, holding the shovel, and vomited. The previous work meal was wasted. Liu Feng, who was facing away, did not notice that the iron gate of the cage behind him was about to crack due to the shaking of the silverback. The strength was amazing. Crack! The fixing point between the iron gate and the stone wall was shaken open. Liu Feng was lucky and felt his scalp tingling. As soon as he turned his head, he found that the silverback ran backwards, then used the force to sprint over and hit the iron gate with his shoulder. At the critical moment, Liu Feng only had time to throw himself forward, and the iron gate flew over Liu Feng in a dangerous way. It is estimated that if Liu Feng was a second late, he would be smashed through by the iron gate. Perhaps Liu Feng is the kind of person who will explode when facing a life-threatening situation. He did not even look at the silverback gorilla that rushed out and ran quickly towards the exit of the park while shouting for help. Unfortunately, Liu Feng is an ordinary person. How can he be faster than the gorilla no matter how fast he explodes? He only heard the powerful footsteps of the silverback gorilla behind him, as heavy as stepping on his heart. Before he had time to run for a few seconds, Liu Feng heard a whistling sound of breaking through the air. His thigh was grabbed and pulled back by the silverback's thick and powerful palm, causing Liu Feng's body to fall forward, and he fell heavily to the ground and was dragged back. But Liu Feng felt that his right leg was more painful, as if it was about to be torn apart by it. When Liu Feng thought about his right leg being torn off from his body by the silverback, he was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he was in a panic. Roar, roar, roar! The silverback beat his chest with one hand, making a series of hollow sounds, and with the other hand, he swung Liu Feng, causing Liu Feng's back to rub against the ground constantly, and his flesh and blood were blurred. There was also an irresistible force tearing at the base of his thigh. Liu Feng couldn't help crying in pain. While shouting for help, he held his right leg tightly with both hands in the hope that his thigh would not be separated. At the same time, the staff in the zoo's monitoring room happened to see this terrifying scene through the camera in the zoo. They hurriedly took the emergency alarm and picked up the walkie-talkie to notify the rescuers to rush to the silverback gorilla's area. Shocked by the sudden loud alarm in the zoo, the silverback gorilla stopped what he was doing and turned around to look around. After finding nothing unusual, he dragged Liu Feng on the ground to his cage, leaving a trail of blood. Liu Feng was thrown into a corner of the cave like a broken doll. His bloody back was pierced by a sharp object on the ground. No one could see that the blood on Liu Feng's back was quickly absorbed by it, emitting a dark light. He stared at the silverback beside him with his eyes wide open. He saw its huge arms raised high as if a shadow was about to cover him. Is he going to die? He should have listened to his parents and repeated his studies. The seal is lifted. He didn't hear the voice that flashed in his mind. The pain and weakness from excessive blood loss made Liu Feng roll his eyes and fall into a coma. In the summer of 102, on Zhejiang Road, in the suburbs of Hangzhou, a young boy was sweating profusely and riding a mountain bike weakly on the non-motorized lane of the road. The white t-shirt he was wearing had long been soaked with sweat, leaving marks on the front and back. He had to raise the back of his hand from time to time to wipe the sweat beads sliding down his forehead to prevent the salty sweat from flowing into his eyes. Although it was not painful, it was not pleasant. In the hot summer, the sun was blazing in the sky, and the scorching heat caused the ground to twist. Such bad weather made people unable to even complain. Liu Feng had only one thought in his drowsy mind at this time: to ride to the place where he was going to work, Songcheng Zoo, as soon as possible. The college entrance examination in June had just ended, which liberated all the candidates. They were like hawks that had broken out of their cages, enjoying their freedom to the fullest. He also completely let himself go, playing around until the college entrance examination results came out on June 28. 488 points. Liu Feng's college entrance examination score. Don't even think about the key points. The first one is a little worse, the second one is just right. He feels quite satisfied, especially remembering that his father told him before the college entrance examination that as long as his score was over 480, he could choose a car worth about 500,000 yuan. He looked at his father with a dark face and his mother with a blank face with a silly smile, looking forward to it. 488 is indeed not a good score. Liu Feng can understand his father's dark face, but he is a little confused about his mother's expression. Xiao Feng, your score is not bad, but I think you are not much different from the first-tier line. I think if you repeat a year, you can definitely go to a first-tier university. Of course, we respect your own choice. With this score, you can go to a second-tier university. Liu's mother asked Liu Feng with a gentle smile. Of course I don't want to repeat the year. Liu Feng stood up from the sofa in the living room. I finally got out of the sea of suffering. Then think about it again. Liu's mother's gentle smile suddenly disappeared, and she became expressionless again. She stood up and turned away. Hey, what's wrong with Mom? Liu Feng looked at his mother with surprise as she left, and turned to ask his father. Liu's father shrugged to show that he didn't know either. Just like that, the conversation ended in a daze. 3 days later, the family of three had another discussion. Under the premise of his mother's democratic gesture, Liu Feng was asked whether he would choose to repeat his studies. Liu Feng still answered that he would go to a second-tier university. Think about it again. The discussion ended with this sentence again. Liu Feng was a little depressed, thinking that the promises of adults were all lies, even though he had just entered adulthood. You know, their life in the third year of high school, especially the last few months of the sprint stage of preparing for the exam, everyone was studying hard, and even going to the toilet was considered a rare rest time. Liu Feng didn't want to repeat it again. So 3 days later, at the family meeting again, when the question of repeating a grade came up, Liu Feng answered expressionlessly, "I will repeat my grade." But after his mother believed it and really smiled, Liu Feng spit out the second half of the sentence with a stern face. "Impossible." Liu's mother's smile froze immediately. "What did you say? Say it again if you can." Liu's mother narrowed her eyes and asked Liu Feng, "I said I can't repeat my studies." Liu Feng also stared at his mother expressionlessly, speaking word by word without flinching. "Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Speak properly." Liu's father got anxious when he saw this scene and glared at Liu Feng and scolded him. "Dad, we agreed that as long as I can get 480 points in the college entrance examination, you will buy me a car. I worked hard for a year, put down the games I loved, put down the phone that I never put down, and finally met your requirements. Mom asked me to repeat another year after the college entrance examination. Why is this?" Liu Feng stood up and yelled at his father about his injustice. "Laoju, don't buy him a car." Liu's mother turned her head and said to her husband with a stern face, "This is what Dad promised me. What right do you have to decide?" Liu Feng's anger could no longer be suppressed. He yelled at his mother with a furious face. "I think you have a problem with your brain." After being yelled at, Liu's mother was also very angry and cursed with narrowed eyes. "You are?" Before he finished speaking in anger, he was interrupted by a light slap. A red slap appeared on Liu Feng's face instantly. It was Liu Deju who was standing next to him who slapped Liu Feng in the face. It was burning. "You, don't talk to your mother like that." Looking at his son's trembling lips, his eyes full of crystals, and his unbelievable eyes, Liu Deju also felt a little regretful. When he slapped him, he clearly felt that he didn't use much strength, but he didn't expect that even his palm was hurting. Liu Feng had never been beaten since he was a child. If he had, it was just a slight punishment for being naughty in childhood. After entering junior high school, his parents never beat him. Liu Feng didn't expect that after the college entrance examination, after he thought he had submitted a satisfactory answer sheet, he would be beaten by his parents in a mixed doubles game. Although his mother didn't do it, Liu Feng thought that this was what his friends often talked about, the legendary mixed doubles of men and women, one on the outside and the other on the heart. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye, wiped off a few tears, and regardless of what his father said, Liu Feng turned back to his room, locked the door, buried his head in the quilt, and tried his best to control his emotions. He didn't like to cry, but the rolling tears didn't listen to him. Time passed slowly, and he didn't know when he fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up, he found that it was already night. Although he was a little hungry, Liu Feng didn't plan to go out. He leaned against the head of the bed silently and thought for a while, then got up and took out a large mountaineering bag from the closet, stuffed some clothes he had sorted, and folded into it, as well as a game book and several thousand cash sandwiched in a book, although most of the money was in the phone and card. After packing everything he should bring, Liu Feng lay back on the bed and forced himself to continue sleeping. It was not until after 3 in the morning that Liu Feng woke up naturally. After putting on his shoes and carrying his backpack, he carefully unlocked the door, tiptoed, and quietly left the house. He took the elevator to the basement and rode his mountain bike, which had been vacant for a long time. It took more than 20 hours, stopping and resting, and relying on a strong force, he rode from Shanghai to Hangzhou. Even now, Liu Feng's dizzy head still can't figure out how it turned out like this. His rebellious mind made him not want to go home. He stayed in Hangzhou for more than 10 days and found a part-time job in the zoo during the summer vacation. Finally here, early in the morning, the weather is so hot that it can kill people. Liu Feng took a long breath, locked the mountain bike in the zoo staff shed, grabbed the hem of his clothes and fanned himself, and walked quickly to his workplace. His job is to deliver food and shovel feces to some animals. Moreover, he has just been working for 2 days, and he can only be a standard shoveler in his work clothes, because animals are afraid of strangers. It's okay if they are familiar, but they may hurt people if they are not familiar, so old employees generally don't let him feed them, and they have to shovel feces continuously before they are familiar. After delivering feed to herbivores such as giraffes, zebras, and elephants, Liu Feng stood in the distance and watched the old employees feeding these animals affectionately. He felt envious. He actually liked animals very much and wanted to feed them himself. However, he preferred ferocious carnivores because they looked mighty and had the rides he had imagined in his childhood. It was a pity that he was not assigned to that area. The only area where he could come into contact with cooler creatures was the area of silverback gorillas. Liu Feng, come here to shovel the shit. A buck-toothed man with bulging eyes, a flat nose, and who was half a head shorter than Liu Feng, shouted to Liu Feng with a teasing look on his face. The man's name was Zhou Weifeng, but he didn't look very impressive and was quite sorry for the audience. He came only half a month earlier than Liu Feng. It was said that he was a prospective college student like Liu Feng, but his family was in financial difficulty, so he had to work to pay for his tuition. Before Liu Feng came, he was the one who shoveled the shit. After Liu Feng came, he felt relieved because someone shared the burden. Finally, he didn't have to do this dirty and tiring work alone. Got it. Liu Feng agreed casually. After a busy day, he was so tired that he could hardly straighten his back. He could only walk into the designated park with his back hunched and a shovel in hand. The animals were all locked in cages, so there was no need to worry about being in danger or being disturbed by the animals. It would not matter once they got to know each other. He cleaned up one by one silently until he reached the silverback gorilla. It was almost dark, and the lights in the park and the corridors outside were on, and the number of tourists became scarce. This made Liu Feng relax a little. After all, he didn't want to be watched by too many tourists through the glass. It was as if he had become an animal to be watched, which made him very uncomfortable. In particular, some difficult tourists asked him to perform interactive performances with the animals. He had to get rid of them. He was still a newcomer who had just been here for 2 days. It was impossible for him to perform a show where the animals played with people. The Silverback Gorilla Park was quite large, so Liu Feng had to inspect it slowly. He gradually walked to the cage where the gorillas were kept and saw a very sturdy silverback behind the iron gate. It was squatting and was almost as tall as Liu Feng. "Hello!" Liu Feng smiled and raised his hand to greet the silverback. Although he wanted to get close, he didn't have the courage to get close, even though the iron gate was locked. "Roar!" The silverback probably wanted to get close to Liu Feng, so he stretched out his arms and grabbed the iron gate and shook it continuously, causing it to tremble. He opened his mouth, showing his fangs, and roared at Liu Feng. A strong stench hit Liu Feng's nose, causing his face to suddenly change, and a nausea in his throat. "Ugh!" Liu Feng turned around, holding the shovel, and turned his head to vomit. The previous work meal was wasted. Liu Feng, who had his back to the silverback, did not notice that the iron door of the cage behind him was about to crack due to the shaking of the silverback. The strength was amazing. Ka! The fixing point between the iron door and the stone wall was shaken open. Liu Feng was so excited that his scalp tingled. As soon as he looked back, he found that the silverback ran backwards, then rushed over with the force and hit the iron door with his shoulder. At the critical moment, Liu Feng only had time to jump forward, and the iron door flew over Liu Feng in a dangerous way. It is estimated that if Liu Feng was a second later, he would be smashed through by the iron door. Perhaps Liu Feng is the kind of person who will explode when facing a life-threatening situation. He did not even look at the silverback gorilla rushing out and ran quickly towards the exit of the park while shouting for help. Unfortunately, Liu Feng was just an ordinary person. No matter how fast he could burst out, how could he be faster than the gorilla? He could only hear the powerful footsteps of the silverback gorilla behind him, as heavy as if stepping on his heart. Before he had time to run for a few seconds, Liu Feng heard a whistling sound breaking through the air. His thigh was grabbed and pulled back by the silverback's thick and powerful palm, causing Liu Feng's body to fall forward. He fell heavily to the ground and was dragged back, but Liu Feng felt that his right leg was more painful, as if it was about to be torn apart. When Liu Feng thought of his right leg being separated from his body by this silverback, the bloody scene frightened him so much that his face turned pale and he was in a panic. "Roar, roar, roar!" The silverback pounded his chest with one hand, making a series of empty sounds, and with the other hand he swung Liu Feng, causing Liu Feng's back to rub against the ground constantly, and his flesh and blood were blurred. There was also an irresistible force tearing at the base of his thigh. Liu Feng couldn't help crying in pain. He shouted for help while holding his right leg tightly with both hands, hoping that his thigh would not be separated. At the same time, the staff in the zoo's monitoring room happened to see this terrifying scene through the camera in the zoo. They hurriedly took the alarm and picked up the intercom to notify the rescuers to rush to the area of the silverback gorilla. Shocked by the sudden alarm in the zoo, the silverback gorilla stopped what he was doing and looked around. After finding nothing unusual, he dragged Liu Feng on the ground to his cage cave, completely ignoring Liu Feng, who was seriously injured by it. He threw Liu Feng into a corner of the cave like a broken doll. His bloody back was pierced by a sharp object on the ground. No one could see that the blood on Liu Feng's back was quickly absorbed by it, emitting a dark light. He stared at the silverback beside him with his eyes wide open. Seeing its huge arms raised high, it seemed that a shadow was about to cover him. Is he going to die? I should have listened to my parents and repeated my studies. The seal is lifted. He didn't hear the voice that flashed through his mind. The pain and weakness from the excessive blood loss made Liu Feng roll his eyes and fall into a coma. Please add! Please add! Please add! Where am I? Am I dead? After an unknown amount of time, Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked around to find that he was actually suspended in a dark space. He didn't know if he had fallen into the legendary hell, but there was neither the beautiful sea of flowers on the other shore, nor the Nihei bridge that ferry people across, nor the silver-haired old woman who pulled him to drink soup. There was only a wisp of purple light in front of him, which made people reach out to touch it. Is this a physical entity? While Liu Feng was surprised, it seemed that his touch had activated something. The dark world in front of him suddenly emitted bursts of light, which was gorgeous but not dazzling, and gradually illuminated this dark world. Is this a wall? Liu Feng wanted to see what it was, but he didn't expect his body to move with his heart and float up, which made him scream in surprise. He slowly calmed down and circled around this strange thing. As the light bloomed, he finally saw what the entity in front of him was. A huge Rubik's cube, all black, felt like a cool and smooth jade. The Rubik's Cube was engraved with complicated patterns, which looked extremely ancient, and the purple light that passed through it spread along those patterns. If compared with its own size, this Rubik's Cube is about 100 cubic meters. The light emitted by the Rubik's Cube became stronger and stronger, and more places in the world were illuminated, until it was as dazzling as a small sun. But Liu Feng didn't feel dazzling when facing such a strong light. Instead, he felt a little warm and intimate. Suddenly, the Rubik's Cube turned, and Liu Feng saw that the wall in front of him was composed of a chaotic pattern of purple light, which appeared on the stone board. However, Liu Feng was surprised to find that he could understand the chaotic patterns on the stone slab, which were like a heavenly book, as if he was born with it. Liu Feng was pleasantly surprised. Floating in front of the Rubik's Cube, Liu Feng rubbed his chin with his elbow like an archaeologist and read the chaotic text carefully and meticulously. Then he realized that he was not dead, but existed in a mysterious area of the brain in the form of a consciousness, which might also be called the Sea of Consciousness. After all, in the thousands of novels that Liu Feng had read, they were basically called this, and the Sea of Consciousness should be opened with the help of the Rubik's Cube. And Liu Feng learned that the main function of the Rubik's Cube was to create creatures by collecting vitality. However, there was a prerequisite for creation, which required Liu Feng to have a sample of the creature, which was the so-called blueprint. Now the Rubik's Cube temporarily only has the function of life enhancement, which is to use the excess vitality to strengthen a certain creature created by the Rubik's Cube and make it stronger. And as he gains more vitality in the future, after charging and upgrading the Rubik's Cube, the functions unlocked by the Rubik's Cube will also increase. For example, after charging and unlocking more gene blueprints, you can use life force to fuse different organisms to create synthetic mutant organisms. But the changes in the synthetic organisms are unknown. There are many other functions that require Liu Feng to collect life force and slowly unlock them. After learning about the unexpected ability he had obtained, Liu Feng was ecstatic. This was the golden finger he had been looking forward to for many years. Finally, it was my turn to be the protagonist again, and from then on I would reach the peak of my life and win the white, rich, and beautiful woman. I don't know how long the consciousness body stayed in the Sea of Consciousness. It was not until my emotions completely calmed down that Liu Feng thought that I should return to reality. So I followed the method taught on the Rubik's Cube and slowly faded my consciousness. When the consciousness returned to the main body, Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes and saw a snow-white ceiling accompanied by the unpleasant smell of disinfectant. Hospital. Liu Feng was sure that he was lying on a hospital bed. Although he didn't know why the silverback gorilla failed to kill him in the end, as long as he could survive, it would be the greatest happiness. Why bother so much? But if I have the ability in the future, I will definitely not let the silverback gorilla go. Liu Feng murmured softly while lying on the hospital bed. Unexpectedly, it was just such a slight sound that woke up the woman lying beside Liu Feng's bed. She hurriedly sat up and turned to look at Liu Feng, but was surprised to find that her son had woken up. Fenger, you finally woke up? I was scared to death. I don't want you to repeat the grade anymore. I will take you to see the car when you are discharged from the hospital, okay? Liu's mother's eyes instantly turned red, and she held Liu Feng's left hand tightly with both hands. Mom, I'm sorry, I was too willful. Don't cry, I'm fine now. Seeing that the first thing his mother said was to apologize, Liu Feng couldn't help but feel distressed. Looking at his mother's haggard face and red and swollen eyes, he must have taken care of him day and night. After comforting his mother for a while, Liu Feng suddenly realized that there should be someone else by his side. So he asked, "Didn't your dad come?" "Your dad and I rushed here as soon as we received the call about your accident. He took care of you all day, and when he saw that you were not in danger, he went back to the company to deal with things. He came back and forth several times in the past 2 days, and just left this morning." Liu's mother held Liu Feng's hand and patted it. "You must remember your dad's kindness." "Hey, of course." Liu Feng touched his head and smiled. "Then I'll go buy you some food. You lie down and rest. You haven't eaten for several days. Your stomach must be empty and uncomfortable." "It seems a little bit. You don't know until you mention it. If you feel it carefully, your stomach seems to be really hungry." Looking at his mother getting up and leaving, Liu Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. He tried to move his body on the bed. After feeling that he was fine, he lifted the quilt and slowly got out of bed. Liu Feng walked gently along the edge of the bed, then twisted his body. He felt as if he had never been injured. He walked to the window. The world outside the window was dyed orange by the setting sun. As he watched, he felt as if he was floating in the sky. "Fenger, why did you get up? Lie down quickly." Seeing Liu Feng standing by the window, Liu's mother was anxious. She put down the porridge in her hand and walked to Liu Feng to the bed. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm fine. I've been lying in bed for so long that my body is almost stiff." Liu Feng smiled bitterly while sitting on the bed and explained to his mother. Unfortunately, Liu's mother was full of disbelief. "How could it be possible? The doctor told me that you lost too much blood. The most important thing is that the ligament of your right leg was torn. You may not be able to walk for the rest of your life." As she spoke, Liu's mother told Liu Feng the truth with a little sobbing in her voice. "No, you see, I'm fine." Seeing his mother about to cry again, Liu Feng quickly jumped up and said, "If you don't believe me, we can go find a doctor." "Really? I'll go call a doctor." Seeing that Liu Feng didn't look fake, Liu's mother hurriedly pressed the call button beside the bed. After a while, a nurse came to the ward and called Liu Feng's attending doctor after understanding the situation. When Dr. Wang brought several other doctors and nurses to the ward to do a series of examinations on Liu Feng, they were surprised to find that Liu Feng had really recovered. If they hadn't known how badly he was injured when he was sent to the hospital for rescue, they would not have believed that Liu Feng had been injured. He was even much healthier than ordinary people, which surprised the doctors. When Liu's mother learned that Liu Feng was really fine, her tense muscles finally relaxed. Sitting on the bed and exhaling heavily, he suddenly felt tired like a tide. He fell asleep on the bed without even drinking the porridge. Liu Feng felt distressed again. "Dr. Wang, please help me with the discharge procedures. I will be discharged when my mother wakes up," Liu Feng said to Dr. Wang. "Do you want to stay in the hospital for a while for observation?" Dr. Wang lifted his round frame glasses with the back of his index finger. No, thank you for your care these days, Dr. Wang." Looking at the signature moves in front of people in a medical geek movie, Liu Feng shook his hands repeatedly. Well, what a pity. Although Dr. Wang still wanted to know why Liu Feng could recover so quickly, there was no reason for him to stay. He could only regard him as, another miracle of medicine. After all the doctors left the ward, Liu Feng closed the door and summoned the mysterious magic cube in his sea of consciousness. Compared with the Rubik's cube in the sea of consciousness, which is 100 cubic meters, this one is only the size of a thumb, but the shape is roughly the same, just as dark, mysterious and ancient, smooth and cool, like a piece of jade, and very comfortable to touch. Because Liu Feng does not have enough power to use the mysterious Rubik's Cube in the Sea of Consciousness, he can only transform the Rubik's Cube into an entity, absorb the organisms and decompose the genetic blueprints, and then the Rubik's Cube obtains and stores the vitality through the organisms killed by Liu Feng, so that Liu Feng can use the vitality to create new life species. If you want the Rubik's Cube to unlock some new functions, you need to provide a considerable number of units of vitality. But Liu Feng is not sure how much vitality can be counted as 1 unit, and it is still a bit far from the first charge. Change the hospital gown on your body and put the Rubik's Cube in your clothes pocket. Fortunately, in order to check Liu Feng's information at that time, Songcheng Zoo sent Liu Feng's backpack from the zoo to the hospital. After paying part of the medical expenses, he left the hospital to deal with the troubles of the zoo. Liu Feng decided to go to Songcheng Zoo after he was discharged from the hospital to ask for compensation. If he had a chance, he would kill the silverback gorilla as a way to avenge his blood feud. No, I'll find some small creatures first, to see how much vitality they can provide me after killing them, and then see how much vitality is needed for creation. Unable to bear the excitement, Liu Feng quickly finished a bowl of porridge to fill his stomach. He glanced at his sleeping mother, gently covered her with a quilt, and quietly walked out of the ward. Well, the book has been put on hold for a few chapters recently, so new readers may find it incoherent. The author is applying for the ban to be lifted. Liu Feng and his mother arrived at the East Railway Station. After passing the security check with the crowd, they waited in the waiting hall for ticket checking. It feels like there are so many people during the summer vacation. There are so many people that there is no seat. Liu's mother looked around in the waiting hall. Of course, there are students going out to play everywhere during the summer vacation. If it weren't for... Liu Feng's eyes flickered. Looking at the groups of boys and girls around him who were laughing and talking happily, he couldn't help but sigh in loneliness. If he hadn't had a quarrel with his family at the beginning, he would have been one of them. That would have been a pity, and the golden finger probably wouldn't have been his. But if the golden finger wasn't originally his, according to the protagonist model in the Chidian novels whose parents offered sacrifices to the gods and had boundless magic power, whose was it? You know, I'm a super fast hand who has been in Zuan for several years and my parents are relying on me. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure gradually emerged in his mind, and the sudden broadcast in the waiting hall interrupted Liu Feng's thoughts. Passengers of train to BZD, please go to gate B1 for ticket inspection. Please BZD. Mom, let's go. It's our turn to check tickets. Exhaling a breath, Liu Feng pulled his mother Liu to gate B1. And after this interruption, he was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, it belonged to him. After checking their tickets at the gate, the two followed the crowd to the platform and watched the BZ train slowly approach. After getting on the train, they found seats according to their tickets. Liu Feng sat in an outer seat. It only took half an hour to get from Hangzhou East Railway Station to Shanghai Station. As soon as Liu's mother sat down, she closed her eyes and rested. She didn't sleep for long in the hospital and was probably a little tired again. Seeing his mother sleeping, he was also happy to be idle. He took out Ant 2 from his pocket and put it in his palm to tease it, kneading it gently, fearing that he would crush Ant 2 to death with a little more force. Ant 2, which had been strengthened 3 times, was about 1 centimeter long. Looking at its mouthparts that were much larger and stronger than its peers, he couldn't help but want to try the power of Ant 2's pincers, so he ordered Ant 2 to pinch his finger hard. Ant 2 obeyed Liu Feng's orders 100%, regardless of whether he was the master or not. Without any hesitation, he lowered his head and opened his pincers to pinch Liu Feng's finger. Fuck, it hurts, Ant 2, let go! Even though he was mentally prepared, Liu Feng couldn't help but gasp and clenched his fists, almost squeezing Ant 2 to death. But even after he let go, he still felt pain in his fingers, especially when Ant 2 was clamping his fingers. It hurt like being pricked by a needle, and the key was that it was lifted up. Ant 2 slightly raised its head on Liu Feng's palm, its antennae trembling, as if telling him that it was you who asked for me to clamp you. It was none of my business. To be honest, Liu Feng didn't expect Ant 2 to be so painful. It was even more painful than the bite of the big ants and soldier ants. Just when Liu Feng was about to test Ant 2's defense again, a quarrel suddenly broke out in the seat next to him. "This is my seat. What's yours? Stay away." "But this is the train ticket I just bought. It clearly says that this seat is mine. Please give up your seat. I told you this is my seat. You don't understand, right? Go away. Don't think I won't hit you just because you are a woman." You are shameless." The rogue voice and the clear and pleasant female voice, like an aureole, but with a hint of grievance and anger, attracted Liu Feng to look. What caught his eye was a bald head with a shiny forehead, lying on the seat with his legs crossed and a big belly. He had a frivolous and rogue face and a big gold chain around his neck. I don't know if it will float in the water. Next to him stood a girl with a bag on her back and a single ponytail in cool clothes. Because she was facing away, he couldn't see her face clearly, but just by looking at her long white legs and beautiful figure, he couldn't tell whether the girl was good-looking or not. After all, there were too many killers from behind. But now it seems that there is a rare high-speed train seat-hogging incident, and there is only another girl holding her arm next to the girl, and there is no male companion. As for the passengers next to her, there are some onlookers for the time being, and some have even taken out their phones to start filming, probably ready to post them online or on WeChat moments at any time. "Shinran, forget it. Let's go find the conductor." Glancing at the bald man with disgust, the girl next to him pulled the arm of the girl named Shinran, signaling her to come later. "Okay, there's no point in explaining things to this scoundrel, Lulu. Let's go." The two girls turned around and prepared to find the conductor, but they didn't expect the bald man to stretch out a dirty hand and grab Shinran's white and slender calf. "Where are you going? Come back here." The bald man grabbed her calf and dragged her back with a grim smile. "Ah, you pervert, let me go." The girl staggered and was frightened. She screamed and slapped the fat hand that grabbed her calf. Lulu also helped to slap her with an anxious face. By chance, her two little hands slapped the bald man's bald forehead. "Fuck, you are looking for death." The shiny forehead that she was proud of usually, even she was willing to rub it lightly, but today it was slapped by a little girl like a watermelon. The angry bald man stood up with a ferocious face and raised his hand to slap Lulu in the face. The scene scared the two girls so much that they closed their eyes tightly, and their faces were extremely pale. "I can't stand it anymore. After all, I will be the father of billions of creatures in the future." Seeing the faces of the two girls clearly, Liu Feng felt that his sense of justice was bursting. He stood up instantly and grabbed the bald man's hand that was slapping the two girls. "Hey, you're taking a seat and hitting a girl, isn't that unreasonable?" The palm wind blew the hair of the two girls, but it didn't hurt as expected. The shouting at this time made her eyes curious, and she opened one eye slightly. Looking at the boy standing in front of her, the sunlight shone through the car window onto his side face, making his ordinary face look handsome. He was about 1.8 meters tall, like a thick wall, giving people a sense of security and protection from the wind and rain. He seemed to have the warm breath of life. The plot of a hero saving a beautiful girl is not only in novels. "Little ghost, who the hell are you? I warn you to let go, or I'll beat you up too." The bald man frowned and stared at Liu Feng with a fierce look. "Bald Qiang, so many passengers have taken photos of what you did. I advise you to give up your seat and apologize to them. Otherwise, you will not only become an internet celebrity, but also have to stay in the police station for a few days." Liu Feng saw that his face was uncertain, and he didn't say anything. Perhaps these words made him worried, so he let go of the bald man's hand and turned around to comfort the two girls to see if he could get their favor. "Be careful behind you! Ambush! Not a martial ethics!" Suddenly, the shouts of the passengers around him and the shocked look of the girl in front of him made him think of something bad. He only had time to protect his head with his arms, and then he felt a heavy punch on his arm, causing Liu Feng to stagger and fall forward. Fortunately, the two girls helped him. "You dare to meddle in other people's business? I'm giving you face. If you act cool, I'll make you fly." The bald man's eyes flashed fiercely, and he clenched his left fist and swung it again. The aisle of the train was narrow, and there were two girls behind him. Liu Feng had to use his right arm to block the bald man's punch again. At the same time, he kicked hard with his right foot, hitting the bald man's protruding belly. Liu Feng only felt a little numbness in his right arm, while the bald man was kicked in the stomach and bent over in pain. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Liu Feng seized the opportunity and rushed forward and kicked him again. The bald man didn't care about the pain in his stomach at this time, and fought with Liu Feng, grabbing his hair and scratching his face. The shouting and cries for help in the carriage finally attracted the attention of the staff and the train police, and also woke up Liu's mother, who was confused. Liu's mother was stunned for a while. When she saw that her son had a fight with someone, she was shocked, and her sleepiness disappeared. She screamed and tried to go forward, but was stopped by the conductor. "What happened? Can anyone tell me?" The conductor looked at Liu Feng and the bald man who were separated and asked sternly, The bald man had a gloomy face and said nothing. Liu Feng stared with a panda eye and did not speak either. His body was still trembling slightly. The passengers around were now chirping and warning the conductor, but fortunately they all said bad things about the bald man. "Bald Chiang, why didn't you just cut down trees and occupy seats? He also beat up girls." "Yes, he even touched a girl's leg. What a filthy bastard. With a gold chain, I'm sure it will float in the water. Catch Bald Chiang." The passengers were talking about all the bad things the bald man had done. "Okay, we have a general understanding of what happened. I need to verify your ticket and confirm your seat. We will check the surveillance later. If the situation is true, we will hand him over to the police at the next stop. This is my friend's ticket. Please check. My bestie and I are sitting next to each other. This abominable bald guy not only refused to give up his seat and insulted us, but also beat up the boy who was brave enough to do something for us." Shinran and Lulu handed their tickets to the conductor angrily for verification and pointed at Liu Feng. "It is indeed your seat. I will take him away now. I am sorry for the inconvenience to all passengers." The conductor apologized to the passengers and Liu Feng in the carriage with an apologetic look. There were no other voices in the carriage. They just asked for severe punishment for the bald man and to expose him online. After the matter was temporarily resolved, the two conductors dragged the bald man to the entrance of the train when they heard the bald man hunched over and screamed. His hands, which he wanted to retract, were also tightly grasped by the conductor, who thought he was trying to resist. "Finally bit it. You don't know what a black hand is." Looking at the bald man who was screaming, Liu Feng was happy and muttered to himself. When he was wrestling with the bald man before, he gave Ant 2 an order to hit the bald man hard on a certain unspeakable part of his body. It was probably still trying to find the location at that time, so it didn't work until now. That part is so fragile. It is estimated that the bald man will feel pain when he goes to the toilet for a long time. Liu's mother asked Liu Feng a few questions distressedly. Seeing that he was careless and nothing happened, she relaxed a little and sat back in her chair. However, she still stared at Liu Feng with a complaining look in her eyes and did not dare to continue sleeping. Liu Feng still needed to go to the two girls to take a statement, and by the way, he would take Ant 2 who had sneaked away. However, the black eye on his left eye would not be healed in a few days. Arriving at the hospital park, Liu Feng squatted on the ground in the sunlight at dusk and carefully searched for insects, ignoring the puzzled eyes of other patients in the hospital when they passed by. There are quite a lot of mosquitoes in the park, but they are too difficult to catch and a waste of time. Liu Feng finally chose the most common and easiest to find creatures, ants. After Liu Feng gently pinched an ant to death, he felt the tiny vitality that was really unnoticeable if he didn't pay attention. Then he picked up another ant and put it on the Rubik's Cube. The frightened ant quickly crawled away from the Rubik's Cube and ran away. Liu Feng had to crush the ant to death and then put it on the Rubik's Cube. The ant quickly melted away, as if it was swallowed by the Rubik's Cube. Suddenly, Liu Feng felt that there was something more in his mind, the genetic blueprint of the dead ant. "Create an ant!" Just when he was excited and shouted to create an ant, the Rubik's Cube did not respond. He entered the sea of consciousness with doubts, and after understanding it, he realized that he had to collect such vitality dozens of times before he had 1 unit of vitality, and then he could create this ant. And no matter how small the created creature is, the created unit needs at least 1 unit of vitality to create it. Liu Feng had to patiently find ants and crush them to death. After crushing about 30 ants, the Rubik's Cube showed that it had 1 unit of vitality. Liu Feng was once again very excited and prepared to create his first creature, a tiny ant. The trace of vitality in the Rubik's Cube quickly gave birth to an ant, which appeared in front of him in an instant. And Liu Feng felt that there was a tiny spiritual connection between himself and the ant, like an invisible thin line connecting him to it. Liu Feng watched for a while, and gave it an order to kill its own kind. Then he saw the antennae of the created ant tremble twice, and then slowly moved in the direction of its own kind. Liu Feng also stared at its movements intently. After dozens of seconds, it finally found a fellow ant. After the two ants communicated with each other through their antennae, the ant created by Liu Feng quickly launched an attack, biting the other with a tiny forceps, and the attacked fellow ant also quickly fought back, so that the two weak ants fought a life-and-death battle. Perhaps it was because of the advantage of being the first to strike, the ant created by Liu Feng succeeded in killing its kind with a slight advantage, and the dead ant actually contributed a little vitality to Liu Feng, although it was so little that it could be ignored, but it also made Liu Feng very happy. Originally, he only wanted to test whether the creatures he created obeyed him, but he didn't expect that the creatures he created could also help him gain vitality. This made Liu Feng feel that his strength would grow quickly and he could create more lives. In order to make it easier to remember, Liu Feng gave this ant a name, Yi. After that, he continued to slaughter the ant kingdom in this area in a cruel and inhumane way. Whenever he saw one, he would use the martial arts' unique skill of Yang Finger to press it to death. But the vitality accumulated in this way is too slow. It only takes a few minutes to gain 4 points of vitality. I don't know if the one killed by boiling water can gain vitality. Liu Feng thought of it without hesitation and ran to the ward to get a pot of boiling water. He would know if it worked after trying it. Back to the inpatient department, he hurriedly ran back to the ant nest with a pot of hot water. opened the bottle stopper and poured it on the ant colony and ant hole. Such a disaster is equivalent to the human world encountering a volcanic magma-like doomsday disaster for ants. Under the pouring water, they died in large groups. Large groups of ants died, and the traces of vitality floated into the magic cube from the ant corpses. Especially the vitality under the ant hole, compared with the small group of ants outside, it floated up like a group and was absorbed by the magic cube. Will these abnormalities be seen? The magic cube did not explain it. Liu Feng couldn't help but look up, wanting to see the reactions of the people around him, but found that they turned a blind eye to the floating vitality, and instead looked at him as if he was a fool. It's good that they can't see it. Liu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. After all the vitality was accumulated, the magic cube showed that it had 23 vitality points. Haha, it's still efficient this way, but the vitality is still so little. Liu Feng also poured out all the boiling water. Based on the conversion of ants and vitality 30-1, he estimated that hundreds of ants were scalded to death. Liu Feng returned to the ward, not satisfied. He was not going to continue to use boiling water to brush the vitality. First, the current vitality was enough for the experiment, and second, the vitality of the ants was too little. Even if he brushed it for half a day, it would probably be faster than killing a chicken. At present, in addition to unlocking genetic patterns, the Rubik's Cube also has a function that can use vitality to strengthen organisms. He planned to use Ant 1 to try out the effect of life strengthening, but found that he dropped Ant 1 in the park in excitement, so he had to create Ant 2. He spent a unit of vitality to create Ant 2, and then used 2 units of vitality to strengthen Ant 2 again. He found that it seemed to be a little bigger, and the jaws were a little longer. Liu Feng didn't feel anything about the extra ones. I really can't tell how much stronger it is, so let's strengthen it again. Liu Feng fiddled with Ant 2 a little frustrated. The second strengthening requires 4 vitality. I hope the ability of this strengthening will not disappoint me. He spent 4 units of vitality to strengthen Ant 2 again, and he found that Ant 2 still had no big changes. It was the same as the first strengthening, just a little taller and stronger worker ant. The effect of strengthening seems a bit poor. Let's try again. This time, 8 points of vitality are needed. Will it double for each strengthening? If that's all, it's better to create more unstrengthened ants, so that there are more ants and they can kill the elephant. Liu Feng was a little unwilling to accept that the life-strengthening function of the Rubik's Cube was so poor, or that the ability of the ant itself was too weak, and strengthening could not bring about any significant changes. He used 8 points of vitality to strengthen Ant 2 again. It was equivalent to using the vitality of hundreds of ants to create Ant 2, and finally made some qualitative changes in Ant 2. The dark shell became shiny, the 6 legs were as hard as steel, the mouthparts were ferocious and thick, and it was as big as a terrifying monster. Well, the above was purely his fantasy magnified 10,000 times. In fact, Liu Feng just stared at Ant 2, who was pinched in front of his hand, with his cock eyes. Are you kidding me? Liu Feng was unhappy. He was filled with tears when he thought of using the vitality of hundreds of ants to create a large ant. The effort was not proportional to the reward. Forget it, the remaining 8 units of vitality are not enough to strengthen Ant 2, so let's create 8 more ants and let them follow Ant 2 to score points for me. Liu Feng did it as he thought. He put the 8 ants and Ant 2 he had just created in his palm, and then blew out the window. The 9 ants immediately fell with the wind. Go and score points for me. Looking at the ants that disappeared, Liu Feng tilted his head and suddenly thought of a question. The ants should not die from the fall, it's only the 15th floor. Forget it. Liu Feng turned around and sat back on the bed, turned on his phone, and there was not much battery left. Today is August 7th, so I have been in a coma for 3 days, huh? A major accident occurred in Songcheng Zoo, and the silverback gorilla was shot dead on the spot. A micro-message notification caught Liu Feng's attention. No wonder, but in this case, I can't take revenge myself, and I don't know if there is a chance to get the genetic blueprint of this silverback. Liu Feng touched his nose and fantasized that if he could create a silverback, his combat power would be incredible. If I strengthen the silverback a few more times, it will be no problem to beat its own kind and tear tigers and leopards apart. As for the vitality required, I won't consider it for now. I'll just be happy in my dream. Just as Liu Feng tilted his head and thought carefully about how to quickly obtain vitality and the genetic blueprint of the silverback, a hand was placed on Liu Feng's shoulder. Fenger, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? I called you several times, but you didn't respond. It turned out that Liu's mother had been lying on the nursing bed for some time, and she had recovered some energy and woke up. Seeing Liu Feng in, a daze on the bed, she called him several times, but there was no movement. She couldn't help but worry that Liu Feng had some sequelae. Oh, I was just thinking about some problems. I didn't hear you. It's okay, Mom. Looking at his mother's frown and nervous eyes, Liu Feng was moved and decided to listen to his mother and repeat the year when he returned. It's good that you're fine. I really won't force you anymore. A second-tier university is actually very good. Let your dad buy you a car when you go back. The tension on Liu's mother's face disappeared, and she stroked Liu Feng's head and smiled. Really? Mom, you're the best. Then we'll be discharged from the hospital and go back to fill in the application form and then buy a car. Liu Feng held his mother's shoulders and was excited. As for the decision to go back to repeat the school just now, did anyone say that? I just thought about it in my head. If you can go directly to college and drive there, only fools will choose to go back to repeat the school. After all, why do you drive to college? Do you think it's for show-offs, to pick up the most beautiful girls? That's right, it's for show-offs and to pick up girls, or is it really for learning? The news of discharge from the hospital was quickly conveyed by Liu's mother to Liu's father, and Liu's father decided to drive to Hangzhou to pick them up. But Liu Feng felt that his father was too slow to drive from Shanghai to Hangzhou, so he rejected his father's kindness and decided to take the high-speed rail home with his mother. After packing his luggage, Liu Feng and Liu's mother stood at the entrance of the hospitalization department. "Mom, call a car to the station first. I'm going to the backyard." Liu Feng said hello to his mother and ran away. "Liu Feng, what are you doing?" Liu's mother was puzzled. Seeing Liu Feng waved his hand and disappeared in front of her, she had to call a car and wait. Liu Feng went to get the 10 ants he had thrown away, especially Ant 2, which had been strengthened 3 times. Although the temporary change was not big, Liu Feng believed that if he continued to strengthen them, there would definitely be a qualitative change. Through spiritual connection, he found the location and put them into the prepared small cup lid. Liu Feng stuffed it into his pocket and ran back. Because it was a creature he created, he didn't have to worry about the ants crawling all over his body. Although Liu Feng had ordered Ant 2 to kill its own kind to collect vitality, it didn't even collect 1 unit of vitality. But thinking about such a short time, it might take a long time to find its own kind, so he was relieved. "Mom, the car is here." Liu Feng came to Liu's mother and helped her unload the luggage on himself. "You're here early, kid. Don't take your luggage when you're just discharged from the hospital." Liu's mother looked at Liu Feng in a chastised manner. "Haha, it's okay, Mom. Get in the car." Liu Feng smiled and pushed his mother into the car, then got in with his luggage. "Master, Hangzhou East Railway Station." Liu Feng and his mother arrived at the East Railway Station. After passing the security check with the crowd, they waited in the waiting hall for ticket checking. It feels like there are so many people during the summer vacation. There are so many people that there is not even a seat. Liu's mother looked around in the waiting hall. Of course, there are students going out to play everywhere during the summer vacation. If it weren't for... Liu Feng's eyes flickered. Looking at the groups of boys and girls around him who were about the same age and laughing and playing the game of forcing a man to take a man, he couldn't help but let out a lonely sigh. If he hadn't had a quarrel with his family at the beginning, he would probably be one of them. That would be a pity, and the golden finger would probably not be his. But if the golden finger was not originally his, according to the model of the protagonist in the Qidian novels who had his parents sacrificed to the gods and had boundless magic power, then whose was it? You have to know that I am a super fast hand who has been in Zuan for many years and my parents are still with me. Just as Liu Feng was lost in thought, a figure gradually emerged in his mind, when a sudden broadcast in the waiting hall interrupted his thoughts. "Passengers of train number BZJD, please go to gate B1 for ticket inspection. Please BZJD. Mom, let's go. It's our turn to check tickets." Exhaling a breath, Liu Feng pulled his mother Liu to gate B1, and this time he was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, it belonged to him. After checking the tickets at the gate, the two followed the crowd to the platform and watched the train B slowly approach. The train opened the door, and a tall and fair conductor walked out from each door, wearing a blue uniform and smiling at the passengers. The service was very good. It was just that Liu Feng felt that the appearance did not meet his aesthetic standards, but according to the public's eyes, these conductors were also considered beauties. After getting on the train, he found a seat according to the ticket. Liu Feng sat in the outer seat. It only took half an hour to get from Hangzhou East Railway Station to Modu Station. As soon as Liu's mother sat down, she closed her eyes and rested. She didn't sleep for long in the hospital, so she was probably a little tired. Seeing his mother sleeping, he was happy to be free. He took out Ant 2 from his pocket and put it in his palm to tease it, kneading it gently, fearing that he would crush Ant 2 to death with a little more force. Ant 2, which had been strengthened 3 times, was about 1 centimeter long. Seeing that its mouthparts were much larger and stronger than those of its peers, he couldn't help but want to try the power of Ant 2's pincers, so he ordered Ant 2 to clamp his fingers hard. Ant 2 obeyed Liu Feng's orders 100%, regardless of whether you were the master or not. Without any hesitation, lowered his head and opened the pincers to clamp Liu Feng's fingers. "Fuck, it hurts! Ant 2, let go!" Even though he was mentally prepared, Liu Feng couldn't help but gasp and clenched his fists, almost crushing Ant 2 to death. But even if he let go, there were still waves of pain in his fingers. Especially when Ant 2 clamped them, the pain was like being pricked by a needle, and the key was to pick it up again. Ant 2 slightly raised its head on Liu Feng's palm, its antennae trembling, as if to tell him that it was you who asked for me to pinch you. It was none of my business. To be honest, Liu Feng did not expect that Ant 2 could pinch so painfully. It was even more painful than the bites of the big ants and soldier ants. Just as Liu Feng was about to test Ant 2's defense, a quarrel suddenly broke out in the seat next to him. "This is my seat. What's yours? Yours? Stay away." "But this is the train ticket I just bought. It clearly says that this seat is mine. Please give up your seat." "I said this is my seat. You don't understand, right? Don't think I won't hit you just because you are a woman. You are shameless." The rogue voice, and the clear and pleasant female voice like an oriole, but with a hint of grievance and anger, attracted Liu Feng to look. The first thing that caught my eye was a bald man with a shiny forehead, lying on the seat with his legs crossed and a big belly, with a frivolous and rogue face and a big gold chain around his neck. I wonder if it will float in the water. Next to him stood a girl with a bag on her back and a single ponytail in cool clothes. Because she was facing away, he couldn't see her face clearly, but just by looking at her long white legs and beautiful figure, he couldn't tell whether the girl was pretty or not. After all, there were too many killers from behind. But now it seems that there is a rare high-speed rail seat-hogging incident, and there is only another girl holding her arm next to the girl, and there is no male companion. As for the passengers next to them, there are some onlookers for the time being, and some of them have even taken out their mobile phones to start filming, probably ready to post them online or in moments at any time. Shinran, forget it. Let's go find the conductor. Looking at the bald man with disgust, the girl next to him pulled the arm of the girl called Shinran, motioning her to come back later. Okay, we can't explain it to this scoundrel. Lulu, let's go and find the conductor. The two girls turned around and prepared to find the conductor, but they didn't expect the bald man to stretch out a dirty hand and grab the fair and slender calf of the girl named Shinran. Where do you want to go? Come back to me. The bald man grabbed the calf with a grim smile and dragged her back. Ah, dead pervert, let me go! The girl staggered and was frightened. She screamed and slapped the fat hand that grabbed her calf. Lulu also helped to slap it with an anxious face. By chance, her two little hands slapped on the bald man's smooth forehead. Fuck, you're looking for death! The shiny forehead that she was proud of usually, even she was willing to rub it lightly, but today it was slapped by a little girl like a watermelon. The bald man with anger on his head stood up with a ferocious face, left his seat, raised his hand and was about to slap Lulu in the face. The scene frightened the two girls so much that they closed their eyes tightly and their faces turned pale. I can't bear to watch it anymore. After all, I am a man who wants to create creatures. Seeing the faces of the two girls clearly, Liu Feng's eyes lit up, and he stood up instantly and grabbed the bald man's hand that was slapping the two girls. Hey, you're taking the seat and hitting a girl. Isn't that too unreasonable? The palm wind blew the hair of the two girls, but there was no pain as imagined. At this time, the slightly magnetic voice made the tightly closed eyes loosen a little, and one eye opened slightly. Looking at the boy who was blocking her, the sun shone through the window to her side face, making the originally ordinary face look unusually handsome at this moment. With a tall height of about 1.8 meters, he gave people a sense of security like a wall to protect them from wind and rain, and he smelled a warm breath that seemed to bring vitality. The plot of a hero saving a beauty is indeed not only in novels. Little devil, who the hell are you? I warn you to let go, or I'll beat you up too. The bald man frowned and stared at Liu Feng fiercely. So many passengers have taken photos of what happened to you today. I advise you to give up your seat and apologize to them quickly. Otherwise, you will not only become an internet celebrity, but also have to stay in the police station for a few days. Liu Feng saw that his face was uncertain, and he didn't say anything. Perhaps these words made him worried, so he let go of the bald man's hand and turned around to comfort the two girls to see if he could get a good impression. Be careful. Be careful behind you. Suddenly, the shouts of the passengers around him and the shocked look of the girl in front of him made him think of something bad. He only had time to turn around and protect his head with his arms, and then he felt a heavy punch on his arm, causing Liu Feng to stagger. Fortunately, two girls behind him helped him up. You little brat, you dare to meddle in other people's business? I'm going to beat you to death today. The bald man's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he clenched his left fist and swung it again. The aisle of the train was narrow, and there were two girls behind him. Liu Feng had to use his right arm to block the bald man's punch again, and at the same time, he kicked out with his right foot, hitting the bald man's protruding belly. Liu Feng only felt a little numb in his right arm, and the bald man bent over and held his belly. While he's sick, I'll kill him. Liu Feng seized the opportunity and rushed forward and kicked him again. The bald man didn't care about the pain in his stomach at this time and fought with Liu Feng. The shouting and cries for help in the carriage finally attracted the attention of the staff and the train police, and also woke up Liu's mother, who was confused. Liu's mother was stunned for a while, and when she saw that her son had a fight with someone, she was shocked, and her sleepiness disappeared. She screamed and wanted to go forward but was stopped by the train police. What happened? Can anyone tell me? The conductor looked at Liu Feng and the bald man, who were separated, and asked sternly. The bald man had a gloomy face and said nothing. Liu Feng stared with a panda eye and did not speak. The passengers around him were now complaining to the conductor, but fortunately, they all said bad things about the bald man. This bald man occupied the seat and beat the girl. Yes, he is not a good guy. He also touched the girl's legs. He wears a gold chain. You can tell he is a gangster. Catch the bald guy. The passengers were talking about the bald man's various evil deeds. Okay, we have a general understanding of what happened. I need to verify your ticket and confirm your seat. We will check the surveillance later. If the situation is true, we will hand him over to the police at the next stop. Okay, Mr. Conductor, these are my and my friend's tickets. Please check. We are sitting next to each other. This abominable bald guy didn't give up his seat and insulted us. The key is, he even beat up the boy who stood up for us and acted bravely. Shinran and Lulu angrily handed their tickets to the conductor for verification and pointed at Liu Feng. "This is indeed your seat. I will take him away now. I'm sorry for the inconvenience to all the passengers." The conductor apologized to the passengers and Liu Feng in the carriage with an apologetic look. There were no other voices in the carriage. They just asked for severe punishment for the bald man who occupied the seat and to expose him online. After the matter was resolved, the two train attendants dragged the bald man to the entrance of the train and heard the bald man hunched over and screamed. The train attendants held his hands tightly, thinking that he was trying to escape. "Finally bit him," Liu Feng muttered to himself. When he was wrestling with the bald man before, Liu Feng ordered Ant 2 to climb on the bald man and hit him hard in a certain place. He failed to reach the position quickly at that time, so it didn't happen until now. That place is so fragile that the bald man will probably feel pain when he goes to the toilet for a long time. Liu's mother asked Liu Feng a few questions worriedly, and seeing that he was still carefree and nothing happened, she sat back in her seat with peace of mind. Liu Feng still needs to go to the two girls to take a statement. And by the way, take Ant 2 who sneaked back, but the black and blue left eye will not heal in a few days. Where are the tickets in your hands? Checking tickets and getting on the train? Hey, thank you. Are you okay? After taking the statement, Shinran took Lulu to Liu Feng's side, with a slight blush on her face, and expressed gratitude to Liu Feng. Lulu hid behind Shinran and secretly looked at Liu Feng, especially her panda eyes, which were particularly eye-catching. As for me, I'm fine, ha! Liu Feng touched his head with panda eyes and smiled awkwardly. He was originally planning to improve his impression of them, but now this image is really a bit unbearable. It would be great if nothing happened. My name is Liu Shinran, and this is my best friend Yang Lulu. We were originally planning to go to Shanghai to play, but we didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Fortunately, you helped us. After saying the last sentence, Liu Shinran's face became even redder. My name is Liu Feng. Although this is not a good thing, for pretty girls like you, I think there will be other boys who will stand up even if I am not there. The straightforward praise made the two girls' mouths naturally rise, and even their originally depressed mood became cheerful. No, most of them were watching the show from the sidelines. Only you stood up at the most critical moment, and the others just gave verbal condemnation. Yang Lulu, who was hiding behind Liu Shinran, whispered, "That's not the case. There are still many kind people in society." "Like you?" The three of them chatted quite speculatively and soon heard the train broadcast that they had arrived at the Magic City station. "Well, we're here. Do you want to add WeChat?" Since it was the first time that Liu Shinran took the initiative to ask for a boy's contact information, her face, which had long since returned to white, became rosy again, and Yang Lulu also looked at Liu Feng with her big watery eyes. "Okay, I was just about to ask, and I also got off at the Modu station. I'm from Modu, but my mom is still on the train. Next time I have time, I can take you to have fun in Modu." Liu Feng smiled at the two girls and showed his big white teeth. He made a phone gesture with his right hand. After separating from the two girls, he hurried back to help his mother take down the luggage and get off the train. Unfortunately, the two girls bought seat tickets but stood all the way to Modu. After walking out of the Modu train station and calling a car on the way home, Liu's mother touched Liu Feng's eyes distressedly. How could he be beaten back to the hospital just after being discharged from the hospital? "Fenger, you did the right thing in this matter, but you helped those two girls. Do you want their contact information? You must seize the opportunity. I'm telling you." "Mom, no, don't talk nonsense. They just thanked me. There's not so much you think." Liu Feng looked helpless. If he didn't stop this topic, his mother would talk to Liu Feng on the train as a veteran and talk about 72 ways to pick up girls. "Hey, why are you so disappointing? She didn't take the initiative to give it to you, so you won't take the initiative to ask for it. Boys should take the initiative." Mom muttered with a look of disappointment. "I think the tall girl is pretty, but the one next to her seems good too. The child won't have to worry about lack of nutrition in the future." The more he listened, the more outrageous it became. Liu Feng rolled his eyes and walked faster in front, letting his mother nag behind him. "Finally home, I'm back again." Liu Feng got out of the car and hurried home with his luggage, even forgetting his mother. He opened the door and jumped onto his big, soft bed. Liu Feng felt so comfortable. Mom went out to buy groceries again after she got home. I guess there will be a big meal tonight. He continued to lie on the bed and thought about the thoughts that were interrupted by his mother in the morning. How can I quickly accumulate vitality? It's too slow to collect by killing ants by myself. If I buy chickens, ducks, and fish to kill, it will probably cost a lot of money. Forget it. Let's wait for Mom to come back from shopping to see if there are any living creatures, and then tell her that I will do it. Liu Feng thought so while lying on the bed. After a while, Mom brought 2 large bags of vegetables home to the kitchen to prepare to cook. Liu Feng got up from the bed and went to the kitchen. "Mom, let me help you kill these living creatures." Liu Feng smiled and lay on his mother's shoulder. "No, you go play games." Liu's mother didn't even raise her head and continued to wash rice and cook. "Okay." Liu Feng had to take a look at the living creatures in the kitchen. A bag of river shrimp, a jumping big black fish, and a half-dead river eel. Black fish and river eels cannot be converted into blueprints and will disappear. River shrimp can be converted into genetic blueprints. Anyway, Mom can't count them. Liu Feng touched his nose with his index finger and pondered. Following the principle of striking first, Liu Feng first took out the river shrimp and secretly killed one, then used the Rubik's Cube to convert it into a genetic blueprint, and then put the big black fish in the bag on the chopping board. He learned from the fishmongers and took the knife board to hit the big black fish several times. When it couldn't move, he cut off its head with a knife. After receiving the Rubik's Cube prompt in his mind, he collected about 864 units of vitality. Liu Feng was so excited that he couldn't even hear his mother's scolding. He threw the big black fish away, grabbed the river eel's head and cut it with lightning speed. The twisted river eel head rolled off. He collected another 637 points of vitality, which means that the total can produce 501 ants, and he can continue the strengthening experiment of Ant 2. Ha ha ha, Liu Feng, who had just laughed out loud, was slapped on the forehead by his mother, and then kicked out of the kitchen. I told you not to move, and I made you bleed all over the kitchen. If you come to the kitchen again, you will be beaten out. Liu's mother taught Liu Feng a lesson with a spatula and a gloomy face. Liu Feng retreated to his room timidly, locked the door, took out Ant 2 and placed it on the computer desk, and took out the small Rubik's Cube. Ant 2, get ready for the fourth life enhancement. A trace of vitality floated out of the small Rubik's Cube, and a total of 16 units of vitality poured into Ant 2's body. Liu Feng carefully observed the changes in Ant 2. I saw that the overall size of Ant 2 grew again, becoming dark and strong. If Ant 2 was only about 5 millimeters when it was first created, it was 6 millimeters after the first enhancement, 8 millimeters for the second time, 11 millimeters for the third time, and the fourth time, which was this time, Ant 2 grew to 15 millimeter. Then continue. Let's see how much you can enhance Ant 2. Liu Feng looked excited and continued to mobilize vitality to enhance Ant 2. The fifth time, 32 points of vitality, 20 millimeters. The sixth time, 64 points of vitality, 28 millimeter. The seventh time, 128 points of vitality, 37 millimeter. The eighth time, 256 points of vitality, 49 millimeter. The ninth time, 512 points of vitality, 72 millimeters. The Rubik's Cube has 493 points of vitality left. Suddenly, the Rubik's Cube in my mind reminded me that Ant 2 has reached the upper limit of strengthening 9 times and needs to undergo a deeper evolution before it can continue to strengthen. Evolution? It can still evolve. What are the conditions for evolution? Liu Feng put his consciousness into the sea of consciousness and looked at the prompts displayed by the Rubik's Cube in his mind. Evolution Method 1, 10,000 ants of the same species are required, and Ant 2 must kill and devour them personally. 5,000 vitality is required as a breakthrough. Homologous evolution, evolution success rate 99.9%. Evolution Method 2, 10,000 ants of different species are required, and Ant 2 must kill and devour them personally. 5,000 vitality is required as a breakthrough. Mutation evolution, evolution success rate unknown. Okay, then I'll definitely choose 1. In the early stages of the game, the priority is always the established success, and 1 is so simple. Just go to the market and buy a few pounds of black ants. After exiting the sea of consciousness, Liu Feng looked at Ant 2 with fiery eyes. Ant 2 was more than 7 centimeters long, and its mouth parts alone were nearly 1 centimeter long. It was a giant of the real ant tribe. You should know that the largest ant in the world is the bull ant, which is about 4 centimeters long, and Ant 2, the most common black ant, has been strengthened to 7 centimeters long. It's not too easy to kill 10,000 of its kind. Liu Feng stretched out his finger and pressed Ant 2, and actually felt the solid and tough shell, and he couldn't press it down, so the strength must be at least greater than that of the finger, and much greater. As for asking Ant 2 to bite him, haha, that's probably really asking for death, and you'll definitely bleed to death. He quickly ran back to the living room to get a toothpick and locked the door. Ant 2, try to break this toothpick. Liu Feng picked up a toothpick and placed it in front of Ant 2's pliers. Crack! The toothpick Liu Feng was holding was easily broken by Ant 2. Then try the writing pen this time. Ant 2, break it. Liu Feng placed another writing pen in front of Ant 2's pliers. With a crack sound, the plastic shell of the writing pen seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, and cracks slowly appeared and then bang, broke. My goodness, Ant 2 is really terrible now. If Ant 2 bites someone's finger like this, I guess the finger bone will be broken, and it will hurt like hell. Liu Feng looked at Ant 2 and marveled. It's just that Ant 2 is too big a target now, and it's probably not easy to act. If it's about sneaking up on people, it's better to strengthen it 4 or 5 times. The target is not that big, and it will give people strong pain while not being easy to be discovered. Liu Feng held Ant 2 in his palm and played with it, touching its pincers and the shell. He liked it very much. Ant 2 is a bit heavy now. It feels like it weighs dozens of grams. Liu Feng used his hand to cushion Ant 2 in his hand. Daughter, why did you lock the door? Your dad is back. Come out for dinner. I cooked a lot of dishes you like. Liu's mother shouted outside the door. I know, Mom. I'll be right there. Liu Feng stuffed Ant 2 into the drawer, blocked it with some books, opened the door and pushed Liu's mother to the dining room. Ant 2 must not be discovered by his parents, otherwise they would be scared. Dad! Liu Feng shouted to his father while sitting at the dining table. Well, I also heard what your mother said about today's incident. You did a good job. Boys should be brave and act when they think it's right. Well, you can find a driving school in a few days to get your driver's license and then go to choose a car. Liu's father nodded and smiled at Liu Feng. Great, thank you, Dad. Dad is the most handsome. Liu Feng praised his father enthusiastically. Haha, You are not so close to me usually, but when I say I will buy you a car, Liu's father teased Liu Feng. We have arrived at the station. The ticket is so lost. The next morning, Liu Feng got up and dressed himself up very refreshingly. Not only did he spend half an hour to do his hair, but he also sprayed perfume. However, no matter how he dressed up, the bruised eye socket made him look a little out of place and funny. Before going to bed last night, he chatted with Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu for a while and learned that the two of them were also this year's college entrance examination candidates, so he made an appointment to accompany them to play in Shanghai for a day. He took a taxi to the Baolij Hotel, where Liu Xinran and her friends were staying. The average consumption there was 2,000 yuan per person. I'm at the hotel. Where are you? Walking into the hotel gate, Liu Feng wondered on the phone whether they had not gotten up yet. 5 minutes. Wait, 10 minutes? She will definitely come down in 10 minutes. Wait for us. He listened to the sound of Liu Xinran and the others rummaging through the boxes on the phone, and then sat downstairs for dozens of minutes. Sorry, Liu Feng. It's all Lulu's fault. She spent a long time putting on makeup. Liu Xinran apologized and blamed Liu Feng. What? I don't know who took the hairdryer to blow my hair for a long time. Young Lulu puffed up her cheeks slightly, stared with her big round eyes, and looked a little angry, indicating that she didn't accept the blame. Okay, it doesn't matter to me. On the contrary, I'm very happy. You know, how many boys want to wait for beautiful girls but can't have them? Liu Feng said with a smile, squinting his eyes. If it weren't for the funny feeling brought by the dark blue eye sockets, he would definitely get a lot of points in front of girls. Well, Liu Feng, you are so good at saying things that girls like. Yang Lulu said cutely with a slightly red face. Haha, no, I'm telling the truth. Let's go. Where are we going to have fun? Was ready to skip this topic. You know, it's okay for boys to say a little to please girls and liven up the atmosphere. But if they say too much, girls will feel that they are slick, which is too much. Then let's go to the Bund first. It seems to be quite close to here, and then we can go to the Oriental Pearl Tower. I haven't decided yet. Let's have fun first. Liu Xinran thought about it. We still have to take a sightseeing bus, Yang Lulu added. Since we have decided, let's go. We have to ride a bicycle. Liu Feng turned around and asked the two girls. Just take a walk and stroll around. Liu Feng nodded and didn't say anything more. He took Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu to stroll on the street. Then Liu Feng knew why they suggested walking there. Whenever Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu walked to some iconic places, they would be more excited to ask Liu Feng to help take pictures. Then they would take turns to take pictures, and finally ask passers-by to help the three of them take pictures together. If the pictures were not good, they would have to take them again. They would also ask Liu Feng if the photos they took were good. Liu Feng could only say nice things to the two girls, who smiled happily before letting Liu Feng go. They would also buy some snacks when they saw them on the street. Perhaps this is the difference between men and women. Men pay more attention to the results, while women pay more attention to the scenery along the way. The journey from the hotel to the Bund would take at most half an hour, but Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu dragged it for an hour and a half. It was almost noon. Wow, there are so many people, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu exclaimed. Well, there are the most people at night. Liu Feng's legs were starting to feel weak, and he replied weakly. Then let's go and take photos. After a morning of playing, the relationship between the three people has also improved by leaps and bounds, and they have become much closer. Now Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu each grabbed one of Liu Feng's arms and dragged him forward. Hey, I can walk by myself. The dejected Liu Feng had to be dragged away by force. It took nearly half an hour to take photos of the energetic Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu at the Bund. Let's go eat. It's so hot now. Be careful not to get tanned. Liu Feng found an excuse to urge the two girls to find a place to rest. He was really powerless. You are the one who will get tanned. We have applied sunscreen. Liu Xinran rolled her eyes at Liu Feng. Forget it. You've worked hard this morning. Let's go to the revolving restaurant and continue in the afternoon. The arrogant Liu Xinran walked in front with Yang Lulu. I called a taxi. Don't leave. Liu Feng hurriedly grabbed Liu Xinran. As for Liu Xinran's last sentence about continuing in the afternoon, he just pretended not to hear it. Revolving restaurant. Wow, these are delicious too. Yang Lulu's eyes were shining like a greedy cat. She was very enthusiastic about food. Then she and Liu Xinran were busy posing for food. This has become a necessary custom for young people. Liu Feng didn't care about so much, and he didn't have the habit of taking photos and posting them on WeChat moments wherever he went to eat. Feeling the coolness brought by the air conditioning in the restaurant and drinking some iced juice, this is the real enjoyment. The most important thing is that you don't have to be bathed in the sun on the hot street, and your legs are free. Shh! Liu Xinran looked at the old man Liu Feng, who was lying like Ju, with a look of disgust. By the way, Xinran, I received a message from my family earlier, saying that my admission letter has arrived. Yang Lulu shared with Liu Xinran with a smile in the corner of her eyes. Great, Lulu, I received it too. I wanted to tell you earlier, but Liu Feng called me and forgot. After saying that, also squinted at Liu Feng. I don't know why, Liu Xinran suddenly began to dislike Liu Feng. Liu Feng, how are you? Did you apply for a university in Shanghai? Yang Lulu turned her head and looked at Liu Feng. Well, 488 points. I haven't filled in the application form yet. My mom wanted me to repeat the year at first, but later, after my eloquent debate and citing various unfavorable factors, my mom agreed that I would not repeat the year. Liu Feng spread his hands and shrugged. That's great. The two girls cheered at the same time. Liu Feng looked at Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu in confusion. What were they so happy about? Well, we were saying, why don't you come to our school? Yes, yes. Looking at the two enthusiastic girls opposite, Liu Feng smiled and said tactfully, this is too hasty, haha. Then, under the coercion and gaze of the two girls, Liu Feng opened his mobile phone and logged into the application form and filled in Hangzhou City College as his first choice. Okay, it's settled. Liu Feng's score is stable, so we will be alumni in the future. Let's go. The cheerful Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu pulled Liu Feng to clink glasses and started with 3 glasses of juice. Time was spent eating, drinking, and chatting. Looking at the ground outside the window, which was still distorted as if it had been exposed to the heat, Liu Feng really didn't want to hang around anymore. He was afraid that he couldn't stand it. Perhaps it was the influence of the black girl Liu Feng mentioned in the morning. Facing such high temperatures and ultraviolet rays, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu felt that even if they applied sunscreen, they might not be so reliable. Therefore, they didn't clamor to continue the itinerary planned in the morning. Girls value their appearance the most. Then what should we do now? Should we just sit in the restaurant for the whole afternoon? Yang Lulu looked out the window, then turned her head to look at Liu Xinran and Liu Feng. How about I take you back to the hotel first? The sun is so strong outside, it's really not suitable to continue playing. Liu Feng looked like he was thinking about you. I think you just want to escape at the last minute. Liu Xinran raised her chin slightly, looked down at Liu Feng and said, since we can't play outside, we can go inside and go shopping in the mall. There will be no sun then. Yang Lulu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she also said to Liu Feng, yes, yes, Liu Feng, then you accompany us to the mall. Okay. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Liu Feng could only nod helplessly. You have to make an appointment with the girl you made an appointment with, even if your legs are broken and your wallet is empty. The revolving restaurant is on the top floor of the building. Take the elevator down, and the mall is downstairs. The food court is on the lower floor, with all kinds of snacks, and it is well connected, built like an ant nest. Liu Feng dragged his stiff legs and followed Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu's ass. Watching the two of them happily eating and drinking in front, Liu Xinran scolded him from time to time to catch up, and he also had to help carry large and small bags and snacks that were not finished. You are just looking for trouble. Why don't you do something of your own, collect vitality, and prepare evolution materials for Ant 2? What are you mumbling about? But you said it yourself. This is something that many boys want to do but haven't done yet. Seeing that Liu Feng was still hesitating behind him, Liu Xinran criticized him. Hey, I'm here. I didn't say anything. I'm just happy. Huh, that's better. Liu Xinran turned around proudly and pulled Yang Lulu, who was laughing secretly, forward. Liu Feng wanted to throw away the things in his hand and slap himself twice. How shameless! Shameless collection. Recommendation until the night was approaching. Liu Feng, who had been playing with the two girls for a whole day, finally got his freedom. Fortunately, Yang Lulu sympathized with Liu Feng in the afternoon and suggested that they go to see a movie, so that Liu Feng didn't cripple his legs. Liu Xinran finally found his conscience and treated Liu Feng to a meal at Haidilao as a reward. I've sent you back to the hotel safely. I'll leave first. Liu Feng waved goodbye to the girls with a smile on his face. Well, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow? Liu Feng's smile gradually froze, and even his waving hands became stiff, as if he had heard something terrifying. After today, he deeply realized that in the activity of shopping, no creature in the world can compare with female humans, so unless he is crazy, he will play with them tomorrow. Well, I have some private matters tomorrow, so I can't play with you. Liu Feng had a serious expression on his face. The day after tomorrow is also fine. The day after tomorrow, well, my relatives may come. After saying that, regardless of the two girls' slightly confused and cute expressions, Liu Feng turned around and fled to the hotel gate without saying a word, fearing that the two of them would continue to find time to invite him, and he would not have so many excuses to refuse. He called a car to go home. In the car, Liu Feng thought about evolving Ant 2, and turned around and asked the driver to drive to the flower and bird market. I don't know if there are any shops open. Liu Feng got off the car and walked straight to the 3rd floor of the flower and bird market. The 1st floor was a grocery store, the 2nd floor was a store for small and medium-sized animals, and the 3rd floor was a store for flowers, insects, and plants. Liu Feng walked between the shops on the 3rd floor. Most of them were closed. The few shops that were still open only sold flower and plant seeds. After asking a few shop owners and walking along the road in the direction they pointed, Liu Feng finally saw a shop that was still lit. Rare and exotic animal shop. Standing under the shop sign, Liu Feng looked up and muttered to himself, "This name is good. I hope there are really some rare and exotic animals. Give me more genetic drawings." After that, he pushed open the door curtain and walked in. The shop owner was also a young man, but he was probably 7 or 8 years older than him. He had a messy hairstyle and buried his head in front of the computer, as if he didn't notice him entering the store. Listening to the sound of gunfire coming from the speakers, it should be Chaji. But Chaji didn't wear headphones. He must be a box spirit. Liu Feng secretly despised him in his heart. He was not in a hurry to find the store owner to buy black ants. After all, when he entered the store, apart from the store owner playing games, the most conspicuous thing was the boxes of ant nests at the door. Now that the target has been found, He will go around the store to see what other creatures there are. He walked to the nearest transparent glass box, which was sprinkled with some sand for footrests. There was a rockery and some of the most common four-legged snakes, also known as gray geckos. I'll buy one of these as a genetic blueprint. Liu Feng touched his nose and continued to visit. What's in this box? Spiders, there are so many kinds. 8 legs and hairy bodies. Spiders are the most annoying. There are so many centipedes. They have so many legs that I'm going to have intensive phobia. Damn, there are scorpions. This one is good. Lizards, they should have fighting power. Praying mantis, I want one too. This one is also a gecko. It looks cool. Gray and white body with purple spots. Liu Feng looked at another box with only 1 or 2 big geckos. That's called a gecko, also known as a big gecko, very fierce with a sexy cry, of course for people who like it. The sloppy young shop owner didn't know when he stopped playing games, and explained to Liu Feng with his legs crossed. Liu Feng nodded, but he guessed in his heart that the shop owner must have been killed in the game, so he had time to introduce it to him. I see you've been looking at me for quite a while. There are still young people who like insects so much. What a rare guest. The owner looked at Liu Feng with interest. My name is Wang Yudao, let's make friends. Liu Feng. How is it, Xiao Liu? Did you see any treasures you liked? Wang Yudao took a sip from the teacup beside him, smacking his lips happily. Xiao Liu, you smack your lips while drinking tea. You make me look like an old man. Very bad. Liu Feng couldn't help complaining in his heart. Hey, give me a gecko, spider, scorpion, centipede, mantis, lizard, one that's a little fierce and looks good. A nest of ants, small ones, about 10,000 yuan is best. And I also want a big palace. Guard, how much is it? Liu Feng thought about it and told Wang Yudao all the things he wanted. As for other things like millipedes, butterflies, beetles, etc., I felt that they were useless if they were not too disgusting, and they were not very aggressive, so I didn't want them. Well, I'll calculate the rest for you. I only have 2 big geckos. I keep them for fun. I won't sell them. Wang Yudao took out a calculator from the drawer and started calculating. Boss Wang, name a price. I want one. Liu Feng didn't want to give up this big gecko, especially since people said it was very fierce. Its fighting power must be strong, and it can be strengthened into a big monster after it is made. It's calculated. The black tiger spider is 100, the gray gecko is 20, the Vietnamese centipede is 50, the North African black fat-tailed scorpion is 50, the green giant mantis is 50, the leopard gecko is 100, and a nest of live black ants is 200. The total is 570. Alipay and WeChat are both fine. Wang Yudao took out the QR code for payment. Don't say I'm stingy, because I guess you, a student, can't afford it. If you really want to sell my 2 39-centimeter long big geckos, hundreds of thousands are not a problem. Pay. Wang Yudao put his elbows on the table and urged Liu Feng. So expensive? Liu Feng looked at Wang Yudao in surprise. He really couldn't afford it. He thought it would cost about 1,000 yuan. Yeah, that's right. After hearing the pleasant Alipay payment notification tone, Wang Yudao turned around and continued to eat chicken. Boss Wang, do you have any rare reptiles? I want fierce ones. Liu Feng, who was carrying 2 bags of reptiles, wanted to enrich the genetic diagrams here. No more, no more. They are all here. If you really want them, add me on WeChat and I'll notify you when I have them. If you don't want to buy them, don't bother me while I'm playing games. Can't you see I'm busy? Wang Yudao opened his WeChat business card on his phone and threw it on the table. After Liu Feng added Wang Yudao, he walked to the door of the store and mocked Wang Yudao loudly. Wang Yudao still wants to eat chicken? You can't even touch a chicken feather. Hey, who are you talking about, you little brat? Come back here or I'll teach you a lesson. Hearing a collision sound coming from the store, Liu Feng turned around with the bag and ran towards the dark stairs. He took a taxi back home, said hello to his parents, and quickly locked himself in his room. How can I kill these spiders, centipedes, scorpions, and so on? Liu Feng was worried about the pile of reptiles on the table. He didn't dare to get close to them. Oh, let ye kill them! Liu Feng threw all the reptiles he bought into a worm box, then took out Ant 2 from the drawer and threw it into the worm box, and issued an order to kill all the reptiles. It seemed that they all felt the threat to their lives. The reptiles in the worm box all faced the outside, facing Ant 2, as if they were facing a great enemy. But all you can see is that Ant 2 in the drawer is like a killing machine. No matter whether it is a black tiger, a North African black fat-tailed scorpion, or a giant centipede, they can't resist Ant 2's slaughter. The gray gecko was crushed by Ant 2's pincers at the first sight, and finally had to break its tail to escape. Then Ant 2 attacked and clamped the green giant mantis, and the green giant mantis's dying counterattack was like a crying monster, hitting Ant 2's chest with its small pincers. Unable to sit and wait for death, the giant centipede took advantage of the interruption of Ant 2 crushing the giant green mantis to climb onto Ant 2's iron body, as if trying to strangle Ant 2 with its body that was more than 10 centimeters long. The North African black fat-tailed scorpion seemed to see an opportunity to turn the tables. It crawled to Ant 2 and clamped Ant 2 with the same 2 large pincers. At the same time, it raised its fat and thick tail, and at the end of the tail, there was a dark and sharp tail needle, which it aimed at Ant 2's head and stabbed hard. Unfortunately, the feeling of powerlessness of the giant green mantis before its death also appeared on the North African black fat-tailed scorpion. It couldn't stab into it at all, and couldn't even break its defense, so how could it fight? Moreover, facing the huge force of Ant 2, the North African black fat-tailed scorpion felt that its proud pincers were like a decoration and could not restrict Ant 2's actions at all. Faced with the pressure that came step by step, the North African black fat-tailed scorpion was forced into a corner, and despair was about to shroud it. To Ant 2, the struggle of the North African black fat-tailed scorpion was as weak as that of a weak child. Its shell was not even as good as the plastic shell of a fountain pen, and it was easily broken. Just like the sound of an eggshell cracking, the body of the North African black fat-tailed scorpion gradually stiffened. The leopard gecko, which had long been captured, the black tiger that seemed to have spider sense and hid, and the gray gecko that was defeated first, also died one after another under the pincers of Ant 2. After all, the insect box is so small, where can you hide? In the end, there was only one giant centipede wrapped around Ant 2, and Ant 2 had no choice for a while. After all, it can't attack. What can it do? Perhaps as time goes by, the giant centipede that loses its physical strength will still be killed by Ant 2. But thinking that the materials for Ant 2's evolution have been collected, Liu Feng doesn't want to waste time waiting slowly. He had to participate in this fight and took a pen to pick the giant centipede off Ant 2. The following scene was no surprise. Ant 2 clamped lightly, and the giant centipede was broken into two. The giant centipede that was torn to death would definitely not be willing to die under such an irresistible force. But so what? Liu Feng contributed all the dead reptiles to the magic cube to generate genetic drawings. 80 units of vitality. Black ground tiger spider, 200 units of vitality. Giant centipede, 200 units of vitality. Black fat non-tailed scorpion, 200 units of vitality. Leopard palace guard lizard, 100 units of vitality. Green giant mantis, 90 units of vitality. The reptiles bought contributed a total of 257 points of vitality to Liu Feng. It just made up 750 units, and Ant 2 needed 5,000 points of vitality to evolve. It is unknown what will happen to Ant 2 after evolution. Will it become even bigger or evolve some strange skills? After throwing Ant 2 into the black ant nest, it was ordered to kill and devour all 10,000 black ants to complete the evolution prerequisite. Liu Feng took out all the books in the drawer and put them on the bookshelf, put the ant nest box into the drawer, closed it and locked it. I'll go collect life force for you. Dear readers, please collect it and give some recommendations. Hello Liu Feng, what are you doing? As soon as Liu Feng answered the phone, a clear and pleasant voice like a lark came from the other end. I'm outside. I have something to do. So early? It's only a little after 9 o'clock now. Do you have an appointment today? No. Then can we go find you to play? You're so boring. Listening to the coquettish voice ringing in his ears, Liu Feng could imagine the cute look of Liu Xinran pouting her pink lips on the other end of the phone. After scratching his head, Liu Feng thought that it would be boring to wait for 7 or 8 hours, so he responded. Then you guys come to Manmao. Forget it! I'll go find you! Heh, you're so nice. Then Lulu and I will wait for you in the chocolate shop downstairs. Liu Feng quickly finished the coffee in the cup and got up and left. On the way, he was still thinking about how to make the two girls happy today, and even searched a million strategies, but when he saw them, Liu Feng's good mood suddenly disappeared. It was nothing. Song Ke, that sinister guy, was there. Especially today, he was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses like a gentleman's scum. Just right, I can see if I can't kill you today. Holding back the anger that was rising in vain after greeting the three girls, Liu Feng didn't even look at Song Ke, completely pretending that this person didn't exist. And Song Ke, who was smiling and chatting happily at this time, smiled when he saw Liu Feng, and immediately understood why Liu Xinran had been lingering here and refused to leave. You can't possibly really like this idiot, right? He's not handsome, but he just helped me once. Isn't it enough to treat him to a few meals? Even though he cursed in his heart, Song was still pretended to be cheerful and greeted Liu Feng. But Liu Feng pretended not to hear him, turned around and leaned over to look at the chocolates on the counter. It seems that I gave you face. With a smile, Song Ke suppressed his unhappiness, walked behind the counter and patted Liu Feng on the shoulder. Liu Feng, I called you. Didn't you hear me? Hey, Song Ke, when did you come? Why didn't I see you just now? Liu Feng turned around with a surprised look on his face. Haha, I came a long time ago, and I was chatting with Xinran and the others just now. Didn't you see it? Song Ke smiled and pinched Liu Feng's shoulder. Hey, you were the one chatting with Xinran and the others just now? I thought you were a waiter from behind. Liu Feng stood up and slapped the hand off his shoulder. I don't like people putting their hands on my shoulders. What do you mean, Liu Feng? Song Ke's glasses narrowed. After staring at each other for a few seconds, he said coldly, Which of your glasses thinks I'm a waiter? The blind panda eye? The three girls who were chatting enthusiastically suddenly noticed the tense atmosphere between Liu Feng and Song Ke, and quickly stopped the topic and came over. Hey, what's going on? Wu Yuhan was confused. She was fine just now, but how could she become so tense in just 1 minute? However, she was not familiar with Liu Feng, so it was not easy to question him, so she could only ask Song Ke. Liu Xinran and Lulu more or less guessed something, which might be related to what was said last night, so they stared at Liu Feng closely. Nothing, I was joking with Liu Feng. Song Ke grinned and snorted. If his panda eyes get any worse, he'll go blind. Humph, how can you make such a joke? Wu Yuhan wrinkled her nose, thinking that Song Ke was a bit rude, and turned around to apologize to Liu Feng after a light rebuke. It's okay, blame me, Liu Feng chuckled and shook his head. Brother Kai is wearing a white shirt and black pants today. I actually mistook him for a waiter with such a high-end outfit. If I were him, I would be angry too. Puff, sorry. Lu Xinran couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she quickly put away her smile and apologized. Wu Yahan was a little unhappy when she heard Liu Feng say that, but when she turned her head to look at Song Kui, she found that it didn't seem like it, but when she mentioned it, it really did have the meaning of a waiter. Seeing that the eyes of several people gradually became strange, Song Kui felt that the muscles on his forehead were about to burst, and decided to throw away this set of clothes when he returned. After mediation by several girls, Liu Feng and Song Kui temporarily decided to coexist peacefully. Then when they were leaving the hotel, Liu Xinran kept whispering in Lulu's ear with a smile, until Yang Lulu blushed and couldn't bear it anymore, and chased Liu Xinran playfully. The morning activities ended quickly. Although they promised the girl to coexist peacefully, the two of them still had small frictions in places where the girl couldn't see, and the smell of gunpowder became stronger and stronger. Finally, in the city god temple, someone couldn't help it. Liu Feng, who was eating and drinking with the girls, was suddenly grabbed by the neck by a hand holding a drink. Aren't you ashamed to eat and drink for free? Don't you think that if you help others once, they will have to support you for the rest of your life? No way, no way. Can we have some shame? Hearing the sarcastic words in his ears, Liu Feng glanced at the milk tea in Song Kui's hand, but the lid on it was gone. Liu Feng guessed what he was thinking. It was just a trick I played in elementary school. Liu Feng looked down on it, so he quickly scanned the surroundings, and then his eyes lit up. He bit the straw in his mouth and replied, "Aren't you also eating and drinking for free? Also, I remember I warned someone that I don't like people putting their hands on my shoulders. I give you 3 seconds to take it away." "I won't take it. What can you do to me?" "And I bought Baolije chocolate for Shinran and the others, unlike you." Song Kui smiled meanly, mocking Liu Feng face to face with less than 5 centimeters of distance. Bang! Ouch! Liu Feng exerted a little force on his right shoulder and suddenly bounced off Song Kui's right hand. As he expected, Song Kui raised his arm high and threw the uncapped milk tea up, then shouted and turned around and ran away. At the same time, the 3 girls who were 5 or 6 meters in front of him heard Song Kui's exclamation and turned their heads quickly, only to see the milk tea in the air above Liu Feng's head spilling out of the cup box. Perhaps it would spill all over Liu Feng in the next second, but no one expected that Liu Feng squatted down and quickly took out an oil paper umbrella from the counter of a nearby shop. Stand up right, and hold the umbrella." The next moment, the milk beads that were splashing like a downpour stopped abruptly, and a rapid ticking sound was heard. This scene shocked the surrounding tourists, including the 3 girls and Song Kui. Just as everyone was surprised, Liu Feng suddenly took a deep breath, and the straw that had been in his mouth was straightened with his other hand. Then, when Song Kui opened his mouth wide, he suddenly spit it out. Dozens of black pearls sprayed out a tube like a machine gun, and then shot into that big mouth. Unfortunately, not all of them hit the target. Only about 4 or 5 of them went into the hole. The others were either empty or stuck to Song Kui's clothes and face. Gulp! Ugh! Song Kui accidentally swallowed one without paying attention. When he reacted, his face turned green, and he couldn't help but retching. "Liu Feng, I want you to die!" Roared fiercely, and he was about to pounce on Liu Feng with his fists. The situation changed continuously. Before everyone could react to the previous scene, another change occurred. However, Liu Feng had already prepared himself mentally, and he was not ready to fight with Song Kui. He took out the ant from his pocket and threw it at Song Kui. Everyone only saw a black shadow, thinking it was another pearl. Song Kui didn't hide, because he didn't need this pearl anyway. What the hell? But soon Song Kui's face changed, and he found that it was not a pearl, because this thing was crawling and biting on his body. Holding back his palpitations, Song Kui took off his shirt and wanted to catch the bug. Unexpectedly, the ant quickly slipped into his pants, scratching and biting. The ant had some experience and seemed to be familiar with this. Song Kui panicked and took off his pants in a hurry, but it didn't work. The bug had already run into his safety pants. Song Kui's face turned greener. But there was no other way. He had to choose between life and face. Song Kui only thought for 3 seconds, turned around and ran to the center of the lake not far away, and jumped into the water with a splash. Fortunately, Song Kui could swim. After stripping naked in the lake, he finally stopped feeling the bites of insects. But when he saw a bunch of people on the shore taking photos and videos with their mobile phones, accompanied by those strange eyes and mocking smiles, Song felt that his face was gone. "Liu Feng!" Water drops kept sliding down Song Kui's face. I don't know if it was accompanied by tears. His red eyes stared at Liu Feng with resentment. He couldn't forget all this, and because he was in a hurry to take off his clothes, he didn't know where his safety pants sank to the bottom of the lake. He couldn't even get on the shore and could only stay in the lake. In the end, it was with the help of Wu Yehan that the bike clothes on the shore were thrown to Song Kui, and then he got on the rescue boat. After getting ashore, Song Kui looked at Liu Feng with red eyes for the last time, said nothing, and got into the car with Wu Yehan to go to the hospital. Things seemed to have gotten out of hand. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu did not follow him. It was not easy to follow him in this situation, so they moved closer to Liu Feng. "I'm sorry, I didn't think he would jump into the lake." Liu Feng scratched his head and smiled bitterly. The look in Song Kuei's eyes before he left, that red and hateful look, Liu Feng was a little scared when he thought about it now. Will he take a chance to stab me to death with a knife? Last time I saw the news, it seemed that someone was stabbed more than 20 times. I hope he will be more rational. I think it's very likely. Liu Xinran touched his chin and thought for a while, looking very confident. But you don't need to apologize to us. In fact, Lulu and I know why you did this, right, Lulu? Facing Liu Xinran's statement, young Lulu was shy and didn't say anything. She just nodded with a red face and then stared at Liu Feng with bright eyes and full of smiles. Huh? What am I doing this for? Didn't Song Kui provoke me? Of course it was for myself. Could it be? Glancing at Lulu's adorable little face, Liu Feng felt that he should really do this to help Lulu, so he would not admit, deny, or refuse. Responding to the various questions of the two girls with silence, looking at their faces that became happier after imagining, Liu Feng felt that today, the light of righteousness shone on the earth again. Seeing that it was almost 3 o'clock, Liu Feng didn't have the heart to continue shopping, so he sent them back to the hotel. This was also his first time to enter a hotel room, and the luxury was indeed quite luxurious. After chatting with them for a while, Liu Feng felt that it was almost time to leave at 3:30, but Liu Xinran dragged him to chat for another 20 minutes. Liu Feng was so anxious that he almost smoked, and it was Lulu who helped him to leave. 5:15. After getting off the car, Liu Feng hurriedly said hello to the security guard and rushed into the factory. There was a traffic jam on the road. The boss said that the slaughterhouse usually prepares to start slaughtering livestock at 5 o'clock. I hope the first one has not started to be slaughtered yet. Otherwise, it would be a pity. I finally caught up. Panting, Liu Feng held onto the door of the slaughterhouse, watching the pigs being stunned by the gate, then falling onto the tracks and sliding away. In particular, the first pig had been hung upside down by an iron hook for bleeding. Liu Feng hurried over and stood where he would not hinder the workers to watch. After waiting for a while, there was no vitality gain, and Liu Feng felt strange. Just when he thought the distance was not enough and was ready to get closer, a prompt echoed in his mind, and he was immediately shocked. Get vitality 115431. The Rubik's Cube has reached the conditions for secondary charging. Whether to charge a pig or not, the vitality provided is as high as more than 110,000. More than 110,000. If you kill ants, you have to kill millions of them to offset it. Liu Feng's heart was shocked by the waves. In his mind, the Rubik's Cube can be directly charged again, and there is still more than 10,000 vitality left. Uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on Liu Feng's face. Fortunately, the employees in the field were working hard, and no one saw Liu Feng's crazy smile. I have always wondered how to convert dead organisms into vitality, and now I finally understand a little bit. Liu Feng calmed himself down a little. The pigs in the factory usually weigh more than 200 kilograms, which is about 100,000 grams if converted to grams, and ants usually weigh 20 to 60 milligrams. So at the beginning, about 30 ants had to be killed to reach 1 gram of weight. So 1 gram of biological mass is converted to 1 vitality. Liu Feng, who had figured it out, decided to charge the Rubik's Cube in his mind now. After the last charging, Liu Feng knew that it would only take a few seconds in the real world to charge the Rubik's Cube in the sea of consciousness. You can also choose not to put your consciousness into your mind, and the Rubik's Cube can also automatically charge. After a few seconds, put your consciousness into your mind, and it is estimated that the charging is complete. After choosing to charge the Rubik's Cube, Liu Feng decided not to put his consciousness into it this time, and waited for a few seconds before putting his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. Looking at the huge Rubik's Cube that has not changed in front of him, if the system panel had not shown in detail that the creation cube has changed from the first level to the second level, Liu Feng would have thought that the creation cube had embezzled 100,000 vitality. Creation cube's second level process. Creation cube belongs to Liu Feng. Liu Feng, human vitality, 17226 unit, black armored magic ant, level 0. Black ant, 9 blueprints. Life cube can automatically collect vitality within a 10 square meter range. The units created can collect vitality. The Rubik's Cube can expand the gene blueprint through the important organs of the organism, and no longer need whole body samples. Level 3 Creation Cube Life Energy Recharge required 100 Wubbard. It's a second level Rubik's Cube, and the collection range has indeed expanded. Liu Feng returned to reality with a look of understanding. And the function that originally required a whole dead biological sample as a gene blueprint has been optimized to only need to obtain certain important organs of the organism to serve as a gene blueprint. In this way, my problem of obtaining gene blueprints will be much easier. Looking at another pig being transported by the machine, Liu Feng stepped back 5 meters. The dazzling red color spilled along the pig's body and into the iron sheet still made Liu Feng feel uncomfortable. He had no choice before. After all, the Rubik's Cube's collection range was only 1 meter in diameter. Now the Rubik's Cube's collection range of vitality has expanded to 10 square meters, so there is no need to stand so close as before, facing the bleeding pigs. As the pigs were hung here by the machine to bleed, the disgusting smell of blood became stronger. If it weren't for the reminder of obtaining vitality sex that popped up in his mind every once in a while, Liu Feng would have turned around and left this bloody place. In less than 5 minutes, When Liu Feng was staring at the mechanical assembly line in a daze, his mind reminded him that the Rubik's Cube had collected enough 100 water vitality to recharge again. Liu Feng didn't show any ecstasy expression. The Rubik's Cube upgraded too fast, so fast that Liu Feng felt a little unnatural. I'm afraid it's not that fast even on a rocket, but since it can be upgraded, why not upgrade it? After confirming that the Rubik's Cube was charged, Liu Feng waited for a few seconds and put his consciousness back into the sea of consciousness, looking at the unchanged giant Rubik's Cube in front of him. It was the third level of the process. Everything was the same as before, except that the range of the Rubik's Cube collecting vitality had become 20 square meters. What a pity! I thought it could be expanded to 100 square meters. With a little regret, Liu Feng discovered that there was another function, which was probably to create creatures at any position within the Rubik's Cube's collection range. This ability is great. In the future, I can create creatures out of thin air. It's simply a magical skill. The emergence of the new function made Liu Feng very happy. Not to mention other things. Just being a pet magician in the future would probably make him famous all over the world. The last piece of information was that the next level of charging process of the creation cube required 1,000 waters of vitality. The 1,000 water is also easy to save. With the existence of modern pig-killing machines, 1,000 watts is just a drop in the bucket. It can be done today. When his consciousness returned to reality, Liu Feng looked at the semi-automatic pig-killing process and gradually became bored. The workers were the same, boring and not communicating much. They repeated the same actions day after day without much change. They were just like robots. Liu Feng, who had nothing to do, just wanted to find something to do. He had too much vitality now, and he would earn hundreds of thousands of yuan every once in a while. With the vitality required for his gene drawings, he could not increase it fast no matter how much he used it. Liu Feng felt that he was just like those bosses who made hundreds of thousands of yuan every minute. He was inhumane and too generous, but he suddenly remembered something and looked up at the cameras in the corners. For the sake of safety, he decided to forget it. He developed slowly and entered the village quietly. Don't shoot! In this way, Liu Feng developed slowly for nearly an hour. He heard the reminder sound coming from his mind again and knew it was time to upgrade his equipment again. He confirmed that 1,000 water vitality was charged to the creation cube. Liu Feng once again put his consciousness into the sea of consciousness, leaving only a body that seemed to have lost its soul, staring blankly at the assembly line. The fourth level of the creation cube. The collection range is expanded to 50 square meters, and most of the other conditions remain unchanged. A new function, life infusion, has been added, and the method of obtaining genetic blueprints has been optimized again. Then, the fifth level of the creation cube needs 100 million vitality to charge. Life infusion. The vitality of the cube can be infused into the body of organisms that are not created by the cube, helping to strengthen the foreign organisms. The vitality can also be used for treatment and repair, so as to achieve the effect of prolonging life. Of course, the vitality required for different organisms is definitely different. However, because the foreign organisms do not belong to the creation cube, the vitality consumed will be much more. The new method of optimizing genetic blueprints is to infuse the life of foreign organisms. When Liu Feng infuses a certain amount of vitality into the organism, he can also obtain the genetic blueprint of the organism. However, this method has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that you don't have to kill those organisms to obtain the blueprints, and the disadvantage is that you have to spend an unknown amount of vitality. But as long as I have enough vitality, wouldn't I become a Chinese miracle doctor? I can treat people, animals, and strengthen others. I wonder if I can strengthen myself a few times. Liu Feng was stunned. This ability was too buggy. He was so excited. Liu Feng couldn't wait to return to reality and wanted to do it to himself. Oh no, when Ant 2 was strengthened, his size increased by hundreds of times. What if I turned myself into the Hulk? Then the whole world would have to catch me for research. Liu Feng suddenly had an idea. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively. How could I put myself as the first experimental target? It's too wrong. At least I should find someone else or an animal to test it. Liu Feng, who had figured it out, tried to calm down. Originally, Liu Feng thought that the creation cube was used to create creatures. In the future, he might have many cool and handsome creatures. Riding these creatures to show off attract the admiring eyes of girls on the street, and then attract some hatred, making those men who envied him jealous. But Liu Feng never thought that the creation cube could also help others strengthen and heal their wounds. You know, as long as the vitality is sufficient, even a person or creature with only one breath left can be rescued and restored to a healthier state than before. What a heaven-defying ability. If you don't consider the factor of your own safety, the ability to randomly summon creatures is nothing compared to the life infusion. Waiting is a torment, especially when you have something on your mind. The thought of becoming a Superman is always tempting you. Liu Feng wants to go back and experiment now, but it is not easy to leave in order to obtain vitality. Scratching his head, Liu Feng waited for more than an hour and harvested more than 14 million vitality. Today's collection activity finally ended. When I returned home, I opened the door and found that my parents were having dinner. You're back? Did you have dinner? No. Why did you eat so late today? Looking at the food on the table, Liu Feng ran to the kitchen to get a set of bowls and chopsticks and sat down at the table happily. At 1 p.m., he started to go shopping with Liu Xinran and the others. After standing in the slaughterhouse for more than 2 hours, his stomach was already craving for food to replenish energy. What have you been busy with these 2 days? You've been out early and back late. At the table, Liu's father looked at Liu Feng with a mysterious smile. I didn't do anything. I just went to play with my classmates. Liu Feng paused after hearing this, and then took another piece of chicken wing and stuffed it into his mouth. Boys and girls, do you have enough money? Liu's father looked like he understood, then raised his eyebrows and said, I'll transfer 5,000 to you first. If it's not enough, ask your dad for more. Your mom has said that the girl is pretty, so you better hurry up. Liu Feng stared at his father with wide eyes, thinking that he was still thinking about the problem of not having money in the morning, and someone would solve it in the evening. Seeing that Liu Feng was silent and didn't answer, with a look of surprise on his face, Liu's father took it as his son's acquiescence, and turned to continue to eat the food in the bowl happily, as if the home-cooked dishes he ate every day had become delicacies from the mountains and the sea. After dinner, Liu Feng locked the door and went back to his room. After thinking carefully, he decided that he didn't need to test on others. He didn't have a target and no one he trusted, and it was even more impossible to test on his relatives first. I'd better do it myself little by little first. Even if my body shape really changes, I can stop within the acceptable range. Liu Feng stripped himself naked, leaving only his shorts standing in front of the French window, holding the small Rubik's cube in his hand and looking at himself in the glass. Then let's start. Let's try to infuse 100 vitality first. The life cube gushed out a little vitality and penetrated into Liu Feng's body along the palm of his hand. My body shape in the mirror hasn't changed much. Those 100 units of vitality seem to be scattered in my body, just like scratching an itch in my body. After confirming that his appearance and body shape had not changed much, Liu Feng increased the infusion unit to 1,000. He stared at himself in the glass, fearing that there would be any changes. In the end, there was still no change, only a warm current passed through, and then it was as if all the tiredness of the day had disappeared, and his whole body felt relaxed. Is this not repairing my body cells? It seems I have to increase the unit 10,000 directly. If that doesn't work, I'll increase it slowly. 10,000 units of life force, as big as a finger, entered the body through the palm of the hand again. The body shape did not change, and the body was comfortable. 10W units. The body shape still did not change, but the body was extremely comfortable, as warm as a hot spring, and even the immature eye sockets seemed to become shallower. Here it comes, I feel it, higher, higher! Liu Feng felt the changes in his body and couldn't help grinning. He didn't dare to continue the 10-fold increase and switched to 20 water units. The body shape did not change, the body was extremely comfortable, and the brain felt much lighter. 50 water units. A large amount of life force poured out like smoke, covering Liu Feng's whole body and entering. I always feel like there has been a change, but I can't see what it is exactly. I just feel that my body is full and full of strength. Liu Feng looked at himself in the glass carefully. The panda eyes were gone, and the bottom was also erected. 1 million, let's try 1 million. Was unwilling to accept that so much vitality only changed his lower body. Although the panda eyes disappeared, it would be healed in a few days. So a large amount of vitality surged out of the magic cube again, covering Liu Feng like fog, and slowly dissipated after entering Liu Feng's body. After a few minutes, the glass mirror showed his reborn self. Solid and reliable breasts, 6 well-proportioned abdominal muscles, shallow mermaid lines, and a figure like a male model appeared in the glass. Then Liu Feng was stunned. Is this me? Not only that, but I seem to have grown a little taller. I don't know if it's an illusion. Although Liu Feng had a little outline on his abdomen before, it was because he was thin. Now this figure. After just a moment of doubt, Liu Feng was ecstatic, narcissistically flirting with himself in the glass mirror. This is exactly the figure Liu Feng likes, not the big muscles like a fitness coach, but the smooth muscle lines like a cheetah. Although he was excited, Liu Feng did not dare to infuse himself with life again. The change was big enough, so he would leave it at that for now. He spent nearly 2 million yuan of life force, but Liu Feng felt it was worth it. He could earn tens of millions a day if he lost it. It was a good deal. If he only practiced to get a body like this, he would not be able to persist. Even if he persisted, he would not see such results in 1 or 2 years. It was not enough for Liu Feng to admire his body by posing in front of himself in the glass. It was too dark and not clear enough. He put on his clothes, opened the door and went to the bathroom, turning on the light. I'll knock! I'll knock! The 2 words, I'll knock, were not enough to express Liu Feng's shock at himself. Before, he was looking at the floor-to-ceiling window in the bedroom. The mirror was not clear enough, so he could not notice it, but now the mirror in the bathroom completely and clearly showed that face. That face with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a face as white as jade and a white complexion. No matter from which angle you look at it, there is no dead angle, and the slightly upturned corners of the mouth make it look more gentle. Liu Feng almost screamed with his hands covering the corners of his mouth. The outline remained the same, but the facial features seemed to have been modified by a beauty tool. Even he himself felt that he was very handsome, very handsome. Liu Feng was not handsome among boys before, but he could barely be considered delicate. His height of 176 was neither tall nor short, and he could at least score 70 points among boys. But now, after the life infusion, he is so handsome. With this handsome face and this figure, he is definitely a 90-point male god, as handsome as the male protagonist in the comics. He looked left and right at himself in the mirror, and he couldn't get enough of touching himself. It was not until Liu's mother knocked on the door impatiently that Liu Feng had to end his self-admiration and open the toilet door. Then he saw his mother looking at his face as if she had seen a ghost. Liu Feng's father, come quickly, something big has happened. Looking at his panicked mother, Liu Feng felt something was wrong. What's wrong this? Liu's father ran over in a panic, thinking that something big had happened to Liu Feng, and then looked at Liu Feng in surprise. Is this my son? The confused Liu's father and mother took Liu Feng to the living room like a kidnapper and started a large-scale recognition session. Liu Feng did not tell his parents about the Rubik's Cube, but only explained to them that he had been in the bathroom for so long just to tidy up his appearance, and even put on some makeup. He spent a lot of time and effort to coax his parents into believing him. Then he made up an excuse to take a shower and slipped into the bathroom to hide. I don't know if my parents believe me or not. I originally thought that my figure had changed, but I didn't expect that my appearance had changed even more. After taking a shower, Liu Feng suddenly thought that it would be a shame not to take a good photo of his handsome face and figure and post it on WeChat Moments. So he tilted his perfect face slightly, grabbed his half-wet hair with his hands, and half-draped the bath towel over his shoulders, revealing his figure that was vaguely visible in the mist. Click, click, click. He took several selfies in front of the mirror, without any retouching. He chose the one that he thought looked the best, and posted it on WeChat Moments without writing anything. Back in the room, lying on the bed, looking at the pile of likes and comments in WeChat Moments, as well as the messages that kept coming in, Liu Feng happily clicked on them to see what they were saying. Oh my god, brother, Feng, your Photoshop is a bit exaggerated. Please make mine a little more exaggerated too. Brother Feng, where did you learn makeup techniques? Teach me, brothers. Liu Feng, you are your dad. Are you being slapped? After seeing the last one, Liu Feng decided not to read any messages from male friends, and instead happily picked out messages from female friends, wanting to know how they evaluated him. Maduno, 83 Fish Pond. I regret it. Let's get back together. Liu Feng, I think the baby in my belly should be yours. Young man, 100,000 a month? Come to me when you figure it out. Oh, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. When Liu Feng woke up, it was already the next day. I fell asleep. Liu Feng got up and rubbed his eyes. The Rubik's Cube in his mind reminded him that Ant 2 had completed the prerequisite for evolution and provided Liu Feng with 363 points of vitality. He took out the ant nest box from the drawer and opened the lid. The ants that were originally crawling around densely were gone, leaving only Ant 2 lazily lying on the mound. Reviewing the last battle in the ant nest last night. After Ant 2 was surrounded by the black ants in a circle, he was not seen for 2 hours. However, from the shrinking ant circle and the decreasing number of black ants, it can be seen that Ant 2 is still alive and well, and is still devouring the remaining ant colony. Until a certain moment, the extremely shrinking ant circle was exposed by Ant 2's terrifying giant pincers, revealing a huge head. The queen ant knew that her colony was finished, and all her descendants were devoured by this mutated fellow, including herself. The queen ant moved her white, big, plump, and tender body. Although she knew that she could not escape, her desire for life still prompted the queen ant to stay away from Ant 2, but its speed was too slow. Facing Ant 2, which was almost 2 or 3 times larger and extremely fast, it could not run for more than 5 seconds before being caught up by Ant 2, and the queen ant's rear guard could hardly bring any obstacles to Ant 2. So let it be, the queen ant stopped her last struggle. If she could be like humans, then at this time, the queen ant would definitely be like humans, slowly closing her eyes and sliding down her cheeks 2 crystal tears. The hatred of genocide and the unbearable slaughter, the last guard knew they were no match for Ant 2, but they stumbled towards Ant 2 like moths to a flame. They wanted to bloom their last, yet insignificant, little lives. They wanted to embrace each other and face the inevitable end with their queen. Then let's get started. Evolve Ant 2. Liu Feng didn't know and didn't care about the genocide that happened last night. Liu Feng only knew that Ant 2 had completed his orders and the summary of evolution, and could evolve. 5,000 units of vitality surged out of the magic cube, wrapping Ant 2 in it. The strong vitality rolled around Ant 2 like smoke, and the internal evolution process could not be seen clearly. About half a quarter of an hour passed. The vitality that was entangled like smoke was completely absorbed into Ant 2's body, revealing the evolved Ant 2. The color remains unchanged, still dark, except for the still ferocious little jaws and a mouthful of teeth like small saw teeth, but the body is much smaller than before, only the size of a thumb, but it has 2 pairs of transparent and thin wings flapping behind it. Receive the reminder of the Rubik's Cube in my mind. Black armored magic ant characteristics. Primary thin armor, fast flight, paralysis toxin, power of magic, ant combat power rating. If you have a certain number of black armored magic ants, you will know its horror. It cannot be strengthened for the time being. After reading the introduction of the Rubik's Cube, Liu Feng had a certain understanding of the evolved black armored magic ant. Primary thin armor, a hard and resilient elastic shell. At least you can't kill it with a full strength slap. Fast flight, it has extremely fast flight ability and very little sound. Paralysis toxin, The jaws in rodents can secrete paralysis toxins. If it bites you, except for the first bite, you can hardly feel any pain. Power of magic ant. The racial talent of the ant tribe, which greatly enhances its own strength. This is the evolved ant 2. It's so terrifying that it completely transcends our understanding of ants. Liu Feng looked at ant 2 and couldn't help but said, I just don't know why it can't be strengthened for the time being. Think about some terrible things. With ant 2's sharp rodent teeth and paralysis toxins, even if it enters the body of an animal, even the brain will not know it, and the same is true for humans. Liu Feng thought about ant 2 drilling into the brain of some creatures, and he shuddered. It was too scary. Don't think about it. Today's primary goal is to get into the slaughterhouse and quickly accumulate vitality. Liu Feng opened the door and went to the bathroom to wash up. At this time, Liu's father and mother hadn't gotten up yet. He put ant 2 in his pocket, took a stack of cash from the bedside cabinet, and put it in his backpack. And then Liu Feng went out. Slaughterhouses for medium and large creatures are generally not in the city. Liu Feng searched the internet for slaughterhouses in the Magic City, and then called a car to the nearest slaughterhouse. As a result, he was stopped by the security guard and learned that the slaughter of livestock usually starts after 5 p.m., because after slaughtering, there is a series of tedious salvage and cleaning, and then it is pulled to the market to sell in the early morning of the next day. Okay, then I can come to visit your slaughterhouse this afternoon. It's hard to get in without buying. Liu Feng talked to the security guard for a long time, but he refused to let him in. The big red leather was the best. Liu Feng had no choice but to take out 2 big red leathers and stuff them into the old man's pockets. The old man, who looked annoyed by the noise, instantly relaxed his wrinkled face and let Liu Feng in with a friendly smile. If you don't give the security guard money, he won't even let you in, let alone go to the management. You are such a difficult kid. You are really a man who doesn't want to see the rabbit. What a waste of my 200 yuan. Liu Feng left the slaughterhouse with a depressed look on his face. Forget it. People who achieve great things don't care about small money. Liu Feng had to find an excuse to comfort himself as he walked in the slaughterhouse. Liu Feng didn't go to the management but walked around the slaughterhouse first. There are chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. The main thing is to find a slaughterhouse for live pigs. The smell is really strong. After pinching his nose to confirm the place where the pigs were slaughtered, Liu Feng hurriedly slipped out of the shed area. After finding the manager of the slaughterhouse, he talked to him for a long time. Finally, for the sake of 10 red skins, the boss agreed that Liu Feng would come to the slaughterhouse in the afternoon to watch the pig slaughtering activities. When I have money in the future, I will buy your factory. Liu Feng walked out of the slaughterhouse and touched his pocket distressedly. The small treasury shrank again. He took a taxi to the city and found a quiet cafe to sit. Sir, what would you like to drink? A cup of iced mocha, thank you. Okay, please wait. Liu Feng, holding the coffee, was thinking that now he not only needs to earn vitality, but also needs to make money. There is not much money in his pocket. He has been a little squandering these days. I rented an apartment in Hangzhou for 2,500 yuan a month. I paid 2,000 yuan for 2,000 yuan, not counting the food and drink. I was hospitalized before I got paid. Although I can go to Hangzhou Zoo to ask for some work injury compensation, it is only tens of thousands at most. After all, I am not disabled. I will talk about it when I get to Hangzhou. I spent nearly 1,000 yuan yesterday and more than 1,000 yuan today. Now, I don't even have 2,000 yuan in total with WeChat, Alipay and cash. How can I make money quickly? Liu Feng scratched his hair in distress. By the way, Wang Yudao's big gecko is more than 30 centimeters long. Didn't he say that he could sell it for hundreds of thousands of yuan? Then I will make a leopard gecko. After strengthening it a few times, it will definitely be longer than his big gecko. I don't know how much it can sell for. Liu Feng clapped his hands and shouted excitedly, causing everyone in the coffee shop to look at Liu Feng unhappily. Sorry, I was excited for a while. Liu Feng stood up awkwardly and greeted and apologized to the customers around him. I still have 95 health points. Let's try it now. Liu Feng was about to put his hands in his trouser pockets to create a leopard gecko with the Rubik's Cube, but the phone on the table rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Liu Xinran calling. Please save this page, begging for more. Hello, Liu Feng, what are you doing? Liu Feng had just answered the phone when Liu Xinran's clear voice came over. Well, I'm outside. I have something to do. Oh, you're not busy, right? Where are you outside? Not busy. Liu Feng scratched his head and answered truthfully, at the Manmao Cafe on Junyi Road. Hey, it's quite pleasant. Going to drink coffee early in the morning. Did you make an appointment with a pretty girl? How is that possible? Who can be as pretty as you? I really have something to do. Haha, you are good at talking. If you have nothing to do, send us the location. We'll be there soon. Oh! After hanging up the phone, Liu Feng sent a location, then propped his chin with one hand, stared out the window with lifeless eyes, and wandered away. About half an hour later, 2 young and beautiful girls walked into the Manmao Cafe, attracting the attention of many men in the cafe. After watching the 2 beautiful girls glance around and walk straight towards the boy who was making a loud noise just now, some young men couldn't help but curl their lips, and a feeling of bitterness arose spontaneously. Maybe beautiful girls always belong to others. Hey, what are you thinking about? You're so absent-minded? Liu Feng only saw the 2 women sitting opposite him when he heard the voice. If you want to get rich, make 100 million first. He was originally planning to study ways to make money, but Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu came as soon as they said they would. Besides, it was around 10 o'clock now, and it would take at least 4 o'clock in the afternoon to go to the slaughterhouse. With such a long time in between, he didn't know what to do with the two women. Tsk, bragging doesn't cost money. You think you are the richest man in the world, and you set a small goal for yourself first. Liu Xinran stared at Liu Feng with disdain. That's right. Even Yang Lulu echoed with her arms crossed, deliberately puffing up her cheeks, looking like I looked down on you for pretending to be cool. But Yang Lulu herself didn't notice it. Perhaps because she absorbed nutrients too well, the action of holding her chest with both hands made her figure look unusually attractive. Liu Feng instantly stared with eyes bigger than Liu Xinran's. Noticing the sudden strangeness in Liu Feng's eyes, Liu Xinran also looked in the direction of his gaze curiously. Liu Feng, what are you looking at? Lulu, put your arms down. Liu Xinran hurriedly pulled Yang Lulu's arms down, and seeing Liu Feng's look of despair, he shouted angrily, Why are you still looking? Close your eyes. What's wrong? Yang Lulu was confused at first, and then she became shy after lowering her head to look at her chest. Her face flushed and she snorted and cursed softly. Humph, you big pervert. Seeing that the two women had already discovered his indecent behavior, Liu Feng coughed twice and turned his head away as if nothing had happened. Then he found that the people around him began to glare at him again, probably because Liu Xinran's sudden shouting just now attracted other people's attention again. Liu Feng even noticed that several men had left their seats not far away and walked towards them. He was so scared that he quickly got up and ran out of the cafe with Yang Lulu and Liu Xinran. Liu Feng, what are you doing? We just sat down. After rushing out of the coffee shop, Liu Xinran came to his senses and glared at Liu Feng again. Why are you waiting for others to come and cause trouble for me? Didn't you see that all the men at that table are walking towards us? Liu Feng said to Liu Xinran unhappily. What does that have to do with me and Lulu? Liu Xinran flipped through the silver. Just after he finished speaking, the door of the coffee shop was pushed open by several men again. Are you kidding me? We were a little noisy, but you shouldn't chase us outside the door. Liu Feng looked at them with an unhappy face and quickly took out Ant 2 from his pocket from behind, muttering in a low voice, I don't know if Ant 2 and I can beat so many people. Seeing those burly men walking towards them, just as Liu Feng said, it seemed like they were going to cause trouble for them, and Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu also began to get anxious. They are not really going to cause trouble for us, right? Let's go and apologize first. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu discussed and stepped forward to stop them. Well, sorry, we were a little loud in the coffee shop just now. We are really sorry if we disturbed you. I hope you can forgive us. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu apologized to them anxiously. Huh? Faced with the sudden apology of the two girls, the men were stunned, then looked at each other and laughed. Since you said so, then we will forgive you. After all, you were a little loud in the coffee shop just now. But we just happened to have a good rest and were about to leave, and we happened to be on the same way with you. In fact, you don't need to apologize. It's not a big deal. After the man said this, he raised his hand and left with several companions, talking and laughing, leaving Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu with red faces. Seeing Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu coming back with red faces, Liu Feng stepped forward with a questioning look on his face. Is it them? Oh! Before Liu Feng could ask the reason, the front of his foot was trampled by Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu. Liu Feng sat on the ground in pain, and his face instantly turned bitter. What's going on? You said it was all your fault that Lulu and I made such a big mistake. It's so embarrassing. After figuring out the reason, Liu Feng was confused and felt that his actions were indeed a bit stupid, but he messed himself up and could only swallow his bitterness. In order to smooth over their lost face, Liu Feng sincerely apologized to the two angry girls and promised to take them out to play, and then settled the matter, but he said he had something to do in the afternoon and had to leave early. As for what it was, Liu Feng hesitated and refused to tell the two girls. How to say this? If it was 2 dinosaur girls, it would be fine, but leaving 2 beautiful girls without company and running to the slaughterhouse to watch the bloody slaughter of animals? Then people would think you were sick, so this must not be said. After playing with the 2 girls until about 4 in the afternoon, he ignored the slightly complaining looks from Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu and got on the bus to the slaughterhouse under their gaze. He got off the bus at 5:15. Liu Feng hurriedly said hello to the security guard and rushed into the factory. There was a traffic jam. There was a traffic jam on the road. The boss said that the slaughterhouse usually prepares to start slaughtering livestock at 5 o'clock. I hope the first one has not started to be slaughtered yet, otherwise it would be a pity. Huh, I finally made it. Panting, Liu Feng held the door of the slaughterhouse and watched pigs being stunned by the gate, then falling on the tracks and sliding away. In particular, the first pig had been hung upside down by an iron hook for bleeding. Liu Feng hurried over and stood where he would not hinder the workers to watch. After waiting for a while, there was no vitality gain. Liu Feng felt strange. Just when he thought the distance was not enough and was ready to get closer, a reminder echoed in his mind, and he was immediately shocked. Get vitality 115431. The Rubik's Cube has reached the conditions for secondary charging. Whether to charge the vitality provided by a pig is as high as more than 110,000. You heard it right, more than 110,000 vitality. Liu Feng's heart was in turmoil. The Rubik's Cube in his mind can be charged again, and there is still more than 10,000 vitality left. Uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on Liu Feng's face. Fortunately, the employees on the scene were working hard, and no one saw Liu Feng's crazy smile. I have always wondered how to convert dead organisms into vitality. Now I finally understand it. Liu Feng calmed himself down a little. The meat pigs in the factory are generally over 200 kilograms, which is about more than 100,000 grams if converted to grams, and ants generally weigh 20 to 60 milligrams. So at the beginning, about 30 ants had to be killed to reach 1 gram of weight, so 1 gram of biological mass is converted to 1 vitality. Liu Feng, who had figured it out, decided to charge the Rubik's Cube in his mind now. After the last charging, Liu Feng knew that it would only take a few seconds in the real world for the Rubik's Cube in the sea of consciousness to charge. He could also choose not to put his consciousness into his mind, and the Rubik's Cube would automatically charge. After a few seconds, he would put his consciousness into his mind again, and it would probably be fully charged. After choosing to charge the Rubik's Cube, Liu Feng decided not to put his consciousness into his mind this time, and waited a few seconds before putting his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. Looking at the huge Rubik's Cube in front of him that had not changed at all, if the system panel had not shown in detail the process of the creation cube changing from level 1 to level 2, Liu Feng would have thought that the creation cube had embezzled 100,000 vitality. Creation cube level 2 process. Creation cube belongs to Liu Feng. Human life force, 17026. Units, black armored magic ants, level 0. Black ants 9 blueprints. Life cube can automatically collect life force within a 10 square meter range. The units created can collect life force. The cube can expand the gene blueprint through the important organs of the organism and no longer requires whole body samples. Level 3 creation cube life energy required, 100 baht. Level 2 cube, the collection range has indeed expanded. Liu Feng returned to reality with a look of understanding. And the function that originally required a whole dead organism sample as a gene blueprint has been optimized to only need to obtain certain important organs of the organism to serve as a gene blueprint. In this way, my problem of obtaining gene blueprints is much easier. Seeing another pig being transported by the machine, Liu Feng stepped back 5 meters. The dazzling red color spilled along the pig's body and into the iron sheet, still made Liu Feng feel uncomfortable. He had no choice before. After all, the Rubik's Cube's collection range was only 1 meter in diameter. Now the Rubik's Cube's collection range of vitality has expanded to 10 square meters, so there is no need to stand so close as before, facing the bleeding pigs. As the pigs were hung here by the machine to bleed, the disgusting smell of blood became stronger. If it weren't for the prompt sound of "Get Vitality, X" that popped up in his mind after a while, Liu Feng would have turned around and left this bloody place. In less than 5 minutes, when Liu Feng was staring at the mechanical assembly line in a daze, his mind prompted that the Rubik's Cube had collected enough 100 baht vitality to recharge again. Liu Feng didn't show any ecstasy expression. The Rubik's Cube upgraded too fast, so fast that Liu Feng felt a little unnatural. Riding a roller coaster? No, riding a rocket is probably not that fast. But since it can be upgraded, why not upgrade it? After confirming that the Rubik's Cube was charged, Liu Feng waited for a few seconds and put his consciousness into the sea of consciousness again, looking at the giant Rubik's Cube in front of him. Well, the creation cube has progressed to level 3. The previous ones are the same. The life cube collects vitality within a range of 20 square meters. I thought the level 3 range could be expanded to 100. Bad review. Continuing to read, Liu Feng found that there was another function. Creatures can be created at any position within the collection range of the life cube. The Rubik's Cube collection range is 20 square meters. Does that mean I can randomly create creatures within the 20 square meters around the Rubik's Cube? And as the Rubik's Cube continues to upgrade, the collection range will become larger and larger, and the range of my random creation of creatures will also become larger. So I don't have to be cautious and afraid of being discovered by others. The emergence of this new function made Liu Feng, who was still floating in the sea of consciousness, very happy. As a new young man, what is the most fearful thing about suddenly gaining this ability? Of course, it is that someone discovers the hidden secret. Especially when he didn't have enough power to protect himself. If he was discovered, he would never have a peaceful day. He would be dragged to be sliced, and it might even implicate his family and friends. This was the situation Liu Feng didn't want to see the most. Everyone knows the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure, and the emergence of this function of the magic cube will solve Liu Feng's troubles in this regard. As for the future, if someone accidentally saw a strange creature that appeared out of thin air, and then caused social unrest, even if the state machine investigated, Liu Feng would not be suspected. The last piece of information is that the next level of charging process of the creation cube requires 1,000 watts of vitality, but 1,000 watts is also easy to save. With the existence of modern pig-killing machines, 1,000 watts is just a drop in the bucket, and it can be done today. When his consciousness returned to reality, Liu Feng kept looking at the semi-automatic pig-killing process and gradually became bored. The workers were the same. They were boring and didn't communicate much. They repeated the same actions day after day without much change. They were just like a semi-automatic robot. Anyway, No matter what Liu Feng was asked to do, he would not do this kind of work. In Liu Feng's opinion, this was just exchanging his life for money. It was meaningless. Bored, Liu Feng could only think of finding something to do. Now he had too much vitality, and he would get hundreds of thousands of yuan every time. With the vitality required by his genetic drawings, he couldn't increase it fast no matter how much he used it. Liu Feng felt like those bosses who made hundreds of thousands of yuan every minute. He was inhuman and inflated. But he suddenly remembered something and looked up at some cameras in the corners. For safety reasons, he decided to forget it. He developed quietly and entered the village quietly. He didn't shoot. In this way, Liu Feng developed quietly for nearly an hour. He heard the reminder sound coming from his mind again and knew that it was time to complete the equipment. He confirmed that 1000 Badu vitality was charged to the Genesis Cube. Liu Feng once again put his consciousness into the sea of consciousness, leaving only a body that seemed to have lost its soul, staring blankly at the assembly line. The 4th level of the Genesis Cube, the collection range is expanded to 50 square meters. Under the condition that most of the above conditions remain unchanged, a new function, life infusion, is added, and the method of obtaining genetic blueprints is optimized again. Then, the 5th level of the Genesis Cube needs 100 million vitality to charge. What does life infusion mean? As the name suggests, it can infuse the vitality of the cube into the body of the external organism to help the external organism to strengthen, and can also use vitality to help with treatment, so as to achieve the degree of longevity. Of course, for different organisms, the vitality required is definitely different. However, because the external organism does not belong to the Genesis Cube, the vitality consumed will be much more. The new method of optimizing genetic blueprints is to obtain them through life infusion of external organisms. When Liu Feng infuses a certain amount of vitality into the organism, he can also obtain the genetic blueprint of the organism. If I have enough vitality, I will be a Chinese miracle doctor. I can treat people and animals, and I can also strengthen others. I wonder if I can strengthen myself a few times. Liu Feng was stunned. This ability was too buggy. He was so excited. Liu Feng couldn't wait to return to reality and wanted to do it to himself. Oh no, when Ant 2 was strengthened, his size increased by hundreds of times. What if I turned myself into the Hulk? The whole world will want to catch me. Liu Feng suddenly had a sudden idea and said in surprise, "Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively. How could I put myself as the first experimental target? It's too wrong. At least I should find someone else or an animal to test it." Liu Feng, who had figured it out, tried to calm down. Originally, Liu Feng thought that the creation cube was used to create creatures. In the future, he might have many cool and handsome creatures, riding these creatures to show off, attract the admiring eyes of girls on the street, and then attract some hatred, making those men who envy him jealous. But Liu Feng never thought that the creation cube could also help others strengthen and heal their wounds. You know, as long as the vitality is sufficient, even a person or creature with only one breath left can be rescued and restored to a healthier state than before. What a heaven-defying ability. If you don't consider the factor of your own safety, the ability to randomly summon creatures is nothing compared to the life infusion. And waiting is a torment, especially when you have something on your mind. The thought of becoming a Superman is always tempting you. Liu Feng wanted to go back and experiment right now, but it was not easy to leave in order to obtain vitality. Scratching his head, Liu Feng waited for more than an hour and harvested more than 14 million vitality. Today's pig slaughtering activity finally ended. Liu Feng ran out of the slaughterhouse impatiently and took a taxi. "I miss home so much." "Not yet. Show the leopard gecko you mentioned to me in Lulu. I'll think about it." After hearing the answer she wanted to hear, Lu Xinran was no longer angry with Liu Feng, but because of her face, she couldn't forgive him so quickly, so she had to find a way out. "No problem." "Oh, it's so beautiful." Liu Feng took off the backpack behind, put it on the ground with a smile, then opened the zipper, revealing the green triangle head inside. "Forgot, there is another one inside." Reaching out and grabbing it, Liu Feng pushed the blue-eyed body down at lightning speed, and then pulled the gecko up. "Is this the leopard gecko? It's pretty. I think it's a bit scary. Will it bite people?" The two women didn't see what Liu Feng did clearly, and then they were attracted by the body and color of the gecko, which made Liu Feng relieved. "No, do you want to touch it?" Lu Xinran was a little bolder. With Liu Feng's assurance, she followed his hand and touched the gecko, feeling quite excited. But Lulu was unwilling to try it, so Liu Feng didn't force her. "Just take a look." "Are you going to sell it? Why?" Liu Feng's plan, Lu Xinran was a little reluctant. It seemed that she liked the gecko a little bit. "Why don't you sell it to me? If you want, I can send you a better one in the future, but this one is not available. I have already agreed with the boss." Liu Feng shook his head and didn't agree. "Okay then." Lu Xinran pouted and looked unhappy. "Don't worry, I keep my word." Liu Feng touched Lu Xinran's soft hair and she didn't resist. Liu Feng took a taxi with the two girls to the rare and exotic animal store and pushed open the curtain. "Boss Wang, I'm here." Wang Yudao poked his head out from behind the computer and took a look. He was surprised to find that the boy seemed to have become more handsome, so he became even more indifferent. "What are you doing here? Do you want to buy a 35-centimeter gecko?" "I don't have it." "No, didn't I tell you on WeChat that I brought a good thing today? What can a young boy like you bring?" As he said that, he saw two beautiful women with snow-white skin, tall figures, and beautiful faces following behind Liu Feng, and he was immediately shocked. After a few seconds, Wang Yudao reacted and turned around to scratch his hair hard, muttering in his mouth, "This boy brought two such beautiful girls without saying anything just to see me make a fool of myself." Then Wang Yudao shook his head, turned around and showed a smile that he thought was warm. "Two beauties. Is there anything I can help you with?" Liu Feng was confused by this scene. Isn't Wang Yudao's treatment of people too different? Prejudice, naked prejudice. "Hey, Boss Wang, I'm not bringing them. Get out of the way. Boss Wang, I have a big leopard gecko. Get out of the way." Seeing that Wang Yudao had no eyes for him at all, Liu Feng had to take out the leopard gecko from his school bag and block Wang Yudao's sight. "Boss Wang, look at how much this gecko is worth." The figure of the beauty was blocked and Wang Yudao was about to get angry, but his eyes were attracted by the leopard gecko in Liu Feng's hand. "Wow, where did you get such a big leopard gecko?" Taking the leopard gecko from Liu Feng, Wang Yudao observed it carefully, and at the same time took out a ruler from the drawer and measured its length from tail to head. It's 35.7 centimeters long, with bright eyes, a strong body, powerful limbs, beautiful color, and even stripes. After carefully observing and measuring, Wang Yudao exclaimed, "It's a top-quality leopard gecko." "Boss Wang, how much is it worth?" Liu Feng knocked on the table. He didn't expect that Wang Yudao's measurement was 0.6 centimeters longer than his. "Do you want to sell it?" "Yes, give me an estimate." "Well, I won't help you. Generally speaking, the longest leopard gecko is about 25 centimeters. I don't know where your gene mutation has caused the body length to reach 35.7 centimeters. In terms of the overall color and pattern, it belongs to the high yellow leopard species among leopard geckos, and the quality is extremely high." Wang Yudao talked a lot, and Lu Xinran and Yang Lulu listened with relish. "Boss Wang, just give me a price. Don't talk so much, I don't understand." Liu Feng interrupted impatiently. "Although I might get ripped off, I can mass-produce any rare species here. If it's not so shocking, I can even make it bigger. I'm talking to the beauty. Who told you to talk to me?" Wang Yudao also said to Liu Feng with an impatient look, but he still told Liu Feng the price. "If I buy it, it's 100,000 RMB. If I sell it, I'll take it. If you think it's too little, I don't have the money to add more." "Sell it. Why not? Transfer it." Liu Feng was ecstatic and handed the mobile phone payment QR code to Wang Yudao. "A creature that I just spent 10,000 vitality to create was sold for 100,000 yuan. I don't know how much money I will have in the future. Although it is said that things are valuable because they are rare, and it may become worthless if there are too many geckos, but I can still change to other high-value creatures, mass-produce, and continue to sell them. This leopard gecko is just a big lizard, and it can be sold for 100,000? Yang Lulu pointed at the leopard gecko that had been sold with an incredible look on her face. In her eyes, it was just an unpleasant reptile. She and Liu Xinran thought that it could only be sold for a few thousand yuan. "Beauty, you don't understand this, right? Normally, the most expensive leopard gecko is only a few hundred yuan, but Liu Feng's gecko has broken the normal body length limit of 25 centimeters, so it not only has a very high research value, but also has a strong collection value." Wang Yudao explained to Yang Lulu with a smile. "And if you happen to meet a boss who wants to collect and raise it, it won't be a problem to sell it for several times the price. After all, things are rare and expensive." "Well, there are so many rich people in this world. I heard Boss Wang swear that someone once bought a 45-centimeter long gecko for millions of yuan. I don't know if it's true or not." Then Wang Yudao enthusiastically introduced the rare and exotic animals in his store to Lu Xinran and Yang Lulu, without noticing that the two women's faces were getting uglier and uglier. The two girls left unhappily together without figuring out what was going on. Looking at the confused Wang Yudao, Liu Feng secretly laughed. Wang Yudao had lived in vain for so many years. How many girls in the world like reptiles? You are so precious to introduce spiders, centipedes, and scorpions to girls. You are lucky not to get a slap in the face. If it weren't for the genetic map, he couldn't stand it. Besides, girls deserve to be single for life. After saying goodbye to Wang Yudao happily, Liu Feng also slipped out of the store. Half of the task for today was completed. He made money and had food in his pocket, so he was not worried. "Brother is rich now. I will treat you to a big meal." Liu Feng patted his pocket and looked like a nouveau rich. "What big meal? If I didn't eat much breakfast, I would have vomited it all." Lu Xinran had an ugly expression on her face, and Yang Lulu was almost the same, with a pale face. "My mind is full of those disgusting things now." As she said that, Yang Lulu broke away from Lu Xinran's hand and ran to the corner to retch. Seeing Yang Lulu retching, Lu Xinran suddenly ran to the other side and held onto the wall and retched. Liu Feng also felt a little nauseous. Don't ask why, it was just a simple physiological reaction. Seeing others retching made him want to retch as well. There was no other way. Liu Feng suppressed his physical nausea, walked to the two girls, and gently soothed their backs. Rich girls are different. They are so silky. The fabrics of Lu Xinran and Yang Lulu's clothes are really good, like high-grade satin. It took a while for Lu Xinran and Yang Lulu to recover from the retching. They looked pale, with red eyes, and looked weak and pitiful. "Are you feeling better? Let's go downstairs, and I'll find a milk tea shop to buy you 2 cups of lemonade to moisten your mouths." There was no other way. Liu Feng could only hold one of the 2 weak girls in each hand and walk downstairs. In the busy market, passers-by looked at Liu Feng, who had a handsome face, hugging 2 beautiful girls with envy and jealousy. They wished they could change positions with Liu Feng so that they could hug the girls too. "Is it great to be handsome?" "Pah, scumbag! Arrived home, opened the door and found that my parents were having dinner. You're back? Did you have dinner? No. Why did Mom and Dad eat so late today? Liu Feng touched his stomach and found that he was indeed hungry. He started shopping and playing with Liu Xinran and the others at 1 p.m. and stood in the wrecked slaughterhouse for more than 2 hours. His stomach had been craving for food to replenish energy, but he ignored it because of the Rubik's Cube. What have you been busy with these 2 days? You go out early and come back late. At the table, Liu's father looked at Liu Feng with a mysterious smile. Liu Feng looked at his father's sweet face with a black question mark on his face. This cunning smile felt so weird. Is she a virgin? Do you have enough money? Father Liu looked at him with a look of, don't hide it. Then he raised his eyebrows and said, I'll transfer 5,000 yuan to you first. If it's not enough, ask Dad for more. Your mom said that the girl is pretty. You better hurry up. Liu Feng stared at Father Liu with wide eyes, thinking that he was still thinking about not having money this morning, but someone gave him a pillow just when he was sleepy. Father Liu saw that Liu Feng was silent and didn't answer, and looked surprised that he was exposed, so he took it as his acquiescence. He turned around and continued to eat the food in the bowl happily, as if the home-cooked dishes he ate every day had turned into delicacies from mountains and seas. After dinner, Liu Feng locked the door and went back to his room. After thinking carefully, there was no need to experiment on others. Without a partner and no one he trusted, it was even more impossible to use relatives as guinea pigs for the experiment. It's better to do it yourself little by little first. Even if your body shape really changes, you can stop within the acceptable range. Liu Feng stripped himself naked, leaving only shorts standing in front of the French window, holding a small Rubik's Cube in his hand and looking at himself in the glass. Then let's start. Let's try to infuse 100 units of vitality first. The life cube gushed out a little vitality and went into Liu Feng's body through the palm of his hand. I feel that my body shape hasn't changed much in the mirror. Those 100 units of vitality seem to be scattered in my body. It feels warm and comfortable like the sun. After confirming that his appearance and body shape had not changed much, Liu Feng increased the infusion unit to 1,000. He stared at himself in the glass closely, fearing that there would be any changes. In the end, there was still no change, only a warm and comfortable feeling, as if all the tiredness of today had disappeared, and the whole body felt relaxed. This can't be repairing my body cells. It seems that I have to increase the unit. Let's try 1W. If it doesn't work, I will increase it slowly. The 1W unit of vitality, as big as a finger, went into the body again through the palm of his hand. The body shape did not change, and the body felt comfortable. 10W units. The body shape still did not change, but the body was extremely comfortable, as warm as a hot spring. I feel a little bit. Liu Feng felt the changes in his body and couldn't help but grin. I didn't dare to continue the 10-fold increase and switched to 20 body units. My body size didn't change, my body was extremely comfortable, and I felt my brain was much lighter. 50 wattage units, a large amount of vitality poured out like smoke, covering Liu Feng's whole body. I always feel like there has been a change, but I can't see what it is exactly. I just feel that my body is full and full of strength. Liu Feng looked at himself in the glass. Well, there was a small tent below. 1 million, let's try 1 million. I was unwilling to accept that so much vitality could only make my lower body change. So a large amount of vitality poured out from the magic cube again, covering Liu Feng like fog, and slowly dissipated after entering Liu Feng's body, revealing himself in the glass mirror. Solid and reliable breasts, 6 well-proportioned abdominal muscles, shallow mermaid lines, and a figure like a male model appeared in the glass. Liu Feng was stunned. Is this me? Although I don't have a belly, I only have a flat stomach at most. Now this kind of figure. After a moment of doubt, Liu Feng was immediately ecstatic. Narcissistically flirting with himself in the glass mirror, this is exactly the figure Liu Feng likes. Not the big muscles like a fitness coach, but the smooth muscle lines like a cheetah. Although Liu Feng was excited, he didn't dare to infuse himself with life again. This change was big enough, so let it be for now. It cost nearly 2 million life force, but Liu Feng felt it was worth it. If it was gone, he could still earn tens of millions a day anyway. If he only practiced by himself, let alone whether he could persist or not, even if he persisted, he would definitely not see such results in 1 or 2 years. Posing in front of himself in the glass was not enough for Liu Feng to appreciate his figure. It was too dark and not clear enough. He put on his clothes, opened the door and went to the bathroom and turned on the light. Fuck! One word of fuck was not enough to express Liu Feng's shock at himself. If possible, I hope to say 10,000 words. The face in the mirror, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, jade-like face, and white skin, has no blind spots, no matter from which angle. The slightly upturned corners of the mouth make it look more gentle. Liu Feng almost screamed with his hands covering the corners of his mouth. The outline remains the same, but the facial features seem to have been modified by a beauty tool. Even he thinks he is very handsome. Very handsome. Liu Feng used to be considered delicate among boys. He was nearly 1.8 meters tall and a little handsome. He could score 75 points or more among boys, otherwise he would not have been able to play with Liu Xinran and the others so quickly. If you don't believe me, try to help Liu Xinran and the others with a boy who scores below 60 points. At most, you will receive a thank you from them. But now, after the infusion of life, I am so handsome. This handsome face and this figure are invincible. I am definitely more than 90 points, just as handsome as the male protagonist in the comics. Liu Feng looked at himself in the mirror from left to right, but he couldn't get enough of it. It wasn't until his mother knocked on the door impatiently that Liu Feng had to stop admiring himself and opened the toilet door. Then he saw his mother looking at him with a look of horror. Ah, Liu Feng's father, come quickly, something bad has happened. Liu Feng frowned and covered his ears with his hands, looking at his mother in panic. What's wrong? What's wrong? This? Liu's father ran over in a panic, thinking that something had happened to Liu Feng, and then looked at Liu Feng with a look of horror. This, is it Fenger? The confused Liu's father and mother took Liu Feng to the living room like a kidnapper and asked what was going on. Liu Feng was not ready to tell his parents about the Rubik's Cube for the time being. The fewer people who knew about it, the safer it would be. So he explained to his parents that he spent so much time in the bathroom just to fix his appearance, and even put on some makeup. It took a lot of effort to persuade his parents to believe him. Then he found an excuse to take a shower. I finally managed to fool them. I thought my figure had changed, but I didn't expect my appearance to change more. After taking a shower, Liu Feng suddenly thought that it would be a shame not to take a good photo of his handsome face and figure and post it on WeChat Moments. So he tilted his perfect face slightly, grabbed his half-wet hair with his hands, and half-draped the bath towel over his shoulders, revealing his figure that was vaguely visible in the mist. Ka! He took several selfies in front of the mirror without any editing. He chose the best photo and posted it on WeChat Moments without writing anything. Lying on the bed, looking at the pile of likes and comments in WeChat Moments, as well as the messages that kept coming in, Liu Feng happily clicked on them to see what they were saying. Fuck, Brother Feng, when did you become so handsome? Brother Feng, where did you learn makeup techniques? Teach me. Liu Feng, I'm your dad. Oh no, you're my dad. Please teach me. After reading the above, which are for male classmates, Liu Feng bit his finger, smiled like a pervert, and started his favorite part for girls. Oh, I like Brother Feng so much. Liu Feng, let's go out. Feng, ignore the one above, where are you? Let's go out and have a drink. But what do you want to do with me now? Do you want to do something to me just because I'm handsome? Ha, woman, what were you doing earlier? I ignored everyone, read all the messages, threw my phone to charge, and then went out. Tonight's dream will be a sweet one. Liu Feng was awakened by his own handsomeness in the morning. Just as I sat up straight and stretched lazily, Liu Xinran called. I wiped the crystals from the corners of my eyes and saw that it was just after 6 o'clock. Xinran? Xinran? Liu Feng, what's the meaning of that photo in your circle of friends? Huh? I just took a shower and posted a selfie. You didn't wake up because of my handsomeness, did you? Heh. Hey, you big-headed ghost, it's not like I haven't seen you before. How can you be so handsome? And with this figure, you are kidding. The picture is too heavily photoshopped. At this time, Liu Xinran frowned and refuted loudly on the other end of the phone, but when he thought of the photo he saw in the morning, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It was a little too handsome. Xinran, who did you call this morning? Yang Lulu got up dazedly and rubbed her eyes. While walking to the bathroom, she didn't forget to pick up her phone. 10 seconds later. Ah! What's wrong? Lulu, are you okay? Hearing Lulu's scream in the toilet, Liu Xinran thought she was still asleep and bumped into something, so she ran to the toilet to check. I'm fine. Xinran, come and see! As soon as the door was opened, Lulu was sitting on the toilet with a red face, looking at Liu Xinran with big watery eyes, trembling fingers pointing at the screen of her mobile phone, no longer sleepy. Walking forward and looking at the screen of Lulu's mobile phone. Isn't this the photo Liu Feng sent before going to bed last night? I can still hear Lulu whispering excitedly. So handsome. So handsome. Is it that exaggerated? It's true. I thought you were injured and scared me. After a slight disdainful glance, Liu Xinran turned and left. I don't remember who was sitting on the toilet like this more than 10 minutes ago, but he covered his mouth and didn't scream. At this time, Liu Feng's weak voice came from the phone. Xinran, what's wrong? Is everything okay? Liu Xinran picked up the phone again and said, Oh, it's okay. Lulu just saw an exhibitionist without clothes. Is that so? There are exhibitionists in such a high-end hotel. That's really uncultured. Haha, that's what I mean. I really hope he can deeply realize his mistakes. I won't mention it. Come out to accompany us later. Bye. Dudu looked at the phone that was hung up directly, and Liu Feng was speechless. You don't give me a chance to refuse. Well, I can only let you see my beauty, so that you don't think I photoshopped this photo. I, Lu Zhenshui Feng, never do those fancy things. Pretending to be chic, I flicked my hair, hummed a tune that I couldn't understand, put on Air Jordan Velcro slippers to brush my teeth and wash my face, and finally, admired myself for a while in the professional toilet before going out to the hotel where Liu Xinran and her friends were staying. After getting off the car and walking into the hotel, I felt different immediately. There was always a glance that seemed to be unable to help but quickly sweep towards Liu Feng's face, then quickly move away, and then sweep back again after a while. Other men didn't need to act so artificially. They just stared at Liu Feng with a slightly jealous look hidden under a calm gaze. The men who brought their female companions even quickened their pace to avoid having their bodies torn apart. Liu Feng pretended to be a veteran of this kind of scene, took out his mobile phone and sat on the sofa in the hotel lobby pretending to play games as if nothing had happened, but in fact, he was so happy that his head was smoking. This face was so special. The front desk customer service lady was also whispering to each other, and from time to time she cast her eyes at Liu Feng sitting on the sofa, looking at his handsome profile. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she didn't even have the mind to check out the customer. There was even a front desk who was checking out a customer, but when she saw Liu Feng's face, she became a fangirl and stopped checking out halfway through the room, and the angry customer slammed the table loudly. It's only been a short while since we came to the hotel, but we've already caused so many trivial matters. Who knows what's going to happen? Even the lobby manager has come out. Fortunately, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu had already left the elevator. When Liu Feng saw them, he immediately stood up from the sofa, walked forward, grabbed them and started running. Looking at Liu Feng, who was no less handsome than a Korean oppa, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu were full of surprise. We had seen him yesterday, so don't we know what Liu Feng looks like? Why did his appearance and temperament change so much today? Don't even mention whether the photo was photoshopped. He looks better in person than in the photo. Does he need to be photoshopped? Liu Feng didn't want to answer the two girls' questions right away, mainly because he hadn't thought of an excuse yet. So he found a Starbucks coffee shop nearby, and it happened that Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu hadn't had breakfast yet. Just yogurt. Don't you want to eat something? Liu Feng scooped a spoonful of Greek berry yogurt into his mouth, and looking at the two girls who were still staring at his face stupidly, Liu Feng had to touch his nose to cover up. Yang Lulu lowered her eyes slightly, blushing and asked, "No, Liu Feng, how come you suddenly became so handsome?" "Is it? Suddenly? I always thought I was very good looking." Liu Feng raised his eyebrows, put down the gourd and interrupted seriously. "Well, to be exact, it started from the second I was born." Not knowing how to respond, probably because she had never seen such a shameless person, Yang Lulu quickly lowered her head and took 2 big mouthfuls of yogurt. "Don't flatter yourself. Lulu just wanted to ask what cosmetics you use to make an ordinary boy become, well, a little handsome. That's all." Liu Xinran rolled her eyes and pinched a small and slender little finger to gesture. "Ah!" Liu Feng leaned back in his chair and smiled awkwardly, touching his head and explaining, "I haven't used any cosmetics. At most I use a facial cleanser from L'Oreal, but I don't usually dress myself up carefully. I'm actually pretty good." After a pause, Liu Feng pretended to be annoyed and stared at them. "Speaking of which, this is the first time I've taken care of myself in front of girls. Just tell me if I'm handsome or not." "Handsome!" Yang Lulu immediately curved her smiling crescent eyes, raised her thumbs up, and praised him. "Not bad." Liu Xinran looked into his eyes and turned her head away, supporting her chin with her left hand and giving him a compliment that was neither too good nor too bad. However, the inadvertent, upward arc of her mouth made anyone see that she was saying one thing and thinking another. Seeing the obvious rise in the joy of the two people opposite him, Liu Feng couldn't help but feel a little proud. He gave 2 messages, and both girls were able to quickly catch them. It was really wonderful, like a seed eating a Mickey Mouse Crispy and entering the Mickey Mouse house. Of course, he didn't lie to them. He really hadn't taken care of himself in front of girls before, because his appearance at that time was no different before and after the care. If you have to say a change, it's probably like going to the barber shop to change your hairstyle. No matter how you look at it, it's not pleasing to the eye. "You guys sit down for a while. I'll go buy some food." After a mysterious silence, Liu Feng said hello and got up and walked to the bar. He estimated that Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu might not be as interested in food as they were in their faces, but skipping breakfast was not a good idea. There were not many people at this time of the day at Starbucks Coffee, so they ordered a few bacon and egg croissants and gourmet muffins and went back. After chatting for a while, the two girls gradually got used to the fact that Liu Feng had become handsome, and they were no longer shy and cute like they were at the beginning. Liu Feng was still the same Liu Feng, but he looked like Pan On and became a handsome guy. During this period, a young lady came up to chat with him, but Liu Feng didn't give her contact information and smiled and refused. After all, for a gentleman, it is quite impolite to make friends with another woman in front of his female companion. The main reason is that Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu are sitting next to each other. Although they look nonchalant, their erratic eyes and slightly exposed tiger teeth. I dare not say it, and I dare not ask what it means. What if I get angry and bite me? I might even have to take a tetanus shot. But I sighed in my heart. This is the first time in my life that a lady has taken the initiative to ask for contact information outside. What a pity. After eating as always, I accompanied the two women to play around in the Magic City. Today, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu seem to be particularly happy. They hold Liu Feng's arms on the left and right, and their faces are filled with bright smiles. But there are also a few times when they frown, that is, when they meet some women on the street. "Ah, look at that handsome guy. I really want to be his girlfriend. I just want to say, let the guy next to the handsome guy move aside. Let me take over." Then the two girls would pull Liu Feng's sleeves like a cat protecting its calf, staring at them with a warning look, declaring their semi-possession rights. In this way, Liu Feng played with them during the day and went to the slaughterhouse on time at 5 o'clock to collect vitality. This lasted for 4 or 5 days, and finally he collected 100 million units of vitality. At this time, Liu Feng was playing with his mobile phone in the slaughterhouse, listening to the reminder sound of the Rubik's Cube in his mind, and stretched his waist. "Finally, I have collected enough. Let's start the 5th Rubik's Cube charging." The fifth level process of the creation Rubik's Cube. The collection range is expanded to 100 square meters. Other existing conditions remain unchanged, and a new function is added: psychic energy conversion. The sixth level creation Rubik's Cube charging requires 1 billion units of vitality and 10 points of low-level psychic energy. It takes 100 million units of vitality to convert into 1 point of low-level spiritual energy, which means that it takes 2 billion vitality to upgrade the sixth level Rubik's Cube. Liu Feng was very unhappy. Regardless of other things, the next time the Rubik's Cube was charged, it doubled by 1 billion. The main function of spiritual energy is to unlock the genetic lock of organisms, evolve organisms at a deeper level, give them more powerful potential, and make them spiritual. Liu Feng didn't know how powerful the specific effects of spiritual energy were, but having spirituality was very sophisticated. Just like most people like to keep cats and dogs, they are not only cute, but also spiritual. They are obedient, considerate, and can execute the orders of their owners. So, in layman's terms, spirituality is smart and wise. The spiritual energy converted from vitality is like the fruit of wisdom, which can make organisms have a certain degree of wisdom. Well, I feel it's not a loss. If that's the case, this new function is also very cool. When I have enough vitality, I'll give it to Ant 2 to try. And now I can only convert low-level spiritual energy, so there must be high-level spiritual energy, but I don't know what the conversion rate is. Liu Feng went home. Because the collection range became larger after the magic cube was upgraded, the 100 square meter range included the 2 production lines of the slaughterhouse. So in the next hour, Liu Feng collected more than 20 million vitality. He took a shower happily, and then sat in front of the computer desk humming a little song. It's not so fast to accumulate 2 billion vitality, so why not make some small things? Let's make a leopard gecko first. Liu Feng spent 100 vitality points to create a leopard gecko. The vitality that gushed out of the magic cube on the desktop slowly turned into a lizard with bright yellow spots on its body and a body length of about 10 centimeters. Looking at the leopard gecko lying on the desktop, Liu Feng couldn't help but tease it with his hands. I used the tip of my index finger to slowly touch the leopard gecko's head to its tail. It felt hard. Anyway, it was quite rough. Let's strengthen the leopard gecko. Touching the gecko's head and comparing it with the other palm, I could see that the gecko had grown about 1 centimeter at a visible speed, and the total length reached about 11 centimeters. After the second strengthening, the gecko grew to 13 centimeters. The third time was 16 centimeters. The fourth time was 21 centimeters. The fifth time was 27 centimeters. The sixth time was 35 centimeters. It should be about the same. A 35 centimeters long leopard gecko will probably be over 50 centimeters in size after another strengthening. Liu Feng looked at the leopard gecko that had been strengthened 6 times. Its eyes were bright, its stripes were bright, its limbs were sturdy, its body was huge, and it looked very strong. It cost more than 10,000 vitality. I'll bring it to Wang Yudao tomorrow. I don't know what price this leopard gecko can sell for. Liu Feng held the leopard gecko and put it in his closet. I wanted to make a big leopard gecko to exchange for money when my wallet was almost empty a few days ago, but my father gave me 5,000 yuan to solve the urgent problem, so I didn't rush to make a big lizard. Make some other creatures. We were poor before and didn't have the vitality to squander. Now we have 20 million. We have to work hard. Liu Feng waved his hand and used the magic cube to make 991 black ants first, adding them to the 9 black ants he made earlier to make 1,000. I saw a large number of black ants appearing densely on the computer desk in an instant. The original black ants are too weak and useless. I remember that the black ants are about 2 centimeters long after the 5th enhancement. They have a certain combat power and are not too conspicuous. Even if they are discovered, they will be considered as big ants at most. Liu Feng used Modang to enhance the 1,000 black ants to level 5. The 5 millimeter long black ants instantly turned into 1,000 2 centimeter long big black ants. Not bad, not bad. Liu Feng was very satisfied watching the majestic black ants lined up in a square like soldiers being reviewed. Now I will give you your first task, which is to kill all the other insects in your master's house, especially cockroaches. Let's go. However, Liu Feng thought about it and decided to only let the black ant army clean his room for the time being. His parents might not be asleep at this time. It would be bad if they saw the ants marching. It would be better to wait until midnight to let the ant army go out. Then let's create 100 gray geckos next. The magic cube instantly surged with vitality and created 100 gray geckos. One of them was used for strengthening test. The original gray gecko is 10 centimeters long. After strengthening once, it is 11 centimeters. The second time is 13. The third time is 16. The fourth time is 21. And the fifth time is 28 centimeters. I feel like if it's enhanced to level 5, it will be too big and easy to be discovered. Forget it. Let's just enhance it to level 5. I have plenty of vitality. If it's gone, I can create more. It's just 50 bar. Just sprinkle some water. Liu Feng looked at the nearly 30 centimeter geckos and was worried at first, but soon he didn't care anymore. After starting to enhance all the geckos to level 5, Liu Feng looked at the big geckos scattered throughout the room and felt his scalp tingling. Even if they were created by himself, 100 pairs of geckos' eyes staring at you still made Liu Feng feel uncomfortable. Well, I have only one request for you. That is to survive, reproduce, and don't be caught by humans. Okay, then you go out the window. After receiving the order, Liu Feng watched the big geckos file out, crawling out of the window one by one, and disappearing into the darkness along the wall. Good luck to you. Next, let's make some more mantises. Forget about spiders, centipedes, and scorpions. These creatures are inherently dangerous. Moreover, after they are strengthened, it will be bad if they cause casualties. After making the decision, Liu Feng used the Rubik's Cube to make another 500 mantises. Then he strengthened one of them. The original mantis was about 4 centimeters long. The first strengthening was 5 centimeters, the second strengthening was 6 centimeters, the third strengthening was 8 centimeters, the fourth strengthening was 10 centimeters, and the fifth strengthening was 13 centimeters. This mantis is too big and looks a bit unharmonious. I don't know if it can fly. Liu Feng looked at the green mantis on the table in front of him. The wings behind it were strong and powerful, and the 13-centimeter-long body looked very huge, at least in the insect world. Moreover, the serrations on both arms were as sharp as saw teeth, giving people a frightening feeling. Liu Feng even suspected that the serrations of this level 5 strengthened mantis could easily cut human skin. In order to test whether the level 5 strengthened mantis could fly, Liu Feng issued an order for a test flight. You should know that the original mantis is not good at flying. It only makes its wings glide in the air when its body is falling from above, so as to reduce the impact force generated when landing. As a result, the level 5 enhanced mantis spread its hind wings and used its high-intensity bouncing ability to go deep into the air. The fast vibrating wings made the mantis fly quickly in the air. It's too big, has fast flying ability, strong maneuverability, and is dangerous enough to hurt humans. Why not strengthen the mantis to the 4th level? The ability will not be weakened much, and a mantis with a body length of 10 centimeters should be acceptable to normal people. Liu Feng was worried and released a large number of giant mantises up to 13 centimeters long. Although a large number of 10 centimeters long ones are also quite something, they can always give themselves a sense of self-comfort. After strengthening the remaining 499 mantises into 10 centimeters long big guys, Liu Feng felt that people were not very good. Just think about it, 500 pairs of green eyes looking at you, ferocious triangular heads, huge bodies, and each of them carrying sickles that rub from time to time. I always feel a little nervous. The 4th level mantis can still fly, and the overall ability is not much different from the 5th level. Liu Feng just picked a 4th level to challenge the 5th level, and it was killed in one encounter. Looking at the beheaded level 4 mantis, and then looking at the level 5 mantis licking its sickle with a cold face, Liu Feng's face was twitching. After all, we are all of the same race, and I created it. Why don't you show any mercy? You said it's okay to be seriously injured, and I can still heal it. The head is flying off. How can I heal it? In fact, Liu Feng didn't expect the gap between the level 4 mantis and the level 5 mantis to be so big. The ending was completely one-sided. There was no thrilling fighting scene as imagined, and there was no chance that I could save my life even if I was defeated. But it was still very cool. Mantis has always given people the image of a cold hunter. Maybe it really emphasizes one-shot kill. Liu Feng felt that this challenge, although the size of the two was only 3 centimeters different in appearance, it was likely that one point was overlooked, that is, the life enhancement of the Rubik's Cube, which not only enhanced the size and strength of the creatures, but also the spiritual level enhancement, such as dynamic vision and nerve reaction ability, that had never been thought of. He threw the dead mantis out of the window. Although he felt a little sorry for it, he had no choice but to throw it away. He couldn't go downstairs to dig a hole and bury it just for it. Liu Feng created 2 more level 4 mantises to supplement the 500. As for the 13-centimeter mantis, Liu Feng planned to keep it with him for the time being. Then he ordered the Green Mantis Army to go out and develop, kill reptiles to collect vitality. There were both male and female mantises in the Mantis Army, and maybe they could develop the next generation and further expand the Green Army. Seeing that the Green Army had all flown away, Liu Feng closed the window and prepared to go to bed. It cost about 1 million vitality in total. Let's just play with these and test the waters. It was 6:30 in the morning. Liu Feng had washed and dressed and was ready to go out. The Black Ant Army cleared everything except his parents' room in the middle of the night. When the army went out, there were no reptiles that could pose a threat to the Black Ant Army. So Liu Feng ordered the Black Ant Army to stay at home, and after his parents went out to work, he also carried out a major cleanup operation in the master bedroom, trying to make sure there were no wild reptiles in the house. He put the leopard gecko into the backpack, and then put the level 5 mantis into the backpack. Liu Feng named it Bian, leaving a little gap for fear of suffocation. No fighting. Liu Feng went out, and he didn't know if there would be any discord between Bian and the leopard gecko, so Liu Feng still had to say it just in case. Ant 2 was released in the air, always following Liu Feng. A few days ago, Liu Feng discovered that Ant 2 had the ability to follow him all the time, and it would not be easily discovered, so he released Ant 2 and no longer tied it in his pocket. He prepared to find a breakfast shop downstairs to eat something, and then took a taxi to the flower and bird market to find Wang Yudao. I looked for Wang Yudao before going to bed last night, wanting to ask about the approximate price of a gecko, but who knows if Wang Yudao would reply. Liu Feng had to prepare to go to Wang Yudao's store to find him early in the morning. 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding, Liu Xinran called just after he sat down to eat. Needless to say, she must be looking for him to go out and play again, which is the case every day these days. Hello, Liu Feng, Lulu and I are going back to Hangzhou. Well, I guessed wrong. So soon, why don't you stay for a few more days? Liu Feng first had a dog-licking face, then immediately turned around and asked, leaving now? I'll take you there. Listening to Liu Feng's reluctant words, Liu Xinran was very happy at first with a smile on his face, but he immediately raised his eyebrows and his face suddenly changed after hearing the last sentence. Liu Feng, what do you mean? You are so anxious to send us away, right? How can it be? Didn't you say you were leaving, so I offered to take you there? Liu Feng pretended to be wronged on the other end of the phone. I'm telling you, Liu Feng, Lulu and I are going back, but we didn't say when we're leaving. Come find us now. No, I'm busy now. Oh, you were just here to see us off, and now you're busy again, right? Liu Xinran was furious. Okay, then we'll come find you. Baji hung up the phone, and Liu Feng looked at the phone in a daze, as if he was really angry. Suddenly the phone rang again. Send me your address. Baji hung up again. Confused, Liu Feng thought about it, and the strong desire to survive made Liu Feng pick up a fried dough stick and his backpack and run, and came to the street to take a taxi to the Bulgari Hotel. In fact, most of the things a girl says when she's angry need to be understood in reverse. For example, if a girl is angry and asks you to go away and stay away from her, you must pester her and try all kinds of ways to coax her or make her happy. If you really do what she says, it's over, and then you'll become the kind that's hard to coax. Arriving at the hotel, Liu Feng sent Liu Xinran a location, and then sent, I'm here. Then he waited in the lobby for a few minutes and saw Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu walking out of the elevator with expressionless faces. My dear, even Lulu seems to be angry. I haven't done anything to anger the heavens and the people. Liu Feng felt flustered and touched the non-existent shame on his forehead. Liu Feng took a step and trotted to Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu and praised. What beautiful fairies. Maybe the praise was too perfunctory. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu did not buy it, which made Liu Feng look embarrassed. Didn't you say you had something to do? Why did you come to our hotel? Liu Xinran glanced at Liu Feng and said indifferently. It felt that the matter was serious and he had to find an excuse quickly. Well, I was actually ready to come to you early in the morning. Liu Feng explained. You keep making up stories. Liu Xinran still squinted at Liu Feng. Although her face was expressionless, she was a little angry again from her slightly rising and falling chest. Liu Feng glanced at Liu Xinran and felt that he could not pay attention to her for the time being. He had to continue making up stories to distract their attention. So he continued. But on the way, I saw a big leopard gecko, and I thought about catching it. What is a leopard gecko? Sure enough, he broke the story in a second. Yang Lulu, who had just been expressionless like Liu Xinran, had been distracted. She asked Liu Feng with wide eyes and a curious look. Lulu. Liu Xinran pulled her, and Yang Lulu realized that she should not pay attention to Liu Feng. Then she changed her face back to expressionless, but her eyes were still curiously staring at Liu Feng. Liu Feng couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, Lulu was more naive and was easily aroused. Leopard geckos are spotted lizards, very beautiful. Liu Feng forgot that most girls hate this kind of snake-like creature. Liu Feng was helpless when he saw Yang Lulu and Liu Xinran retreating in disgust when they heard it was a lizard. It was a mistake. It seemed that there was no other way. He had to play the emotional card and maybe even play a trick of self-torture. Then you called me. I heard that Liu Xinran seemed a little angry. I was afraid that you would misunderstand me. So I was anxious and accidentally got bitten when I tried to catch him. Liu Feng turned his backpack in front of him while reaching into the bag as if he was taking out a leopard gecko. In fact, he ordered the leopard gecko to bite his hand and leave a tooth mark, but not to break it because he was afraid of pain. Hiss, it still hurt a little, but Liu Feng pretended that nothing happened. Seeing Liu Feng grab a 35-centimeter-long leopard gecko from his backpack, not only Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu were shocked, but also some other guests in the hotel. Such a large reptile, unlike cats and dogs, can easily bring a sense of uneasiness to people who don't like it. After all, no one knows whether it will carry toxins. Seeing what happened here, the hotel security quickly came over to ask Liu Feng to leave, and told Liu Feng very seriously that the hotel does not allow such large reptiles to be brought in, and if there is next time, the hotel will blacklist him. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu also followed him out of the hotel, looking at Liu Feng with worry. When Liu Feng took out the leopard gecko that scared them a little, they were no longer angry with Liu Feng. Liu Xinran even blamed herself and believed that it was because of her that Liu Feng was bitten by the big lizard. What if the bite wound was infected? I don't know, Liu Feng. I'm really sorry. I'll take you to the hospital. Liu Xinran said with a little cry, and wanted to take Liu Feng to the hospital. Seeing that Liu Xinran actually cried because of him, Liu Feng felt as if he had committed a great sense of guilt, but things had developed to this point, so he could only let it become a reality. It's okay, don't cry, look, the skin is not broken. After wiping the tears from Liu Xinran's eyes, Liu Feng handed the shallow bite marks on his hand to Liu Xinran. Liu Xinran grabbed Liu Feng's hand and looked at it carefully. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. She couldn't help but feel relieved and stopped crying. How is it? It's really okay. It's really abominable that you made our invincible, beautiful, and lovely Liu Xinran cry. I decided to sell it. Looking at Liu Xinran with red eyes, Liu Feng leaned his face closer and suggested, Humph, it's better to sell you. Liu Xinran wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, pouted and turned her back to sulk, crying in front of Liu Feng, and because of her own reasons, made Liu Xinran feel very embarrassed. How much can this leopard gecko sell for? Yang Lulu interrupted and adjusted the atmosphere. It seems that Yang Lulu is not completely so cute. I don't know, but I know a store that specializes in selling exotic reptiles. The owner should know. Let's go, sell it and then treat you to a big meal to make amends to Shinran. Pulling the shy Lu Shinran and Yang Lulu, he took a taxi to the flower market to find Wang Yudao, Jinyuan community entrance. Brother Wang, call me if you have anything. After saying that, Wang Gozi turned the steering wheel and drove away. Liu Feng took the golden wolf to the community, but was stopped by the community security because of the blood and wounds on the golden wolf. After a lot of talking, he was allowed to go in after proving that he was the owner. Back home, Liu Feng sat on the sofa in the living room, led the golden wolf to him, and rubbed its head. Finally, we're home. I can treat you with peace of mind. After injecting vitality into the body of the golden wolf, the scars and cracks on the golden wolf's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bumpy hair also grew back, restoring its original smooth appearance. As the vitality gathered in the right eye socket, the golden wolf's blind right eye slowly opened, and there was no sign of trauma. In just a few minutes, the golden wolf was completely restored. However, because the golden wolf was not a creature created by the Rubik's Cube, the treatment cost more than 1 million vitality. You should know that in the fighting dog gene blueprint that Liu Feng obtained today, it does not take 1 million vitality to create the most expensive fighting dog. But seeing the golden wolf's incredible and happy appearance after discovering that he had recovered, Liu Feng felt that it was worth it. The main reason was that Liu Feng felt that the relationship between the golden wolf and himself now and in the future would be more like a partner, rather than the feeling of a complete superior and subordinate, master and servant like the creatures created by the Rubik's Cube. Golden wolf, stop being crazy, come here. Hearing his master calling him, the golden wolf panted and trotted over. The golden wolf regarded Liu Feng as his master, but Liu Feng regarded the golden wolf as his partner. Although this was only one-sided, after all the two could not communicate. Golden wolf, I am going to help you continue to infuse life and make you stronger. Are you willing? Since they are partners, of course they have to ask for their opinions, so Liu Feng pressed the golden wolf's head and nodded twice. Very good, golden wolf, you really have a heart that wants to become stronger. Liu Feng continued to infuse 100,000 vitality and watched the changes in the golden wolf in front of him. After infusing 500,000 vitality, the golden wolf did not have any external changes, except that it could be seen that it was like its original self, squinting its eyes comfortably. After continuing to infuse 1 million vitality, it can only feel that the golden wolf seems to have changed a little, but perhaps because the change is too small, it looks like no change. After infusing 3 million vitality, Liu Feng saw that the crouching golden wolf seemed to have grown a little taller, so Liu Feng asked the golden wolf to stand up. Although he had not measured the golden wolf specifically, Liu Feng was sure that the golden wolf's size had indeed increased. After another 3 million vitality infusions, the golden wolf's teeth gradually became snow-white and sharp. Its legs and feet became stronger and more powerful, and its size also grew a little bit. Because it was an infusion of life into an external creature, Liu Feng disliked that the changes in the golden wolf were too small, so he increased the intensity of the infusion, which made the golden wolf feel as if he was going to heaven in comfort. Unconsciously, he infused the golden wolf with more than 40 million vitality. Seeing the golden wolf's head approaching his abdomen, Liu Feng finally grinned with satisfaction. Well, it can be ridden. At this time, the golden wolf's slightly narrowed eyes seemed to have an unstoppable light, and its fur also changed. The golden and black lines like tiger stripes intertwined with each other, and with the newly grown black hair and white clouds on its hooves, the overall image of the golden wolf became extremely handsome, with extraordinary temperament, and it was simply the most handsome dog in the world. Only in this way can it match the absolutely handsome self, Liu Feng thought narcissistically. He found a ruler to measure the golden wolf's body shape. The height was 1.14 meters, the toes to the shoulder were 0.95 meters, and the body length was 1.78 meters. Liu Feng, who wanted to ride a dog, realized that the size of the golden wolf was a bit too big now. Fortunately, the golden wolf's appearance has changed a lot. Even if Wang Gozi and others find it, they should not associate it with the golden wolf, but it's better to be careful. Liu Feng was a little annoyed, and his face was uncertain. He said that he would develop in a low-key manner and be cautious, but when he was excited and wanted to ride a dog, his obsessive-compulsive disorder came on, and he forgot everything. Sure enough, he was still not mature enough. The golden wolf, who was originally happy, found that his vision had become wider and higher. When he was curious, he saw his master suddenly change his face, as if he was not very happy. He was frightened and quickly buried his head, humming in a low voice. "It's none of your business, golden wolf." After relaxing his expression, Liu Feng held the big head of the golden wolf and gently touched it. It has become like this, and he can't let the golden wolf degenerate. If someone with ulterior motives really finds out something, he can only fight back and cover up the water. He took the golden wolf to the bathroom and turned on the shower to wash the golden wolf. No matter how it changes, the blood stains on the golden wolf will not disappear. After washing, he used a hairdryer to dry the hair on the golden wolf. Looking at the brand new golden wolf, Liu Feng excitedly pounced on it. Well, since it's like this, it can't be returned. Hehe, why don't I try to see if I can ride the golden wolf? He straddled his long legs on the back of the golden wolf and then sat on it. The golden wolf's back was very stable, and its legs and feet were very powerful, but it was not high enough. His legs had to bend slightly, otherwise his feet would rub against the ground. At first, Liu Feng was worried that the golden wolf would not be able to bear it. Now he thought that it was just an unnecessary worry. With more than 40 million vitality infused, even if it was an external creature, the strength would be weakened. You could not imagine how powerful the power contained in its body would be. Go, Liu Feng patted the golden wolf's butt. The frightened golden wolf thought that its master was going to ride it to teach it a lesson. It rubbed and rubbed on the smooth floor, then rushed out of the toilet with Liu Feng on its back, and then made another sharp turn and ran to the living room, almost throwing Liu Feng out. Riding the golden wolf in the living room and bedroom, Liu Feng was quite satisfied, except that his legs were a little tired. If he wanted to sprint on the golden wolf, he had to bend over and hug the golden wolf's chest and neck, which would be quite tiring. After playing with the golden wolf for a while, Liu Feng saw that it was almost 4 p.m., and he had to go to the slaughterhouse to harvest life force. He decided to take the golden wolf with him. First, his parents would be off work soon, and leaving the golden wolf alone at home might scare them. Second, he could bring the golden wolf with him to make his presence felt. When the golden wolf grew bigger again, others would just think that the golden wolf had grown taller. Although there were both advantages and disadvantages. Third, since the disadvantages were bound to occur, why not let me go out and ride a dog to show off? He put a leash on the golden wolf, and then took it out. When he got downstairs, Liu Feng, who was still thinking about showing off, crossed his legs and rode on the golden wolf again. Let's go! The golden wolf listened to Liu Feng's instructions and carried Liu Feng out of the community. Liu Feng had no expression on his face as he listened to the exclamations of passersby in the community. Mom, I want to ride a big dog too. Mom, I want one too. I want one too. Hearing the exclamations of the little kids in the neighborhood, and then the sound of them crying and making a fuss when their parents didn't let them ride, Liu Feng couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth, wanting to laugh. Liu Feng just wanted to give out something that the naughty kids would envy and then must get. At this time, he ignored it, and the parents of the naughty kids couldn't give it to them. The depressed and angry naughty kids could only cry loudly and then vent their anger on their parents. This is Liu Feng's evil taste in his heart, because when he was a child, there were little brats who came to his house to play, and they wanted to take away whatever they liked. The little brat's family would definitely not let them take it, and then the little brats would cry and make a fuss until they could take it away. In this way, many of Liu Feng's favorite toys when he was a child were taken away. The little brat's happy look before leaving, and even the malicious mockery in their eyes seemed to be successful, has always been a shadow of Liu Feng's childhood. Revenge for the shadow of his childhood, Liu Feng, who was overjoyed, couldn't get a taxi outside the community. The drivers saw the giant golden wolf and refused to take him no matter what. Finally, he added 200 yuan to get a driver who was willing to take him. As a result, he looked up every 3 seconds and looked at the rearview mirror while driving, and it was repeated over and over again. You use your life to make money, and I use my life to ride in a car. Is it really good to do this? In a cool dessert shop, Liu Feng took Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu to sit at the bar by the French window. Each of them held a glass of cool iced lemonade and watched the cars coming and going under the scorching sun outside the window. Do you feel much better now? Liu Feng asked the 2 women with concern. Yeah. The 2 women nodded at the same time. After taking a few sips of the cold drink, the fragrant lemon flavor lingered on the taste buds, and Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu felt that the nausea in their hearts also dissipated a lot. Seeing that the 2 women's complexions were indeed much better, Liu Feng suggested, then let's go have a big meal. We have been sitting here for a while. Okay, I am indeed a little hungry. Liu Xinran touched her stomach and felt the acid in her stomach seem to be burning. I am hungry too. Yang Lulu looked at Liu Feng pitifully with a pursed mouth. Affected by the reptiles in Wang Yudao's shop, the 2 girls would imagine horrible scenes from time to time in their minds, which caused them to lose their appetite for the whole morning. Fortunately, they have recovered now. Liu Feng looked at Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu, who looked at him pitifully like a wronged kitten, and felt pity in his heart. He used the head-patting method and stretched out his hand to gently rub Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu's heads. So comfortable. Feeling Liu Feng's gentle big hands rubbing on their heads and hair, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu both squinted their eyes comfortably, and the last trace of discomfort in their bodies also dissipated. Let's go. After rubbing twice, Liu Feng put down his hand and smiled at the 2 women. At the same time, feeling the comfort on the top of their heads suddenly leave, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu both felt a little reluctant in their hearts, and they wanted his hand to rub for a while. Well, let's go. Oh, let's go to have a big meal. The 2 women followed Liu Feng happily. Arrived at Manding restaurant. Hello, sirs. Before entering the door, a handsome male waiter in a black suit, white collar and white gloves greeted him with a smile, standing on his side and slightly bending over to ask. 3. Then please come this way. Following the male waiter in front of him, Liu Feng looked around and found that most of the waiters were young men, and they were all good-looking. Most of the customers were girls, mostly girlfriends, but there were fewer customers like himself who were mixed genders. As for men, there were basically no men, and if there were, They were probably gay? Liu Feng raised his eyebrows and wondered whether this restaurant was selling food or male models. You should know that Manding is also a very expensive restaurant, with an average per capita consumption of 800 yuan. Main dishes such as steak and seafood rice cost more than 300 yuan, but based on the normal meal should not be full. Drinks and beverages are not included. Even if you don't order main dishes, a random dessert costs more than 100 yuan, which is not enough for a person to eat a few bites. If Liu Feng hadn't made a small fortune today, he would never come here to spend money. His family is a bit wealthy, and they have a suite in Shanghai, so they can be considered to have settled down there. His father runs a small construction company, but at most they are a well-off family, which is not enough to support Liu Feng to come to such a place to spend money, but his future life is uncertain. You can order whatever you want to eat. Liu Feng handed the menu to Liu Xinran and the others. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu were not polite either, and they were talking about what they would eat. They must have been starving. They ordered 2 orange and black pepper salad steaks, 2 large glasses of freshly squeezed coconut milk, a large fruit salad platter, and several small desserts. Give me a black pepper steak and pasta set, and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Liu Feng said to the waiter next to him with a smile. Watching the waiter go down to prepare the meal, Liu Feng smiled and said to the 2 women opposite him, "You two are not going to eat me out of money, are you? You ordered so much that you can eat it all." "Huh, didn't you just make 100,000 yuan? You said you would treat me and Lulu to a big meal." Liu Xinran responded with a proud face. "That's right, you regret it so soon, you stingy guy." Yang Lulu chimed in. "Just kidding. Even if you spend all my 100,000 yuan, I, Liu Feng, won't feel bad." Liu Feng pretended to be a rich man to the 2 women with a righteous face. "Yeah, it smells so good." After a while, the food ordered by Liu Feng and his friends began to be served. The 2 hungry women were a little impatient, but they still maintained their ladylike image. After the waiter put all the food in the cart on the table, they finally started eating. While eating, Yang Lulu muttered to Liu Feng while eating that she decided to take the train back to Hangzhou with Xinran in the afternoon. The magic city was too scary, and she wanted to go home to find her mother. Well, actually, they had played in all the places in the magic city that they should play, and the time was almost up. School would start in a few days, and their family notified them to go back early to prepare. "It's almost time, then I'll take you to the station after you finish eating," Liu Feng said. "Okay, you can take me and Xinran back to the hotel to get our things, and then we can go to the station." Yang Lulu took a bite of dessert and smiled happily at Liu Feng. "By the way, Liu Feng, how is your application?" Liu Xinran suddenly remembered something and asked with a little trepidation, fearing that Liu Feng would not be admitted to the college. Although Liu Feng's score was enough, he filled in his application too late, and he didn't know whether the college's enrollment quota was full. Hearing this question, Yang Lulu also showed a little worry. She still wanted to play in the same college with brother Liu Feng, but she must be admitted. "It's okay. I saw on the official website that the college has already accepted him, and I guess the notice will be in the next 2 days." Liu Feng smiled slightly. "Yeah, that's great." The 2 girls laughed at the same time. Although it was only a little over a week, Liu Feng's figure appeared in their lives from time to time since they met on the train. If it can continue to be like this in the days to come, it will be a happy thing. "Have you finished eating?" They chatted while eating. Although most of them only ate a little, Liu Feng asked knowingly when he saw that the 2 women gradually stopped using their knives and forks. "Well, thank you for the treat. Then let's go. I'll take you home." After going to the front desk to pay the bill, it was 2,888 yuan. Liu Feng tightly grasped the receipt and stuffed it into his pocket. But after thinking about it, he might have to eat 28,000 yuan a meal in the future, and suddenly felt that this meal was still cheap. As soon as he loosened his palm, he shuddered all over. Maybe he felt that he was floating, right? After leaving Manding restaurant, Liu Feng first took a taxi with the 2 women back to the hotel, checked out and took all the things, and then took a taxi to the station. The fastest train departed at 15:45, and it was almost time. After buying the tickets in a hurry, Liu Xinran stopped at the ticket gate, turned around and hugged Liu Feng, and then let go immediately with a red face. "Thank you, Liu Feng. Lulu and I had a lot of fun in Shanghai these days. It's my duty." Liu Feng was stunned for a moment and smiled. "Well, I'll go first." Liu Xinran turned back to check the ticket. While she was turning her head, Yang Lulu also blushed and threw herself on Liu Feng with her big watery eyes. She hugged him for a while and didn't let go. She buried her head in Liu Feng's chest and said in a muffled voice, "Lulu is also very happy, brother Liu Feng." Liu Feng smiled dumbly, patted Yang Lulu's cute little head gently, and then rubbed it gently, saying, "I am also very happy to meet you in Xinran." The palm of the opposite sex pressed on the top of the head and kneaded it. A tingling sensation spread throughout the body, making Yang Lulu's arms hugging more tightly. Liu Xinran turned around and found that Yang Lulu was gone. When she turned around, she saw that she threw herself into Liu Feng's arms and buried her head deep in Liu Feng's chest. She didn't move for a long time. "My good sister, where's your reserve in public places?" Feeling depressed, Liu Xinran had to shout loudly, "Lulu, what are you doing? Tickets are being checked to remind Yang Lulu and Liu Feng." "Oh, here I come." Taking a deep breath of Liu Feng's scent, Yang Lulu reluctantly pulled her head out, loosened her arms, and smiled at Liu Feng. then ran back to Liu Xinran and went through security with her. Many passengers from other trains around were watching this place. Some were envious, jealous, and shocked. In their minds, this might be the Sea King? Liu Feng had to pretend he didn't see anything, and shouted shamelessly, "We'll see each other again soon." Watching Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu waving their hands, being led by the crowd to the station entrance and slowly disappearing, Liu Feng took a deep breath. Done. Then we should continue to collect vitality. This is the mainstream. After leaving the school gate, Liu Feng and his father returned to the apartment after 12 o'clock. I went to a small restaurant outside the community with my parents to have lunch, but I didn't dare to bring Jinlong with me, fearing that they wouldn't let me in, so I had to pack 4 servings of braised chicken with rice. Fenger, it's hard to take care of Jinlong when you go to school. How about we take Jinlong back for you? No need, Mom. Don't worry, I can take care of Jinlong. Liu Feng thought about it and decided to keep Jinlong with him. Although it would be a bit troublesome, it would also ensure that there would be no unstable factors. You know, Jinlong is a fighting dog after all, with bloodthirsty and aggressive genes deep in his body. And now that he has been infused with life, Liu Feng doesn't know exactly how powerful he has become. Although Jinlong also listens to his parents, Liu Feng is worried that if Jinlong doesn't see him for a long time, he may become emotionally unstable. If he becomes a social instability factor at that time, wouldn't it be a disaster? Okay, then your dad and I will go back first. Liu's mother patted Liu Feng's shoulder and opened the car door with Liu's father and got in. Mom and Dad, go slowly. Be careful on the road. Watching his parents' car drive away, Liu Feng carried 4 servings of braised chicken with rice back to the apartment. When he opened the door, he saw the golden wolf squatting at the door waiting. It seemed that he didn't see Liu's father and mother. The golden wolf tilted his head and looked a little strange. My parents are back. From now on, it will be just the 2 of us here. This is your lunch. Liu Feng touched the golden wolf's head, then opened the food box and placed it in front of the golden wolf. The golden wolf is not picky about food, at least not about what Liu Feng gives it. It eats whatever Liu Feng gives it. Watching the golden wolf finish a portion in 2 or 3 bites, the bones were like popcorn, and they were chewed into pieces and swallowed without any effort. Golden wolf, I'm going to school later and will be back in the evening. You can watch TV when I'm not at home. Seeing that the golden wolf had finished all the meals, Liu Feng took the golden wolf to sit in the living room and taught the golden wolf how to turn on and off the TV and change channels. The golden wolf was very obedient, so he learned very quickly. In fact, he only used 4 buttons in total. Watching the TV screen that was black for a while and then had different pictures, the golden wolf seemed a little excited. Although he might not understand anything, he couldn't resist the novelty. As for going to the toilet and drinking water, Liu Feng had taught Jinlang how to do it when they were in Shanghai. Watching TV with Jinlang in the living room, Liu Feng was replying to Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu's group messages at the same time. A 3-person chat group was set up long ago. Aren't you in school? Liu Xinran, I rented an apartment myself. Liu Feng, then we can come and visit you. Yang Lulu, isn't it a rule that freshmen can only live in the dormitory? Xinran, sure, how would I know? Liu Feng, besides, it's already rented. Liu Feng and Liu Xinran invite you to a video call. Liu Feng clicked to accept and saw Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu appearing on the screen. They were actually in the same dormitory. I don't know how the school arranged it. Wow, brother Liu Feng, there's a big dog head next to you. Yeah, it scared me. Liu Feng turned the camera to the golden wolf, touched the golden wolf's big head, and introduced it to the 2 girls. It's called the golden wolf. Wow, the golden wolf is so cool and it's really big. It's so scary he won't bite people, will he? Yang Lulu and Liu Xinran focused on different things. One liked it with sparkling eyes, and the other was worried about safety. No, with me here, the golden wolf will be super well behaved, Liu Feng said confidently. Then Xinran and I will come to find you. Where are you? Come on, Junie apartment, call me when you get there. I'll go downstairs to pick you up. After hanging up the phone, I watched TV with the golden wolf for about half an hour. Liu Xinran called to say that she and Yang Lulu had arrived, and asked him to go downstairs to pick them up. Taking the golden wolf downstairs, Liu Feng walked over to the 2 girls at the entrance of the community. Yang Lulu, who praised the cool and handsome golden wolf in the previous video, couldn't help but tremble like Liu Xinran when she saw the real golden wolf. You hide behind me, I hide behind you. Best friends are used to block knives at critical moments. Golden wolf, sit down. Hearing the master's order, the golden wolf immediately sat down on the spot, sitting upright like a well-trained soldier. Okay, come here. Liu Feng walked over and grabbed the 2 girls, pulling their hands and putting them on the golden wolf's head. How is it? Are you okay? Won't bite me? Yeah, after discovering that the golden wolf was really well behaved and didn't have the fierce feeling of a huge body, the 2 girls couldn't help but become bolder, actively approaching and touching the golden wolf's body. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu didn't know that if outsiders dared to touch without Liu Feng's signal, the golden wolf would bite off their slender white arms in one bite. Do you want to be a knight again? Without waiting for the 2 girls to answer, Liu Feng carried the screaming Liu Xinran on the back of the golden wolf first, and then carried Yang Lulu on the back of the golden wolf. Fortunately, the 2 girls were wearing shorts instead of skirts today, otherwise they would probably be exposed. Liu Feng pulled the golden wolf back. Liu Xinran hugged the golden wolf's neck tightly, and Yang Lulu hugged Liu Xinran's waist tightly. After getting rid of the initial nervousness, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu slowly began to enjoy the pleasure of being a knight, and their long legs that were just right did not need to be curled up like Liu Feng. After watching the people around them taking pictures in surprise and their envious eyes, the two girls' vanity burst, and their eyes looked at the golden wolf with love. Golden wolf. As for Liu Feng, he was just a boatman, a dog puller. After returning home, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu no longer had Liu Feng in their eyes, and the golden wolf was their love. The two girls stroked the dog, combed the fur and tickled the golden wolf, and looked at Liu Feng with jealous eyes. Originally, I wanted to give the golden wolf life as a reward. Now, sorry, I am very good not to return you. Liu Feng found a topic to chat, but was criticized for poor hospitality. It was such a hot day when I came to his house, but he didn't even give me a glass of water. He gave me a bad review. Helpless, Liu Feng ran downstairs to the small supermarket to buy a box of drinks. It turned out that they were not iced, so he gave me another bad review. I have a sentence, I don't know if I should say it or not. Depressed, Liu Feng had to watch TV silently. Anyway, the two girls' hearts were probably on the golden wolf today, so he should not make himself bored. After 4 o'clock, Liu Feng and the two girls were ready to go back to school. Liu Xinran said that they would go to the class for the first class meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, and at least they had to meet the classmates in the class to get to know each other. Golden Wolf, we're leaving now. We'll see you next time. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu were reluctant to leave, so they crowded at the door to say goodbye to Golden Wolf. Please, you just met for a short while, but you act like you know each other well. Believe it or not, I'll show Golden Wolf's true colors and bite your clothes. Rolling his eyes, Liu Feng pushed the two girls out, then said hello to Golden Wolf and walked out of the house. He took a taxi back to school and sent the two girls back to the girls' dormitory. They were from the business school department. According to them, they must be female presidents in the future, so Liu Feng should pay a visit to them as soon as possible and hang out with them in the future. Then he returned to his dormitory. The three brothers were all there, lying on the bed, each facing a mobile phone. Are you back? Fu Xiaodou greeted. Well, is there a class meeting at 6 o'clock? Liu Feng sat on his bedside table. Well, there's still some time. Let's go over later, Fu Xiaodou said. Okay, have you eaten yet? You promised to treat the brothers to dinner, Liu Feng asked. We just ate, Zhang Xin echoed. Okay, I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Liu Feng nodded. Brother Feng is awesome, Wu Ji praised. Should we also queue up? Just follow the custom, Fu Xiaodou suggested. Okay, I was born in January 2001, Liu Feng said. Then I am indeed younger than Brother Feng. I was born in October 2001. Ha, I was born in August, not the youngest, Zhang Xin said happily. Hey, then I am the oldest. Born in November 2000, Liu Feng is the second oldest, Zhang Xin is the third oldest, and Wu Ji is the youngest. Fu Xiaodou also laughed. After queuing up and a day of buffering, the relationship between the four people in the dormitory finally became much closer, talking and laughing, bragging, and teasing each other. It was not until almost 6 o'clock that the four people set off for the classroom. After Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu left, Liu Feng returned to normal. Apart from playing games, he went to the slaughterhouse in the afternoon to collect vitality. However, Liu Feng paid another 2,000 yuan to the slaughterhouse owner. The reason was that the slaughterhouse owner said that some of his employees complained that Liu Feng was interfering with their work in the slaughterhouse. What the hell? He was interfering with their work? My collection area is 100 square meters, and people are almost standing at the door. Who was he interfering with? He was interfering with their get-off work, right? Liu Feng actually knew that the slaughterhouse owner wanted to get some private money from him, but he had no choice but to endure it for the sake of vitality. Later, the doorman told Liu Feng that the man was not the boss, but the boss's brother-in-law. He didn't know anything, so the boss asked him to look after the place. No wonder. Liu Feng was surprised at first. How could such a big slaughterhouse owner still care about thousands of yuan? Now everything makes sense. I said the same thing. When I have money, I will buy your factory. After playing a few games of single player, he lay on the computer chair with a bored look on his face after winning a few times. He found that after the last life infusion, not only his appearance and figure changed a lot, but his strength, speed, vision, hearing, and nerve reaction ability were all improved. But he didn't know how much he had improved and could only get a rough idea. For example, when playing the game of chicken, you couldn't see people even if your companions reported your location before. But now you can see them as long as you hide behind a tree and show a little. You would die if you met the old Yinbi before. But now you can react and turn around to kill the old Yinbi in seconds as soon as the old Yinbi fired. Every shot is a headshot, and you are proficient in everything from listening to the sound to diagnose the position. No one believes it except yourself. Strength Liu Feng has nothing to test for the time being. Anyway, it feels light to carry anything. Going to the gym can measure the precise strength, but Liu Feng is too lazy to go. I have such a good figure. Why go just to provoke a wave of hatred? After testing his jumping ability in the room, he could easily touch the ceiling with his palm. The room was more than 3 meters high, minus his 1.8 meters height and his wingspan. Liu Feng estimated that his jumping ability could reach a height of at least 1 meter. If he played basketball, he could probably dunk. As for speed, Liu Feng had not tested it specifically. However, when he was a high school student, he could run a 100-meter sprint in about 12 seconds. If he ran at full speed now, it would not be a big problem to run in 11 seconds. In this way, Liu Feng felt that he was now an all-around master. He was comparable to a professional player in playing games. He could probably dunk over his peers in basketball. His sprinting speed could compete with national first-class athletes. Even with such physical fitness, he would be the best in everything he did. Liu Feng couldn't help but feel that he was a little inflated. He had to balance his mentality. Being low-key was the kingly way. Now was not the time for him to really inflate. He didn't really want to play games. When you are too strong, you will feel that you have no opponent. That feeling of being alone and seeking to defeat, loneliness, and being high up is lonely. If there are friends who act like a licker and call him dad, he can consider taking him in. But no one knows that his current level is comparable to that of a master. They are still stuck in the impression of the rookie who kept shouting, "I think there is someone here. There are footsteps upstairs, the door is moving. I don't want to play anymore. Dad, save me." Originally, Liu Feng could have taken the driver's license test, but now learning to drive is not like before. You can take the test immediately as long as you know how to drive. Now you still need to brush up the hours, which is more troublesome. You can't brush up the hours in more than 10 days, and you have to make an appointment for the test. If you keep dithering, it will probably take at least a month to get the license. After Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu left, college admission notice arrived the next day, which stated that he was required to report before September 1st. There was only less than half a month before school started, and there was no time left. Liu Feng had to decide to take the driver's license test when he went to Hangzhou to study. It was a pity that he couldn't drive to school to show off when school started. Now so many days have passed, and there is less than a week left before I have to report to the academy. I was bored scrolling through the posts online, watching someone in a certain circle get divorced, and the fans of both sides were fighting. Someone shot an epic masterpiece, claiming that it cost hundreds of millions, and then netizens were coaxed to take a look, and immediately there was another silent war on the internet. Pudong Dog Farm in Shanghai? An advertisement on the post caught Liu Feng's attention, and he clicked on it to find out. It is known as the largest dog farm in Shanghai, and it has all kinds of dogs you want, and even surprises. It is located at number 3SX Dongpu Avenue, Dongpu District, and the contact number is 137XXXXX. Finally, there is a place to go. Liu Feng got off the plane quickly and took a taxi to his destination. When he arrived at the time, Liu Feng got off the car and found that this was a very large and old courtyard, surrounded by tall walls. There was a sign on the iron gate saying Pudong Dog Farm, and there were bursts of light barking from inside. That's right! Liu Feng went forward and knocked on the iron gate. No one responded, so he had to call the number. "Hello, who is this?" "The dog keeper, in front of the gate. Please open the door." After a while, the iron gate opened a crack on one side, and a wretched head poked out, looking at Liu Feng for a while, as if confirming something. "Are you here to buy a dog or to see a dog today? Take a look first and then decide whether to buy it." The wretched man looked at Liu Feng for a while, hesitated and opened the door. "Okay, come in." The wretched man looked very cautious at the beginning, only opened the door halfway, and asked a strange question, which made Liu Feng a little confused, but he followed him in. Then the wretched man poked his head out again before closing the iron gate. This place doesn't feel like a pure dog farm. It seems that there are some secrets. Liu Feng is a little nervous. I hope he won't kill people to silence them. Liu Feng decided to summon the army to kill them all if there was anything wrong or a threat to him. As for what to do next, he would not care about it for now. He would save himself first so that there would be a possibility of development. "My name is Wang Guzi. You can just call me Guzi. What's your last name?" Wang Guzi took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Liu Feng. "Oh, my last name is Wang." Liu Feng shook his head to indicate that he did not smoke. "Mr. Wang, you look like a student?" Wang Guzi lit a cigarette for himself and asked, the smoke rising, and his eyes could not be seen clearly. "Yes." Liu Feng decided to reveal his identity as a student. After all, although he was very handsome, his face did look like a student, too immature, and the identity of a student might reduce their vigilance against him and make him more powerful. "Then Mr. Wang, please look over here, Guzi." As expected, after confirming his identity as a student, Wang Guzi's slightly tense body relaxed, and it seemed that he had relaxed his vigilance against me. Following Wang Guzi to the dog farm, at a glance, there were probably no less than 1,000 dogs of all kinds, all locked in iron cages. Seeing the arrival of a stranger, the dogs in the cages barked at Liu Feng one by one, and the sound was really deafening. "Spit, spit, shut up!" Wang Guzi shouted at the side, asking the dogs to shut up, but the dogs would not listen to him, and they continued to bark. "Mr. Wang, do you think we should go to see the dogs first?" Wang Guzi said to Liu Feng. "Aren't you already watching?" Liu Feng asked in confusion. "No, we are watching dog fights." "Is there a dog fight here?" "Yes, 200 tickets, Mr. Wang. You want to go and see it?" Liu Feng hesitated and nodded, took out 200 and handed it to Wang Guzi. No wonder Wang Guzi asked so carefully for a long time. It turned out that there was a dog fight in this dog farm. "Then Mr. Wang, please come this way." Following Wang Guzi for a long time, we came to an iron gate and knocked on the door. A gate was opened on the iron gate, revealing a bald head looking quite fierce. "Changzi, look after the dogs." The iron gate opened. "Come in." Walking into the gate, it was a slightly dim corridor. Changzi walked a few steps and opened another gate. The bright white light was mixed with the roaring shouts. Go ahead, bite it to death. Kill it, Black General. It's already disabled. Why are you afraid of it? What came into view was two fighting dogs with cracks all over their bodies and blood everywhere, biting each other desperately on the fighting arena that was more than 10 square meters in size. The owners of the fighting dogs stood on both sides of the arena, clenched their fists outside the iron fence to cheer for the fighting dogs in their arena. But their eyes were only filled with the desire for victory, and they turned a blind eye to the scars on the fighting dogs. The faces of the spectators in the stands around them also had a slightly crazy look on their faces, and they leaned on the railings and screamed vigorously. After watching for a while, Liu Feng found that most of the audience in the stands hoped that the Blackback General would win. The other wolf dog with black and yellow stripes had more wounds on its body than the Blackback General. Judging from the frequency of its heavy breathing, it was estimated that it had lost more physical strength than the Blackback General. The most important thing was that one of its front legs was injured, causing it to limp. Although it looked defeated, the wolf dog called the Golden Wolf was still more motivated than the Blackback General. Every time it bit and pounced, the Golden Wolf, who seemed to be not afraid of pain, could force the Blackback General to retreat a few steps, and then the Golden Wolf would take the opportunity to occupy the position and slowly oppress the Blackback General. Everyone in the stands could see clearly that the balance of victory was slowly tilting. Once the general was forced into a dead end by the Golden Wolf, it would be the moment when his life would end. Do you know why the spectators around here all hope that the Blackback General will win? Wang Gozi, who also came in, walked to Liu Feng with a cigarette in his mouth, half squinting his eyes and staring at the beast stage in the smoke. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, the ashes of the cigarette butt had burned into a small ball, and Liu Feng still didn't ask him. Wang Gozi couldn't help but turn his eyes to look at Liu Feng. He saw that his expression was a little puzzled, but his eyes were always fixed on the beast arena. It seemed that he was not very interested in this topic. Wang Gozi had to explain himself. This fighting dog named Jinlong has fought 3 consecutive games, and each time it seemed to be severely injured, as if it was about to die, but in the end it won, so the spectators also lost miserably. Liu Feng nodded suddenly. They not only fight dogs here, but also block dogs. On the beast arena, the Blackback, who was forced into a desperate situation, stood up and fought the Golden Wolf to the death, but still lost. With no way to retreat, the Blackback was finally pressed under the Golden Wolf and bitten hard on the neck. The ending was already decided. The audience in the stands sighed and cursed. No one cheered for the defeated general anymore. It had lost its value. Feeling the approach of death, the intense pain stimulated the Black Wolf to struggle wildly. The waving front paw accidentally scratched the right eye of the Golden Wolf, and a trace of blood fell into the air. Feeling the pain brought by the right eye, the Golden Wolf bit the Black Wolf's neck more vigorously, and at the same time shook its head wildly to increase the intensity of the bite. The struggling limbs of the Black Wolf under him gradually became weak until they stopped moving. After biting for a while, the Golden Wolf slowly let go, looked at the dead general with its only remaining eye, and then slowly swayed its body and fell to the other side. I won! I won! Ha ha! Song Hu, your dog is even weaker than a kitten. The owner of the Golden Wolf laughed arrogantly on the side. Humph, Jin Weinan, don't be too proud. Your big Golden Wolf is probably useless. Why shouldn't I be proud? The Golden Wolf has fulfilled its usefulness. It won 3 games in a row and won a bonus of 150,000 yuan for its master. I will treat its brothers well when I go back. Jin Weinan laughed and said proudly, and you know, the Golden Wolf is just the weakest one among my dogs. It has been bullied by its brothers since it was a child. Do you understand what I mean? Jin Weinan's words caused an uproar among the spectators around, and they all looked at Jin Weinan in surprise. Old Jin, do you have a more powerful dog? Old Jin, how about selling me one? Old Jin's dog can definitely participate in the Dog King competition. Listening to the flattery of the spectators around, Jin Weinan raised his neck proudly, especially when he heard about the Dog King competition. He wanted to raise his head to the sky, but he still tried his best to make a disgusting look that was not as exaggerated as you said. No one cares about the 2 fighting dogs on the stage. The fight was so intense that one died and the other was disabled. The staff of the dog farm could only drag them off the dog fighting stage by one leg in one hand, and then the next game was about to begin. The spectators here are basically old players. Such scenes are commonplace. They are not professional dog fighters, but amateur players. The dog farm will notify them when there are activities, and those who are interested can bring their own fighting dogs to the stage. The dog farm has a betting, and you can bet on the dog you like. The dog owner will not get any reward for winning 1 game, but will get a bonus of 50,000 for winning the 2nd game in a row, 100,000 for winning 3 games in a row, and 200,000 for winning 4 games in a row. But in the dog fighting competitions here, no dog has won 4 games in a row. They are all ordinary fighting dogs that have only undergone rough training or have not been trained at all. Generally, the stronger ones can only win 2 games in a row. A fighting dog that can win 3 games in a row like today has only appeared once, and it was won by a professional dog fighter. Maybe the professional dog fighter had a chance to win 4 games in a row last time, but the dog owner was reluctant to let the dog fight continue. What a pity. Wang Gozi, who was standing by, took a puff of his cigarette and muttered, "It's a bit of a pity." Liu Feng nodded. He was a little too uncomfortable facing this bloody scene. He just felt that the Golden Wolf that won 3 games in a row was very powerful. What I mean by pity is that this Golden Wolf met a master like Jin Weinan, who knows nothing. Wang Gozi blew a puff of smoke and continued. This Golden Wolf's physical fitness is actually average, but the best thing is its heart, calm, and perseverance. It is also cruel like a wolf and is also cruel to itself, so it can rely on its average body to defeat dogs with stronger physical fitness 3 times in a row. It seems so. Liu Feng nodded in agreement. It's a pity that it's useless. Otherwise, after training, it might be able to participate in the Dog King competition. Although the chance is not high, if it becomes the Dog King, its worth is estimated to be millions. Millions. What is the Dog King competition? Liu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard it. It doesn't matter if it's useless. As long as it's not dead, I can save it. I can also make it stronger and stronger, and take it wherever I want. The Dog King competition is held in the imperial capital every December. Dog fighters from all over the country will bring their dogs to participate. The champion dog owner will receive a prize of 2 million yuan, the runner-up will receive 1 million yuan, and the third place will receive 500,000 yuan. The most important thing is that the champion dog is the Dog King, and its value can be millions or even tens of millions. Wang Gozi took a puff of cigarette with a look of yearning. Hearing this news, Liu Feng no longer had the heart to watch the fights of other fighting dogs on the dog fighting stage. His mind was full of money. "Can you take me to see the Golden Wolf just now?" Liu Feng asked. "Of course I can. What do you want to do?" Wang Gozi looked at Liu Feng. "I want to buy it." "Are you sure? It's already useless." Wang Gozi looked at Liu Feng in surprise. "Sure, take me to see it." Wang Gozi stopped talking and took the lead to leave the stands. Liu Feng hurriedly followed. Following Wang Gozi to the back room, where all the dogs that had come down from the dog fighting stage were. The dead fighting dogs were thrown together like garbage, with blood spilling all over the floor. The injured fighting dogs were locked up in cages alone. What will happen to these fighting dogs afterward? Couldn't bear to look at the scene in the house. The dead ones will be skinned and sold for meat. There are still many people who like to eat dog meat soup. As for the living ones, it depends on whether the owner wants them or not. Those who don't want them will also suffer the same fate. Wang Gozi shrugged and answered. Such a result was so pitiful that Liu Feng couldn't help but want to buy all the fighting dogs. "Hey, the Golden Wolf is right there, and it looks like it's awake." Liu Feng walked up to the Golden Wolf and looked at it through the iron bars. The one-eyed Golden Wolf didn't look at Liu Feng, or perhaps he didn't have the energy to look at him. He just curled up and licked his wounds gently with his tongue. "Hey, are you okay?" Liu Feng asked gently, reaching his hand into the iron cage, and a trace of vitality flowed to the Golden Wolf. "You're crazy. Why don't you take your hand back?" Wang Gozi was startled when he saw Liu Feng reaching his hand in, and hurried over to pull Liu Feng's hand back. "It's okay, look." Liu Feng smiled slightly. Wang Gozi looked at the Golden Wolf in the iron cage in shock. It actually put its head on Liu Feng's palm obediently, and even made a slight groaning sound, just like a child who was wronged outside. This shouldn't be the case. You know, dogs that have just finished fighting beasts are extremely bloody and brutal at this time, very dangerous, and even their owners usually don't let them get close. How could Liu Feng do that? Wang Gozi couldn't figure it out. After Liu Feng got off the car, he followed the 2 girls steadily. You dare to hold the hands of 2 girls at the same time in school. If you are seen, you may not see the sun tomorrow. Following the dark and quiet path, Liu Feng sent the 2 girls to the dormitory building. "Go to bed early, and be careful about sun protection tomorrow," Liu Feng said to the 2 girls with concern. "Then I'll go back first." "Okay." Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu watched Liu Feng turn around and slowly disappear into the night, then turned around and looked at each other. They looked at each other without saying a word, only sighing. There were complex emotions in the eyes of the 2 girls. They were obviously best friends, but they fell in love with the same person at the same time, in the same place. In the end, it was Yang Lulu who smiled first, stretched out her hand and looked at Liu Xinran. "Xinran, no matter what, we should be best friends." "Yes!" Liu Xinran also smiled and stretched out her hand to hold Yang Lulu's hand tightly. "No matter what happens in the future, at least grasp the present and put the troubles in front of them behind their minds." The 2 women, who seemed to have recovered, held hands and jumped into the dormitory building. Liu Feng, who was hiding far away, secretly glanced at them. Because of the life infusion, Liu Feng's eyesight has also been improved. Although it has not reached the point where he can see at night, the gap is not too far. When watching the 2 women looking at each other face to face, Liu Feng almost couldn't help but run back, fearing that the 2 of them would overturn the boat of friendship because of him. I couldn't hear what they said. Although my hearing has been strengthened, I don't know to what extent I can still hear others talking at a distance of 200 or 300 meters. Finally, seeing the 2 girls walking away hand in hand with a smile, Liu Feng finally felt relieved. However, when he thought about the fact that the 2 girls didn't quarrel over him, what did this mean? It meant that his position in the 2 girls' minds was not that high. He couldn't help but feel a little upset when he thought about this. Look at this. This is a human being. He was afraid of quarreling, but was disappointed when there was no quarrel. This strange mentality can only be described in 2 words: cheap. After returning to the dormitory 509, Liu Feng's first thing was to find Wu Ji, but Wu Ji had locked himself in the toilet when he heard someone shouting, "Brother Feng is back." Bang! Bang! "Brother Feng, please let me go. I was careless and said the wrong thing." Wu Ji leaned against the door and begged for mercy. When Liu Feng came back, the roommates around him knew that there was a good show to watch. They crowded at the door of 509 and looked up. They saw Liu Feng blocking Wu Ji at the door and couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Don't make trouble. I have a stomachache and I need to go to the toilet. Open the door quickly." Liu Feng shouted anxiously outside the door. "Brother Feng, are you really not messing with me?" Wu Ji asked hesitantly from inside. "No, open the door." Liu Feng knocked on the door loudly, putting pressure on Wu Ji. The door had just opened a little, and Wu Ji only had time to show one eye and saw Liu Feng's ferocious smile. Wu Ji, who immediately knew that he had been fooled, screamed and wanted to close the door, but it was too late. The strengthened Liu Feng was much stronger than ordinary people. If he had not been worried about hurting Wu Ji, he could have bounced Wu Ji out the moment the door was opened. Even if he used all his strength to resist, the door was still pushed open a little bit, and Liu Feng entered the toilet, and then there was no more, and the whole building could hear Wu Ji's heart-wrenching screams. No one knew what kind of torture Wu Ji had experienced at the time. They only knew that after turning off the lights and going to bed, Wu Ji slept on his buttocks all night. At 7 in the morning, everyone was washing up. Wu Ji covered his hips and looked at Liu Feng with a face full of resentment. Seeing Wu Ji's expression, Jiang Xin and Fu Xiaodo showed a gloating expression. It was his own fault. Although Wu Ji was blown up last night, Liu Feng was also giving Wu Ji life infusion. Generally speaking, it did not cause much harm to Wu Ji. He even felt a little bit refreshed. Of course, the strange feeling after being blown up would definitely not be eliminated. After having breakfast in the cafeteria with the three brothers, he rushed to the classroom. Qian Dimin and the two teaching assistants were distributing military uniforms. Many students in the class had already changed and were praising each other for looking good in military uniforms. After getting his own size with the three brothers, he went to the men's restroom. There were some boys he didn't know changing clothes in the men's restroom. They should be from other classes. Wu Ji looked at Liu Feng, taking off his shirt with a face full of resentment. He acted as if he was a girl who was about to be forced. Even Fu Xiaodo and Jiang Xin couldn't stand it. Seeing a 1.9-meter tall man showing such a scene made them want to vomit. "What the hell?" Wu Ji, who was taking off his pants, couldn't help but yell when he saw Liu Feng, who had just taken off his short-sleeved shirt. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xin looked puzzled. "What the hell?" Hearing another louder voice, Jiang Xin turned his head with a look of disgust. "Are you too uneducated? You can only say one word." After a long pause, Jiang Xin couldn't help but yell, "What the hell?" The others who didn't react also looked at Liu Feng's figure, his chest muscles, his abdominal muscles, his mermaid line, and then looked at their own whole bodies. Suddenly, the whole men's restroom couldn't stop shouting, "What the hell?" Liu Feng came back late last night and the lights were turned off after he took a shower. No one saw that Liu Feng still had such a figure. Now even Fu Xiaodo and Jiang Xin's eyes had become resentful. "You have such a face and such a figure. What if a girl sees you? At that time they will all say, 'Ah, I saw your body, and from now on, am yours.' Don't look at me like that. I also became like this together, so you can do it too." After Liu Feng finished speaking, he was surprised to find that not only the three people in his dormitory, but also the boys in the entire men's bathroom turned their eyes up at the same time, with silly smiles on their mouths. What kind of mood are they in? Dressed neatly and smoothing out the wrinkles, Liu Feng looked at himself in the mirror in a military uniform and was very satisfied. It turned out that handsome people look good in anything. Let's go. The 4 people in the 509 dormitory are all good-looking, and the key is that they are all over 180 centimeters tall. After putting on military uniforms, they walked into the classroom together, which actually caused a moment of silence. "Fuck, Brother Feng, you 4 are really good. The moment you came in, it felt like the debut of F4. Brother Feng is so handsome, Wu Ji is also very handsome. They are all very handsome. Hey, slurp! But Brother Feng is still the most handsome." "That's right." Wu Ji, Fu Xiaodo, and Jiang Xin, who were originally a little proud, immediately lowered their faces and looked at Liu Feng with resentment again. Most of the girls in the class only had Brother Feng in their eyes, and the 3 of us were almost becoming background boards. There are too many wolves and too little meat. This must not be allowed. After Liu Feng left last night, all the boys in class 301 decided that for their own future happiness, they would announce the fact that Brother Feng was taken and dispel the impossible fantasies of the girls in the class. So except for Liu Feng, the boys in the class looked at each other and nodded. "Brother Feng, your sister-in-law wasn't angry last night, was she?" "Brother Feng, your sister-in-law is so beautiful." "Brother Feng, your sister-in-law." Liu Feng was a little confused when he saw the boys in the class suddenly asking about his sister-in-law. The girls who were praising Liu Feng for being handsome suddenly shut up. Some of them were so excited that their eyes were red, but they still looked at Liu Feng. Liu Feng looked at a group of girls with eyes full of disbelief, exploration, inferiority, disappointment, and other emotions, and his scalp tingled. "Damn, why are they all looking at me like this suddenly? What did I do?" Qian Dimin and the boys in the class also had tingling scalps. The boys didn't expect that after just meeting once and just one night, The girls in the class would be crazy about Liu Feng. After hearing the news that Liu Feng had a girlfriend, they were now looking at Liu Feng with depressed eyes. Jian Dimin has also been teaching for many years, but he has never encountered such a feat. A boy, after just meeting once, can fascinate most of the girls in the whole class. Although the boy is indeed handsome, it shouldn't be that bad. Hello, students of Class 301, Department of Medical and Biological Sciences. I am, At this time, a young and strong man in military uniform came into the class. He greeted and was about to enter the classroom, but he was confused by the mysterious scene in front of him. Teacher Qian on the podium opened his mouth and did not speak. The girls in the class were either sitting or standing, but they all looked angry and sad. The boys also stood by with bitter faces. What was going on? Oh, Instructor Ma is here, students. This is your military training instructor this time. Instructor Ma? Jian Dimin hurriedly seized the opportunity to introduce and break the stalemate. Hello, Instructor Ma. Hello. Go downstairs and gather at the playground now. Instructor Ma responded to the order. The boys in the whole class breathed a sigh of relief and followed the instructor downstairs. Savior, Instructor Ma. The boys left, and Liu Feng also left. No answer means no. Anyway, the girls who regarded Liu Feng as a meal thought so, and they also went downstairs after getting ready. Wang Gozi didn't know, nor could he see, that Liu Feng's palm was emitting warm vitality. It was like a person lost in the desert, who was about to die of thirst, and suddenly someone appeared in front of him and scooped up a handful of water for him. The feeling of long-awaited sweet dew was really wonderful. The golden wolf was like this at this time. Liu Feng's palm could bring it imparable warmth. Approaching it could relieve the pain in the body, and every cell in the body seemed to be longing for more vitality. But the golden wolf could not understand this change, so it could only rely on biological instinct to approach and please this person who felt very friendly. Looking at the golden wolf that kept humming in his palm, Liu Feng felt compassion and decided to buy the golden wolf no matter how much it cost. After touching it for a while, Liu Feng felt that it was almost done, so he stood up and took his hand away, suspending the life infusion of the golden wolf. After all, if he continued to treat it, the wound might scar. Wang Goji beside him kept staring at him. He didn't want anyone to find out that he was weird. Suddenly feeling the warm hand leaving, the golden wolf felt panic in his heart, like an abandoned child, feeling that the whole world was going to leave him. The golden wolf's only remaining left eye shed tears as he watched Liu Feng's mouth whimpering non-stop, squeezing his head between the iron cages, ignoring his injured front paws, desperately scratching outside the cage, as if trying to break free from the iron cage. Liu Feng didn't expect that just a little vitality would make the golden wolf so dependent on him, so he had to squat down again and soothe the golden wolf's head with kind words. I'm not going to abandon you. I'm just going to check on the other dogs. You should rest well and I'll take you home later, understand? Perhaps because of Liu Feng's soothing, or perhaps because he understood what Liu Feng said, the golden wolf slowly calmed down and stopped hitting the iron cage violently. So good! After praising him, Liu Feng tried to take his hand away. Seeing that it didn't behave like before, he stood up carefully and walked back. The golden wolf lay on the ground, resting its head on its two front legs, and then locked its only eyes on the figure. Liu Feng walked to the other fighting dogs and repeated the same trick. No matter if they ignored him at first or had ferocious faces, they gradually became docile after facing the palm extended by Liu Feng, and then rested their heads on Liu Feng's palm like the golden wolf did before. Wang Gozi was stunned by such a scene. Wow, you don't have any special abilities, do you? It's possible. I've been like this since I was a child. Strange animals often approach me on their own initiative. Liu Feng raised his right eye and pretended to be calm. There was no way. He was panicking. Who told him that he really had something wrong in his heart, even if it was a joke? Yes, I heard from the old people before that it seems that I really have this physique. I am naturally close to nature, and it is easy to get the favor of animals. Wang Gozi was amazed. Liu Feng didn't want to talk about this topic, so he ignored Wang Gozi and focused on infusing a certain amount of vitality into each injured fighting dog, allowing them to recover slightly from their injuries and relieve their pain, while also obtaining the genetic drawings of these different breeds of dogs. Wang Gozi, who was asking for trouble, was too lazy to follow Liu Feng. He was originally just afraid that Liu Feng would get into trouble and cause them trouble. Now it seemed that nothing would happen, so he went back to the stands to fight dogs. Liu Feng quietly waited for the end of the dogfight in the back room. During this time, several fighting dogs that had just finished the game were dragged in, dying, and were directly thrown onto the dog pile, waiting to die slowly. Liu Feng had no choice but to infuse some vitality into these fighting dogs to make them feel better before they died. It's not that Liu Feng didn't want to save the dog, nor was it that he couldn't bear to sacrifice his life force. For a dog like this that was fatally injured and must die, there were hundreds of eyes outside. If it suddenly recovered from its injuries in public, everyone would be surprised. Liu Feng would also be suspected by someone with ulterior motives, which would increase the possibility of Liu Feng exposing his secret. At about 1 p.m., a group of participating dog fighters and dog farm staff came to the back room together. It should be over. Liu Feng stood in a corner and watched some dog fighters find their dogs and take them away. No one noticed that all the dog fighters who were taken away looked back at Liu Feng a few times, and their eyes seemed to be reluctant. Liu Feng also saw the reluctance in the eyes of these fighting dogs, but he still forced himself to keep a smile and watch them leave in silence. He really wanted to discuss with the owners of these fighting dogs and buy them all, but on the one hand, he didn't have enough money, and on the other hand, there was no place to raise these fighting dogs. The Magic City did not allow a household to raise more than one dog. I just don't know if these fighting dogs that were taken away will have a chance to see each other again. Perhaps the greater possibility is that they died in a dogfighting arena. This is their fate. Some people find their fighting dogs and find that they are disabled, they don't want them, or they are too seriously injured and dislike the subsequent treatment costs. After all, the dog fighters left. In addition to Jinlong, there were 5 fighting dogs that were too seriously injured and abandoned by their owners. Under normal circumstances, these abandoned dogs will be sold as dog meat. Liu Feng walked up and discussed with the staff. Can these 5 fighting dogs not be killed? If you don't kill them, you can keep them? The staff looked at Liu Feng as if he was a fool. Yes, I will pay, and you can help me keep these 5 fighting dogs. This is also the most helpless way. Brother Wang, are you sure you want us to help you keep these 5 disabled fighting dogs? Wang Gozi walked in from outside at this time. He heard everything Liu Feng said just now. Just tell me the number. Liu Feng nodded confidently. Okay, 5 fighting dogs. I'll charge you 100 yuan a day. But there's one thing to be said first. These are all seriously injured and disabled dogs. If they die from serious injuries, don't blame us. Liu Feng nodded without saying much, opened his phone, and transferred 10,000 yuan to Wang Gozi. It's impossible for them to die. Would I tell you that I have used my special ability to help the 5 fighting dogs recover from their injuries, so it's impossible for them to die from serious injuries. If these 5 fighting dogs are fine in the future, then we will live in peace. But if you take my money but don't do anything, there is no need to open this dog farm, and I will use the dog army to flatten your dog farm in the future. Then do you want us to keep this golden wolf for you? What about Jin Weinan? Does he not want the golden wolf anymore? Jin Weinan? He took the prize money and left a long time ago. For people like him, if he loses his usefulness, he will be abandoned. For example, the golden wolf is not only lame, but also blind in one eye. If you take it home, you have to treat it like a boss. Who would want it? Wang Gozi curled his lips and said with disgust, well, you name a price, I'll buy the golden wolf. Okay, 500 yuan, you can take it away directly. Liu Feng said nothing and transferred another 3,000 yuan to Wang Gozi. The extra 2,500 yuan is for me to buy the 5 fighting dogs. Brother Wang, you are so particular. Wang Gozi gave Liu Feng a thumbs up, but in his heart he cursed that he didn't know which family this prodigal son was from. He was stupid and had a lot of money. Liu Feng took the rope given by Wang Gozi and released the golden wolf from the cage. Seeing the one-eyed golden wolf sticking out its tongue, limping towards Liu Feng, humming and humming, happy like a child who has found his family. Liu Feng couldn't help laughing as he rubbed the golden wolf's head with his hands. Although they had just met today, they were like old friends who had known each other for a long time, and their relationship naturally became close. All the things that should be done and can be done were done. The golden wolf was harvested, and many genetic drawings of dogs were harvested. Today's trip was also a complete and fruitful one. Considering that the golden wolf looked bloody and terrifying, taking a taxi might scare the driver away. Liu Feng gave Wang Gozi another 200 to drive him and the golden wolf home. Yu Jinyuan, haha, Brother Wang's family is quite rich. It's 80,000 per square meter there, right? Seeing that Liu Feng would rather tease a disabled dog than pay attention to him, Wang Gozi pouted and cursed secretly and started the car. Originally, it was written that a group of fighting dogs would be taken back, but after thinking about it, I felt that it was a bit unrealistic, so I changed it back to taking the golden wolf alone. Yu Jinyuan community entrance. Brother Wang, call me if you have anything. After saying that, Wang Gozi turned the steering wheel and drove away. Liu Feng took the golden wolf to the community, but was stopped by the community security because of the blood and wounds on the golden wolf. After a lot of talk and proving that he was the owner, he was allowed in. Back home, Liu Feng sat on the sofa in the living room, led the golden wolf to him and rubbed its head. Finally, we are home. I can treat you with peace of mind. Infusing vitality into the golden wolf's body, you can see that the scars and cracks on the golden wolf's body are healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bumpy hair has grown back, restoring its original smooth appearance. As the vitality gathers in the right eye socket, the golden wolf's blind right eye slowly opens, and there is no sign of trauma. In just a few minutes, the golden wolf was fully restored. However, because the golden wolf was not a creature created by the magic cube, the treatment cost more than 1 million vitality. You should know that among the fighting dog gene blueprints Liu Feng obtained today, it does not take 1 million vitality to create the most expensive fighting dog. But seeing the incredible and happy appearance of the golden wolf after he found himself healed, Liu Feng felt that it was worth it. The main reason was that Liu Feng felt that the relationship between the golden wolf and himself, now and in the future, would be more like a partner, rather than the creatures created by the Rubik's Cube, which had a completely superior subordinate, master-servant feeling. Golden wolf, don't be crazy, come here. Hearing the master calling him, the golden wolf panted and trotted over. The golden wolf regarded Liu Feng as the master, but Liu Feng regarded the golden wolf as a partner, Although this was only a one-sided intention, after all, the two could not communicate. Golden Wolf, I am going to help you continue to infuse life to make you stronger. Are you willing? Since they are partners, of course you have to ask for their opinions, so Liu Feng pressed the Golden Wolf's head and nodded twice. Very good, Golden Wolf, you really have a heart that wants to become stronger. Liu Feng continued to infuse 100,000 vitality, watching the changes in the Golden Wolf in front of him. After the infusion of 500,000 vitality, the Golden Wolf did not show any external changes, except that it could be seen that it was like its original self, and its eyes were squinted with comfort. After the infusion of 1 million vitality, it could only feel that the Golden Wolf seemed to have changed a little, but perhaps because the change was too small, it looked like no change. After the infusion of 3 million vitality, Liu Feng saw that the Golden Wolf squatting there seemed to have grown a little taller, so Liu Feng asked the Golden Wolf to stand up. Although he did not measure the Golden Wolf specifically, Liu Feng was sure that the Golden Wolf's body size had indeed increased. After another 3 million vitality was continuously infused, the Golden Wolf's teeth gradually became snow-white and sharp, its legs and feet became stronger and stronger, and its body size also grew little by little. Because it was the infusion of life into an external creature, Liu Feng disliked that the change in the Golden Wolf was too small, so he increased the intensity of the infusion, which made the Golden Wolf feel as if it was going to ascend to heaven comfortably. Unconsciously, he infused the Golden Wolf with more than 40 million vitality. Seeing the Golden Wolf's head approaching his abdomen, Liu Feng finally grinned with satisfaction. Well, it's time to ride. At this time, the Golden Wolf's slightly narrowed eyes seemed to have an irresistible light, and its fur also changed. The golden and black lines like tiger stripes intertwined with each other, and with the newly grown black hair and white clouds on its hooves, the overall image of the Golden Wolf became extremely handsome, with extraordinary temperament. It was simply the most handsome dog in the world. Only in this way can it match the absolutely handsome self, Liu Feng thought narcissistically. He found a ruler to measure the Golden Wolf's body shape. The height was 1.14 meters, the toes to the shoulder were 0.95 meters, and the body length was 1.78 meters. Liu Feng, who wanted to ride a dog, realized belatedly that the Golden Wolf's body shape was a bit too big now. Fortunately, the appearance of the Golden Wolf has changed a lot. Even if Wang Goji and his people find it, they probably won't associate it with the Golden Wolf. But it's better to be careful. Liu Feng was a little annoyed. His face was uncertain. He had agreed to develop in a low-key manner and be cautious. But when he got excited and wanted to ride the dog, his obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in, and he forgot everything. It turned out that he was still immature. The Golden Wolf, who was originally happy, found that his vision had become wider and higher. When he was curious, he saw that his master suddenly changed his face and seemed to be unhappy. He was so scared that he quickly buried his head and whimpered in a low voice. "It's none of your business, Golden Wolf." After relaxing his face, Liu Feng held the big head of the Golden Wolf and gently stroked it. It had changed like this, and he couldn't let the Golden Wolf degenerate. If someone with ulterior motives really found something, he could only fight back. He took the Golden Wolf to the toilet and turned on the shower to wash the Golden Wolf. No matter how it changed, the blood on the Golden Wolf would not disappear. After washing, he used a hairdryer to dry the hair on the Golden Wolf. Looking at the brand new Golden Wolf, Liu Feng excitedly jumped on it. Well, since it is like this, it cannot be returned. Hehe, why not let me try to ride the Golden Wolf? He put his long legs on the Golden Wolf's back and sat on it. The Golden Wolf's back was very stable and its legs were very strong, but it was not high enough. His legs had to be slightly curled up, otherwise his feet would rub against the ground. At first, Liu Feng was worried that the Golden Wolf would not be able to bear it. Now he thinks it is purely unnecessary. With more than 40 million vitality infused, even if it is an external creature, the strengthening and weakening, you can't imagine how powerful the power contained in it will be. Go. Liu Feng slapped the Golden Wolf's butt. The frightened Golden Wolf thought that the master was going to ride it to teach it a lesson. It rubbed and rubbed on the smooth floor, and then rushed out of the toilet with Liu Feng on its back, and then made another sharp turn and ran to the living room, almost throwing Liu Feng out. Liu Feng was quite satisfied with riding the Golden Wolf in the living room and bedroom, except that his legs were a little tired. If he wanted to sprint on the Golden Wolf, he had to bend over and hug the front neck of the Golden Wolf, which was also tiring. After playing with the Golden Wolf for a while, he saw that it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had to go to the slaughterhouse to harvest vitality. Liu Feng decided to take the Golden Wolf with him. First, his parents would be off work soon, and leaving the Golden Wolf alone at home might scare his parents. Second, he could also bring the Golden Wolf to show his presence. When the Golden Wolf grew larger again, others would just think that the Golden Wolf had grown taller. Although there were both advantages and disadvantages, third, since the disadvantages were bound to appear, it would be better for me to go out and ride a dog to show off. He put a leash on the Golden Wolf and then took it out. When he got downstairs, Liu Feng, who was always thinking about showing off, crossed his legs and rode on the Golden Wolf again. "Let's go." The Golden Wolf listened to Liu Feng's instructions and carried Liu Feng out of the community. Liu Feng had no expression on his face as he listened to the exclamations of passers-by in the community. "Mom, I want to ride a big dog too. Mom, I want one too. I want one too. Hearing the exclamations of the little brats in the community, and then the sound of crying and making a fuss if their parents didn't give them a ride, Liu Feng couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth and wanted to laugh. Liu Feng just wanted to take out something that the brats would envy and must get. At this time, he ignored it, and the brats' parents couldn't give it to them. The depressed and angry brats could only cry loudly and then vent their anger on their parents. This was Liu Feng's evil taste in his heart, because when he was a child, there were brats who came to his house to play, and they wanted to take away whatever they liked. The brats' family would definitely not let them take it, and then the brats would cry and make a fuss until they could take it away. In this way, many of Liu Feng's favorite toys when he was a child were taken away. The happy look of the little brat before he left, and even his eyes seemed to be filled with malicious ridicule of success, has always been a shadow of Liu Feng's childhood. After avenging the shadow of his childhood, Liu Feng, who was overjoyed, could not get a taxi outside the community. The driver saw the giant golden wolf and refused to take him no matter what. Finally, he added 200 yuan to get a driver who was willing to take him. As a result, he looked up every 3 seconds while driving and looked at the rearview mirror twice, over and over again. You make money with your life, and I take the car with my life. Is this really a good way to do it? Signed, thank you for the recommendation votes from book friends. After Liu Feng and his 3 roommates finished dinner, he took a taxi to Junyi apartment alone. Putting the food in front of the golden wolf, Liu Feng sat quietly on the sofa and thought, university life is officially on track. I should be like an ordinary college student. After the military training, I should go to class every day according to the school schedule. In the rest of the time, I will play basketball with classmates or play games with roommates. I will join a campus club. If I am lucky, I can have a girlfriend and spend 4 years of campus life together. But all this is based on the premise that I don't have the creation cube. With the creation cube, Liu Feng knows that his life will not be peaceful. The road ahead is unknown, and he can only take one step at a time, although he may not even be able to finish college safely in the end. Now the Genesis Cube is at level 5, with nearly 450 million vitality accumulated. There are still more than 1.5 billion left before the next recharge. When I have time, I have to find a slaughterhouse in Hangzhou and recharge the cube as soon as possible to unlock new functions. As for the golden wolf, I hope it won't cause any trouble when I take it to the academy tomorrow. It would be best if I can give the golden wolf a rite of passage and then take it to the dormitory to raise it secretly. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to run back and forth every day to deliver food to the golden wolf, and I don't want to give it dog food. Liu Feng stayed with the golden wolf in the apartment to watch TV, and at the same time touched the golden wolf's hand to infuse it with some vitality, which was Liu Feng's reward to the golden wolf, making the golden wolf squint his eyes comfortably. The golden wolf has been staying quietly in the apartment, never making noise, and will not have the behavior of a pet dog to destroy the house. Every time he comes back and opens the door, he can see the golden wolf guarding the door, and the look in his eyes when he looks at him is full of joy. Liu Feng understands that kind of look. It is a feeling that you are the only one in my world, which makes Liu Feng pity the golden wolf even more. I stayed in the apartment with Jinlong until after 9 o'clock. During that time, I ordered takeout and 3 13-inch pizzas. When the man and the dog were eating, Wu Shi called. Brother Feng, Instructor Ma just came to us and said that he had communicated with the school and that he could bring Golden Wolf. But in order to ensure the safety of the students, he hoped that Golden Wolf would be given a hood. I don't want Golden Wolf to be given a hood. Please help me tell Instructor Ma that for the safety of the students, we should just not bring Golden Wolf. Well, Brother Feng, Instructor Ma wants to tell you something. Hello, Liu Feng. This is Instructor Ma. I heard everything you just said. If you can ensure that Golden Wolf will not hurt the students, I will decide not to give Golden Wolf a hood. Okay? Okay then, I can guarantee that Golden Wolf will be absolutely obedient. Okay, that's it. I look forward to seeing Golden Wolf tomorrow. Looking at the hung-up call, Liu Feng was a little unhappy. He didn't know why Instructor Ma seemed to want to see Golden Wolf very much, and even made the decision to let the school allow Golden Wolf to enter the campus without a hood. Finally, Liu Feng patted Golden Wolf's huge head, said, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, and then left the apartment and took a taxi back to school. When Liu Feng returned to the dormitory, he was just in time for the dormitory inspection. After registering, he hurriedly washed up. As a result, the power went out when he was halfway through the shower. The bathroom suddenly fell into darkness. Liu Feng had to wipe his body in the dark, and his weak night vision was useless in the absence of light. Climbing onto his bed, listening to the even breathing in the dormitory, the 3 people who were tired after a day fell asleep without knowing when. The next morning, Liu Feng took a taxi to the apartment to pick up Jinlong, but when he went back, no driver was willing to take Jinlong. Liu Feng thought that the apartment was not too far from the college anyway, so he simply led Jinlong to the college. Running on the road with a giant dog, the rate of turning back was still very high. After running for half an hour, when they arrived at the school gate, both the man and the dog remained calm, indicating that they were not under any pressure. The students who came and went at the school gate showed some surprise and fear when they saw Jinlong, but they all stopped to watch and take pictures from a distance. The security guard in the lobby also saw Liu Feng with the giant dog, and quickly leaned out of the window and asked, "Are you Liu Feng?" "Yes, I am," Liu Feng answered while holding the golden wolf. "Okay, then you can go in, but I still hope you can keep the big dog under control and don't bite anyone. Otherwise it will be a big deal," the security guard reminded in the lobby. "Okay, I will." Liu Feng nodded and led the golden wolf into the campus. The golden wolf also shook its head and looked around, as if it was familiar with the environment of Liu Feng's campus. When they came to the back of the gymnasium, some students from class 301 had already arrived. When they saw that Liu Feng really brought a giant dog that was more than 1 meter tall, they exclaimed. However, because Liu Feng was the owner, they were not afraid, but they did not dare to get too close, so they could only stand aside and talk with their classmates. The golden wolf squatting on the ground was majestic, like a shining star, attracting more and more students' attention. Soon Qian Demin led a few middle-aged men who looked like school leaders and walked over, and then kept a certain distance to look at Liu Feng and the golden wolf. "Liu Feng, can you come over here?" Qian Demin waved at Liu Feng from a distance. "Golden wolf, sit here and don't move." After saying that, Liu Feng trotted to Qian Demin's side. "Liu Feng, this is Dean Yu from our college, this is Vice Dean Run, and this is Director Shu from our department." Qian Demin introduced the school leaders around him one by one to Liu Feng. "Hello, Dean Yu, Dean Run, and Director Shu." Liu Feng bowed slightly to show his respect. "Okay, Liu Feng, right? He looks pretty good," Dean Yu praised with a smile, then glanced at the golden wolf who had been squatting in the same place, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "I see that the big dog has also been trained to be very obedient, so I feel relieved, but you still have to be a little careful. Don't make any trouble." Several leaders took a closer look, instructed Liu Feng a few words, and left accompanied by Qian Damin. Liu Feng turned and walked towards Jin Lang. The 3 brothers from the dormitory had also arrived. They were massaging Jin Lang and enjoying the envious looks from their classmates. "Brother Feng, who were those middle-aged people who were chatting with you just now?" "The dean, vice dean, and dean of our college. By the way, hasn't Instructor Ma arrived yet?" "I don't know." Wu Ji turned around and looked. He saw Instructor Ma and the instructors of several other classes running towards him. "Brother Feng, Instructor Ma is here." Seeing Instructor Ma running over, the originally lazy 301 quickly lined up. Liu Feng also told Jin Lang to line up. Ma Yuanchao and several of his comrades saw Jin Lang from a distance. His huge and strong body and majestic appearance attracted their eyes. When he arrived in front of Class 301, Instructor Ma, who was not interested in training, waved his hand and said, "Rest where you are." "Liu Feng, come here. Can you let us get close to the golden wolf?" Instructor Ma asked with a hint of urgency and excitement in his tone. Sure." Liu Feng didn't understand why these soldiers were so excited about the golden wolf, but he still brought it to the golden wolf, touched the golden wolf's head, and reminded them not to act rashly without his orders, no matter what they did. Fortunately, Instructor Ma and his men seemed to really like the golden wolf, and didn't do anything bad. They just stretched out their hands and kept stroking the golden wolf's head or holding the golden wolf's sturdy limbs. The more they contacted, the more they liked it. Instructor Ma and his men had an unconcealed love for the golden wolf in their eyes. They said something, and one of the soldiers ran to the reviewing stand, while the students around them seemed to be forgotten and no one cared. After a while, the soldier who ran over in front brought the chief instructor on the reviewing stand to Class 301. After a quick glance at the students in Class 301, the chief instructor cast his eyes on the golden wolf and strode over. "The king of dogs, the absolute king of dogs." As soon as he touched the body of the golden wolf, the chief instructor shouted excitedly, "You must take it to our military region. As long as we train it a little, it will definitely become the king of dogs in the military region." Liu Feng's heart sank when he heard the words of the chief instructor, and his face became gloomy. Sure enough, the bad thing he had expected happened. After leaving the school gate, Liu Feng and his father returned to the apartment at more than 12 o'clock. He and his parents found a small restaurant outside the community to have lunch, but he didn't dare to bring the golden wolf, fearing that they would not be allowed in, so he had to pack 4 servings of braised chicken with rice. "Fenger, it's not easy to take care of you at school. How about we help you take the golden wolf back?" "No need, Mom. Don't worry, I can take care of the golden wolf." Liu Feng thought about it and decided to keep the golden wolf by his side. Although it would be a bit troublesome, it could also ensure the instability factor. You know, the golden wolf is a fighting dog after all, with bloodthirsty and aggressive genes deep in its body, and now after life infusion, Liu Feng didn't know exactly how powerful it had become. Although Jinlong also listens to his parents, Liu Feng is worried that if Jinlong doesn't see him for a long time, he may become emotionally unstable. If he becomes a social instability factor, he will be in trouble. "Okay, then your father and I will go back first." Liu's mother patted Liu Feng's shoulder and opened the car door with Liu's father and got in. "Mom and Dad, go slowly, be careful on the road." Watching his parents' car drive away, Liu Feng returned to the apartment with 4 servings of braised chicken and rice. When he opened the door, he saw Jinlong squatting at the door waiting. It seemed that he didn't see Liu's father and mother. Jinlong tilted his head and looked a little strange. "Mom and Dad are back. From now on, it will be just the 2 of us here. This is your lunch." Liu Feng touched Jinlong's head, then opened the food box and placed it in front of Jinlong. Jinlong is not picky about food, at least not about what Liu Feng gives it. It eats whatever Liu Feng gives it. Watching Jinlong finish a serving in 2 or 3 bites, the bones were like popcorn and they were chewed into pieces and swallowed without any effort. Jinlong, I'm going to school soon and will be back in the evening. You can watch TV when I'm not at home. Seeing that Jinlong had finished his meal, Liu Feng took Jinlong to sit in the living room and taught Jinlong how to turn on and off the TV and change channels. Jinlong was very obedient, so he learned very quickly. In fact, he only used 4 keys in total. Looking at the TV with a black screen and different pictures, Jinlong seemed a little excited. Although he might not understand anything, he couldn't resist the novelty. As for going to the toilet and drinking water, Liu Feng taught Jinlong how to do it as early as when he was in Shanghai. Watching TV with Jinlong in the living room, he was also replying to Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu's group messages at the same time. A 3-person chat group was set up long ago. Aren't you in school? I rented an apartment myself. Then we can come visit you. Yang Lulu, isn't it a rule that freshmen can only live in the dormitory? Sure, how would I know? Besides, it's already rented. Liu Xinran invites you to a video call. Liu Feng clicked to accept and saw the screen of Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu appearing. They were actually in the same dormitory. I don't know how the school arranged it. Wow, brother Liu Feng, there's a big dog head next to you. Yeah, it scared me. Liu Feng turned the screen to the golden wolf, touched the golden wolf's big head and introduced it to the 2 girls. It's called the golden wolf. Wow, the golden wolf is so cool and so big. It's so scary. He won't bite, will he? Yang Lulu and Liu Xinran focused on different things. One liked it with sparkling eyes and the other was worried about safety. No, the golden wolf will be super well behaved with me here, Liu Feng said confidently. Then Xinran and I will come to find you. Where are you? Come on, Junie apartment. I'll call you when we get there and I'll pick you up. After hanging up the phone, I watched TV with Jinlong for about half an hour. Liu Xinran called to say that she and Yang Lulu had arrived and asked him to go down to pick them up. Liu Feng took Jinlong downstairs and walked over to the 2 girls at the gate of the community. Yang Lulu, who praised Jinlong for being cool and handsome in the previous video, couldn't help but tremble like Liu Xinran when she saw the real Jinlong. You hide behind me, and I hide behind you. Best friends are used to block knives at critical moments. Jinlong, sit down. Hearing the master's order, Jinlong immediately sat down on the spot, sitting upright like a well-trained soldier. Okay, come over. Liu Feng walked over and grabbed the 2 girls, pulling their hands and putting them on Jinlong's head. How are you? Are you okay? Won't bite me? Yeah. After finding that the golden wolf was really well behaved and didn't look fierce at all, the 2 girls couldn't help but become bolder. They took the initiative to approach the golden wolf and touch it all over its body. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu didn't know that if outsiders dared to touch it without Liu Feng's signal, the golden wolf would bite off their slender white arms in one bite. Do you want to be a knight again? Without waiting for the 2 girls to answer, Liu Feng hugged the screaming Liu Xinran and rode on the golden wolf's back first, and then carried Yang Lulu to the golden wolf's back. Fortunately, the 2 girls were wearing shorts instead of skirts today. Otherwise, they would probably be exposed. Liu Feng pulled the golden wolf back. Liu Xinran hugged the golden wolf's neck tightly, and Yang Lulu hugged Liu Xinran's waist tightly. After getting rid of the initial nervousness, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu slowly began to enjoy the pleasure of being a knight, and their long legs didn't need to curl up like Liu Feng. After watching the people around them taking photos in amazement and their envious eyes, the 2 girls' vanity exploded, and they looked at the golden wolf with love. As for Liu Feng, he was just a boatman, a dog puller. After returning home, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu no longer had Liu Feng in their eyes. The golden wolf was their love. The 2 girls stroked the dog, stroked the golden wolf's hair and tickled it, and looked at Liu Feng with jealous eyes. I originally wanted to give the golden wolf life as a reward, but now I'm sorry, I'm very good for not returning you. Liu Feng tried to find a topic to chat, but was criticized for not treating him well. He came to his house on such a hot day, but he didn't even give him a glass of water, so he gave him a bad review. Helpless, Liu Feng ran downstairs to the small supermarket to buy a box of drinks, but it turned out that they were not iced, so he gave him another bad review. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Liu Feng, feeling depressed, could only watch TV silently. Anyway, the 2 girls' hearts were probably on Jin Lang today, so he should not make himself bored. At around 4 o'clock, Liu Feng and the 2 girls were ready to go back to school. Liu Xinran said that they would go to the first class meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, and at least they had to meet and get to know each other with their classmates. Jin Lang, we're leaving now. We'll see you next time. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu squeezed at the door reluctantly to say goodbye to Jin Lang. Please, you have only known each other for a short time, but you act like you are very familiar with each other. Believe it or not, I will let Jin Lang show his true colors and bite your clothes. Rolling his eyes, Liu Feng pushed the 2 girls out, then said hello to Jin Lang and walked out of the house. He took a taxi back to school and sent the 2 girls back to the girls' dormitory. They were from the business school department. According to them, they must be female CEOs in the future, so Liu Feng should pay a visit to them as soon as possible and hang out with them in the future. Then they returned to their dormitories. The 3 brothers were all there, lying on their beds, each facing a cell phone. Are you back? Fu Xiaodou greeted. Well, is there a class meeting at 6 o'clock? Liu Feng sat on his bedside table. Well, there's still some time. Let's go over later. Fu Xiaodou said. Okay, have you eaten yet? We agreed to treat the brothers to dinner. Liu Feng asked. We just ate, Zhang Xin replied. Okay, then I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Liu Feng nodded. Brother Feng is awesome, Wu Ji praised. Should we also get a number? Just follow the custom. Fu Xiaodou suggested. That's fine. I was born in January 2001, Liu Feng said. Then I am indeed younger than Brother Feng. I was born in October 2001, Wu Ji said. Ha, I was born in August, not the youngest. Zhang Xin said happily. Hey, then I'm the oldest, born in November 2000. Liu Feng is the second oldest, Zhang Xin is the third oldest, and Wu Ji is the youngest. Fu Xiaodou also laughed. After arranging the numbers and a day of buffering, the relationship between the four people in the dormitory finally became much closer. They talked and laughed, boasted, and teased each other. It was not until almost 6 o'clock that the four of them set out for the classroom. Liu Feng and his group of four came to the classroom. At this time, the classroom was as lively as a vegetable market. Most of the tables and chairs were occupied by students who were talking to each other. There was also a boy and a girl standing on the podium. They seemed to be about the same age. Suddenly, I saw another new student from another dormitory coming into the classroom. Although he was still chatting, his eyes looked at Liu Feng and his group, who had just entered the door with curiosity and expectation. The curiosity was strong, which was considered to be the boys. As for the expectant eyes, of course, most of them belonged to the girls. Let's not talk about whether Liu Feng and his group of four are good-looking or not. With an average height of 1.8 meters above sea level, as long as they are not too ugly to the audience, they can meet the expectations of girls. Looking at Zhang Xin and Fu Xiaodou's looks, they can't be said to be very handsome, but they are both fresh and clean. With their height, the overall score is 80, and they have the potential to be boyfriends. Wu Ji is a little handsome, and his height must be at least 185 centimeters. He must be good at playing basketball, and the overall score is above 85. You can actively pursue him. Finally, there is Liu Feng, who is a little hidden by the three people and can't be seen clearly with his head down. He won't be ugly, hiding behind the three people. Maybe he is very handsome. Don't dream. I want to be very handsome, and I want the whole world to know. The tallest one who just came is quite handsome. The girls gathered together and talked quietly with their mouths covered. The corner and other good seats far from the podium were occupied, so Liu Feng and his three companions could only sit in the upper left corner, with Liu Feng sitting at the leftmost position, and Wu Ji, Fu Xiaodou, and Zhang Xin sandwiching him on three sides. There was actually a reason for this. On the way here, Liu Feng and his companions felt that Wu Ji, who was getting to know him well, kept saying that Liu Feng was very handsome, so he begged Liu Feng to cover his face and give the three brothers a chance to show their faces. At the same time, he also righteously said that this was also to protect him if he didn't want to be beaten to death by other boys. So there was this scene of covering Liu Feng's face. Hey brother, my name is Liu Shi. Why doesn't that brother show his face? Liu Shi, who was behind Wu Ji, patted Wu Ji on the shoulder and asked, My name is Wu Ji. To be honest, not letting him show his face is for the good of us boys. Wu Ji turned around and gave Liu Shi a mysterious smile. Seeing Liu Shi's puzzled face, Wu Ji shook his head and sighed. You'll know in a while. After all, we can only suppress it for a while. Do you have to show off as soon as you get here? Liu Shi muttered to himself unhappily. During the chat, two more dormitory people came to the class one after another. One group of men and one group of women. It is estimated that everyone should be here. At 6 o'clock, a middle-aged man with sparse hair walked into the class. He should be the head teacher. The class became a little quieter. Hello, students. My name is Qian Demin. I am the head teacher of Class 301 of the Department of Biological Sciences. If nothing goes wrong, I will spend 4 unforgettable years of campus life with you. Qian Demin pointed to a man and a woman next to him and said, These two are my teaching assistants, Zhang Wei and Hu Yuyo. When I'm not here, you can find them if you have anything. This is my phone number. Qian Demin wrote his phone number on the blackboard. Then I'll tell you the precautions. Please listen carefully. Qian Demin knocked on the blackboard to attract attention before continuing. Freshmen can only live in dormitories according to regulations. The doors are locked at 10:30 p.m., and there will be inspections. You need to pay for electricity and water. Please be careful. You are not allowed to bring electrical appliances, such as induction cookers, into the dormitory. Once discovered, they will be confiscated and not returned. The military training will start tomorrow and will last for 10 days. Those who love beauty should be prepared. Remember to apply sunscreen and other things so that you won't be unable to find a boyfriend or girlfriend after getting tanned. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you become autistic at that time. After watching the students under the podium give an ambiguous smile of O and O to inform, Qian Demin continued. After the military training, your course schedule will be out. Qian Demin clapped his hands. Okay, I've almost said everything I should say. Now you can introduce yourselves one by one and let me get to know you. Seeing that no one took the initiative to introduce themselves on the stage for a long time, Qian Demin had to call on people. You who sit near the door, go first, and then the ones next to you will follow. The first boy sitting at the door was not nervous. Maybe he had thought about it long ago, and he introduced himself smoothly. My name is Wu Young. I'm 182 centimeters tall. I like playing basketball, fitness, and I don't have a girlfriend yet. Wu Young smiled and walked off the stage. My name is Chen Hong. I live in the same dormitory as Wu Young, and I also like playing basketball. Chen Hong was shy, and he walked off the stage with a red face. My name is... 10 minutes later, it was Fu Xiaodo's turn. Fu Xiaodo stood on the podium and introduced himself. My name is Fu Xiaodo. I have good athletic ability, and I like playing basketball. Forget it. I won't say more. I hope no girls will come to ask me about other boys later. After hearing the first few words of the second half of the sentence, the boys in the class hushed a few times, thinking that Fu Xiaodo was pretending, but after listening, they found that it didn't seem to be what he meant. After Fu Xiaodo came down, Wu Ji came on the stage. My name is Wu Ji. I won't say much. I just hope I can find a girlfriend. Zhang Xin smiled awkwardly when he came on stage and said, My name is Zhang Xin. I know myself a little bit. I just hope some girls will look at me. The boys and girls in the audience, as well as the head teacher Qian Demin, were all puzzled. These three boys looked okay, so why did they feel so inferior? Look at what they are saying. Are they talking like human beings? Some smart girls thought of something. With a little excitement and expectation in their eyes, they looked at Liu Feng, who had been blocked from view by the three and was playing with his phone. Is it my turn? Liu Feng asked. Yes, it's your turn. Fu Xiaodo looked a little listless. Stretching, Liu Feng stood up and walked to the podium. Because of the strange words of Fu Xiaodo and the other three, everyone in the class looked at Liu Feng with great concentration, and his true face finally revealed. That face, under the light of the incandescent lamp, seemed like a work of God, with sharp edges and corners, sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a face as rosy as jade, red lips and white teeth. No matter where you look from the audience, you can't find a single ugly spot. If you use a poem to describe Liu Feng's appearance at this time, it can only be the second line of Mo Xiangyan Ru Yu. Young master is unparalleled in the world. Hello, my name is Liu Feng. Lu Shi was dumbfounded. From the moment Liu Feng stood up, Lu Shi understood what Wu Ji meant by for the good of us boys. The girls were also dumbfounded. No, they almost popped their eyes out. There is actually a peerless handsome guy in our class? I'm not dreaming, right? Isn't this the person I married in my dream? The girls who couldn't believe it were stunned for a few seconds before they screamed like ghosts and wolves, causing people from several classes around to peek in from the windows. Quiet. Jian Demin covered his ears and shouted, but no girl could hear him for a while. It lasted for half a minute before the excited girls slowly calmed down. The main reason was that their throats hurt from shouting, so they could only look at Liu Feng with excited eyes. To be honest, Liu Feng didn't expect that the girls in the class would scream so wildly. Although some girls would get excited when they saw him, they had never been so crazy. Maybe it was because of the students' expectations for the unknown life at the beginning of the school year, and the incandescent lights tonight increased the effect on the stage. You shouted and I shouted, and the third was that Fu Xiaodo and the others covered up at the beginning, which led to the girls' instinctive thinking that Liu Feng was ugly, resulting in an extremely contrasting vision. The three factors formed the right time, place, and people, which caused the girls to burst into madness tonight. Okay, go on. Qian Demin, rubbing his ears, waved to Liu Feng. That's it. Liu Feng looked at Qian Demin with an embarrassed look as he got off the podium, and then saw Fu Xiaodo, Wu Ji, Zhang Xin, including Lu Shi, and the resentful eyes of the boys behind him. The introduction continued, but the self-introduction of the boys behind was meaningless. They couldn't attract the girls' attention. What's the point of getting the boys' attention? We are not gay. Finally, the first class meeting ended with Qian Demin's words that we would gather in the classroom at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Liu Feng was escorted into the dormitory by the boys led by Fu Xiaodo, Wu Ji, and Zhang Xin. A student had a conflict with an instructor, and the instructor beat the student. This incident was secretly recorded by the surrounding students with their mobile phones and posted on the campus forum. Then it took over the entire forum at lightning speed, and there were messages insulting the instructor everywhere. In a classroom in the sophomore business school, Jiang Yun was bored and browsing the campus forum. Suddenly, she saw a video title of a freshman being beaten by an instructor during military training. There were nearly 1,000 messages below, so she clicked on it to take a look. The video was not very clear and the distance was relatively far, but you can still see a group of male students standing in front of the instructor, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. The boy in the front seemed to say something to the instructor, and then the instructor grabbed the boy's hand. The embarrassing thing was that the boy who wanted to turn over but failed to do so was in a stalemate for a while. The leading boy seemed to say something again, which made the instructor punch the boy in the face. After that, the boy fought with the instructor like a desperate man, and finally the instructor was defeated by the boy in the video. Wow, this instructor is really disgusting, Zhang Yun said indignantly with a fist, and then tilted her head. But this boy seems a little familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere. What's the matter, Zhang Yun? Chen Yi, who was listening to the class carefully, looked at Zhang Yun in confusion. Look, a freshman was beaten by the instructor, and the most important thing is that the instructor couldn't beat the student later. Zhang Yun handed the phone to Chen Yi to see. The comments of the students below are also scolding this instructor. How can he hit the students? Chen Yi was also uncomfortable watching the video and comments. I remember now. He was the handsome guy who asked us about the School of Biomedical Sciences on the first day of school. Jiang Yun shook Chen Yi's arm excitedly, and suddenly changed her expression again. Ah, this instructor didn't beat him because he was jealous of his handsomeness, so he was too mean. I'm going to leave a message to scold him. After saying that, Jiang Yun snatched the phone back from Chen Yi, and clicked on the screen of the phone, typing and scolding the instructor surnamed Ma, while also putting her own inference on it. I know this freshman who was beaten. He is super handsome. The instructor Ma must be very ugly. He beat him because he was jealous of his handsomeness. If the handsome guy's face was deformed by this instructor Ma, I must call the police to arrest this instructor Ma. After commenting, Jiang Yun still felt unsatisfied. She scrolled down the comments and liked any comments that scolded the instructor. Behind the gymnasium, the chief instructor scolded Instructor Ma and let him go. I apologize to you on behalf of Instructor Ma. I will punish Instructor Ma severely for what he did and will never cover up for him. However, Instructor Ma is no longer suitable to teach you. A new coach will come to train you later. The chief instructor said and glanced at Liu Feng. Your injuries are not light. Come with me and go to the infirmary. The chief instructor took the lead and walked forward. Liu Feng thought about it and followed the chief instructor. They came to a remote small room. The chief instructor took out some red oil and traumatic wine from the cabinet, dipped it with alcohol cotton, and seemed to want to wipe the scars and red and swollen areas on Liu Feng's body. Chief instructor, there is no one here. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't pretend. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will feel like vomiting if I see your artificial posture for a long time. Liu Feng looked at the chief instructor with contempt. Hearing what Liu Feng said, the chief instructor smiled, threw away the tweezers holding the alcohol cotton, then sat on the chair and squinted at Liu Feng. Where's your phone? Are you afraid I'll record you? Liu Feng chuckled and threw the phone in his pocket onto the table. You can now say whatever you want to say without worry. The chief instructor tapped the table with his fingers, looked at Liu Feng for a while, and then said, Liu Feng, tell me, how can you be so ungrateful? As long as you agree to let me train Golden Wolf, believe me, Golden Wolf will become the world's #1 military dog, and you will be the owner of the Chinese divine dog in the future, and I will rise step by step with Golden Wolf. It will be beneficial to you to have a good relationship with me. Seeing that Liu Feng did not refuse immediately and looked like he was thinking, Cai Yongbo decided to strike while the iron was hot. As long as you agree now, Ma Yuanchao, I can call the leader later and deprive him of his military status on the grounds of beating students during military training. We will never allow bad apples to appear in the army. How about it? Not very good. I don't have the habit of trusting villains. Liu Feng replied indifferently. Haha, Liu Feng. This is the last time I advise you in private. Cai Yongbo's face darkened after he finished speaking. Don't be ungrateful again. What I admire most is the soldiers. From ancient times to the present, soldiers have always been a group of lovely and respectable people standing on the front line. If you really need Jinlong to join the army, I am reluctant, but I am willing. Liu Feng did not look at Cai Yongbo, but lowered his head and spoke softly. Cai Yongbo frowned and asked, What do you mean? Do you agree or not? Oh, I agree that it is when facing real soldiers, they are worthy of having Jinlong as a partner. As for you, you are not even worthy of your military uniform. There are more than 1 or 2 black sheep. If you can eliminate yourself, I think I will be willing to send Jinlong to the military district for training and win the honor of the world's #1 military dog for the country. After Liu Feng finished speaking, he looked up at Cai Yongbo and laughed disdainfully. After listening, Cai Yongbo laughed with a slightly ferocious look on his face. You know what? You are really annoying. No wonder Ma Yuanchao was willing to fight with you. Do you think if I beat you up and seriously injured you now, would anyone know it was me? After saying that, Cai Yongbo clapped his arms vigorously, quickly stood up from the chair, then rushed to Liu Feng and turned around to hit him with a back kick. Cai Yongbo completed a series of actions in 1 second. Liu Feng only had time to protect his arms in front of his chest before he was kicked out of the door with great force and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Liu Feng, who was lying on the ground with an embarrassed look on his face, Cai Yongbo moved his body slightly, smiled as if showing off and said, I forgot to tell you that I once won the Sanda Championship in the military region. I can fight 5 people like Ma Yuanchao at the same time. No wonder the speed is so fast, and the power of the attack is much greater than that of Ma Yuanchao, Liu Feng thought to himself. Seeing Liu Feng getting up again, Cai Yongbo narrowed his eyes, stepped forward quickly and made another side kick. Too fast, can't dodge, can only resist. Liu Feng wanted to use the method of exchanging injuries for blood again, because Liu Feng knew that his gangster-like wild style of fighting might be good for ordinary people, but in the eyes of people who have been trained in fighting, it is full of flaws. And Cai Yongbo's attack power is indeed very strong. Liu Feng's method can cause injuries, but it can't hurt Cai Yongbo. The result of not defending at all is that he was kicked away by Cai Yongbo again. Haha, you want to use the same method to defeat Ma Yuanchao to deal with me? You are too naive, kid. Cai Yongbo looked down at Liu Feng, who was lying on the ground with the corner of his eye. You are as small as an ant in my eyes. I can play with you however I want. Do you understand? Tsk, since you said so yourself, then please play with my magic ants. Liu Feng climbed up, his face strange, and said in a slightly hoarse voice. What do you mean? Cai Yongbo saw Liu Feng's strange expression and felt a little uneasy. Look at your top. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and laughed. Kai Yongbo raised his head and looked up doubtfully. Then his eyes revealed a strong fear. His face turned extremely pale, and he murmured in a low voice with trembling mouth. What is this? After Liu Feng got off the car, he followed the two girls steadily. You dare to hold the hands of two girls at the same time in school. If you are seen, you may not see the sun tomorrow. Following the dark and quiet path, Liu Feng sent the two girls to the dormitory building. Rest early and pay attention to sun protection tomorrow. Liu Feng said to the two girls with concern. Then I will go back first. Yeah, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu watched Liu Feng turn around and slowly disappear into the night, then turned around and looked at each other. They looked at each other in silence, only sighing. The eyes of the two girls contained complex emotions. They were obviously best friends. But at the same time, in the same place, they fell in love with the same person. In the end, it was Yang Lulu who laughed first, stretched out her hand and looked at Liu Xinran. Xinran, no matter what, we should be best friends. Yes! Liu Xinran also smiled, stretched out her hand and held Yang Lulu's hand tightly. No matter what happens in the future, at least grasp the present and put the troubles in front of them behind their heads. The two women, who seemed to have recovered, held hands and jumped into the dormitory building. Liu Feng, who was hiding far away, secretly looked at them. Because of the life infusion, Liu Feng's vision has also improved. Although it has not reached the point where he can really see at night, the gap will not be too far. When watching the two women looking at each other face to face, Liu Feng almost couldn't help but run back, fearing that the two of them would overturn the boat of friendship because of him. I couldn't hear what they said. Although my hearing has been strengthened, I don't know to what extent I can still hear others talking at a distance of 200 or 300 meters. Finally, seeing the two women smiling and holding hands and walking away, Liu Feng's heart finally fell. But when he thought about the two women not being able to quarrel for him, what did this show? It showed that his status in the minds of the two women was not that high. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Look at this person, afraid of quarreling, and disappointed when there is no quarrel. This strange mentality can only be described in two words: cheap. After returning to dormitory 509, Liu Feng's first thing was to find Wu Ji, but Wu Ji had locked himself in the toilet when he heard someone shouting, "Brother Feng is back!" Bang! Bang! Brother Feng, please let me go! I messed up my mouth and said the wrong thing. Wu Ji leaned against the door and begged for mercy. When Liu Feng came back, the roommates around knew that there was a good show to watch. They crowded at the door of 509 and looked up and saw Liu Feng blocking Wu Ji at the door, and they couldn't help laughing loudly. Don't make trouble. I have a stomachache, and I'm in a hurry to go to the toilet. Open the door quickly. Liu Feng shouted anxiously outside the door. Brother Feng, are you really not messing with me? Wu Ji asked hesitantly inside. I'm not messing with you. Open the door quickly. Liu Feng knocked on the door loudly, putting pressure on Wu Ji. The door had just opened a little, and Wu Ji only had time to show one eye when he saw Liu Feng's hideous smile. Wu Ji, who immediately realized that he had been fooled, screamed and wanted to close the door, but it was too late. The strengthened Liu Feng was much stronger than an ordinary person. If he had not been worried about hurting Wu Ji, he could have bounced Wu Ji out the moment the door was opened. Even though he used all his strength to resist, the door was still pushed open a little bit, and Liu Feng entered the toilet, and then there was nothing else. The whole building could hear Wu Ji's heart-wrenching screams of being tortured. No one knew what kind of torture Wu Ji had experienced at the time. They only knew that after turning off the lights and going to bed, Wu Ji slept on his buttocks all night. At 7 in the morning, everyone was washing up. Wu Ji covered his hips and looked at Liu Feng with resentment. Seeing Wu Ji's expression, Zhang Xin and Fu Xiaodou showed a gloating expression. It was his own fault. Although Wu Ji was blown up last night, Liu Feng was also giving Wu Ji life infusion. Generally speaking, it did not cause much harm to Wu Ji. He even felt a little refreshed. Of course, the strange feeling after being blown up would definitely not disappear. After having breakfast in the cafeteria with the three brothers, he rushed to the classroom. Qian Demin and 2 assistants were distributing military uniforms. Many students in the class had already changed and were praising each other for looking good in military uniforms. After getting his own size from the 3 brothers, he went to the men's restroom. There were some boys he didn't know changing clothes in the men's restroom. They should be from other classes. Wu Ji looked at Liu Feng taking off his shirt with a resentful look on his face. He acted as if he was a girl who was about to be forced. Even Fu Xiaodou and Zhang Xin couldn't stand it anymore. They wanted to vomit when a 1.9-meter tall man showed such a scene. What the hell? Wu Ji, who was taking off his pants, couldn't help but let out a low cry when he saw Liu Feng, who had just taken off his short-sleeved shirt. What's wrong? Zhang Xin looked puzzled. What the hell? Hearing another louder sound, Zhang Xin turned around with a look of disgust. Are you too uneducated? You can only say one word. After choking for a long time, Zhang Xin couldn't help but yelled, What the hell? The others who didn't react also looked in the direction. Liu Feng's figure, his chest muscles, his abdominal muscles, his mermaid line, and then looked at their own whole bodies. Suddenly, the sound of what the hell in the entire men's room never stopped. Liu Feng came back late last night, and the lights were turned off after he took a shower. No one saw that Liu Feng still had such a figure. Now even Fu Xiaodou and Zhang Xin's eyes became resentful. You have this face and this figure. What if you are seen by girls? At that time they will all say, ah, I saw your body, and I am yours from now on. Don't look at me like that. I also became like this together, so you can do it too. Liu Feng was surprised to find that not only the 3 people in his dormitory, but also the boys in the entire men's restroom had their eyes rolled up at the same time, with silly smiles on their faces. What kind of mood were they in? Dressed neatly and smoothing out the wrinkles, Liu Feng looked at himself in the mirror in a military uniform and was very satisfied. It turned out that handsome people look good in anything. Let's go. The 4 people in dormitory 509 were all good-looking, and their heights were all over 180. After putting on military uniforms, they walked into the classroom together, which caused a moment of silence. Fuck, Brother Feng, you 4 are good. The moment you came in, it felt like the debut of F4. Brother Feng is so handsome. Wu Ji is also very handsome. They are all very handsome. Heh, slurp! But Brother Feng is still the most handsome. That's right. Wu Ji, Fu Xiaodou, and Zhang Xin, who were originally somewhat proud, instantly dropped their faces and looked at Liu Feng with resentment again. Most of the girls in the class only had Brother Feng in their eyes, and the 3 of us were almost becoming background boards. There are too many wolves and too little meat. This must not be allowed. After Liu Feng left last night, all the boys in class 301 decided that for their own future happiness, they would announce the fact that Brother Feng was taken and dispel the impossible fantasies of the girls in the class. So the boys in the class, except Liu Feng, looked at each other and nodded. Brother Feng, your sister-in-law wasn't angry last night, right? Brother Feng, your sister-in-law is so beautiful. Brother Feng's sister-in-law Liu Feng was a little confused when he saw the boys in the class suddenly asking about his sister-in-law. The girls who were praising Liu Feng for being handsome suddenly shut up. Some of them were so excited that their eyes were red, but they were still looking at Liu Feng. Liu Feng looked at a group of girls with disbelief, exploration, inferiority, disappointment, and other emotions in their eyes, and his scalp tingled. Damn! Why are they all looking at me like this suddenly? What did I do? Qian Demon and the boys in the class also had tingling scalps. The boys didn't expect that after just meeting once in just one night, the girls in the class would be crazy about Liu Feng. After hearing the news that Liu Feng had a girlfriend, they now looked at Liu Feng with depressed eyes. Qian Demon has been teaching for many years, but he has never encountered such a thing. A boy can fascinate most of the girls in the class after just one meeting. Although the boy is indeed very handsome, it shouldn't be that bad. Hello, students of Class 301 of the Department of Medicine and Biological Sciences, I am At this time, a young, strong man in military uniform came into the class. He greeted and was about to enter the classroom, but he was confused by the mysterious scene in front of him. Teacher Qian on the podium opened his mouth and did not speak. The girls in the class were either sitting or standing, but they all looked angry and sad. The boys also stood by with bitter faces. What was going on? Oh, Instructor Ma is here, students. This is your military training instructor this time, Instructor Ma. Qian Dimin hurriedly seized the opportunity to introduce and break the stalemate. Hello, Instructor Ma. Hello, go downstairs and gather at the playground now. Instructor Ma responded to the order. All the boys in the class breathed a sigh of relief and followed the instructor downstairs. Savior, Instructor Ma. The boys had all left, and Liu Feng had also left. No answer meant no. Anyway, the girls who regarded Liu Feng as a meal thought so they calmed down and followed him downstairs. Students from various classes in the teaching building came to the playground one after another under the leadership of the instructors and class teachers. I didn't know how to line up, but I just had to follow the instructor's arrangements. Standing in the crowded green crowd, looking left and right, there were a lot of heads. I heard that there were more than 2,000 freshmen in the school. After standing for a while, it was estimated that all the freshman classes had arrived. A group of people came to the reviewing stand in front of the playground and sat on seats. They should be the school leadership team and the chief instructor. The middle-aged man sitting in the middle was dressed in a suit and tie. His hair was shiny and clear as if it was greased, and he had a kind smile on his face. Hello, students. My last name is Luo. You can call me Principal Luo. On behalf of all the teachers and students of the school, I welcome you. After Principal Luo finished speaking, he smiled and looked at the teachers and students in the audience. Led by the teachers of each class, the playground was filled with thunderous applause. After the applause ended, Principal Luo and the other leaders spoke for more than 10 minutes, and Principal Luo ended the speech. Okay, the weather is hot, so I won't say much. I declare that the military training for freshmen in 2018 will officially begin. With the applause of all the freshmen, the school leadership team slowly stepped down from the reviewing stand, leaving only the chief instructor standing on the reviewing stand to watch. Class 301, follow me? Following their own instructor Ma, they came to the back of the gymnasium. With the tall gymnasium as a shelter, the sunlight was well blocked. I'll take you to a cooler place for training. You have to train well, but if I'm not satisfied, you can train in the sun like those classes. Instructor Ma said with his hands behind his back. Did you hear me? I heard you. I didn't hear you. Speak louder. I heard you. Very good. Instructor Ma nodded with satisfaction. Then let's start the first item of military training. First, line up 2 rows of men and women, from short to tall. After hurriedly comparing their heights and standing in place, Instructor Ma adjusted their positions. Liu Feng and 4 others were placed at the end of the last row, and Wu Ji, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, was at the very edge of the queue. Okay, everyone, count from left to right. 1, 2, 3. There are 36 of us in Class 301. I hope that everyone will be intact during the military training and that no one will be absent. Now at ease. Instructor Ma walked back and forth in the queue, watching the movements of the boys and girls in Class 301, and would go up and pull those who were not up to standard. Okay, stand at attention. Instructor Ma continued to correct the non-standard movements of the students in the class. After training at ease and attention for half a morning, some boys and girls with poor physical fitness in the class began to turn pale. Fortunately, a clear and loud whistle was heard at this time. Everyone rest where you are. This is the whistle blown by our captain, your chief instructor. When the whistle sounds again, it means the rest is over, and you must stand up immediately. Do you hear me? Instructor Ma shouted seriously with his hands behind his back. I heard you. Louder. I heard you. The students of Class 301 did not mind the dirtiness and sat down where they were. After more than 3 months of relaxation, the students were suddenly undergoing strict training. Not many people could bear it. At this time, the groans could be heard everywhere in the college. However, compared to those classes that could only train under the sun and rest under the sun, those classes that were taken to the shade by the instructors suddenly felt very happy. The whistle sounded again, and the students who had not rested enough could only stand up again and continue training at the urging of the instructors. It was not until 11:30 that the whistle was blown, indicating that the first morning military training was over. However, they still had to line up and walk to the school cafeteria under the leadership of the instructors before they could be dismissed. Gather at the morning training point at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Speak louder so that other classes can hear our voices. Do you hear me? I heard you. Disbanded. The students of Class 301 who were finally liberated all shouted and then ran towards the cafeteria behind them, as if there was some incomparable delicacy in the school cafeteria. After the training, the lost physical strength and water were in urgent need of replenishment. The hungry freshmen had already surrounded the windows of the cafeteria, forming long queues. This is too exaggerated. How long will it take to queue up? Fu Xiaodou wailed, holding his stomach. What should we do, Brother Feng? Wu Ji asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Is there a rule that we must eat in the school cafeteria during military training? Liu Feng turned around and asked the 3 people. It seems not. Wu Ji answered uncertainly. Who cares? Let's go out to eat. We are almost starving to death. Jiang Xin also urged. The 4 turned around and left the cafeteria. Brother Feng, where are you guys going? Aren't you going to eat? Wu Yong asked from the side. Let's go eat outside the school. Let's not talk about whether we can buy it or not. Even if we can buy it, there's no place to eat. Wu Ji looked at you with contempt, as if you were a fool. Yes. Wu Yong's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he quickly called other classmates to go eat outside the school. As for why there were so many students queuing in the school cafeteria, it was probably because of their subconscious mind. They obeyed the order to train, and were taken to the cafeteria by the instructors to be dismissed, so they naturally followed the large group to the cafeteria to eat. Of course, Liu Feng and his group must not be the only ones who wanted to eat outside the school. They found a restaurant at random, ordered a meal, and started eating. All the students in Class 301 followed. Wu Yong must have called the boys, but I don't know if he also called the girls. Unfortunately, there were not enough seats in the restaurant, so most people had to change restaurants. No need to wait. There was a seat, and there was air conditioning, a rare enjoyment. After eating, Liu Feng and his group leaned back in their chairs with a comfortable look on their faces. It's broken. Liu Feng slapped his head. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Wu Ji was startled. I haven't fed Jinlong yet. I'm afraid he's starving. Liu Feng hurriedly asked the boss to fry a few more beef rice. Brother Feng, can you take us to see Jinlong? Okay. After the meal was packed, Liu Feng called a car to take Wu Ji and the other 3 to the apartment. Sorry, Jinlong, you must be starving. Liu Feng opened the door and walked towards Jinlong with a distressed look on his face. My dog, brother, your dog is a bit big. Wu Ji, Fu Xiaodou and Jiang Xin did not come quickly, and they trembled a little when they saw the huge Jinlong in the door. It's okay, come in. Jinlong is very obedient. Liu Feng opened the food box and placed it in front of Jinlong, then waved to Wu Ji and the others. After getting Liu Feng's assurance, the 3 dared to walk into the apartment slowly, for fear of causing hostility from Jinlong. Come here, you are even more timid than the 2 girls. It's okay for you to ride it after we get to know each other, but forget about Wu Ji. Liu Feng said while touching the head of the golden wolf. The 3 of them came to the golden wolf, but didn't dare to touch it. Wu Ji said dissatisfiedly, Why can't I ride it? Your legs are too long. Cutting off 5 centimeters is barely enough. Liu Feng looked at Wu Ji's legs with contempt and said in a disgusted tone. Then, watching the golden wolf devouring like a starving dog, Liu Feng felt distressed again. Dogs of this size have an amazing appetite. It must be uncomfortable to go hungry for a meal. However, what Liu Feng didn't know was that in order to increase the bloodiness and ferocity of the fighting dogs, some dog fighters often starve them, and then put small living creatures in when they are the hungriest, so that the fighting dogs can prey on them and eat them raw. The golden wolf had experienced this before, and was strengthened by Liu Feng, so its hunger tolerance was greatly improved. Of course, it doesn't mean that it doesn't need to eat. If it starves for more than 10 days, it is estimated that the golden wolf will have to kneel. Wu Ji and the other two only had time to get acquainted with Jin Lang before they hurriedly took a taxi back to school with Liu Feng. After getting off the car, the four ran all the way to the venue, sweating profusely, but they were still late, more than 10 minutes overtime. Report. At ease, Instructor Ma said, turned around and looked at Liu Feng and the other three with a gloomy face. You four are very good. What did you say when you were dismissed, huh? Gather at 1 o'clock. What time is it now? Do you still have any discipline, huh? Do you want to go against me and be the first to stand out, right? Okay, I'll help you. Please collect and recommend. The students in the class looked at Liu Feng and the other four worriedly, but facing the angry Instructor Ma, no one dared to say anything. After all, Liu Feng and the others were not right. Report, Instructor Ma. We don't mean to go against you. It was indeed because of my personal affairs that the three of them were late. Liu Feng stepped forward to explain. Wu Ji and the other three looked at Liu Feng, but didn't dare to speak. No matter what the reason, being late is being late. Soldiers are disciplined. Although you are just students, you should abide by the discipline like soldiers during military training. Instructor Ma still had a dark face. I guess you are the only ones in the whole grade who violated the discipline. If you want to be the first to do it, then each of you should do 100 push-ups for me first. When Wu Ji and the other three heard that they had to do 100 push-ups, their hearts trembled, but they didn't dare to disobey the order. They had to lie down with bitter faces and do push-ups with Liu Feng. After strengthening, Liu Feng could do push-ups easily, almost 1 per second. When Wu Ji and the others only did more than 20, Liu Feng had already finished all of them. Seeing Liu Feng standing up without changing his expression, the classmates in the class were amazed, especially the girls, whose eyes were filled with deep admiration in their excitement. Even Instructor Ma nodded in agreement, and it seemed that even the anger on his face had dissipated a little. Wu Ji and the other three were struggling to hold on. They had just finished 30 together, but they found that Liu Feng had already finished all of them. They were dumbfounded and felt that their arms were filled with lead and could not bear the weight. They were no longer able to stand up again. Instructor Ma looked at Wu Ji and the other two who were no longer able to do it and frowned. He was ready to teach them a few words before letting them join the team to start training. Report to Instructor Ma. Because of me, the three of them were late, so I hope I can take on the rest of their number. Liu Feng looked at Instructor Ma, who was frowning again, and said anxiously, You can do it, kid. I was just going to say a few words to ask you not to be late in the future, and then I would let you go. Instructor Ma, who was still frowning, suddenly smiled. But since you are so loyal, I am embarrassed to refuse. How about this? The three of them still have 70 to do, so you can do 200. Huh? Wu Shi and the other two struggled to stand up, with a complex face that was touched and wanted to laugh. They really couldn't do it anymore. They didn't exercise normally, at most playing basketball. It was already amazing to be able to do 30 at a time. At the signal from Instructor Ma, Liu Feng had to lie down again in frustration. If he had known, he would not have said anything more. With his classmates counting, Liu Feng quickly finished 100 push-ups, then slowed down a little bit, and acted as if he was beginning to struggle. The lateness punishment incident of Class 301 had long attracted the attention of several surrounding classes. In the hot weather, boring training would be best seasoned by some interesting events. When seeing Liu Feng finish 200 push-ups in a row, the students around him all looked at him as if he were a god. Even the instructors were no exception, looking at Liu Feng in shock. You know, although the soldiers can do it, or even do more, they are all veterans who have undergone long-term and rigorous training. It is really unheard of that a student who just entered college can do this. Report to the instructor. It's done. Return to the team. After Liu Feng and his companions joined the team, the boys around them whispered excitedly, Brother Feng is awesome. Don't talk. Continue training. At ease. Because the at ease and attention had reached a level that satisfied Instructor Ma, the afternoon training program was changed to the stop-turn method. This project is actually very simple. Just turn right, turn left, and turn backwards, and the most it requires is to turn quickly. But for some reason there are always people who disagree with the instructors, especially when the instructors say turn to someone, and the sound is prolonged. Someone will definitely turn wrong. Another time, the instructor only shouted towards, and before the tail sound fell, a tall person next to Liu Feng turned automatically, and then Instructor Ma called him out of the line and asked him why. Wu Ji shouted, Report to the instructor. I don't mean to disobey your order, but my body has its own ideas. Wu Ji's words caused the whole class to laugh, and Instructor Ma was so angry that he punished Wu Ji to do 30 push-ups. The training lasted until the whistle sounded, and Instructor Ma called for a rest on the spot. Brother Feng, why are you late? A boy next to him asked. The whole class focused their attention on Liu Feng, curious about what they did at noon. No one realized that in just one day, Liu Feng had become the center of the class, and his every move could attract attention. We went to Brother Feng's apartment to feed the golden wolf. Wu Ji said excitedly as if he had regained his energy, and gestured with his hands and feet. The golden wolf that Brother Feng raised is simply terrifyingly large. It is estimated to be more than 1 meter tall. It may be taller than me when it stands up. Its limbs are strong, and its sharp teeth feel like they can bite off my little arm in one bite. Wu Ji's description caused a burst of exclamations, and they all asked Fu Xiaodou and Zhang Xin for confirmation. After getting confirmation, they were even more surprised. What are you talking about? Instructor Ma heard something interesting and came over, squatting on the ground and asking curiously. Facing such a close distance and an approachable instructor, in order to build a good relationship, the boys began to talk to Instructor Ma about what Wu Ji had just told them. A very big dog, a wolf dog? Over 1 meter tall? Very majestic? Strong and strong. Can it carry people? The students were talking at once, which stunned Instructor Ma. Their military region already had military dogs and they were dog lovers. If it was really as the students said, then this wolf dog would be a good thing to see. Liu Feng, do you really have such a big dog? Instructor Ma asked expectantly. Yeah. Liu Feng didn't really want to expose the golden wolf to the military, as he always felt that something might go wrong, but the students had already told him everything, and hiding it would make him look guilty. Then can you bring it here for the instructor to see? Of course you can, but the school won't let it in. It's okay as long as you can control it, we will communicate with the school. Then I may not be able to control it. That's okay, we can control it. We are professional dog trainers. Okay then, I'll bring Golden Wolf here tomorrow. I'm a professional dog trainer. Mine is not an ordinary dog. If you don't use guns, I estimate Golden Wolf will knock you all down like a piece of cake. Liu Feng complained in his heart. Wu Ji, who was standing aside, was frowning, thinking to himself, Brother Feng said that he couldn't control the Golden Wolf, so weren't Fu Xiaodou, Zhang Xin and I staring into the abyss yesterday? No, Brother Feng said that because he didn't want to reveal the Golden Wolf to the military, so I'm talking bad again. What should I do? What should I do? I'm going to die again when I go back tonight. Thinking of this, Wu Ji looked at Liu Feng and happened to meet Liu Feng's eyes. Suddenly, a chill surged in his heart, and his hands unconsciously covered his hips. It's over. I'm staring into the abyss again, and the abyss is also staring at me. Wu Ji, who was uneasy, was not in the state of training afterwards, and it could even be said that he didn't take Instructor Ma's teaching seriously. Until the end of the training and the announcement of the disbandment, Wu Ji took long steps and fled to the distance, turning his head from time to time with a look of horror, so that the other people in the class couldn't figure out what was wrong with Wu Ji. Then, Liu Feng chased after Wu Ji like a gust of wind. The boy knew that Wu Ji must have offended Brother Feng again, and he looked at him as if he was watching a good show. 10 seconds later, Wu Ji, who was caught up, let out a scream that shook the whole campus. Please recommend and collect. After Liu Feng and his 3 roommates finished dinner, they took a taxi to Junyi apartment alone. Putting the food in front of Jin Lang, Liu Feng sat quietly on the sofa and thought. College life officially entered the track. He should have been like an ordinary college student. After the military training, he would attend classes according to the school schedule every day. In the rest of the time, he would play basketball with classmates or play games with roommates, and then join a campus club. If he was lucky, he could even have a girlfriend, and then spend 4 years of campus life together. But all this is based on the premise that he has not obtained the creation cube. With the creation cube, Liu Feng knows that his life will definitely not be peaceful. The road ahead is unknown, and he can only take one step at a time, although he may not even be able to finish college safely in the end. Now the creation cube is at level 5, accumulating nearly 450 million vitality, and there are more than 1.5 billion left before the next recharge. When I have time, I will find a slaughterhouse in Hangzhou and recharge the cube as soon as possible to unlock new functions. As for the Golden Wolf, I hope it won't cause any trouble when I take it to the college tomorrow. It would be best if I can get the right of way for the Golden Wolf, and then take it to the dormitory to raise it secretly. Otherwise, it will be too troublesome to run back and forth every day to deliver food to the Golden Wolf, and I don't want to give it dog food. Liu Feng stayed in the apartment with the Golden Wolf to watch TV, and at the same time touched the Golden Wolf's hand to infuse some vitality into it. It was Liu Feng's reward to the Golden Wolf, which made the Golden Wolf squint comfortably. Jinlong had always stayed quietly in the apartment, never making noises, and never destroying the house like a pet dog. Every time he came back and opened the door, he could see Jinlong guarding the door, and the look in his eyes when he looked at him was full of joy. Liu Feng understood that look. It was a feeling of, my whole world only has you, which made Liu Feng feel more pity for Jinlong. He stayed with Jinlong in the apartment until after 9 o'clock, and during that time he also ordered a takeout, 3 13-inch pizzas. When the man and the dog were eating, Wu Ji called. Brother Feng, Instructor Ma just came to us and said that he had communicated with the school and that he could bring Golden Wolf, but in order to ensure the safety of the students, he hoped that Golden Wolf would be given a hood. I don't want Golden Wolf to be given a hood. Please help me tell Instructor Ma that for the safety of the students, we should just not bring Golden Wolf. Well, Brother Feng, Instructor Ma wants to tell you something. Hello, Liu Feng, this is Instructor Ma. I heard everything you just said. If you can ensure that Golden Wolf will not hurt the students, I will decide not to give Golden Wolf a hood, okay? Okay, then I can guarantee that Golden Wolf will be absolutely obedient. Okay, that's it. I look forward to seeing Golden Wolf tomorrow. Looking at the hung-up call, Liu Feng was a little unhappy. He didn't know why Instructor Ma seemed to want to see Golden Wolf very much, and even made the decision to let the school allow Golden Wolf to enter the campus without a hood. Finally, Liu Feng patted Golden Wolf's huge head, said, "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning," and then left the apartment and took a taxi back to school. When Liu Feng returned to the dormitory, he was just in time for the dormitory inspection. After registering, he hurriedly washed up. As a result, the power went out when he was halfway through the shower. The bathroom suddenly fell into darkness. Liu Feng had to wipe his body in the dark, and his weak night vision was useless in the absence of light. Climbing onto his bed, listening to the even breathing in the dormitory, the three people who were tired after a day fell asleep without knowing when. The next morning, Liu Feng took a taxi to the apartment to pick up Jinlang. But when he went back, no driver was willing to take Jinlang. Thought that the apartment was not too far from the college anyway, so he simply led Jinlang to the college. Running on the road with a giant dog, the rate of turning back was still very high. After running for half an hour, when they arrived at the school gate, both the man and the dog remained calm, indicating that they were not under any pressure. The students who came and went at the school gate showed some surprise and fear when they saw Jinlang, but they all stopped to watch and take pictures from a distance. The security guard in the lobby also saw Liu Feng with the giant dog, and quickly leaned out of the window and asked, "Are you Liu Feng?" "Yes, I am," Liu Feng answered while holding the golden wolf. "Okay, then you can go in, but I still hope you can keep the big dog under control and don't bite anyone. Otherwise it will be a big deal," the security guard reminded in the lobby. "Okay, I will." Liu Feng nodded and led the golden wolf into the campus. Golden Wolf also shook its head and looked around, as if it was familiar with the environment of Liu Feng's campus. When they came to the back of the gymnasium, some students from class 301 had already arrived. When they saw that Liu Feng really brought a giant dog that was more than 1 meter tall, they exclaimed. However, because Liu Feng was the owner, they were not afraid, but they did not dare to get too close, so they could only stand aside and talk with their classmates. The golden wolf squatting on the ground was majestic and majestic, like a shining star, attracting more and more students' attention. Soon, Qian Demin led a few middle-aged men who looked like school leaders and walked over, and then kept a certain distance to look at Liu Feng and the golden wolf. "Liu Feng, can you come over here?" Qian Demin waved at Liu Feng from a distance. "Golden wolf, sit here and don't move." After saying that, Liu Feng trotted to Qian Demin's side. "Liu Feng, this is Dean Yu from our college, this is Vice Dean Run, and this is Director Shu from our department." Qian Demin introduced the school leaders around him one by one to Liu Feng. "Hello, Dean Yu, Dean Run, and Director Shu." Liu Feng bowed slightly to show his respect. "Okay, Liu Feng, right? He looks pretty good." Dean Yu praised with a smile, then glanced at the golden wolf who had been squatting in the same place, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "I see that the big dog has also been trained to be very obedient, so I feel relieved, but you still have to be a little careful. Don't make any trouble." Several leaders took a closer look, instructed Liu Feng a few words, and left accompanied by Qian Demin. Liu Feng turned and walked towards Jinlang. The three brothers from the dormitory had also arrived. They were massaging Jinlang while enjoying the envious looks from their classmates. "Brother Feng, who were those middle-aged people you were chatting with just now?" "The dean and vice dean of our college and the dean of the department." "Oh, isn't Instructor Ma here yet?" "I don't know." Wu Ji turned around and looked. He saw Instructor Ma and the instructors from other classes running towards him. "Brother Feng, Instructor Ma is here." Seeing Instructor Ma running over, the 301, which was originally lazy, quickly lined up. Liu Feng also told Jinlang to line up. Ma Yuanchao and several comrades saw Jinlang from a distance. His huge and strong body and majestic appearance attracted their eyes. When they came to the 301 class, Instructor Ma, who was not interested in training, waved his hand and said, "Rest where you are." "Liu Feng, come here. Can you let us get close to Jinlang?" Instructor Ma asked with a hint of urgency and excitement in his tone. Sure." Liu Feng didn't understand why these soldiers were so excited when facing Jinlang, but he still brought him to Jinlang, touched Jinlang's head and reminded him not to act rashly without his orders no matter what these soldiers did. Fortunately, Instructor Ma and his men seemed to really like Jinlang and didn't do anything bad. They just stretched out their hands and kept stroking Jinlang's head or holding Jinlang's thick limbs with their hands. The more they came into contact with him, the more they liked him. Instructor Ma and the other soldiers had an undisguised love for Jinlang in their eyes. They said something, and one of the soldiers ran to the reviewing stand, while the students around them seemed to have been forgotten and no one cared. After a while, the soldier who ran over in front brought the chief instructor on the reviewing stand to class 301. After a quick glance at the students in class 301, the chief instructor cast his eyes on Jinlang and strode over. The king of dogs, the absolute king of dogs. As soon as he came into contact with Jinlang's body, the chief instructor excitedly shouted, "You must take him to our military region. With a little training from us, he will definitely become the king of the military dogs in the military region." Liu Feng's heart sank when he heard the chief instructor's words, and his face became gloomy. Sure enough, the bad thing he had expected happened. It was almost 6 o'clock. Liu Feng, who forced a smile, and his 3 roommates found a restaurant to eat and packed a large dinner for Jinlang. After dispersing the remaining 5,000 black-armored demon ants in the house in advance, Liu Feng and his 3 companions returned to the apartment. After feeding Golden Wolf dinner, The four of them lay on the sofa and played with their cell phones. Liu Feng searched his pockets several times but failed to take out the phone. Then he remembered that his cell phone was still in the medical room, and he hadn't brought it back. "Brother Feng, you are famous. You are completely famous in our school." Wu Ji suddenly got up from the sofa, excitedly, and stuffed his phone in front of Liu Feng. "Look, Brother Feng, the video of you fighting with Instructor Ma was posted online by students from other classes. The comments below are almost over 10,000, and they are all helping you to scold Instructor Ma. Hey, why are their seniors praising you for being handsome?" Wu Ji was flipping through the comments and suddenly felt hopeless. It turned out that the comments below the video were tilted. The first 1,000 comments were still criticizing the instructor. The last one was someone who posted a secretly taken photo of Liu Feng, which caused a group of girls to lick the screen. The comments below were tilted. As more and more photos of Liu Feng entering the campus at the beginning of the school year, eating in the restaurant, and training in military uniforms were exposed, there were more and more comments praising Liu Feng as a male god and the most handsome man in the college. The whole post seemed to have become a concentration camp of Liu Feng's fans. "What's wrong, Wu Ji?" Zhang Xin asked. "Look for yourself the video in the forum." Wu Ji handed over the phone and turned away from him. "How could this happen? Brother Feng, when were you secretly photographed? The most important thing is, how could they cut me out of the picture? Look, this is clearly a photo of us having dinner with Brother Feng yesterday. I was on the left, but now it's blank." Zhang Xin looked melancholy. "It seems that the girls in school no longer see me." "No, we are still there, look." Fu Xiaodou was also flipping through the posts and finally saw a complete photo of the four brothers. Where? Wu Ji also perked up and flipped over to take a look. "It's true." Zhang Xin said. "What are the comments saying? There are 3 people who are trying to get attention by the side of male god Liu Feng every day. The sisters will beat the shit out of them when they see it." "Me Tao Chao, do you mean? You want to beat us to death? I will beat your male god to death now." Zhang Xin gave Fu Xiaodou and Wu Ji a malicious look. "Go." The 3 people in the dormitory surrounded Liu Feng, and after knocking him down, they took several selfies to spoof Liu Feng, and then posted them on the forum. "Your male god has been kidnapped by us. You have 3 days to find a girl who is willing to be our girlfriend. Senior sisters are fine. Otherwise, we will kill her." The post and the photo were posted. In less than a minute, it was like a small sail drifting in a storm, shaking and falling among thousands of messages. But Wu Ji and the other 2 who were strong were overjoyed and could argue with every girl who left a message. After a while, the 4 decided to go back to school, and Liu Feng went to the medical room alone to get his phone. Kai Yongbo has been dealt with, and Ma Yuanchao is hiding somewhere. The crisis of the Golden Wolf has been temporarily resolved. We have to speed up the process to collect vitality. After getting the phone, Liu Feng searched for the nearest slaughterhouse in Hangzhou. It seems to be a bit far from the school. It's either in Hangzhou district or Jiangbin. No matter what, I'll ask for leave for the afternoon training. I'll just say I'm not feeling well. Vitality is the most important thing. Liu Feng decided to live a peaceful life and accumulate vitality to recharge the Rubik's Cube. He returned to the dormitory and played games with Wu Ji and the others until the lights were about to go out before he washed up and went to bed. The next morning, when Liu Feng and the other 4 went to the training ground for military training, they found that the new instructor had already arrived. His surname was Yang. They listened to the arrangements made by Instructor Yang and trained until the end of the morning military training. Liu Feng walked up to Instructor Yang and said, "Instructor, Yang, I feel a little unwell. It may be the sequelae of the insect bite yesterday. I came to ask you not to train in the afternoon." Instructor Yang agreed before Liu Feng finished speaking. It seems that the instructors have already known about Chai Yongbo and I being bitten by insects. Feeling relieved, Liu Feng said hello to Wu Ji and the other 2 and ran to the apartment. Without bringing food for Jinlong, Liu Feng planned to teach Jinlong how to order takeout. Of course, he would help order the takeout himself, and he only needed to teach him how to open the door, take the takeout, and close the door. After returning to the apartment, Liu Feng communicated with Jinlong and ordered a takeout, noting that it would be delivered to the door of the apartment. After waiting for about half an hour, when the takeout guy delivered the takeout to the door, Liu Feng taught Jinlong not to rush to open the door. After waiting for 2 minutes, he let Jinlong bite the door handle, and then waited for Jinlong to tilt his head and turn the handle to open the door. Then he bit the takeout in, and let Jinlong bite the door handle to close the door. "That's right, Jinlong, do it this way. If I have something to do and can't come back in time to bring you food, I will order takeout for you. Remember to wait 2 minutes before picking it up, otherwise it will scare our hardworking brother." After Liu Feng and Jinlong finished eating the takeout, they waited until after 3 o'clock. Liu Feng went out with a big bag of garbage. It's time to go to the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse in Jiangbin seems to be closer. He took a taxi and drove for nearly an hour to get to the Jiangbin slaughterhouse. After explaining his purpose, the middle-aged security guard here refused to agree. There was no other way but to use money to open the way. After finding the slaughterhouse, Liu Feng went in and took a look, then leaned against the door, played with his mobile phone. With a collection range of 100 square meters, he could collect it without going in specifically, and it also saved him from dealing with the person in charge. After waiting for more than 5 o'clock, the Rubik's Cube in my mind sent a reminder sound of obtaining 100,000 vitality. I haven't heard it for a few days, and I miss it very much. I stayed by the door until after 7 o'clock, when the reminder sound in my mind disappeared. In more than 2 hours, I had obtained nearly 50 million vitality. If that's the case, I should be able to charge the cube in a month. Stretching, Liu Feng put his phone away, hummed a little tune, and walked out of the slaughterhouse slowly, called a car and returned to the apartment. I ordered a takeaway Golden Wolf. Remember to pick it up when you hear the sound. After assigning Golden Wolf, Liu Feng returned to the room and sat on the table in a daze. It seems that one of the black armored magic ants died. If I raise a black queen ant and evolve it, can it give birth to black armored magic ants? It should be possible. I'll try to get some genetic drawings of the queen ant tomorrow. And my level 5 enhanced mantis Green Eye should also evolve. It's not a good idea to stay at home all the time. Although Green Eye can sustain physical energy consumption for a long time with a little infusion of vitality. Calling Green Eye over, Liu Feng began to infuse vitality into Green Eye. Continuous infusion of vitality directly strengthened it to level 9 in one breath. A supergiant mantis about 35 centimeters long appeared in front of Liu Feng and Jin Lang. The 35 centimeter long green mantis was huge but not bloated. It was emerald green with slightly smart eyes and solid limbs. The front limb was a 15 centimeters long hand knife, which seemed sharper than a sawtooth. What are the conditions for evolution? Liu Feng looked at the message prompt from the creation cube. Level 9 blue-eyed mantis can evolve. Evolution condition. 10 level 9 blue-eyed mantises duel devour evolution. 50 W vitality support. Evolution unknown. Evolution success rate 99%. Evolution condition 2. 10 level 9 blue-eyed mantises fight. The only survivor kills and devours. 50 W vitality support. Evolution unknown. Evolution success rate 50%. Why are the evolution conditions of this blue-eyed mantis different? They are so harsh. The other 9 must die. Isn't this similar to the poisonous insect? The one that survives is the insect king. Then I don't know if my first blue-eyed mantis can survive. Liu Feng chose evolution method 1 and created a level 9 blue-eyed mantis first. Fearing that the walls or furniture at home would be broken, Liu Feng asked 2 level 9 blue-eyed mantises to fight in the night sky outside the window. Anyway, they can fly and it's dark, so they won't be easily discovered. Liu Feng wanted to watch the killing ability of the level 9 blue-eyed mantis, but found that with his slightly enhanced eyes, he couldn't see the scene of their duel clearly in the dark. He had no choice but to wait for the victorious one to return, then recover its injuries, create another level 9 green-eyed mantis, and go out to duel again. This cycle repeated, and only one of the 10 green-eyed mantises that went out was left. Liu Feng couldn't tell whether Green Eye had survived or not, since they all looked the same. He recovered Green Eye's injuries, then infused it with 500,000 vitality, and the final evolutionary conditions were met. Green Eye, wrapped in vitality, officially began to evolve. When Liu Feng went out, about 5,000 black-armored magic ants were released by Liu Feng and scattered around him, most of them flying tens of meters high. In his apartment, there were still 5,000 black-armored magic ants on standby, a total of 10,000 black-armored magic ants, which cost Liu Feng 100 million vitality. He took a taxi to the academy and decided to teach the chief instructor an unforgettable lesson, even if it might expose the existence of the black-armored magic ants. Seeing Liu Feng coming back, the classmates in the class all cast concerned eyes on Liu Feng. Seeing that the gloom on Liu Feng's face seemed to have dissipated a lot, Wu Ji boldly said, "Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble again. It's all my fault. It's because of me that the instructors are interested in Jinlong." "Forget it. It's none of your business." Who would have thought that as an instructor of a student, he would be so shameless as to want to snatch a student's dog? Liu Feng shook his head and said speechlessly. Liu Feng's words made Instructor Ma beside him feel ashamed and annoyed, but he couldn't refute it. When they were dismissed at noon, Captain Kai Yongbo also told them that no matter what method was used, they must bring Jinlong to their military region. Once Jinlong became the king of dogs, all of them would be rewarded. Although he felt a little sorry for Liu Feng, Ma Yuanchao also felt that not taking Jinlong away would indeed bury Jinlong's potential. So in general, Ma Yuanchao still supported their captain and persuaded Liu Feng when he was ready to rest. During the afternoon training, Ma Yuanchao felt that the students in class 301 were getting more and more disliked by him. The boys were fine. Maybe they were defending Liu Feng, but the girls looked at him with hatred. What was going on? Ma Yuanchao couldn't figure it out. When the whistle sounded for a break, Ma Yuanchao walked to Liu Feng's side. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Liu Feng. "If Instructor Ma wants to persuade me, please go back. I have no intention of handing the Golden Wolf over to the military region." Liu Feng looked at Instructor Ma and said coldly, "Yes, Instructor Ma. At first we thought you also liked dogs, so we asked Liu Feng to bring it to sea, but we didn't expect that." Fu Xiaodou shook his head and didn't want to say anything more. "I didn't expect that you heard about the magical power of the Golden Wolf, and thus aroused your curiosity. No wonder you insisted on asking Brother Feng to bring the Golden Wolf here no matter what. It was also to confirm whether the Golden Wolf was really as brave as we said. In the end, you found that the Golden Wolf was really talented, so you wanted to bring it back to the military region. Instructor Ma, I didn't expect you to be such a person," Wu Ji said angrily. What did you say? Wuji, stand up. Instructor Ma, who seemed to have hit the nail on the head, was furious when his true thoughts were exposed. He asked Wuji to stand up with a red face. Excuse me, Instructor Ma, it's break time now and what I said is true. I haven't made any mistakes, right? I have the right not to stand up. Wuji saw Instructor Ma getting angry, and his anger subsided a little. He said with a rogue and provocative look, I'll say the last word. Wuji, stand up. Instructor Ma, with a long face, pointed at Wuji and said, Stand up, what do you want? Wuji was also afraid that the enraged Instructor Ma would attack him, and if he was still sitting on the ground, he would be powerless to fight back. Instructor Ma's angry shouts were also heard by several classes and instructors around him, but the instructors just stood in front of their classes, looking at the location of Class 301 with a look of watching a show. Seeing Instructor Ma walking towards Wuji angrily, Liu Feng and the boys in the class stood up and blocked between them, and then looked at Instructor Ma with hostility. Get out of my way! Liu Feng looked at Instructor Ma and said coldly, If you don't let me, what do you want? Don't force me to do it. What, are you angry and want to attack the students? Liu Feng looked at Instructor Ma with a playful and provocative look. Seeing that the whole class was against him, Instructor Ma, coupled with his shame and anger towards Liu Feng in his heart, could no longer restrain his anger, and stretched out his hand to grab one of Liu Feng's arms, ready to perform a capture to take Liu Feng down first. But Liu Feng, who was prepared, had already tensed up all his strength. When he saw that Instructor Ma wanted to twist his arm, he did not resist, but only used his waist and arms to resist the force from Instructor Ma's arm. Finding that he could not twist Liu Feng's arm, Ma Yuanchao looked up with surprise and saw Liu Feng's face again, which seemed to be mixed with contempt. Instructor Ma, what are you doing by grabbing my arm? Liu Feng asked with a puzzled look, and then stretched his head close to Instructor Ma's cheek and gently mocked. Are you a waste? Is that all you have? Liu Feng's mockery was like poking a hornet's nest, making Ma Yuanchao's mind buzz. If he had retained a trace of her rationality in the previous capture, and just wanted to teach Liu Feng a lesson, then now rationality was completely thrown away. There was only one thought in his mind. Regardless of the consequences, he would beat the stinky boy in front of him to his knees and beg for mercy. Seeing the fist growing bigger in front of him, Liu Feng seemed to be frightened and ignored the warnings of his classmates, until the huge fist hit his cheek fiercely. Staggering after being hit, Liu Feng tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, turned around and smiled at the classmates in the class and said, You all saw it. The instructor hit the student first and beat him until he vomited blood, right? Seeing that his originally handsome face was swollen after being hit, the girls in the class felt so distressed that tears welled up in their eyes. Rubbing his painful cheek when he turned to face Instructor Ma, the warm smile on Liu Feng's face had disappeared, leaving only a face like frost. It's my turn. Liu Feng stepped forward quickly, swung out his right leg fiercely and swept away. Instructor Ma's anger had already gone away when he threw that punch. Seeing that Liu Feng was bleeding, his heart sank. The instructor had to bear the consequences of beating a student in a moment of anger, and military discipline punishment was inevitable. However, seeing that Liu Feng actually took the initiative to fight with him again, Ma Yuanchao smiled disdainfully. Anyway, the incident had already happened, and he would definitely be punished by the military, so he would take some interest from you first. Ma Yuanchao stretched out his hand and slapped Liu Feng's right leg that was sweeping across. Unexpectedly, his face suddenly changed as soon as he made contact. He stepped back several steps, and his hand that blocked was also shaking slightly. This kid is so strong, Ma Yuanchao thought to himself. Touching his shaking hand, Ma Yuanchao couldn't help but put away his contempt. You can't treat him like an ordinary person. Brother Feng is so strong. Seeing Instructor Ma being forced back by Liu Feng's leg, the classmates headed by Wu Ji cheered loudly, making Ma Yuanchao's face even more embarrassed. Tsk, garbage, Liu Feng also said disdainfully while standing in place. With a shout of rubbish, Ma Yuanchao was so angry that he yelled and took the initiative to attack, punching Liu Feng in the chest. Liu Feng didn't care about the punch he was hitting, and used the method of exchanging injuries with Ma Yuanchao. Anyway, Liu Feng could rely on his vitality to continuously repair the pain, leaving only surface scars. In the end, Ma Yuanchao couldn't hold on first and took a few steps back. What are you doing? Stop it! The chief instructor ran over from a distance, without even looking at Liu Feng, and yelled at Ma Yuanchao. We soldiers are here to defend the country and the people. Who allowed you to fight with students? Even if the students did something wrong, you have no right to fight. Now apologize to me. A student had a conflict with an instructor, and the instructor beat the student. This incident was secretly recorded by the students around with their mobile phones and posted on the campus forum. Then it took over the entire forum at lightning speed, and there were messages insulting the instructor everywhere. In a classroom in the sophomore business school, Zhang Yun was bored and browsing the campus forum. Suddenly, she saw a video title of a freshman being beaten by an instructor during military training. There were almost 1,000 messages below, so she clicked on it to take a look. The video was not very clear and the distance was relatively far, but you could still see a group of male students standing in front of the instructor, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. The boy in the front seemed to say something to the instructor, and then the instructor grabbed the boy's hand. The embarrassing thing was that the boy who wanted to turn over but failed to do so was in a stalemate for a while. The leading boy seemed to say something again, which made the instructor punch the boy in the face. After that, the boy fought with the instructor like a desperate man, and finally the instructor was defeated by the boy in the video. Wow, this instructor is really disgusting, Jiang Yun said indignantly with a fist and then tilted her head. But this boy seems a little familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere. What's the matter, Jiang Yun? Chen Yi, who was listening to the class carefully, looked at Jiang Yun in confusion. Look, a freshman was beaten by the instructor, and the most important thing is that the instructor couldn't beat the student later. Jiang Yun handed the phone to Chen Yi to see. The comments of the students below are also scolding this instructor. How can he hit the students? Chen Yi was also uncomfortable watching the video in comments. Ah, I remember now. He was the handsome guy who asked us about the School of Biomedical Sciences on the first day of school. Jiang Yun shook Chen Yi's arm excitedly, and suddenly changed her expression again. Ah, this instructor didn't beat him because he was jealous of his handsomeness, so he was too mean. I'm going to leave a message to scold him. After saying that, Jiang Yun snatched the phone back from Chen Yi and clicked on the screen of the phone, typing and scolding the instructor surnamed Ma, while also putting her own inference on it. I know this freshman who was beaten. He is super handsome. The instructor Ma must be very ugly. He beat him because he was jealous of his handsomeness. If the handsome guy's face was deformed by this instructor Ma, I must call the police to arrest this instructor Ma. After commenting, Jiang Yun still felt unsatisfied. She scrolled down the comments and liked any comments that scolded the instructor. Behind the gymnasium, the chief instructor scolded Instructor Ma and let him go. I apologize to you on behalf of Instructor Ma. I will punish Instructor Ma severely for what he did and will never cover up for him. However, Instructor Ma is no longer suitable to teach you. A new coach will come to train you later. The chief instructor said and glanced at Liu Feng. Your injuries are not light. Come with me and go to the infirmary. The chief instructor took the lead and walked forward. Liu Feng thought about it and followed the chief instructor. They came to a remote small room. The chief instructor took out some red oil and traumatic wine from the cabinet, dipped it with alcohol cotton, and seemed to want to wipe the scars and red and swollen areas on Liu Feng's body. Chief instructor, there is no one here. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't pretend, otherwise I'm afraid that I will feel like vomiting if I see your artificial posture for a long time. Liu Feng looked at the chief instructor with contempt. Hearing Liu Feng say this, the chief instructor smiled, threw away the tweezers holding the alcohol cotton, and then sat on the chair and squinted at Liu Feng. Where's your phone? Are you afraid that I'll record you? Liu Feng chuckled and threw the phone in his pocket onto the table. You can now say whatever you want to say with peace of mind. The chief instructor tapped the table with his fingers, and after staring at Liu Feng for a while, he said, Liu Feng, tell me, how can you be so ungrateful? As long as you agree to let me train Golden Wolf, believe me, Golden Wolf will become the world's #1 military dog, and you will be the master of the Chinese divine dog in the future, and I will also rise step by step with Golden Wolf. It will be beneficial to you to have a good relationship with me. Seeing that Liu Feng did not refuse immediately and looked like he was thinking, Cai Yongbo decided to strike while the iron was hot. As long as you agree now, Ma Yuanchao, I can call the leader later and deprive him of his military status on the grounds of beating students during military training. We will never allow bad apples to appear in the army. How about that? Not very good. I don't have the habit of trusting villains, Liu Feng replied indifferently. Ha ha! Liu Feng, this is the last time I will advise you in private. Cai Yongbo's face darkened after he finished speaking. Don't be ungrateful again. What I respect most is the soldiers. From ancient times to the present, soldiers have always been a group of lovely and respectable people standing at the forefront. If Jinlong really needs to join the army, I am reluctant, but I am willing. Liu Feng did not look at Cai Yongbo, but lowered his head and spoke softly. Cai Yongbo frowned and asked, What do you mean? Do you agree or disagree? Heh, I agree that it is only for real soldiers. They are worthy of having Golden Wolf as a partner. As for you, you are not even worthy of your military uniform. There are more than 1 or 2 black sheep. If you can get rid of yourself, I think I would be willing to send Golden Wolf to the military district for training and win the glory of the world's #1 military dog for the country. After Liu Feng finished speaking, he looked up at Cai Yongbo and sneered. After listening, Cai Yongbo laughed with a slightly ferocious look on his face. You know what? You are really annoying. No wonder Ma Yuanchao was willing to fight with you. Do you think if I beat you up and seriously injured you now, would anyone know it was me? After saying that, Cai Yongbo clapped his arms vigorously, quickly stood up from the chair, then rushed to Liu Feng and turned around to hit him with a back kick. Cai Yongbo completed a series of actions in 1 second. Liu Feng only had time to protect his arms in front of his chest before he was kicked out of the door with great force and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Liu Feng, who was lying on the ground with an embarrassed look on his face, Cai Yongbo moved his body slightly, smiled as if showing off, and said, I forgot to tell you that I once won the Sanda Championship in the military region. I can fight 5 people like Ma Yuanchao at the same time. No wonder the speed is so fast, and the power of the attack is much greater than that of Ma Yuanchao, Liu Feng thought to himself. Seeing Liu Feng getting up again, Cai Yongbo narrowed his eyes, stepped forward quickly, and made another side kick. Too fast, can't dodge, can only resist. Liu Feng wanted to use the method of exchanging injuries for blood again, because Liu Feng knew that his gangster-like wild style of fighting might be good for ordinary people, but in the eyes of people who have been trained in fighting, it is full of flaws. And Kai Yongbo's attack power is indeed very strong. Liu Feng's method can cause injuries, but it can't hurt Kai Yongbo. The result of not defending at all is that he was kicked away by Kai Yongbo again. Ha ha ha, you want to use the same method to defeat Ma Yuanchao to deal with me? You are too naive, kid. Chai Yongbo looked down at Liu Feng, who was lying on the ground with the corner of his eye. You are as small as an ant in my eyes. I can play with you however I want. Do you understand? Tsk, since you said so yourself, then please play with my magic ants. Liu Feng climbed up, with a strange look on his face, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, What do you mean? Kai Yongbo saw the strange expression on Liu Feng's face and felt a little uneasy. Look at you above. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and chuckled. Kai Yongbo raised his head doubtfully and looked up. Then a strong fear appeared in his eyes. His face turned extremely pale and he murmured, softly with trembling lips, What is this? An insect was flying in front of his eyes. It looked like an ant and was as big as a bee. It was dark all over. There were small teeth as sharp as saw teeth in its mouth under its ferocious jaws. It stared at him with eyes smaller than rice grains. There seemed to be a bloodthirsty and weird red light in its eyes. Kai Yongbo clenched his fists tightly. Even his military uniform was wet with cold sweat. But no matter how scared he was, he did not dare to move at all. Because at this time, there were black ants like the one in front of him, and a black mass like a black cloud, flying and crowding above his head, which was no more than 1 meter away. He could only watch as Ant 2 slowly landed on his strong nose, folded its wings slightly, and then shook its head and grinned at him. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? I've never heard of it. I hope it won't attack me. For fear of attracting Ant 2's hostility, Kai Yongbo dared not move. While staring at Ant 2 with cross-eyed eyes, he thought about how to deal with it in his mind. Although he could barely suppress the psychological fear by himself, the physical fear could only be manifested by the sweat on his forehead. As more and more sweat gathered on his forehead, some slid down his cheeks, and some dripped down his eyelashes. Finally, a drop of sweat began to slide down between his eyebrows, slowly crossed the bridge of his nose, and rolled in front of Ant 2's eyes. No! Kai Yongbo, who had not yet thought of a solution, shouted in his heart, and the alarm bell of facing a severe threat seemed to ring in his mind, shaking his head and making him dizzy. Snap! The collision between the sweat bead and the ant was so slight that humans could not hear it. But Kai Yongbo felt that he could hear it very clearly at this moment. He even felt that he could understand the expression of the ant on his nose. The hysterical and crazy expression after being attacked. He could not care about anything else. If he did not run, he would die. Without waiting for the ant to open its mouth and bite, Kai Yongbo slapped his nose hard. After slapping the ant away, he did not look at anything, nor did he care about the swarm of insects above his head. He turned around and ran to the small house behind. It seemed that the ant was dazed by the slap. The ant flew irregularly in the low sky, then shook its head in a very human way, opened its mouth, and made an inaudible hissing sound. The black-armored demon ants above his head flew towards Kai Yongbo like crazy, but unfortunately, the door was just closed by Kai Yongbo. Only the bang-bang-bang sound of a group of black-armored demon ants hitting the door was left. After hitting the door, they flew out again and rushed towards the door again with the impact of their fast flight, as if they were determined not to give up until the door was opened. Kai Yongbo, who was hiding behind the door, breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he was safe, he was frightened by the non-stop crazy banging of the door by the ants outside and turned pale. He took out his mobile phone with one hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with the other hand. Hey, Chen Yong, quickly bring someone to the medical room at the back door of the school with a flamethrower. I'm surrounded by a group of man-eating insects. Quick! Damn it, I'm not kidding you. Quickly bring someone to get a flamethrower. No, maybe insecticide or fire extinguisher. Bring anything that can kill the insect swarm. There are quite a lot of insects. Hurry up. I don't know how long I can hold on. Hurry up! Putting the phone into his pocket, Kai Yongbo hid in the corner, staring at the door. Facing those monster bugs with sharp teeth, Kai Yongbo didn't think that this wooden door could stop them. Where did these monster bugs come from, by the way? Liu Feng, that bastard, seemed to have told me at the end that I should have some fun with his magic ants? Could it be that these monster bugs were created by Liu Feng? He can actually control this unknown creature. I must report it to the country. Kai Yongbo took out his phone again tremblingly, ready to call his superiors. But Kai Yongbo didn't notice that black-armored magic ants had been drilling in from the corners of the medical room door. Sure enough, it was a wrong decision to let Ant 2 command the black-armored magic ant colony. They only act according to their biological instincts and stupidly bang on the door. What white teeth do you have? You can only scare people. Find a corner of the door and bite it into it. Liu Feng covered his head with his hands, looking depressed. But to be honest, the teeth of the black-armored magic ants are not to be underestimated. A bunch of black-armored magic ants lying on the corner of the door bit through the corner of the door in just a dozen seconds. Everyone go in and open the door. Looking at the swarm of black-armored magic ants swarming in, Kai Yongbo trembled all over, and the mobile phone in his hand fell to the ground in fear. Then he turned pale and watched in horror as the black-armored magic ants opened the door lock. The door was pushed open, and Liu Feng, who walked in, was surrounded by black-armored magic ants on all sides, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, the black-armored magic ants were like loyal guards, waiting by Liu Feng's side. "It's you. Are you controlling these insects?" Kai Yongbo looked at Liu Feng with a changeable face. "Not bad." Liu Feng smiled at the chief instructor at this time. "As long as you are willing to tell me the method of training insects, oh no, hand it over to the country. I will definitely report a great merit for you, and I can also give you a lot of bonuses." After Kai Yongbo knew that it was Liu Feng who controlled the insects, the fear on his face disappeared, and he looked at Liu Feng eagerly. "Are you kidding?" Liu Feng looked at the chief instructor with a playful look. "Tell me, what merit have I made for telling the country about the insect training method, and how much bonus have I received? The specific merit is to be defined by the upper level. I can't make the decision, but the bonus is at least this amount." Kai Yongbo held up 5 fingers. 500 million? Liu Feng asked. Kai Yongbo's face was full of black lines. "It's 5 million. 5 million? What about sending away beggars? My insect training skills and unique insects are only worth 5 million. Liu Feng looked at the chief instructor with disdain. "The merit given to you is the main thing, and 5 million is not a small amount. It's also a bonus given to you by the country. How can it be called sending away beggars?" Kai Yongbo said anxiously. "Then I gave you the insect training skills. Do you still want to take my golden wolf away?" Liu Feng seemed to be thinking. Seeing that Liu Feng seemed to be moved by the promised reward, Kai Yongbo said again, "Golden wolf will also be taken for training. When Golden Wolf becomes the world's #1 military dog, I can apply for another great merit for you. Who makes you the owner of Golden Wolf? Of course, the bonus will definitely not be small. So you want both?" Liu Feng changed his face back to expressionless. "I'm tired of your greed. It's really disgusting. Ant 2, shut up this disgusting guy." Seeing Liu Feng's face change as he said, and looking at the black-armored demon ants that were ready to surround him, Kai Yongbo, who had no way to retreat, bent his legs and knelt down. "Liu Feng, Brother Feng, Grandpa Feng, it's my greed. I don't know how to live or die. Please don't kill me. I don't want anything. I can still be your dog, your most loyal servant. Just please don't kill me." Seeing Kai Yongbo kneeling on the spot and crying bitterly, Liu Feng's 3 views were refreshed. There are actually such people in the world who forget their principles for the sake of profit and have no bottom line. You really don't deserve the lofty title of a soldier. If you become my dog, I think you will bite me back." Liu Feng said disgustedly. Yes, I don't deserve to be a soldier. I am a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Captain, it's over there. Quick, quick, quick." Hearing the shouts of other soldiers outside, Liu Feng frowned, while Kai Yongbo's ugly face full of tears was filled with a smug smile. "Hehe, Liu Feng, my people are here. Hand over your dog insects and insect training techniques to me. I will consider giving you a way out. How about it?" "Not very good." Liu Feng thought for a while. "I also forgot to tell you that my magic ants are poisonous. Although it is only a paralyzing toxin, it has the advantage of large quantities. I don't know what the consequences will be, so please enjoy it, Chief Instructor." Kai Yongbo was scared at first, but then he watched in a daze as the black-armored magic ants first covered Liu Feng, leaving scars one after another. Aren't the magic ants controlled by Liu Feng? Why did they bite Liu Feng first? As if he had thought of something, Kai Yongbo wanted to shout in fear, but he only had time to shout, "Liu Feng," before he was surrounded by the black-armored demon ants. Injected with a large amount of paralyzing toxin, Kai Yongbo fainted in less than a second. Since sending the Golden Wolf to the military area, Liu Feng has never returned to the apartment. Every morning he has military training on time like an ordinary student, but in the afternoon, Liu Feng will find excuses not to go to training. And what surprises his classmates is that Instructor Yang always agrees with Liu Feng's various excuses. Today is September 12th, and the 10-day military training life will officially end after the military parade in the morning. Although Liu Feng only trains for 1 morning every day, his superb learning ability and super high appearance have determined that Liu Feng will become the leader of the class. The first class to go is the class of the School of Computer Science and Computational Science. However, 90% of the students in this kind of college are boys, and there are not many good-looking ones. Although they don't attract much attention from students, the training results are still good. You can see that the leaders on the reviewing stand nodded with satisfaction. Then came the students from the School of Engineering and the School of Foreign Languages. The students from the School of Engineering were not much better than the School of Computer Science, but there were many girls from the School of Foreign Languages, and they were also very beautiful, attracting the attention of many students. The parade of the 3 colleges lasted for more than half an hour, before it was the turn of Liu Feng's School of Medical and Biological Sciences. Liu Feng's class was ranked 301, so they were the first class to appear in the college. Let's not talk about how the class marched. Anyway, Liu Feng, who was at the head of the class, attracted the attention of most of the boys and girls in the whole grade. The video of him fighting with the class instructor and winning was probably known to all the teachers and students in the school. As a girl, what is the first factor to pay attention to in a boy? Of course, it is his appearance. Otherwise, how about seeing his internal organs? Many girls in the whole grade of freshmen saw Liu Feng for the first time. They found that Liu Feng, who was wearing a military uniform and marching in step, was much more handsome than those secretly taken photos on the internet. One by one, they couldn't help but sneak a peek and whisper to their best friends. On the other side, in the business school, two girls at the head of a class were gritting their teeth and looking at Liu Feng, who was about to come. Liu Feng's eyes were so sharp that he had long seen Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu standing at the front of the crowd and couldn't help but wink at them. As a result, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu did not say anything. Instead, the girls around them seemed to have received Liu Feng's signal. They argued excitedly that Liu Feng was greeting them again, which made Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu jealous. They turned their heads away and ignored Liu Feng. Liu Feng didn't know what he had done wrong again, and he couldn't stop to explain. He could only lead his class to continue marching. After a morning of military parade, Liu Feng and his classmates still found many beautiful girls in the school. Most of them were from the School of Foreign Languages and the School of Business. There was also a School of Art and Media. There were not only more beautiful girls, but also many handsome boys. After the school leaders announced the official end of the military training, thousands of students finally cheered at the same time. The 10-day hard training was finally over. Even though many people applied sunscreen, they still got a lot of dark circles. There were also more people who didn't apply sunscreen and turned into black people. Anyway, they didn't think about finding a partner in the first semester. Because today happened to be Friday, the school treated the holiday after the military training as a weekend, and formal classes will start next Monday. After the dismissal, the freshmen left the playground in small groups, but Liu Feng's class seemed to have noticed something wrong. Most of the crowd was walking towards the dormitory building, but there seemed to be a small number of pretty girls going against the flow, as if they were moving closer to their class. Girls have a stronger sense of crisis than boys in some aspects, or it can be said that this is a sixth sense exclusive to girls. The boys were still excited, and the 18 girls from Class 301, without any discussion, had spontaneously blocked in front of Liu Feng, and then stared at the pretty girls approaching. People who don't follow the crowd and are mavericks are always more likely to be noticed by others. Some curious and sensitive people stopped, and some even took out their phones to start filming in advance. The girls from other classes in their own school of medical biology approached Class 301 first. There were a total of 12 girls. They looked at each other for a while in twos and threes, and then looked at the 18 girls in Class 301. Hello, classmates. My name is Zhu Ziqing. I'm from the 3rd medical class. I have something to ask Liu Feng. Can you please give way? Zhu Ziqing looked very innocent. She asked the girls from Class 301 with a smile. No one from Class 301 answered. They just looked at them quietly. I'm Qian Shuiying from Class 2. Please give way. I have something important to ask Liu Feng. The one who spoke was a long-legged beauty who was over 1.7 meters tall. Although she was wearing a loose military uniform, her slightly raised upper chest was still visible. With such a figure, why didn't she go to art media? Still no girl gave way, and no girl spoke. There was only a silent stalemate. Liu Feng and the boys in the class felt awkward, but they didn't know what to say. The atmosphere between the girls began to solidify slightly, and the consequence of the stalemate was that more girls from other departments came. Some girls didn't seem to expect that so many girls with the same purpose would gather here. They could only smile awkwardly but politely, and then leave this stiff place and become spectators from a distance. The small groups of girls from various departments and classes who arrived first confirmed Liu Feng's face, who was wrapped behind him, and nodded with satisfaction before they began to look at other girls who seemed to be competitors. Dozens of pairs of eyes met each other, looking at the faces, breasts, buttocks, legs, and height of each girl. Some girls looked confident, some seemed disdainful, some slightly frowned, and some seemed to feel their own shortcomings, and took the initiative to withdraw from the competition and became spectators. There were nearly hundreds of pairs of boys around, all looking at Liu Feng with extremely envious eyes, which made Liu Feng sweat profusely. Will he really not be beaten to death? They seemed to be filming videos. The girls in Class 301 didn't care so much. No matter how beautiful or good-looking you are, they stared at the group of girls from other classes with ferocious eyes like tigresses protecting their calves. However, it seemed that they were outnumbered. The 18 girls could not stop the other girls from approaching and could only be constantly compressed by the encirclement. Liu Feng, you are so handsome. Liu Feng, how about I treat you to dinner and then go to see a movie tonight? Liu Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Liu Feng, do you think I am good-looking? Faced with the silent resistance of the girls in Class 301, the other girls could not pull and tug at him and could only talk to him through the crowd. After all, there were hundreds of people watching around, and it would also leave a bad impression on Liu Feng. You are all very good-looking, but I have a girlfriend. Sorry, I have something else to do. Can you please make way? Liu Feng could only touch his head awkwardly in the circle of girls. Ah? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you mind changing your girlfriend? I also want to ask, do you mind having another girlfriend? I mean, I don't mind you having a group of girlfriends. Ha ha ha! Faced with the girls' ridicule without any bottom line. Although Liu Feng was sweating profusely on the surface, he felt very comfortable in his heart. Finally, with the help of Wu Ji and others, Liu Feng finally managed to break free from the hands of a group of bold female perverts after losing his mobile phone number and WeChat. Liu Feng only felt that he was touched all over when he came out. Not far away, he could still hear the discussion of a group of female perverts behind him. I touched Liu Feng's chest muscles, so solid. I touched them too. He also has abdominal muscles. Humph, I also lifted up his shirt. Wow, his abdominal muscles, so nice, and his mermaid line. Chen Yong and a series of instructors dragged the fire extinguisher to the door of the medical room, and then kicked the door open, only to see a black mass of insects flying out. There was no time to speak. The alertness and tacit understanding of usual training prompted Chen Yong and other instructors to open the fire extinguisher at the same time, and spray the dry powder inside at the insect swarm. The dry powder sprayed by the fire extinguisher did not seem to cause any harm to the black-armored magic ants, but only made them a little confused. The attacked black-armored demon ants also exploded with ferocity. They flew through the dry powder and their armors were dyed white. They quickly flew towards the instructors and bit them everywhere. However, they still followed Liu Feng's order before he fell into a coma and did not kill these unarmed soldiers. Otherwise, with these dozen instructors, they would be wiped out in a moment. However, even if they did not kill them, the instructors were not having a good time at this time. Facing the large number and rapid black-armored demon ants, they found that the fire extinguishers in their hands did not work. After throwing away the fire extinguishers, the instructors used their hands and clothes to beat them. As a result, they found that even if they were beaten to the ground by their hands or clothes, they would get up and attack again after a while, as if they were invincible. The wounds on their bodies were painful and numb. Who knows if there is any toxin? After a while, the instructors could only run away with their heads in their arms. As for the trapped chief instructor, we are helpless. It's not that we are unwilling to save him, but I can't do it. After chasing the instructors who came to rescue them and scattering them, the black-armored demon ants flew into the sky and disappeared from people's sight. Hoo-hoo! Chen Yong hid in a small house, leaning against the door and breathing heavily, then carefully put his ear against the door, listening to the movement outside the door. After a long while, Chen Yong, who didn't hear any sound, breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground with his back against the door. No wonder the captain was scared and called us to save him. This guy is similar to Ma Fengkan. I don't know if he is poisonous. I feel a little numb all over my body. Chen Yong thought about it and called several other brothers. Hey, Huzi, are you okay? I'm glad you're okay. I ran away too. I'll go to the medical room later. Hey, Gangzi, are you okay? Okay, I'll go check later. Hey, after making a few calls, Chen Yong found that all his brothers seemed to have run away. He felt relieved and agreed to go over and take a look. If the swarm of insects had not dispersed, they would run away. If they had dispersed, they would rescue the captain. Chen Yong and a dozen instructors approached the medical room more carefully, fearing that they would be discovered by the swarm of insects again and then hunted down. Chen Yong held his breath and carefully tilted his head to the door to look at the situation in the medical room. It's okay. The swarm of insects seems to have left. Chen Yong gestured and led the way into the medical room. There is still a student who was bitten and unconscious. Hurry up, check him and call 120 first. Chen Yong said anxiously. The captain is here and he is also unconscious. Chen Yong walked over to take a look. Hiss, so miserable. Kai Yongbo's face, neck, and arms were all bitten, and his military uniform was torn into tiny cracks. The wounds were like being cut by saw teeth, and the blood was flowing non-stop. The military green uniform was stained slightly red. The instructors were scared when they saw the captain's injuries. How many of those insects must have surrounded him to be bitten like this? If they were also surrounded, the instructors couldn't help but shudder when they thought of such a scene. Chen Yong also thought that at the beginning he was so brave that he kicked the door open, and the black swarm of insects rushed out. He was really lucky. After the instructors bandaged the captain and the students lightly, they waited aside for the 120 medical rescue personnel. Medical staff did not come, but the school leaders were alarmed. The recent news of an instructor beating a student quickly went viral on campus forums and even circulated online. This alarmed the principal. After finding out the cause of the incident, the principal called the dean of the medical biology department and reprimanded him. Dean Yu and several leaders of the hospital rushed to the military training site without stopping. After asking, they learned that Liu Feng was taken to the medical room by the chief instructor, and more than a dozen instructors passed by. They were shocked and rushed to the medical room again. As a result, they saw a student and an instructor lying in the medical room. What happened? Did you instructors collectively beat up our students? Dean Yu was furious and kept pointing at the dozen instructors with his hands. If anything happens to the students, you can expect to go to jail. Calm down, we dare not beat the students. We received a call for help from our captain, saying that he and his students were attacked by a group of dangerous insects, so we came to rescue them. Did you see the fire extinguisher on the road? And these bites on our bodies are all caused by those insects. Take a look. Chen Yong explained with a wry smile and showed Dean Yu the wounds on his face and body. Dean Yu was also worried about the students for a while and was anxious because he was afraid that something bigger would happen. Hearing this, he carefully looked at the wounds on Chen Yong's body. It seems that they were really bitten by insects. Yes, and the place where the insect bites will cause paralysis. In order to save them, my body is still numb now. Chen Yong felt a little wronged. Not only was he injured, but he was also misunderstood by the school leaders and wanted to send himself to prison. I'm sorry, I wrongly blamed you. Have you called 120? Dean Yu blushed. They've been fighting for a while. They should be here soon. Okay. By the way, where's the instructor who beat the student? Dean Yu asked again. This was a big deal. If it wasn't handled properly, it would cause a huge loss of face for the school. I don't know where our captain was called to, but he's unconscious now. Okay. Dean Yu nodded to show that he understood. We can only wait for Chief Instructor Kai to wake up before asking. While the ambulance hadn't arrived yet, Dean Yu asked Vice Dean Run and a few people to check the injuries on Liu Feng and Kai Yongbo. They were originally medical students and knew a lot about biology. However, after something like this happened, it was not easy to treat the students themselves. They could only send them to the hospital. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if something happened. Old Run, I've never seen this kind of insect bite marks. It looks like it was caused by a saw. I heard them say that the wound will feel numb. Do you know what kind of insect it is? No, I've never heard of it or seen it before. I suspect it's a completely new species that has not been discovered. Look at them. They were bitten hard, but they never cried out in pain. Vice Dean Run said while touching his chin. It seems to be true. If you don't pay attention, it doesn't hurt at all. It feels like you haven't been hurt at all. The instructors who suddenly realized that their wounds didn't seem to hurt much talked about it. There are wounds, but they subconsciously ignore them. Even when the flesh is cut, they don't feel pain. If this is true, that kind of insect is really a terrible species. It can make other creatures die without knowing it and without pain. Dean Run said with a serious face. Realizing the terrifying nature of this creature, Dean Yu asked hurriedly, "Did you catch one or two? We really need research samples of this creature. This involves the safety of the country and the people, which is very important." "No, and this insect has a strong vitality. We slapped the insect to the ground, and it would get up again and continue to attack us after a while. It's very scary, so we couldn't kill any of them." Chen Yong thought for a while and said, "Alas, this new species is too dangerous. It must be reported. It's a pity that so many of you couldn't catch a sample." Dean Yu shook his head and said regretfully, "Well, I think I stepped on one to death. I wonder if it will be useful to you?" A soldier suddenly said, "Of course it will be useful. Comrade, take us there." Dean Yu walked up to the instructor who had just spoken and patted his shoulder excitedly. "If you can really find something, you will have made a great contribution. It's good that it's useful. Then I'll take you there now." The instructor touched his head happily. "Comrade, what's your name?" "Yan Hu. Just call me Xiao Hu." When Yan Hu brought Dan Yu, Dean Run, and several hospital leaders to the place, he said, they found that the insects they had stepped on to death were gone. How could it disappear? It was clearly in this area. Yan Hu touched his head and was a little confused. So he took several hospital leaders to walk around here, but at a glance, the ground was clean and there was not even garbage. "Comrade Yan Hu, are you sure you stepped on that insect to death? Is it possible that it just fainted and flew away? Or did you remember the wrong place?" Vice Dean Run asked Yan Hu anxiously. "Isn't it unlikely?" Yan Hu was also a little doubtful about whether he stepped on the insect to death. "I remember that I was a little scared at the time. After knocking a bug to the ground, I deliberately stepped on it several times. Its body was deflated and motionless, so it should be dead. It can't be a swarm of insects. They will know how to take away their dead counterparts, right?" Dean Yu said unhappily. Aye. Yan Hu thought about it, but couldn't find a reason to refute. Maybe it was because he failed to crush the insect to death, so it recovered. In fact, Dean Yu was right about the real situation. The only black-armored magic ant was crushed to death by the frightened Yan Hu, but Liu Feng also considered that there might be black-armored magic ants being killed, so he included an extra item in the order. If there were any black-armored magic ants that died in the battle, the bodies should be taken away as much as possible, and no biological samples should be left. So when all the instructors were chased and fled in all directions, the retreating black-armored magic ants took the only dead one away with them. Forget it. It's fine if it wasn't killed. But as you said, even after stomping on it several times and its body deflated, it still couldn't be killed. This shows that this insect has extremely strong vitality. Dean Yu sighed. If we had samples, we could understand the body structure of the insect and thus get their weaknesses and propose targeted methods. But at the moment, if we encounter a swarm of such insects outside, we can only run away without weapons of mass destruction like flamethrowers. Yan Hu could only nod and listen silently. Fortunately, the hospital's paramedics arrived at this time. Yan Hu greeted them and took the paramedics to the medical room. He watched the paramedics lift Kai Yongbo and Liu Feng onto stretchers and transport them into the ambulance. As the class teacher, Chan Deming had the responsibility and obligation to look after the students, so he got into the ambulance with them. Dean Yu watched the two unconscious people being taken away by the ambulance, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the injuries on the other instructors and said hesitantly, "Don't you need to go to the hospital? Although they are all minor injuries, it is because we don't know about this unknown insect that we are worried about, other toxins that are harmful to the human body. Okay, let's go to the hospital now." The instructors themselves were a little worried about whether the insects were poisonous. Now that the old dean said that, they were even more panicked. They quickly responded and wanted to take a taxi to the hospital together, even ignoring the students who were still in military training. "Let's go. Go to the playground and tell the children. Seeing that more than a dozen instructors also ran away, Dean Yu said to the few people next to him. Dean Yu and his team came to the playground and found the dozen or so classes that had no instructors to train. After explaining the situation to them one by one, they found other instructors and asked them to teach one more class each. Thank you for your hard work this afternoon. Dean Yu smiled and thanked the instructors. Then they came to Liu Feng's class. When the three brothers Wu Ji saw Dean Yu and his team coming, they ran over to ask, Dean Yu, how is Brother Feng? The phone can't be reached. Did the instructors beat Brother Feng again? No, don't worry. No instructor beat Liu Feng. Dean Yu patted Wu Ji's arm to comfort him. It's just what? Wu Ji, who always felt that it was his own fault, was the most impatient. Please listen to what I have to say. It's just that Liu Feng and Kai Yongbo, your chief instructor, encountered an unknown swarm of insects in the medical room, were bitten and fell into coma, and have now been sent to the hospital. Dean Yu saw that Wu Ji was getting anxious again, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, But I checked. Liu Feng and the others are breathing steadily, and their wounds are not serious. They shouldn't be in any danger. Okay then, Wu Ji nodded. After all, Dean Yu is the dean of our School of Medicine and Biology, and Wu Ji still believes in Dean Yu's medical ability. Then Dean Yu, do you know which hospital Liu Feng was sent to? I want to go see Brother Feng. It seems to be the Dashu Hospital not far from our school. Qian Deming is also there. Dean Yu said. Then you don't have military training anymore? Forget it. I approve it. Your class should be disbanded first. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. I'll leave first. Goodbye, Dean Yu, and goodbye to all the leaders. After Wu Ji and the others finished speaking, they notified their classmates to disband and ran to the campus gate, then took a taxi to Dashu Hospital. After Wu Ji and his two friends arrived at Dashu Hospital, they first called their class teacher, Qian Demin. After asking for the location, they went straight to the destination. Seeing Qian Demin at the door of the emergency room, Wu Ji and his two friends panicked. They had sent him to the emergency room, but Dean Yu, the old man, said that he was fine. I don't believe him. Teacher Qian, why was Brother Feng sent to the emergency room? Is it so serious? Wu Ji asked, grabbing Qian Demin's arm. Fu Shaodou and Zhang Xin also looked worried. When did I tell you that it was Liu Feng who was sent to the emergency room? Qian Demin slapped Wu Ji's shaking hand. You made me dizzy. It's not Brother Feng. Could it be the chief instructor? What the hell is that? Hearing that it was not Liu Feng, Wu Ji was no longer so nervous. What's the matter? Your chief instructor is called Kai Yongbo. Qian Demin rolled his eyes at Wu Ji. How is Brother Feng? Zhang Xin asked. Liu Feng is fine. He seems to be awake. He is lying in the nursing room, but he is a little numb all over, and he has no strength to get up. Qian Demin replied. Don't you care about your chief instructor? Chai Yongbo? Why worry about him? This is called human action. God is watching. God is punishing him, who made him want to steal Brother Feng's golden wolf, and he said it with a righteous look, who can't see that he is a beast in human clothing. Wu Ji looked at the direction of the emergency room with contempt. How can you talk like that? All right, you go to see Liu Feng first, in the nursing room number 9 on the 6th floor of the inpatient department. Qian Demin urged. It's true, Teacher Qian. If Kai Yongbo really wanted Liu Feng to voluntarily hand over the golden wolf, he wouldn't force Brother Feng to make a choice in front of hundreds of students with righteousness. Fortunately, Brother Feng withstood the pressure. Fu Shaodou said with an unhappy face. That's right. Can't we talk about it in private? And you're talking so noble in front of so many students. Zhang Xin looked like he wanted to vomit. Hearing the students say this, Qian Demin's expression when he looked at the emergency room was not very good. He just waved his hand to let Wu Ji and the other two leave. Let's go see Brother Feng first. Liu Feng was lying on the bed. Ji and the other two looking around, he smiled and said, Why are you here? Hey, Brother Feng, we came to see you. Are you okay? Wu Ji walked over with a smile. Don't blame us for not bringing a fruit basket to see you, Brother Feng. Zhang Xin also teased. Hey, what's the relationship between us? Besides, I don't need to be hospitalized, although the hospital advised me to stay in the hospital for observation. I know myself. Nothing is wrong. I just feel a little numb. Liu Feng moved his hands and feet on the bed and then said, I'll be discharged from the hospital when the paralysis effect disappears. That's good, Brother Feng, do you know? Wu Ji smiled mysteriously. What? Kai Yongbo, the chief instructor, went to the emergency room. Wu Ji said with some gloating. Really? When did it happen? Really, just now. Fu Shaodou, Zhang Xin and I saw it together. The class teacher is still guarding the door of the emergency room. Wu Ji looked confident. The three of them were chatting with Liu Feng. Liu Feng's mobile phone happened to be left in the medical room, and he was very bored. After chatting for a long time, all the topics were finished. Liu Feng found that the paralysis toxin in his body had not completely dissipated. The paralysis toxin of the black-armored demon ants is really strong. I let them inject a little bit, and my whole body was paralyzed for more than 3 hours and it didn't heal. It seems that I have to use vitality to eliminate it. I don't know what Kai Yongbo will become after being madly injected by the black-armored demon ants. Infusing himself with vitality, Liu Feng felt that the paralysis in his body was slowly disappearing. Only when the paralysis disappeared completely, Liu Feng stopped infusing. I think I'm fine? Liu Feng pretended to be a little puzzled and moved his hands and feet. It seems that the numbness is really gone. Really, Brother Feng, let me help you. Walk around. Wu Ji came over and wanted to help Liu Feng get up. No, I can do it myself. Liu Feng got off the bed quickly and walked on the ground. It's really fine, there is no numbness at all. Just when the four of them were happy, the head teacher Qian Demin and a group of doctors in white coats came to the nursing ward. Hey, Liu Feng, are you fine? Qian Demin's frowning face relaxed a little. Yes, teacher Qian, what are you doing? Liu Feng asked doubtfully. Hello? Liu Feng, my name is Qin Fen, the attending physician who just performed surgery on patient Cai Yongbo. Can I ask you a few questions? The young man in a white coat with glasses at the front asked. Oh, okay, go ahead. Were you all bitten by the same kind of bug? Yes. Can you describe to me what that bug looked like? Like an ant, it can fly and it's black. Then can you describe the situation when you were bitten? I only remember that our chief instructor seemed to have killed a bug in the medical room. No one cared at the time. It was just a bug. When I was about to apply medicine on the wound, a large group of bugs like that flew in and surrounded me. I felt a little dizzy while biting me. Before I fainted, I seemed to hear the chief instructor calling my name, and then the bugs on my body seemed to be attracted to the chief instructor. I woke up in the hospital. Liu Feng showed a look of reminiscence, and his face showed a look of fear from time to time. Okay, I have a general understanding. I can only say that you are lucky, and you have to thank your chief instructor. Qin Fen was about the same height as Liu Feng, and patted Liu Feng on the shoulder and said, What? You're still thanking him? He was the one who brought Brother Feng over. He killed the bug, and he attracted the swarm of bugs. Brother Feng was affected by the disaster. It's good that you didn't blame him. Wu Ji said with a bad face. You can't say that, although it's possible that the swarm of bugs was attracted by the bug that Cai Yongbo killed. Do you know what's the current condition of Cai Yongbo? Qin Fen said, adjusting his glasses. What's the condition? Wu Ji asked instinctively with his doubts. Cai Yongbo, because of the excessive injection of paralytic toxins, the brain nerves are suppressed and weakened, and he may have dementia. Moreover, because the paralytic toxins are systemic, the body's conductive nerves are slowed down, just like a combination of paralysis and polio. In general, his future is ruined, and he will spend the rest of his life in bed. Even if the paralytic toxins are eliminated by metabolism in the future, the sequelae will accompany him for life. Qin Fen took off his glasses expressionlessly and wiped them with a piece of cloth. Wu Ji froze when he heard this. Cai Yongbo was completely disabled? Liu Feng also showed a look of horror. Although he did not expect that the paralysis toxin of the black-armored demon ant could directly turn a person into dementia and paralysis, in order to protect his secrets and his own safety, only one person could be sacrificed. If it is not me, then it can only be you. Cai Yongbo, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being too insidious and greedy. You should be fine. Relax, but for safety reasons, I still hope you can go with us for a full-body check. Qin Fen put his glasses back on and suggested. Okay, of course I will go. Liu Feng acted very eager, as if he was afraid of following in Cai Yongbo's footsteps. Accompanied by Wu Shi and the other two, Liu Feng was undergoing a series of examinations in the hospital, while Qian Demin was busy calling to inform the school leaders. The chief instructor of the school's military training was attacked by unknown insects on campus and became paralyzed and demented. No matter how you look at it, it is a bigger matter. Students were beaten by instructors, unknown insect swarms appeared on campus, and the chief instructor was paralyzed by unknown insect swarms. These three things happened one after another. Before the previous one was resolved, a more serious one appeared. The principal was so anxious that he almost pulled his hair out. However, these were none of Liu Feng's business. The school leaders had to worry about it. Liu Feng felt that although he was involved in these things and was indeed responsible for them, he should not be associated with himself. After all, he was also a victim, but not as serious. This was at most a coincidence. Liu Feng, your medical examination report is out. You are in very good health, much stronger than 99% of the people in the world. I guess your ability to recover so quickly is also related to your physical fitness. Qin Fen handed the medical examination report to Liu Feng with a smile. Liu Feng's smiling face suddenly changed, but soon he regained his smile, holding the examination report and said, Thank you, Dr. Qin, we'll leave first. I was careless. In movies and novels, people with physical changes are most reluctant to go to the hospital for physical examinations. They are afraid that their physical data will be different from that of ordinary people, and then they will be caught by curiosity for research and slices. My data should be within the acceptable range of the human body for the time being, so it should be fine. Liu Feng comforted himself psychologically, but the expression of some worry on his face was still revealed to the eyes of the three brothers in the dormitory. Brother Feng, are you worried about becoming like Cai Yongbo? It's okay. Didn't Dr. Qin say that you are in good health, the best data he has ever seen, and you will definitely be fine? Wu Ji, you kiss. Do you think I'm worried about turning into Cai Yongbo? I'm worried about the second to last sentence you said. The best human data I've ever seen. The best. If I'm caught for slices, I will definitely turn you into the Hulk first. Liu Feng couldn't help but said in his heart, Thank you for your collection and recommendation. Thank you. It was almost 6 o'clock. Liu Feng, who forced a smile, and his three roommates found a restaurant to eat and packed a large dinner for Jin Lang. After driving away the remaining 5,000 black-armored demon ants at home, Liu Feng and his three roommates returned to the apartment and fed Jin Lang dinner. The four of them lay on the sofa and played with their phones. Liu Feng searched his pockets several times but couldn't get it out. Then he remembered that his phone was still in the medical room and he didn't take it back. "Brother Feng, you are famous. You are completely famous in our school." Wu Ji suddenly got up from the sofa excitedly and stuffed his phone in front of Liu Feng. "Look, Brother Feng, the video of you fighting with Instructor Ma was posted online by students from other classes. The comments below are almost over 10,000, and they are all helping you to scold Instructor Ma. Hey, why are there seniors praising you for being handsome?" Wu Ji was flipping through the comments and suddenly felt hopeless. It turned out that the comments below the video were tilted. The first 1,000 comments were still criticizing the instructor. The last one was someone who posted a secretly taken photo of Liu Feng, which caused a group of girls to lick the screen. The comments below were tilted. As more and more photos of Liu Feng entering the campus at the beginning of the school year, eating in the restaurant, and training in military uniforms were exposed, there were more and more comments praising Liu Feng as a male god and the most handsome man in the college. The whole post seemed to have become a concentration camp of Liu Feng's fans. "What's wrong, Wu Ji?" Zhang Xin asked. "Look for yourself, the video in the forum." Wu Ji handed over the phone and turned away from him. "How could this happen? Brother Feng, when were you secretly photographed? The most important thing is, how could they cut me out of the picture? Look, this is clearly a photo of us having dinner with Brother Feng yesterday. I was on the left, but now it's blank." Zhang Xin looked melancholy. "It seems that the girls in school no longer see me." "No, we are still there, look." Fu Xiaodou was also flipping through the posts and finally saw a complete photo of the four brothers. Where? Wu Ji also perked up and flipped over to take a look. "It's true." Zhang Xin said, "What are the comments saying? There are 3 people who are trying to get attention by the side of male god Liu Feng every day. The sisters will beat the shit out of them when they see it." "My Cao Chao, what do you mean? You want to beat us to death? I will beat your male god to death now." Zhang Xin gave Fu Xiaodou and Wu Ji a malicious look. "Go." The 3 people in the dormitory surrounded Liu Feng, and after knocking him down, they took several selfies to spoof Liu Feng, and then posted them on the forum. "Your male god has been kidnapped by us. You have 3 days to find a girl who is willing to be our girlfriend. Senior sisters are fine. Otherwise, we will kill her." The post and the photo were posted. In less than a minute, it was like a small sail drifting in a storm, shaking and falling among thousands of messages. But Wu Ji and the other 2 who were strong were overjoyed and could argue with every girl who left a message. After a while, the 4 decided to go back to school, and Liu Feng went to the medical room alone to get his phone. Kai Yongbo has been dealt with, and Ma Yuanchao is hiding somewhere. The crisis of the Golden Wolf has been temporarily resolved. We have to speed up the process to collect vitality. After getting the phone, Liu Feng searched for the bar nearest slaughterhouse in Hangzhou. It seems to be a bit far from the school. It's either in Hangzhou district or Jiangbin. No matter what, I'll ask for leave for the afternoon training. I'll just say I'm not feeling well. Vitality is the most important thing. Liu Feng decided to live a peaceful life and accumulate vitality to recharge the Rubik's Cube. He returned to the dormitory and played games with Wu Ji and the others until the lights were about to go out before he washed up and went to bed. The next morning, when Liu Feng and the other 4 went to the training ground for military training, they found that the new instructor had already arrived. His surname was Yang. They listened to the arrangements made by Instructor Yang and trained until the end of the morning military training. Liu Feng walked up to Instructor Yang and said, "Instructor Yang, I feel a little unwell. It may be the sequelae of the insect bite yesterday. I came to ask you not to train in the afternoon." Instructor Yang agreed before Liu Feng finished speaking. It seems that the instructors have already known about Chai Yongbo and I being bitten by insects. Feeling relieved, Liu Feng said hello to Wu Ji and the other 2 and ran to the apartment. Without bringing food for Jinlong, Liu Feng planned to teach Jinlong how to order takeout. Of course, he would help order the takeout himself, and he only needed to teach him how to open the door, take the takeout, and close the door. After returning to the apartment, Liu Feng communicated with Jinlong and ordered a takeout, noting that it would be delivered to the door of the apartment. After waiting for about half an hour, when the takeout guy delivered the takeout to the door, Liu Feng taught Jinlong not to rush to open the door. After waiting for 2 minutes, he let Jinlong bite the door handle, and then waited for Jinlong to tilt his head and turn the handle to open the door. Then he bit the takeout in, and let Jinlong bite the door handle to close the door. "That's right, Jinlong. Do it this way. If I have something to do and can't come back in time to bring you food, I will order takeout for you. Remember to wait 2 minutes before picking it up, otherwise it will scare our hardworking brother." After Liu Feng and Jinlong finished eating the takeout, they waited until after 3 o'clock. Liu Feng went out with a big bag of garbage. "It's time to go to the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse in Jiangbin seems to be closer." He took a taxi and drove for nearly an hour to get to the Jiangbin slaughterhouse. After explaining his purpose, the middle-aged security guard here refused to agree. There was no other way but to use money to open the way. After finding the slaughterhouse, Liu Feng went in and took a look, then leaned against the door and played with his mobile phone. With a collection range of 100 square meters, he could collect it without going in, specifically. And it also saved him from dealing with the person in charge. After waiting for more than 5 o'clock, the Rubik's Cube in my mind sent a reminder sound of obtaining 100,000 vitality. I haven't heard it for a few days, and I miss it very much. He stayed by the door until after 7 o'clock, when the reminder sound in his mind finally disappeared. In more than 2 hours, he had obtained nearly 50 million life forces in total. If this is the case, the Rubik's Cube should be charged in a month. Stretching, Liu Feng put his phone away, hummed a little tune and walked out of the slaughterhouse slowly and called a car back to the apartment. I ordered a takeaway Golden Wolf. Remember to pick it up when you hear the sound later. After Liu Feng assigned the Golden Wolf, he returned to the room and sat on the table in a daze. It seems that one of the black-armored magic ants died. If I raise a black queen ant and evolve it, can it give birth to black-armored magic ants? It should be possible. Let's try to get some gene drawings of the queen ant tomorrow. Also, my level 5 enhanced mantis Bion should also evolve. It's not a good idea to stay at home all the time, although Bion can sustain physical energy consumption for a long time with a little vitality. Liu Feng called Bion over and began to infuse vitality into Bion. Continuous vitality infusion directly enhanced it to level 9 in one breath. A supergiant mantis about 35 centimeters long appeared in the eyes of Liu Feng and Jinlong. Bion's 35 centimeters long body is huge but not bloated. It is emerald green with slightly smart eyes and solid limbs. The front limb is a 15 centimeters long hand knife, which feels sharper than saw teeth. What are the conditions for evolution? Liu Feng looked at the message prompt from the creation cube. Level 9 blue-eyed mantis can evolve. Evolution condition 10 level 9 blue-eyed mantises duel. Devour evolution 50W vitality support. Evolution unknown. Evolution success rate 99%. Evolution condition 2 10 level 9 blue-eyed mantises fight. The only survivor kills and devours. 50W vitality support. Evolution unknown. Evolution success rate 50%. Why are the evolution conditions of this blue-eyed mantis different? They are so harsh. The other 9 must die. Isn't this similar to the poisonous insect? The one that survives is the insect king. Then I don't know if my first blue-eyed mantis can survive. Liu Feng chose evolution method 1 and created a level 9 blue-eyed mantis first. Fearing that the walls or furniture at home would be broken, Liu Feng asked 2 level 9 blue-eyed mantises to fight in the night sky outside the window. Anyway, they can fly and it's dark, so they won't be easily discovered. Liu Feng wanted to watch the killing ability of the level 9 blue-eyed mantis, but found that with his slightly enhanced eyes, he couldn't see the scene of their duel clearly in the dark. He had no choice but to wait for the victorious one to return, then recover its wounds, create another level 9 green-eyed mantis, and go out to duel again. This repeated process, and only one of the 10 green-eyed mantises that went out returned. Liu Feng couldn't figure out whether Green-eyed survived or not, since they all looked the same. He recovered Green-eyed's wounds, and then infused it with 500,000 vitality. The final evolutionary conditions were also met. Green-eyed, wrapped in vitality, officially began to evolve. When vitality poured into the body of the green-eyed mantis, an emerald green mantis about 15 centimeters long was revealed. It was motionless, like a carved creature, and its body was still emitting a fluorescent green sheen. Characteristics of the mantis: fighting instinct, danger sense, intermediate thin armor, deadly blade, rapid flight, emerald energy combat power rating, a natural killing weapon. Compared to the black armored demon ants, the emerald mantis can easily slaughter hundreds of them. No further strengthening for the time being. After the introduction of the Rubik's Cube, there is actually nothing much to say about the emerald mantis. Its defense is 1 level higher than that of the black armored demon ant. It has fighting instincts and danger sensing. It is not as stupid as the black armored demon ant, and only knows how to rush like a suicide squad. It has the ability to fight alone and has stronger and faster flying ability. The only thing to mention is the Fatal Blade and the Jade ability. The Fatal Blade, the sharpness of the emerald mantis's forelimbs can cut stones into pieces, and it is extremely hard. The Jade energy, the special energy contained in the body of the emerald mantis, the active ability, can be used freely to make the forelimbs sharper. The armor defense power increases, or the flight speed increases. The birth of the emerald mantis only gave Liu Feng the silent and terrifying killing ability. There is nothing to mention. So the excited Liu Feng infused the emerald mantis with vitality at that time, wanting to obtain the genetic blueprint of the emerald mantis. Infusing nearly 1 million vitality to obtain the genetic blueprint, plus the vitality used for evolution, a total of about 2 million was spent. Emerald mantis, 600,000 life force units. Liu Feng was so happy that he could create a powerful creature and hugged the golden wolf and kneaded its head. But according to the combat power evaluation of the emerald mantis, if we spend another 600,000 life forces to create 60 black armored magic ants, it is not cost effective. We need to find a queen ant and test it as soon as possible. Liu Feng went to the living room to open the takeaway that the golden wolf brought in. He didn't eat it, and the golden wolf kept waiting for Liu Feng. Eat, golden wolf. I'll go back to school after you finish eating. Liu Feng patted the golden wolf's big head. On the way back to school, Liu Xinran called. Hello, Xinran. Liu Feng, are you okay? Lulu and I just saw the video on the forum. It's okay, nothing happened, don't worry. Where are you now? Let's come to see you. I'm on the bus back to school. I'll call you when I get to your dormitory. Yes. Liu Feng looked at Liu Xinran, who was still worried and had to see her in person, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. When he arrived at the downstairs of Liu Xinran's dormitory, Liu Feng made a phone call. "I'm here. We'll be down right away." Soon, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor of the girls' dormitory, and then Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu appeared at the stairs. "Liu Feng. Brother Feng." Liu Xinran was still standing aside and looking at Liu Feng with some reserve and worry, but Yang Lulu pounced on him and clung to him like a koala. "You Lulu, Liu Feng seems to be injured, come down quickly." Liu Xinran was anxious to pull Yang Lulu off Liu Feng. "It's okay, I'm not." Liu Feng was originally saying this with a smile, but suddenly found that Liu Xinran was looking at him with a sidelong look, and quickly swallowed the second half of the sentence. "Oh, okay, then let you use one arm." Although Yang Lulu knew that Liu Xinran was not happy with her hugging Liu Feng like this, she still obediently came down and hugged Liu Feng's left arm. Although they were still best friends at ordinary times, in front of Liu Feng, Yang Lulu seemed to have given up, and expressed her love for Liu Feng without any concealment. Liu Xinran, who was unwilling to give in, had no choice but to hug Liu Feng's other arm to express her inner feelings. Liu Feng looked at both of his arms being hugged in the arms of the girl he liked, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There was no romantic thought in his heart, only a faint warmth, which was good. Liu Feng held the hands of the two girls and strolled in the dark campus. Although he did not say any sweet words, the silence was more eloquent at this time, and the happiness filled the hearts of the three people. Finally, before the building was closed, he sent the two girls back to the dormitory building. Liu Feng looked at the two young and beautiful girls in front of him, and couldn't help but kiss them gently on the forehead. Seeing the two girls with red cheeks running away in panic, Liu Feng laughed heartily. People are in high spirits when they are happy, and even walk more wildly than others. The happy Liu Feng's mouth corners were still raised until he fell asleep. The next day, Liu Feng repeated what he had to do every morning, and went to the training ground with his three brothers for military training. During the break, two military vehicles suddenly drove to the vicinity of the gymnasium, and several soldiers got off. One of the middle-aged soldiers seemed to have a high military rank. There were many badges hanging on his military uniform. He was crowded at the front and walked towards Liu Feng's class. "Report, I have met all the leaders." Instructor Yang stood straight and saluted the leaders. "Thank you for your hard work. I want to find a classmate named Liu Feng. I wonder which one it is." The middle-aged soldier at the front nodded and asked the class. Liu Feng's heart sank when he heard that this middle-aged leader, who was obviously a big shot, was looking for him by name. He didn't know whether he was here to ask for punishment or his affairs were exposed, but Liu Feng could only bite the bullet and stand up. "I am." The middle-aged soldier looked at Liu Feng and nodded and said, "Classmate Liu Feng, I have something to ask you. Can I come over and talk privately?" "Can I say no?" Liu Feng complained in his heart, but still agreed to the middle-aged soldier's request and followed him into the military vehicle. Fortunately, the middle-aged soldier did not ask anyone to drive anywhere, but just asked the people around to stay near the military vehicle, and then communicated with Liu Feng alone. "Hello, I am Sun Changsheng, the Chief of Staff of the 3rd Corps of the Jiangsu Zhejiang Military Region." The Chief of Staff in the car first introduced himself to Liu Feng, but Liu Feng was frightened directly. "I don't know how high the position of the Military District Chief of Staff is, and I dare not ask. If they really want to control me, Liu Feng feels that I can't resist it with my current self. Although it is easy to kill, it will also cause huge troubles and I will definitely be finished." Seeing that Liu Feng seemed to be frightened by his military position, Sun Changsheng tried to relax his face and smiled. "Don't be nervous. I will ask you some small questions about the unknown insect swarm." "Yeah." Liu Feng tried his best to ease the tension in his heart. Anyway, it was a blessing or a disaster. Okay, because of the attack by the unknown insect swarm, a soldier was severely paralyzed, which attracted the attention of the upper leaders. But this incident was the only one in the country, and you are the only one who can understand the situation of the two people who were attacked, so please tell me what happened at that time. Sun Changsheng's face became serious again. "I don't know very well, but I guess it was because the chief instructor killed a bug of that kind that led to our attack by the insect swarm." Liu Feng repeated what he said in the hospital. "So, where is the bug that was killed by Kai Yongbo?" "I'm not sure. It should be in the medical room in the backyard, but I was unconscious and I don't know what happened afterwards. I didn't hear that there was a dead bug in the medical room." Liu Feng pretended to be unclear. Sun Changsheng nodded and sighed, then asked, "I heard from Chai Yongbo and others that you have a wolfhound with great talent and potential. I wonder if you can let me see it?" Sure enough, the question came back to the golden wolf, but Liu Feng had no choice but to nod. "I also heard from some people that some of the methods used by Kai Yongbo may have caused you to be disgusted. I apologize to you on his behalf." Sun Changsheng said, No, and the chief instructor has already done that. My disgust has long disappeared." Liu Feng waved his hands to refuse. "That's good, but if your wolfhound is really as talented as they say, I beg you to allow us to train it. It will be of great help to the country's military outlook. Moreover, I can give you the right to pass through the military district, and you can visit it at any time. I can also record the honors and merits it has won on your account, and give you a bonus of 1 million directly as the military fee for your dog." Sun Changsheng said to Liu Feng very seriously, "Even if there is no monetary reward, it is an obligation for the country. I think Jinlang will be happy to join the army, and Jinlang's talent is beyond doubt. Liu Feng answered righteously. Okay, there are not many young men with a sense of responsibility like you, but since you regard money as dirt, it's just right. The military district's funds are still a little tight. Sun Changsheng patted Liu Feng's shoulder and said happily. Well, Chief, but in order to feed Jinlang, it also cost me a lot of money, so that money. Liu Feng added a little embarrassedly. Okay, I don't know what you young people think yet. You won't lose a penny of the military allowance for Jinlang. Here's my phone number. After you finish training, take us to see Jinlang. Sun Changsheng smiled and waved his hand to let Liu Feng get off the car. After the morning training was over, Liu Feng called Chief of Staff Sun, and then Liu Feng followed the arriving military vehicle to his apartment. Jinlang, I'm back, and I brought a few guests. Opening the door, Liu Feng greeted Jinlang and led Sun Changsheng and several soldiers into the apartment. As soon as Chief of Staff Sun and several military leaders entered the door, they saw Jinlang squatting at the door. His eyes that seemed to contain spirituality and his huge and strong body immediately attracted the attention of several soldiers. They couldn't help but breathe quickly and wanted to get closer to Jinlang. However, Chief of Staff Sun still stopped and turned to look at Liu Feng. Only after Liu Feng nodded in affirmation did he dare to approach the golden wolf. After all, if this kind of fierce dog is approached casually without the consent of its owner, it may cause hostility and attack. Chief of Staff Sun and his men were just like Kai Yongbo's instructors. They became excited when they touched the golden wolf, as if they had found some rare treasure. Xiao Liu, I finally understand why Kai Yongbo wants to get the golden wolf so badly, because even I can't suppress my excitement. Chief of Staff Sun turned around and took Liu Feng's hand. We have raised many military dogs, but we have never seen one as strong as the golden wolf. It can be said that it is rare to see one in a century. As long as we have the golden wolf, I can assert that in the world-class military dog competition early next year, the golden wolf will defeat all other military dogs and let our country regain the reputation of China's divine dog. Chief of Staff Sun sighed again as he spoke. You don't know that in the world-class military dog competitions in previous international military competitions, our Chinese military dogs have lost for several years, and they couldn't even get into the top 3. That group of people abroad mocked our great country for not being able to train military dogs and ridiculed our military dogs as sick rats. We wanted to refute loudly, but it was a fact that we lost. Every time we were so angry that we wanted to vomit blood, but we could only return home in disgrace with our tails between our legs. We were unwilling to accept that. Listening to Chief of Staff Sun's story about the military dog competition, Liu Feng finally realized that it was no wonder that he had never seen news reports about the ranking of our military dogs in a certain international military competition in a certain year. It turned out that it was because they had never won a ranking at all. So, Xiao Liu, don't blame us for wanting to snatch the golden wolf away. The country really needs you and the golden wolf. Chief of Staff Sun, I understand. I won't blame you. As I said before, if the country needs it, we have no choice but to do it. I will hand the golden wolf over to the country. I hope you will treat it well. Liu Feng also answered with a straightened face. Okay, Xiao Liu, don't worry. We may not have enough time to pamper it, so how could we treat it badly? And the conditions I promised you before will not change. If you have any difficulties, you can also call me. The country will never sit idly by. Chief of Staff Sun's words were like a big reassurance to Liu Feng. He couldn't help but think proudly that I would be a person with a backer in the future. In fact, Liu Feng had carefully considered what to do with Jinlang in the past 2 days. He had to go to school and had no time to take care of Jinlang. It happened that the people in the army needed Jinlang, so it was better to hand Jinlang over to them for care. Of course, the premise was that both parties were satisfied. Liu Feng was quite satisfied with the current situation. He not only gained benefits for himself, but also could coexist peacefully with the military. Jinlang was not forced to join the army. There was no need to go to the military training in the afternoon. Chief of Staff Sun took Liu Feng and Jinlang directly to the military district. The military vehicle drove past the gate. Liu Feng saw a soldier with a gun standing outside the guard post. Under the strong sunlight, even though the camouflage uniform was completely wet with sweat, the soldier with a gun was still motionless like a statue. Saluting like a soldier, Liu Feng touched Jinlang. The military vehicle drove into the military district and came to a low bungalow. Chief of Staff Sun said that this was the living area for military dogs in their military district. After getting off the car, Liu Feng took Jinlang and followed Chief of Staff Sun and others to visit the bungalow. Xiao Liu, look, this is where our military dogs live. They should all be training with their trainers now. This is the military dog swimming pool. This is the quarantine station. This is the kitchen. This is the activity venue. And this. Following Chief of Staff Sun to visit the place where the military dogs live, Liu Feng found that the living conditions of the military dogs are really very good. The necessary facilities are complete, and Liu Feng doesn't know what they shouldn't have. After the visit, Chief of Staff Sun took Liu Feng and Jinlang to the place where the military dogs train. From a distance, Liu Feng heard the barking of countless military dogs. After turning a few houses, he came to a wide training ground and saw many soldiers pulling their military dogs to carry out training projects one by one. It seems that seeing that there are leaders watching on the side, the trainers are training harder one by one. Chief of Staff's son motioned Liu Feng to wait here for a while, and then walked over. Everyone, assemble! Chief of Staff's son saw the trainers and military dogs quickly line up and assemble, looking well trained. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Today, we have two important guests. One of them will train with us in the future. Let us welcome them." Facing the applause of a group of soldiers, Liu Feng seemed a little embarrassed to pull the golden wolf, and the golden wolf seemed to be eager to try when he saw a large group of military dogs. The scarlet in the depths of his eyes was looming. Feeling that the golden wolf was a little irritable, Liu Feng patted the golden wolf on the head and whispered, "You have to be good. They will all be your partners in the future. You can play with them, but never hurt them. Do you hear me?" He walked slowly with the golden wolf. The trainers stared at the golden wolf intently, and the military dogs did the same. They kept barking at the golden wolf as if they wanted to rush out to attack the golden wolf. They were so hard that the trainers could not hold them back. As the saying goes, a barking dog never bites. The golden wolf didn't say a word, but seemed to be annoyed by the barking of the dogs. It opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, which instantly made the dogs hold their tails between their legs and hum in low voice. Liu Feng also heard the roar of the golden wolf for the first time. He didn't expect it to be the same as the roar of the lion. He was standing close to it, so it was like shouting into his ear. Liu Feng was almost stunned. It was not only Liu Feng who was startled. Chief of Staff's son and his men were the same. However, after the shock, their eyes were more passionate, as if they loved the golden wolf very much. However, Chief of Staff's son looked at the military dogs of his military region, who were scared to the ground by the roar, and his face was a little embarrassed. "Did you see that? The giant wolf dog that gave you a show of strength will be your companion in the future. His name is Golden Wolf." The trainers then looked at the golden wolf with eager eyes. As for the weak-looking pretty boy next to him, everyone subconsciously ignored him. "Anyone who you think is qualified to be a trainer of the golden wolf can go and try." Chief of Staff's son pointed at Liu Feng and said, "This is the owner of the golden wolf." The trainers all thought of this, but ignored Liu Feng. They all had their pride. At least they were confident in training dogs. "I'll do it." A trainer stood up and wanted to walk to the golden wolf without saying hello to Liu Feng. As a result, he was frightened by the bloodthirsty and fierce eyes of the golden wolf halfway. "Okay, come back, next one," Chief of Staff's son said. The result was that no one said hello to Liu Feng, and no one dared to approach the golden wolf within 3 meters. Later, a trainer made a mistake and tried to forcefully approach, but was knocked to the ground by the golden wolf, which stood up and was more than 2 meters tall. The sharp fangs of the golden wolf were pointed at the neck of the trainer, which frightened everyone except Liu Feng. Especially the person under the golden wolf, who felt the coming of death and was so scared that he peed his pants. Fortunately, the sweat from training had already soaked his whole body, so he was not discovered. After finding that no bloody incident had occurred, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the trainer was also helped up by Liu Feng. After that, no trainer dared to approach the golden wolf without Liu Feng's consent. However, even if Liu Feng agreed, the trainer was a little timid when approaching. After all, the golden wolf was not an ordinary military dog they trained, but a terrifying giant dog that was 2 meters tall when standing upright. After a period of contact, the trainers found that as long as the person who had received Liu Feng's consent gave some instructions to the golden wolf would be very obedient and smart to execute them, which made the military dog trainers like the golden wolf even more. Finally, as the sun set, at the signal of Chief of Staff's son, Liu Feng accompanied Golden Wolf to adapt to the environment of the military district. Before leaving, Feng half knelt down and hugged Golden Wolf's neck, with his forehead against Golden Wolf. "Golden Wolf, you must train well in the military district and be obedient. I will come to see you when I have time." After that, Liu Feng stood up and got on the military vehicle that he came in. Watching the car that his master was sitting in slowly drive away, Golden Wolf was a little restless. He couldn't help but jump up and chase the military vehicle, almost dragging Chief of Staff's son who was pulling Golden Wolf down. "Forget it, don't chase it. Let Golden Wolf send its master off. It is very obedient. I believe it will definitely stop at the gate of the military district." Chief of Staff's son stopped the trainers who wanted to chase Golden Wolf. Liu Feng looked at the Golden Wolf outside the window, who kept a constant speed with the military vehicle, and felt reluctant to leave. It was like sending his own child to a boarding school in another place. Fortunately, he could still visit him. It was not until they reached the military post office that the Golden Wolf stopped chasing. He squatted at the door with his tongue out, watching the military vehicle carrying his master slowly disappear from view. "There is no need to feel too reluctant. After all, we are still in the same province. Ha ha ha!" Although he comforted himself in this way, Liu Feng could not get rid of the frustration and loss between his brows. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, the military vehicle driver who sent Liu Feng to the school gate handed Liu Feng a small black notebook and turned around and drove away. Liu Feng opened the small black notebook, which was written with the endorsement of the military pass and the seal of the 3rd Corps of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Does this count as having a little military background? Liu Feng suddenly laughed at himself, put the small black notebook into the pocket of his military uniform, and then walked to the off-campus restaurant next to him. "I have been busy all day, and you didn't even say to treat me to dinner. How stingy." After returning to the dormitory, Liu Feng found that Wu Ji and the other two were actually playing the game of chicken on the terminal. "Brother Feng, are you back? Come and have dinner with us. We need one." Wu Ji shouted to Liu Feng. "Did you install the broadband today?" Liu Feng asked. "Yes, I came at around 5 p.m. It's finally installed in our dormitory. We can finally play games." Zhang Xin answered while rushing on the way in the game. "Okay, then I'll play a few games with you," Liu Feng said and turned on his laptop. "I have to kill a few people to vent my anger." "What's wrong, Brother Feng? Who made you upset? Go kill him." Wu Ji was a die-hard fan of Liu Feng. When he heard that he would stop playing games, he turned around and asked Liu Feng. "No one, I just feel a little unhappy." "Okay, I'm Cao Cao." Wu Ji just turned around and was about to continue operating the character when he was shot in the head by a sniper from nowhere. He was so scared that the mouse almost flew out. "Brother Du, Brother Xin, save me." I'm gone too. I was tricked." Zhang Xin threw the mouse away. Only Fu Xiaodo was left. Although Fu Xiaodo fought hard, he was still outnumbered. After knocking down 2 players, he was shot to death by the other 2 players. "They are all dead, Brother Feng. Go online and report your ID to me," Wu Ji shouted. Liu Feng entered the game and played the desert map with 3 other roommates in a 4-person team after receiving the invitation. After waiting for a minute, he got on the plane. "Where are you jumping, Brother Feng?" "Picado." "You're going to die, Brother Feng. There are a lot of people on this route." "It's okay. I'll kill 20 this time." Listening to Liu Feng's bragging, the 3 roommates trembled. After parachuting, Liu Feng controlled the character to shoot directly at the boxing gym. Opened the parachute in advance and landed accurately on the 3rd floor of the boxing gym. He turned into a first-person character and ran to the nearest 16, installed the wall and pulled the bullet smoothly, and swept the other players on the 3rd floor of the boxing gym. The single-shot 16 basic scope shot continuously, except for Zhang Xin, who had just landed and had not picked up the gun. 6 people were instantly knocked down in 3 seconds. "Oh my god, Brother Feng, you are really cheating." Zhang Xin was shocked to see Liu Feng's crazy killing because he jumped on the same floor with Liu Feng. Liu Feng ignored what Zhang Xin said, picked up a head and a bag on the way, and ran to the 2nd floor stairs without even looking for people. "Brother Feng, what's wrong? Come and save me. I'm hiding in the house on the 1st floor with only a frying pan, and I didn't pick up a gun," Wu said nervously. Brother Feng took a 16 gun and killed 6 players instantly when he landed. "Brother Feng, you have to act like you are cheating, otherwise you will be banned soon." Zhang Xin persuaded Liu Feng to surrender. "Don't talk. I think there are footsteps here." Fu Xiaodo listened to the sound in the game with headphones. Fu Xiaodo saw a player crouching behind the railing on the 2nd floor. He was about to go out and shoot him when Liu Feng, who came down from the 3rd floor, shot him in the head. The data of Liu Feng killing 4 people suddenly appeared in the upper right corner. This person should be with the 3 people upstairs. After killing them, they all died. "Brother Feng, you stole my head." Fu Xiaodo looked resentful and suddenly said in surprise, "Brother Feng, there is someone behind you." Because of the position, Fu Xiaodo could not shoot him. After Liu Feng was shot twice by the player who was hiding on the fire ladder on the 2nd floor, he turned around and shot the player in the head twice. Liu Feng, who had only a little blood left, counterattacked and collected 4 more heads. "My Cao Cao, Brother Feng, you are really too fake. If it were me, I would report you. I would kill you instantly." Fu Xiaodo turned around and looked at Liu Feng with contempt. "What do you know? This is a technique. Look, I have an auxiliary software running." Liu Feng said disdainfully, "Are there any more people? I've killed 8. Wu Ji trembled as he listened. He didn't care. The boxing gym was not killed by Brother Feng. He opened the door with a pot and wanted to go out to search for supplies. As a result, he happened to meet a player. Both sides were shocked. The player opened fire and only got hit by 1 bullet. The rest were either aimed at the human body or shot at the pot. Victor, who had 19 rounds, was shot in 1 second. Wu Ji, who saw the opportunity, took the frying pan and hit the player's forehead. Then, when he jumped up to reload and dodge, he chased him and hit the frying pan again, and the man was directly hit and flew out. "Haha, I killed a person with a frying pan, and it seems that there are still people." Wu Ji happily licked the bag of the flying man. Hearing Wu Ji say that there were still people, Liu Feng took medicine and searched all over the boxing gym, but did not find any other players. "There should be no one left. Let's start looting." Liu Feng killed all the players who had just come down with a gun. The items in the players' bags were at most a gun and a bullet, and they didn't have time to search the boxing gym. After looting, the 4 fully armed people rushed out of the boxing gym, running to wherever they heard gunshots. As a result, they were killed by Liu Feng as soon as they found anyone. Only Fu Xiaodo had some skills and grabbed 1 or 2 heads. Wu Ji and Zhang Xin played soy sauce the whole time, following behind to loot. Although the 2 didn't kill anyone, they didn't know why they were so happy. The level 3 bags they changed to couldn't pick up anything. They were as happy as 2 200-pound fat men and shouted that it was the first time to eat chickens so safe. Later, when the circle was refreshed in Lion City, Wu Ji was too distracted when looting the loot and was shot in the head by a player in the distance. The depressed Wu Ji had to watch the battle from Liu Feng's perspective. Liu Feng and Fu Xiaodo took the lead in the charge and killed anyone they saw in seconds. They were like 2 serial killers. "Brother Feng, I suspect you will be banned after this game. Now, apart from me, there are 16 dead players who have not quit the game and are watching you. In the final round, Zhang Xin was shot in the head while sniping with others. He lay behind a scrap car and no one dared to help him. Liu Feng and Fu Xiaodou were 2 against 4, but they were no longer in the circle until the last wave of the circle shrank. The 2 brothers had no choice but to throw cigarettes and run into the circle. Unfortunately, they were both shot to death in the smoke. Liu Feng failed to fulfill his boast and only killed 18 people. However, he was not banned after leaving. The 4 of them continued their happy journey of playing in a 4-person team. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for your collection and recommendation. What do you mean? Has it never opened its eyes since it was born? Liu Feng turned his gaze from the beautiful nutritionist's face to the little silver back looking at his eyes. Yes, this is the first time it opened its eyes and saw the world for the first time. The beautiful nutritionist nodded affirmatively. Then explain to me, why did it keep staring at me and holding my fingers tightly? Liu Feng looked at the little silverback and had a bad feeling. You are the first person it saw after opening its eyes. It will be regarded as its closest person in the future. It should regard you as its mother, so congratulations, happy to be a mother, ha-ha! As she spoke, the beautiful nutritionist laughed out loud on the spot without disguising. What? I'm warning you, let go. Liu Feng pointed at the little silverback with one hand, widened his eyes, and said viciously. Hearing that Liu Feng was talking to him, the little silverback grabbed Liu Feng's hand more tightly, and his eyes gradually became brighter. Hey, you said you're still energetic, right? Let go. The beautiful nutritionist next to him was amused. She ignored Liu Feng, who was playing tricks with the little silverback, turned around and walked out of the nutrition room, took out her mobile phone and made a call. Okay, we have to speed up. Looking at the beautiful nutritionist, who was talking on the phone outside the glass door, Liu Feng said secretly in his heart. A few minutes later, a group of people came to the glass door of the nutrition room. One of them was Director Zhang, whom Liu Feng had met once before. The others were people Liu Feng had never seen before, and there were also several people who looked like doctors in white coats. Several people in white coats quickly changed into sterile clothes, and then followed the beautiful nutritionist in. It seemed that these people were very focused on efficiency. They just glanced at Liu Feng, said nothing, and directly checked the little silver back in the incubator. Can you please take your hand away? We need to take it for a comprehensive examination. After a while, one of the young white coats gestured with his hands and said to Liu Feng, I want to too. Liu Feng's mouth twitched and he pulled his hand away helplessly. See, it's holding it too tightly, and I dare not pull it off forcefully, for fear of hurting it. Okay. Several white coats looked at Liu Feng with some laughter and tears, and then gently reached out their hands together, trying to push the little hand off Liu Feng's thumb. As if feeling the pull of an outsider, the little silverback let out a tender and weak cry, and began to use all 4 limbs to hold Liu Feng's wrist tightly like an octopus. Oh no, a 4-clawed octopus, refusing to let go. But the white coats would not let go just because the little silverback was throwing a tantrum. One by one, they tried their best, and finally pulled the little silverback off Liu Feng's wrist. The little silverback held in the arms of a white coat kept struggling, but there was no way to break free. The little silverback gradually lost its strength and could only look at Liu Feng with its eyes wide open, stretching out a short arm and grabbing in the direction of Liu Feng. It seems that it really depends on you. The beautiful nutritionist smiled. You don't have any sympathy, watching the little guy being taken away and being indifferent. Seeing the heartbroken look of the little silverback being taken away by the white coat, Liu Feng smiled slightly. If I say yes, can you allow me to take it away? Of course not. The beautiful nutritionist rolled her eyes at Liu Feng. Even if we are willing, the country will not allow it. That's it, so it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Before I and it have established an inseparable relationship, I will directly cut off the relationship and it won't be so painful. Liu Feng stretched and smiled. Anyway, I have restored the congenital defects of the little silverback, and it can grow up healthily in the future. The most important thing is that the genetic blueprint of the silverback gorilla has also been obtained. Silverback gorilla, 3 million vitality units. Feeling the genetic blueprint of the silverback gorilla in his mind, Liu Feng felt unusually happy, but the vitality requirement was a bit too much. Liu Feng walked out of the nutrition room with the beautiful nutritionist and took off his sterile suit. Then you can come to our garden to see it often. The beautiful nutritionist held out a hand, took off her gloves and raised her head slightly and said, Nice to meet you, my name is Zhang Ningxuan. Liu Feng. Liu Feng stretched out his big hand, gently shook Zhang Ningxuan's smooth little hand, and then let go. I know your name. There are many animals in the garden that are actually very gentle and obedient. Do you need me to accompany you to take a walk? Zhang Ningxuan tilted her head and looked at Liu Feng. Her eyes seemed to be smiling. Then you don't have to work anymore? Liu Feng asked. It's okay. There are more than one employee in the nutrition room. Zhang Ningxuan shrugged indifferently. No, the key is that your director is next to you. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by the director? Liu Feng couldn't help but lower his head and leaned close to Zhang Ningxuan's ear to remind her. Humph. Director Zhang saw that Liu Feng's lips were about to kiss Zhang Ningxuan's cheek, so he quickly clenched his fist and put it to his mouth, pretending to cough twice as a reminder. Feeling the soft breath full of masculine scent in the cochlea, Zhang Ningxuan blushed and whispered, The zoo is run by our family. Dean Zhang is actually my third uncle. Liu Feng, who had just been reminded by Dean Zhang's cough and moved away, was shocked to the spot when he heard what Zhang Ningxuan said as if he was struck by lightning. What did Zhang Ningxuan just say? Her zoo? Dean Zhang is her third uncle? Isn't she a super rich woman? Your zoo? Did I hear it right? Liu Feng asked again in disbelief. Yes, the zoo is mine. Zhang Ningxuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded. You are making this up. How come the zoo belongs to your family? Just because your last name is Zhang, right? Liu Feng said he couldn't accept it and turned to Dean Zhang for confirmation. I am indeed Ningxuan's third uncle, and what Ningxuan said is true. Dean Zhang nodded. Seeing Liu Feng's confused and stupid look, Zhang Ningxuan smiled again. You believe it now, right? I didn't say I didn't believe it. I just couldn't accept it. What's so unacceptable? So your family is so rich, why are you still working as a nutritionist in the zoo? I majored in biology and medicine, so of course I do this. Zhang Ningxuan answered as a matter of course. The same major as mine? Liu Feng's mouth twitched again, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions, fearing that they would go to the same school. By the way, Liu Feng, although you didn't get seriously injured last time you were hospitalized, our zoo still considers it a work-related injury, so we will compensate you with 50,000 yuan in work-related injury fees. Please give me your card number. Dean Zhang said. Okay. Liu Feng did not refuse this sum of money. After all, no matter what, the silverback gorilla broke through the iron gate and attacked humans, which was considered a safety hazard of the zoo. Fortunately, the remedy was timely, and no one was killed, but the zoo was also seriously injured, and the flow of people has greatly decreased in recent times. Then it was Zhang Ningxuan who took Liu Feng to visit various attractions in the zoo. Although Liu Feng was relatively familiar with Songcheng Zoo, he only worked there for a few days during the summer vacation. How could he be as familiar with it as this native? Liu Feng didn't know many hidden animal viewing spots, and it was Zhang Ningxuan who led Liu Feng there. As time went by, Zhang Ningxuan discovered that Liu Feng could make every animal approach him actively, just as Liu Feng had a special affinity that attracted them, and at the same time attracted herself, which made Zhang Ningxuan look at Liu Feng with a glittering look in her eyes. Since sending the Golden Wolf to the military region, Liu Feng has never returned to the apartment. Every morning, he has military training on time like an ordinary student, but in the afternoon, Liu Feng will find excuses not to go to training, and what surprises his classmates is that Instructor Yang always agrees with Liu Feng's various excuses. Today is September 12th, and the 10-day military training life will officially end after the military parade in the morning. Although Liu Feng only trains for one morning every day, his super learning ability and super high appearance have determined that Liu Feng will become the leader of the class. The first class to go is the class of the School of Computer Science and Computational Science. However, 90% of the students in this kind of college are boys, and there are not many good-looking ones. Although they don't attract much attention from students, the training results are still good. You can see that the leaders on the reviewing stand nodded with satisfaction. After that, it was the students from the School of Engineering and the School of Foreign Languages. The students from the School of Engineering were not much better than those from the School of Computer Science, but there were many girls from the School of Foreign Languages, and they were also very beautiful, attracting the attention of many students. The parade of the three colleges lasted for more than half an hour before it was the turn of Liu Feng's School of Medical and Biological Sciences. Because Liu Feng's class ranked 301, they were the first class to appear in the college. Let's not talk about how the class marched. Anyway, Liu Feng, who was at the head of the line, attracted the attention of most boys and girls in the whole grade. I'm afraid that the video of him fighting with the class instructor and winning is already known to all the teachers and students in the school. As a girl, what is the first factor to pay attention to in a boy? Of course, it is his appearance. Otherwise, how about his internal organs? Many girls in the first year saw Liu Feng for the first time. They found that Liu Feng, who was wearing a military uniform and marching in a goose step, was much more handsome than those photos taken secretly on the internet. They couldn't help but sneak a peek and whisper to their best friends. On the other side, in the business school, two girls at the head of a class were gritting their teeth and looking at Liu Feng, who was about to come. Liu Feng's eyes were so sharp that he had already seen Lu Xinran and Yang Lulu standing at the front of the crowd. He couldn't help but wink at them. As a result, Lu Xinran and Yang Lulu didn't say anything. Instead, the girls around them seemed to have received Liu Feng's signal. They argued excitedly that Liu Feng was greeting them again, which made Lu Xinran and Yang Lulu jealous and turned their heads away. Liu Feng didn't know what he had done wrong, and he couldn't stop to explain. He could only lead his class to march forward in a goose step. After a morning of military parade, Liu Feng and his classmates found many beautiful girls in the school. Most of them were from the School of Foreign Languages and the School of Business. There was also a School of Arts and Media. There were not only more beautiful girls, but also many handsome boys. When the school leaders announced the official end of the military training, thousands of students finally cheered at the same time. The 10-day hard training was finally over. Even though many people applied sunscreen, they still got darker. Those who didn't apply it turned into black people. Anyway, they couldn't find a partner in the first semester. Because today happened to be Friday, the school treated the holiday after the military training as a weekend, and classes will start next Monday. After the disbandment, the freshmen left the playground in small groups, but Liu Feng's class seemed to have found something wrong. Most of the people were walking towards the dormitory building, but there seemed to be a small number of beautiful girls going against the flow, as if they were moving closer to their class. Girls have a stronger sense of crisis than boys in some aspects, or it can be said that this is a sixth sense exclusive to girls. The boys were still excited, and the 18 girls from class 301, who had not discussed it before, had spontaneously blocked in front of Liu Feng, and then stared at the pretty girls who approached. People who don't follow the crowd and are independent will always be more easily noticed. Some curious and sensitive people stopped, and some even took out their mobile phones to start filming in advance. The girls from other classes in the School of Medical Biology approached class 301 first. There were a total of 12 girls. They looked at each other in groups of 3 or 2 for a while, and then looked at the 18 girls in class 301. "Hello, classmates, my name is Zhu Ziqing, from class 3 of medicine. I have something to do with Liu Feng. Can you please let me go?" Zhu Ziqing looked very pure, and asked the girls from class 301 with a smile. No one from class 301 answered, but just looked at them quietly. "I'm Qian Shuing from class 2. Please make way. I have something important to talk to Liu Feng about." The speaker was a long-legged beauty who was over 1.7 meters tall. Although she was wearing a loose military uniform, her slightly raised upper chest was still visible. With such a figure, why didn't she go to the art media school? No girl made way, and no girl spoke. It was just a silent stalemate. Liu Feng and the boys in the class were embarrassed, but they didn't know what to say. The atmosphere between the girls began to solidify slightly, and the consequence of the stalemate was that more girls from other departments came. Some girls didn't seem to expect that so many girls with the same purpose would gather here. They could only smile awkwardly but politely, and then left this stiff place and became spectators from a distance. The small groups of girls from various departments and classes who arrived first confirmed Liu Feng's face, who was wrapped behind him and nodded with satisfaction before starting to look at other girls who seemed to be competitors. Dozens of pairs of eyes met each other, looking at the faces, breasts, buttocks, legs, and height of each girl. Some girls looked confident, some looked disdainful, some frowned slightly, and some seemed to feel their own shortcomings and took the initiative to withdraw from the competition and became spectators. There were nearly hundreds of pairs of boys around, all looking at Liu Feng with extremely envious eyes, which made Liu Feng sweat profusely. Will he really be beaten to death? They seemed to be filming a video. The girls in class 301 didn't care so much. No matter how beautiful you are, or how good your figure is, they stared at the group of girls from other classes with ferocious eyes like tigresses protecting their calves. However, it seemed that they were outnumbered. The 18 girls could not stop the other girls from approaching, and could only be constantly compressed in the encirclement. "Liu Feng, you are so handsome." "Liu Feng, how about I treat you to dinner, and then go to see a movie tonight?" "Liu Feng, do you have a girlfriend?" "Liu Feng, do you think I am good-looking?" Faced with the silent resistance of the girls in class 301, the other girls could not pull and tug at him, and could only talk to him through the crowd. After all, there were hundreds of people watching around, and it would also leave a bad impression on Liu Feng. "You are all very good-looking, but I have a girlfriend. Sorry, I have something else to do. Can you please make way?" Liu Feng could only touch his head awkwardly in the circle of girls. "Ah, do you have a girlfriend? Do you mind changing your girlfriend?" "I also want to ask, do you mind having another girlfriend?" "I mean, I don't mind you having a group of girlfriends." "Ha ha!" Faced with the girls' ridicule without any bottom line, although Liu Feng was sweating profusely on the surface, he felt very comfortable in his heart. Finally, with the help of Wu Xi and others, Liu Feng finally got out of the hands of a group of bold female perverts after losing his mobile phone number and WeChat. Liu Feng only felt that he was touched all over when he got out. Not far away, he could still hear the discussion of a group of female perverts behind him. "I touched Liu Feng's chest muscles, so firm." "I touched them too. He also has abdominal muscles." "Huh, I also lifted up his shirt. Wow, his abdominal muscles so nice, and his mermaid line." Back to the dormitory, the 4 of us decided to order takeout for lunch. "Oh my god, where did the bird shit on my table come from?" Wu Ji seemed to be dancing with excitement when he saw the bird shit. "It's so disgusting. Hurry up and clean it up, and get fucked." Zhang Xin took a look and ran away. Wu Ji had to go to the toilet to get a rag. As soon as he opened the half-closed toilet door, a black shadow flew out from inside. "That damn sparrow is in the toilet." Without Wu Ji saying anything, Liu Feng and the other 2 also saw the sparrow that took the opportunity to fly out. Unfortunately, it was summer, and the doors and windows of the dormitory had been closed tightly in order to turn on the air conditioner. Otherwise, it might have escaped. In the sealed space, the sparrow hit the transparent glass window head first, and it seemed that the collision was a bit uncomfortable, and began to float on the ceiling. "Catch it quickly." Fu Xiaodou and the other 2 stopped playing games and tried their best to catch the little thing that accidentally flew into the wolf's den. But even in such a small space, Wu Ji and the other 2 were exhausted but still couldn't catch the little sparrow. "Do you believe that if I call it, it will fly into my hands on its own?" At this time, Liu Feng sat on a chair and opened one hand and said to the three people with a pretentious look, "I don't believe it. Let's make a bet. If I don't do it, I'll treat you three. If I do, you three will treat me. You'll make a lot of money." Liu Feng looked proud and provocative. "We'll take this blockade." Wu Ji and the other two looked at each other and responded, "Little pockmarked boy, come here." The sparrow didn't respond, and Liu Feng's operation also made Wu Ji and the other two look confused. "Little sparrow, I called you. Do you dare to answer?" The sparrow still didn't respond, and Wu Ji and the other two looked at Liu Feng with a face full of ridicule, and a triumphant smile appeared on their faces. "You forced me to do it. Do you have to make me reveal your true face? Okay, Phoenix, come here quickly." Liu Feng first acted with rich expressions on his face, and then used the magic cube to emit a large amount of vitality in his hand. The sparrow was like a ship drifting in the sea, and suddenly saw the navigation light from the coastal sentry tower. It quickly flew to Liu Feng's palm, and then tilted its head and looked at Liu Feng motionlessly. "Oh my god, how did you do that, Brother Feng?" "Oh my god, Brother Feng is awesome. I admire you so much." The shocked trio hurried over and looked at the extremely well-behaved sparrow in Liu Feng's hand, and once again showed an unreal expression. "Brother Feng, you are my real brother, please teach us." "Yes, Brother Feng, if you teach us this trick, it will be so easy to pick up girls." Zhang Xin fell into fantasy. "When the time comes, in front of a girl I like, I will wave my hand and a sparrow will fly over." That scene, it doesn't seem good to summon a sparrow, it would be better to summon a phoenix. "Forget it, a phoenix." Fu Xiaodou said from the side, "If you summon a sparrow, the girl might think you are scolding her. Then don't want a sparrow, any other bird will do. Oh, even a crow." Wu Ji obviously agreed with Zhang Xin's idea. Ignoring the three people bickering with each other, Liu Feng felt the new prompt from the Rubik's Cube in his mind. "Get the sparrow gene blueprint. 200 units of vitality. I got another gene blueprint, but I can't think of any use for the sparrow. Can I strengthen it into a sparrow bigger than a chicken? It might be useful after evolution. It's better to collect more handsome, majestic, and aggressive birds." After thinking about it, Liu Feng looked at the three people who were still arguing and said, "This is my talent, special ability. I'll develop it. Maybe I can show you off." "Hey, huh?" Wu Ji and the other two gave Liu Feng a middle finger, thinking that Liu Feng was bragging, and then sat back in front of the computer to play games. As for what method Liu Feng used to attract the sparrow, although the three were a little curious, they didn't take it too seriously. "To tell you the truth, you don't believe it." Liu Feng shook his head and sighed, then threw the sparrow away and sat in front of the computer with them in a four-person row. It was not until 3:30 in the afternoon that Liu Feng took the three roommates to eat 2 handfuls of chicken. He used the excuse of going out to the slaughterhouse to collect vitality and came back after 8 o'clock. The three people in the dormitory were used to Liu Feng coming back around this time every day. Wu Ji once asked Liu Feng what he did every day, but seeing that Liu Feng didn't answer this question, the three people knew better and didn't ask again. The school didn't turn off the lights and kept the internet on during the weekends, so the 4 people in the P dormitory prepared to play games all night. Wu Yong and Chen Hong from the next dormitory were watching. Neither of them brought a computer, and it seemed that their families were not very wealthy. Since the last time they visited Liu Feng's dormitory, they saw Liu Feng getting more than 10 or 20 kills in each game of chicken, and they could only hide aside and shout 2 words. "I am Chow Chow." Liu Feng played with the 3 people in the dormitory until after 11 o'clock, and even won several games of chicken. Looking at the 2 people who had been sitting next to him, he couldn't help but ask, "Wu Yong, Chen Hong, who will take over?" Wu Yong waved his hands repeatedly and said, "You play, we just watch." Chen Hong blushed and shook his head. "Alas, playing chicken is not a challenge for me. You see, I am tired of killing people and don't want to play anymore. You two can discuss taking over later. I have something to do tomorrow morning, so I'm going to sleep first." Liu Feng said, pushed Wu Yong to his seat, and then climbed into bed to sleep. "What's the matter, Brother Feng? If you want to play, take me with you." When Wu Ji heard Liu Feng say this, he instinctively wanted to go out with Liu Feng. "I just want to buy a jawed turtle and take a look at some beautiful birds. I think Zhang Xin's idea is good, and I want to try it. Do you want to go?" "Go, why not?" Regardless of the consequences, Wu Ji pushed Chen Hong to his seat and climbed into bed to sleep. When Liu Feng woke up on Saturday morning, he saw that his computer had been turned off. Fu Xiaodou and Zhang Xin were also sleeping soundly. He didn't know what time they played last night. He got out of bed and woke up Wu Ji, and the two began to wash up. "Brother Feng, where should we go to see birds?" "I checked. There is a bird and flower market in the North City, and there seems to be an aquarium nearby. Let's go there." After hesitating for a long time and having a good breakfast, the two took a taxi to the North City bird market. Before 9 o'clock, there were already many people in the market buying birds, but most of them were middle-aged men, as if those old men were particularly fond of these things. Entering the market, Liu Feng and Wu Ji agreed to just browse but not buy, and asked Wu Ji to just imagine which birds would be particularly attractive to girls. The first bird shop on the left-hand side of the entrance seemed to sell all pigeons, pure black, pure white, and spotted. Liu Feng touched them all, and then infused vitality into them in order to obtain the blueprints of these pigeons. Pigeon, 500 vitality units. It turned out that because these pigeons seemed to be of the same species, only one genetic blueprint could be obtained, but the color at the time of creation could be selected. Brother Feng, I think white pigeons are pretty good, but it's best to have a group of white pigeons. Black pigeons and colorful pigeons are not good. I think so too. Liu Feng touched his nose and nodded. I hope readers will support and encourage me. Thank you, thank you. Brother Feng, why are you looking at that quail? It looks like a small chicken. It doesn't look good at all. After changing to another store, seeing that Liu Feng could touch the ugly quail for a long time, Wu Ji became anxious and urged him. Brother Feng, take a look at this. It seems to be a turtle dove. The color of the bird's feathers is bright and beautiful. This is also a good choice. Quail, 300 vitality units. After hearing Wu Ji's words, Liu Feng happened to get the blueprint of the quail, so he walked over and carefully touched the turtle dove again. Do you want to buy it? These are all mountain turtle doves. The boss came over enthusiastically. Boss, let's take a look first. Liu Feng smiled and nodded to the boss. This turtle dove is really pretty, with a gray-brown head and neck with a hint of wine, a more bluish-gray forehead and top of the head, a black feather with a bluish-gray edge on each side of the neck base, and a blue-green mottled texture on the back and wings. Turtle dove, 500 vitality units. The boss watched Liu Feng rub his turtle dove for a while, then left without buying it, and couldn't help but glare at Liu Feng and the other man. Brother Feng, it seems that you are selling wild geese. Aren't wild geese a national protected animal? Young man, look, you don't understand, right? I told you to read more books, but you just don't listen. Let me give you some popular science. The owner of the wild goose seller cleared his throat and said to Wu Ji and Liu Feng, the wild geese that are truly included in the national second-level protection are only white-fronted geese and red-breasted barnacle geese. Mine is artificially bred gray geese, commonly known as meat geese. Do you understand? Liu Feng's humble attitude made the owner of the wild goose seller very happy, and he didn't care about Liu Feng's random groping on his beloved goose. Gray goose, 3,000 vitality units. After touching it, Liu Feng wanted to take Wu Ji to the next store to take a look, but was rejected by Wu Ji. Brother Feng, don't touch me now. Your hands must be mixed with the smell of many birds, and there may be bird droppings. I don't want to get them contaminated. Wu Ji looked very disgusted, and was a little upset about the bird droppings. Liu Feng could only lead the way forward speechlessly. However, Liu Feng and Wu Ji walked around and found that these were the main items sold in this bird market, as well as some chickens, ducks, and geese. After collecting them, there was nothing new. Let's go to the flower and bird market on the other side. Last time I went to the flower and bird market in Magic City, I didn't think so much. I just met Wang Yudao, who sells insects in order to evolve Ant 2. Besides, I couldn't get the blueprints through life infusion. This time, I had to collect enough. Liu Feng found that the layout of the flower and bird market was similar, so he went straight to the second floor with Wu Ji. I heard that there were parrots and starlings for sale here. When he came to the second floor and wandered around with Wu Ji, Liu Feng realized how poor his knowledge of birds was. The most common one was the budgerigars. This kind of bird seemed to be sold in every bird shop. There were also starlings, lovebirds, cockatiels, pearlbirds, white-eyes, thrushes, larks, yellow finches, orioles, and even canaries, and many other relatively precious birds were sold. Liu Feng even saw sparrows and turtle doves being sold. So Liu Feng walked into these shops and wandered in front of these birds. When the boss saw that there were customers, he would warmly entertain them. But when he found that Liu Feng only looked but didn't buy, he stopped paying attention. But later, these bosses found that Liu Feng seemed to go into every store to look around, then stayed in front of a new species of bird for a long time, and then went to the next store without buying anything. They couldn't help but start to point fingers at Liu Feng. Liu Feng also noticed it, but he could only be thick-skinned and pretend not to see the contemptuous eyes of these bosses, and tease those birds that had not yet collected the drawings. I didn't expect Brother Feng to be like this. Liu Feng's performance made Wu Ji, who was standing aside, feel a little embarrassed, so he pretended not to know Liu Feng and wandered around alone. After a while, Liu Feng, who was under great pressure, exhaled, "Finally, I have collected them all." Turning around to look around, he found that Wu Ji had gone somewhere. He walked to a secluded place and was about to call Wu Ji, when Liu Feng found two strange people wearing coats in the middle of summer and holding a box. "Brother, we have been observing you for a long time and found that you will check almost every bird. Are you looking for something, but you didn't find what you want?" One of the middle-aged men with dyed yellow hair asked Liu Feng in a low voice. "What do you mean?" Liu Feng asked with a frown, but he was not panicked. Seeing that Liu Feng was relatively calm, not showing any fear, and not in a hurry to refuse, the two brothers breathed a sigh of relief. "It means that we may have the kind of bird you want here." The yellow-haired middle-aged man leaned close to Liu Feng's ear and said, "I don't even know what kind of bird I want. How can you know?" Liu Feng showed a hint of amusement on his face, but he still nodded and said to them, "Then, take a look." The yellow-haired middle-aged man thought that the smile on Liu Feng's face meant that he was happy, so he gave the young man holding the box a look. The young man also walked closer and opened a corner of the box to show Liu Feng. "This is..." Liu Feng's eyes shrank slightly. There seems to be an eagle in the box. Although it looked weak, its eyes still maintained the sharpness of a predator. "That's right. This is a hunting falcon, brother. Take it for 20,000 yuan. The yellow-haired middle-aged man thought Liu Feng had recognized it and hurriedly whispered, In fact, Liu Feng didn't know this kind of thing. Anyway, he knew it should be an eagle, but when he heard the yellow-haired middle-aged man say it was a hunting falcon, he nodded to show that he knew. 20,000? It's a bit expensive and it looks like it's dying. Liu Feng was a little hesitant and wanted to bargain. Liu Feng really wanted it. A hunting falcon? How can ordinary people get it? If it really can't be cut down, then I decided to spend 20,000 yuan to buy it. But these two people don't think it's a good thing. I don't know where they got the hunting falcon from, and then they want to sell it secretly. This hunting falcon is just hungry. If you take it back and feed it, it will be full of energy again, and 20,000 yuan is really not expensive. Do you know how much money those local tyrants who raise hunting falcons spend to get them? The yellow-haired middle-aged man said in an anxious tone. The more anxious the buyer is, the less anxious the seller is. Similarly, the reverse is also true. Liu Feng is ready to test the waters again. If it doesn't work out, just buy it for 20,000 yuan. No, I'm not a rich man. Besides, how do I know if it's hungry or sick? What if it dies when I buy it back? Liu Feng began to show his acting skills again, showing a tangled expression of wanting but worrying on his face. Then, brother, you name a price, the yellow-haired middle-aged man said. 2,000? Liu Feng tried. Impossible, this price is too low. I can give you 2,000 off. The yellow-haired middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly. 5,000? I don't have much money. Liu Feng also looked a little anxious. 15,000, brother, let's each take a step back. The yellow-haired middle-aged man slapped his thigh and suggested. Let's each take a step back, then 10,000. If it doesn't work out, forget it. Liu Feng showed a firm expression, as if this was the bottom line. The yellow-haired middle-aged man stared at Liu Feng's face for a while, then gritted his teeth and lowered his head and said, Okay, 10,000, but I want cash. Okay, I'll go get the money now. You wait for me. Liu Feng nodded. Xiao Mao, you go with him and call me when he gets the money back. The yellow-haired middle-aged man took the box from Xiao Mao and held it in his arms. Liu Feng and the man called Xiao Mao went to a nearby bank to withdraw money, and Xiao Mao stood outside and did not go into the bank. Putting the 10,000 yuan in his pocket, Liu Feng walked out of the bank and met up with Xiao Mao, and they returned to the corner of the flower and bird market together. After Xiao Mao finished the call, the yellow-haired middle-aged man came over carefully. One hand handed over the money, and the other hand handed over the goods. Liu Feng gestured for them to give the box to him first, and looked at the falcon that was still open, and Liu Feng took out the 10,000 yuan for them. The yellow-haired middle-aged man took the money and turned around with Xiao Mao to leave. Wait a minute. Both Huang Mao and Xiao Mao were stiff, and then Huang Mao turned around and asked, Anything else? Relax, I just want to ask you, do you have any more of this rare animal? I might be able to become one of your clients. Liu Feng smiled. The middle-aged man with yellow hair seemed to hesitate at first, then nodded and said, Yes, but we can only notify you by phone, and we may need to meet in person at that time. Okay, if you have any, please call me. I'm a private pet collector. It was not easy to meet someone who seemed to be able to get a rare animal. How could he let it go? So Liu Feng gave them his mobile phone number. Thank you, readers, for your recommendation votes. The fourth update. Please collect, recommend, and support. Liu Feng stood in the corner holding a box. While watching Huang Mao and the one called Xiao Mao leave, he stroked the falcon with his hands that exuded vitality. As if it felt the influx of vitality, the falcon's hungry and weak body began to recover, and its sharp eyes became brighter. The wings that should have been soaring in the sky were unwilling to be bound, and began to flutter in the narrow cardboard box, as if trying to break through the dark cage. Don't make a fuss. Be quiet. Let's discuss it. Liu Feng hurriedly comforted the falcon in the box, although he didn't know if it could understand what he said. I will treat you now, and then wait until I get your genetic drawings. If you still want to leave, won't force you to stay, okay? Seeing that the falcon in the box really calmed down slowly, Liu Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the reason for it to calm down, as long as it doesn't attract people's attention, it will be fine. Otherwise, when Liu Feng holds a box that keeps making noises, everyone will look at it twice, and if he encounters one or two people who are full of justice and like to meddle in other people's business, he will probably go to the police station to explain to the police. Regardless of it, Liu Feng decided to increase the amount of vitality infusion and get the genetic drawings of this falcon now. As it happened, Wu Ji took the initiative to call, probably because he couldn't find Liu Feng after walking around. Brother Feng, where are you? I'm at a corner on the first floor. I guess you can't find it even if I tell you. Where are you? I'll come to find you. Brother Feng, I found the jaw turtle you mentioned. It's in the underground aquarium. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Liu Feng continued to hold the box in one hand and continued to infuse vitality with the other hand. After about 500,000 vitality was infused, 50 vitality units finally got the genetic blueprint of the falcon. Liu Feng was secretly happy. When he got to the underground, he glanced around and saw that it was a store selling aquatic animals. Seeing Wu Ji standing in front of an aquatic store not far away, waving at him, Liu Feng walked over with the box. Brother Feng, why did you disappear for a while, and there is an extra box? Did you buy something? Wu Ji looked at Liu Feng holding a big box and asked curiously. Well, I'll show you later. There are too many people now. Liu Feng also whispered. Okay, why is it so mysterious? Wu Ji curled his lips. You'll know later. Does this store have alligator turtles? After getting Wu Ji's affirmative answer, Liu Feng and Wu Ji entered the aquatic store together. Boss, I want to buy a few alligator turtles as pets. Can you introduce them? The boss saw that it was the young man who came in to see it just now, and another young man with a box came in. He knew that business was coming, so he quickly paused the video on his mobile phone and stood up to introduce. I have big alligator turtles and small alligator turtles. Both are seedlings, 4 centimeters and 8 centimeters. Which one do you want? The boss pointed to the alligator turtle in the viewing glass with one hand behind his back. There are big and small alligator turtles. What's the saying? Wu Ji asked on the side. There's no explanation. The big alligator turtle is more ferocious. Its carapace spurs are more prominent and obvious. Then the carapace spurs of the small alligator turtle are not very obvious and are relatively flat. However, the small alligator turtle is more ferocious than the big alligator turtle, while the big alligator turtle is relatively lazy. The boss seemed to see that Wu Ji wanted to ask about the 4 centimeter and 8 centimeter seedlings, so he simply said, 4 centimeters and 8 centimeters are the growth cycles of alligator turtles. They grow fast or slow. Okay, boss, I'll take one of each type of 4 centimeter one, Liu Feng said to the boss. Okay, 60 for the big alligator turtle and 40 for the small one, which is exactly 100. I'll pack it for you. After making a deal, the boss's smile became even brighter. After Liu Feng scanned the QR code to pay, the boss handed Liu Feng the transparent plastic box that had already packed the alligator turtles. By the way, a large alligator turtle can grow up to about 70 centimeters, and a small one can be more than 40 centimeters. You should know this, right? If you don't know, find a big enough space in advance. The boss reminded Liu Feng and Wu Ji. Boss, there seems to be another one that is a little different. Is it also a snapping turtle? Before leaving, Liu Feng walked around and saw another ferocious snapping turtle that seemed a little different. Oh, that's a Buddha snapping turtle. It's more expensive, 300 yuan each, and it's more ferocious. Do you want one? The boss didn't want to introduce the Buddha snapping turtle at first because he knew at a glance that the two young people were still students, and students generally have low purchasing power. Unexpectedly, he made a mistake this time, and these two students still have relatively strong purchasing power. However, if the owner of the aquatic store knew that Liu Feng had visited dozens of bird shops upstairs and only touched but didn't buy anything, what would he think? Yes. Liu Feng scanned the code to pay again, looking at the boss's smiling face. He couldn't help but think for a moment, and then made a request. Boss, can I touch the other turtles? This young man spent 400 yuan here today. If he just wants to touch them, then let him touch them. Maybe he will buy one of them. This is what the boss thought. After getting the boss's consent, Liu Feng gently put the box aside, and then reached into the water tanks, stroking the docile turtles and collecting their genetic drawings. This touch lasted for 10 minutes. Wu Ji couldn't help but hold his forehead, thinking, Brother Feng is here again. This time he takes advantage of the turtles. The boss's face turned black. It's okay to touch it, but you've been here for so long, and you don't buy anything. If you hadn't spent 400 yuan here today, I would have kicked you out of the store long ago. I guess the water quality in the tank is polluted. When Liu Feng couldn't collect any more drawings, he gave up and took his hand out of the water tank. Looking at the boss, who seemed to be about to get angry, Liu Feng showed an apologetic expression and ran out with the box. Red-eared slider, 5 vitality units. 3 vitality units. Flying river turtle, 2,000 vitality units. Dead leaf turtle, 15,000 vitality units. Star turtle, 15,000 vitality units. Although he was a little embarrassed, Liu Feng felt that nothing mattered after hearing the 5 new gene blueprints from the Rubik's Cube in his mind. Is it useful to have face? Is it important to get new gene blueprints? Wu Ji followed behind Liu Feng with the alligator turtle, complaining to Liu Feng, saying that his image in Wu Ji's heart today was shattered, and he didn't expect Liu Feng to be such a person, and so on. Come with me. Liu Feng decided to make up a lie to change his image in Wu Ji's heart. What for? Look for yourself. Coming to a small corner, Liu Feng opened a corner of the box containing the hunting falcon for Wu Ji to see. The bird in the box has a pair of sharp, pure black eyes, a sharp, curved beak with a hook, a patterned face, and a pair of relatively wide gray-brown textured wings. What is this, an eagle? Wu Ji took a breath and asked in surprise. This is a hunting falcon, which is also a kind of eagle, Liu Feng explained to Wu Ji. Brother Feng, where did you get it? I haven't seen any store selling it, and it should be a protected animal. You also know it's a protected animal. Which store dares to sell it openly? How can you see it without special methods? Hiss, Brother Feng. So that's why you pretend to be a fool and look at birds there. Wu Ji suddenly realized, and then he said with admiration, Brother Feng, you are awesome. Your tricks are a bit deep. I want to go back to school. No, who are you calling a fool? Liu Feng frowned and questioned Wu Ji. Did I say that? Wu Ji saw that Liu Feng seemed to want to do something to him, and quickly pointed at Liu Feng. I warn you not to touch me. I've had a bad brain since I was a child. When I get mad, I even beat myself. If I'm hospitalized, you may not even be able to pay for the medical expenses. Liu Feng was holding Caesar and teasing him as he walked towards the dormitory building. As he was walking, he seemed to feel a figure blocking the way in front of him. Liu Feng didn't care, and slightly avoided the figure and continued to tease little Caesar. But it seemed that there was a dark figure blocking the way wherever he went. Liu Feng looked up with some displeasure. He saw a young man with a buzz cut, and about the same height as himself, with his hands in his trouser pockets, looking at him with a gloomy face. "Are you Liu Feng?" a shorter man next to the buzz cut asked. Seeing that there were dozens of big men around them, staring at him with ill intentions, Liu Feng nodded wisely. "You look exactly like in the photo. Not bad. You look like a decent person." The man's words made the dozens of young people around him laugh. Hearing the undisguised sarcasm of the filthy man in front of him, and the loud laughter of the boys around him, Liu Feng began to feel unhappy. "Excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Liu Feng asked with a smile and a gentle tone. "Can't I just talk to you if I have nothing to do? The girls on our school forum have all named you the most handsome in the school." The short man's tone was full of jealousy. "Thank you." Liu Feng didn't browse the campus forum much, so he didn't know how the girls in the school evaluated him, but after hearing the words of the filthy man in front of him, he thought it was pretty good, and Liu Feng thought with some satisfaction. "Oh, thank you? Do you think so many of us are here to praise you? Apologize to our brother Sheng." Hearing Liu Feng still say thank you cheerfully, Huang Fan shouted at Liu Feng in anger. Seeing the short young man who had already torn his face off, and the big men who were ready to make a move, Liu Feng also put away the fake smile on his face and turned cold. "Why should I apologize to your brother Sheng? Fuck, I asked you to apologize, so you apologize to me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Huang Fan, who had long been unhappy with Liu Feng, this pretty boy, took advantage of the fact that there were many people behind him and stretched out his hand to slap Liu Feng's head. Liu Feng looked at the palm that was slapping his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, then tightened his left leg, and at the same time exerted force on his waist, kicking out his right leg at a faster speed. Huang Fan did not expect Liu Feng to dare to fight back in the face of so many people. Seeing that his palm was about to touch Liu Feng's forehead, he was kicked in the abdomen by Liu Feng's right leg. The huge force made him feel irresistible, and then he flew up and fell to the ground. "Ah, howl, howl." Seeing Huang Fan lying on the ground holding his stomach and howling, Chen Jiasheng's already gloomy face became even gloomier. "Hit me," Chen Jiasheng said as he led dozens of boys to rush towards Liu Feng. Liu Feng looked at the dozen boys rushing towards him and sneered in his heart. "I have so many tricks that even I am afraid. The black armored magic ant army has been surrounding me and can fly down at any time to bite you guys into the hospital. However, the magic ant army cannot appear twice when I am present. In order to prevent people from associating it with me, I cannot use it. The Emerald Mantis's methods are even more cruel. Although they are not big, once they start, even if they don't kill people, they will be unable to run away with their sharp blades. The conflict between him and them is not enough to use the Emerald Mantis. Since the two most powerful methods cannot be used at present, he still has a strengthened body. With his strong physical fitness, even if he holds Little Caesar with both hands, it will not be a big burden on him." Thinking of this, Liu Feng felt no pressure at all when facing the dozen people rushing over. Humph! When he saw the fist of the leader, the short-haired man, about to hit his face, Liu Feng hummed softly, and a cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes. Then he tensed his body, exerted force with his legs, took a step back and easily dodged the punch, then left a provocative and mocking look to the short-haired youth, and ran away with Little Caesar in his arms. "You are just a bunch of scum. I let you have a pair of hands and you can't catch me." Liu Feng turned his head and mocked the group of people behind him while running wildly. Chen Jiasheng and a group of people were stunned for a moment. They thought Liu Feng was standing there and seemed very tough, ready to fight a group of people alone. After all, he was also a tough guy who fought against the instructor. As a result, he did not play by the rules, and Chen Jiasheng punched the air. "Chase him!" Chen Jiasheng, who had reacted, felt frustrated as if he had eaten a fly. He felt that the anger on his head was like being poured with gasoline and was burning fiercely. Some people who came out of the dormitory building knew Liu Feng. When they saw Liu Feng surrounded by a group of strange boys, they instinctively felt that something was wrong, and then hurriedly ran up to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of dormitory 509. "Wu Ji, Fu Xiaodou, Zhang Xin, it's bad. It seems that Brother Feng was surrounded by people." When I saw it, Brother Feng had already started fighting with them. The boy knocked on the door of dormitory 509 anxiously. "What did you say? Brother Feng was beaten up?" Wu Ji opened the door and asked the boy in front of him with a serious expression. "Yes, I saw it when I went downstairs. It was downstairs." The boy answered breathlessly. "We got it. Thank you." Wu Ji patted the boy and ran to knock on the dormitories of other boys in the class. Then he led a group of people down the stairs. The boy thought about it, took out his phone, sent a message in a group, and chased after them. "Didn't you eat? Why are you running so slowly? Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you guys Liu Feng ran in front and shouted excitedly to the boys behind him. The Little Caesar in his arms also shouted happily. "Liu Feng, if you have the guts, don't run." Chen Jiasheng roared. A group of them chased Liu Feng wildly on the campus. Seeing that he had no strength, it seemed that they could catch him if they tried harder. As a result, Liu Feng also accelerated when they accelerated. After chasing for a while, they saw Liu Feng sticking out his tongue and panting as if he had no strength. They accelerated to catch up with him, but Liu Feng ran away again. Later, they understood that Liu Feng was acting with them. He had been keeping them at a distance, giving them hope and breaking their illusions. This made them so angry that they refused to give up, and vowed to catch up with Liu Feng. Hearing the roar of the short-haired man, Liu Feng became even more excited and shouted to the group of people behind him in the voice of Lu Jixin. "Brother, good brother, where are we going? Good brother, come and hug me, good brother. Liu Feng, I swear I will beat you to death after I catch you. You are the scourge of this world." Liu Feng's devilish voice had been disturbing their minds. They were all panting and chasing Liu Feng with red eyes, until the first young man couldn't bear it anymore. He stopped running and collapsed on the road covered in sweat. One by one, the crowd chasing Liu Feng began to decrease slowly, and one by one, they withdrew from the pursuit. In the end, only Chen Jiasheng and a few people with good physical strength were still sweating and gritting their teeth to persist. They couldn't give up yet. Once they all gave up chasing Liu Feng, it would be like a group of them coming to pick a fight with Liu Feng. But in the end, they didn't even touch Liu Feng, and they were all knocked down. Not only would they lose face and be looked down upon by the whole school, but Liu Feng could also step on them to get to the next level. Seeing the falcon really fly away, Wu Ji and the other two sighed slightly, feeling a little sorry for Liu Feng. The most important thing was that they didn't get to take a group photo, otherwise they could brag to others in the future that they had raised a falcon. Although Liu Feng stood on the balcony with his back against the wall, his hands in his pockets and looking up at the sky, he seemed to be free and easy, but he was actually a little disappointed in his heart. Fortunately, before the falcon flew away, it flew to his shoulder and said hello, so he thought of it as saying goodbye to him. It should belong to the sky. Besides, it's not easy for us to raise a falcon. It's a national second-level key protected animal. Liu Feng walked back into the room. "Let's take a look at the 3 snapping turtles I bought. Maybe they can become big monsters in the future." Fei has already flown away, so what's the point of talking about it? So the 4 of them began to shift their attention to the snapping turtles. "Brother Feng, you also bought a snapping turtle? I heard that it will be super domineering when it grows up." "That's right, I bought it just because I saw what they will look like in the future. I want to make a super big monster." Liu Feng announced his thoughts about the future with some pride. Then Fu Xiaodou and Zhang Xin came to the plastic box and took a look. Facing the 3 snapping turtles that were only 4 centimeters long inside, they immediately lost their thoughts on Liu Feng's words. "Although your 3 little snapping turtles look pretty cool, just like little monsters. But to be the super big monster you said, hey, how many years will it take for you to raise them? I guess we won't see them until we graduate." Seeing Fu Xiaodou and Zhang Xin laughing in disbelief, Liu Feng secretly said, "It won't be long. Be careful, you will be scared to death when you see it." Liu Feng opened the lid of the box and prepared to touch the alligator turtle with his finger. "Brother Feng, be careful, don't bite it," Fu Xiaodou reminded. "Don't worry, it's okay." Liu Feng first touched the big alligator turtle with his finger, but there was no reaction. However, the small alligator turtle and the Buddha alligator turtle that he didn't provoke rushed over with fierce faces, trying to stretch their heads to bite Liu Feng's fingers. "They are a bit fierce," Zhang Xin said. "That's right, these 2 alligator turtles, one is a small alligator turtle and the other is a Buddha alligator turtle, are very aggressive." Wu Ji proudly explained to Zhang Xin. It only attracted a roll of the eyes from Zhang Xin. Liu Feng did not speak and began to let his fingers emit vitality. Even a lazy turtle, such as the giant alligator turtle, began to move towards Liu Feng's fingers after feeling the breath of vitality. So Liu Feng infused vitality into the 3 alligator turtles at the same time. Seeing that the 3 alligator turtles not only did not bite Liu Feng, but also leaned on Liu Feng's fingers at the same time, standing still like a stone statue, the 3 people felt a little incredible again. "Brother Feng, are you using your special abilities again?" Wu Ji and the other 2 tilted their heads and looked at Liu Feng with squinted eyes. "Yes, I am performing the master recognition ceremony with them, and at the same time, I will use my special abilities to make them stronger." Liu Feng looked serious. "Cut it short." The 3 people regarded Liu Feng's words as bragging again. After dispersing, Fu Xiaodou and Zhang Xin went to the bathroom to wash up, while Wu Ji sat on a chair and played with his mobile phone. After infusing nearly 2 million vitality into the 3 alligator turtles with all their strength, they got the genetic drawings of the 3 alligator turtles. Big snapping turtle, 500,000 life force units. Small snapping turtle, 400,000 life force units. Buddha snapping turtle, 600,000 life force units. The life force required to create these 3 snapping turtles is tens or hundreds of times more than the 5 turtles in front. Liu Feng secretly smacked his lips. "Brother Feng, what did you say?" "I said, I ordered takeout for you. Transfer the money to me later." "Oh, I see." Liu Feng quickly turned on his phone and started ordering takeout for the 3 people. There was nothing to do in the afternoon. After eating chicken with the 3 people in the dormitory a few times, he went out to the slaughterhouse to collect life force. When he came out of the slaughterhouse in the evening, Liu Feng remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something more important. "Oh, we agreed to get it done in one go and not go to the flower and bird market. Why do we have to go there again?" Liu Feng slapped his forehead in annoyance. He forgot to collect the gene drawings of the queen ant, so he could only take a taxi to the North City again. Coming to the 3rd floor of the North City flower and bird market, Liu Feng spent 100 yuan. Under the boss's eyes, which looked like a psychopath, he touched a few queen ants for a while, and then left. "Hey, I picked up 100 yuan for free today. I really hope there are more foolish young people like this. After seeing Liu Feng leave, the insect and ant shop smiled happily. Regardless of the look in the boss's eyes, Liu Feng was happily looking at the new gene drawings in his mind. Black Queen Ant, 100 Vitality Units. Yellow Queen Ant, 100 Vitality Units. White 100 Vitality Units. Red Queen Ant 100 Vitality Units. After leaving the door of the flower and bird market, Liu Feng stood at the intersection, wondering whether he should go back to the dormitory tonight. Freshmen are required to live on campus and have dormitory inspections, but this is not limited to weekends. Forget it. I have some important things to do tonight, so I won't go back to school. I'll go back to the apartment to sleep at night. After Liu Feng called Wu Ji and said that he would not go back, the three people in the dormitory kept saying that he was not kind and must have gone out to get a room. He also wanted him to introduce them to girls, otherwise they would break off the relationship. I'm really not what you think. I said I would create a monster, so I have to do what I said. Liu Feng looked at the hung-up phone in the breeze. He took a taxi to the nearest Qianhe River. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Liu Feng got off the car and came to the river dam. He scanned the area. There were still many people walking on the river dam at this time. Liu Feng decided to watch the night view of the river first and wait until there were fewer people later before taking action. In the hot temperature, standing by the river and enjoying the refreshing breeze, especially the warmth of water in the wind, Liu Feng found that it was quite comfortable. No wonder there were still people walking by the river so late. Around 11 o'clock, the crowd gradually disappeared. Apart from Liu Feng, there were only a few vehicles passing by from time to time. Let's start. Liu Feng came to the riverside along the small stairs of the river dam. He scanned again and confirmed that there would be no other people under the river, and there were no cameras or anything like that. However, just in case he was accidentally caught by passers-by, Liu Feng still ordered 5,000 black armored magic ants to surround him. If any passerby approached, they would be scared away. Standing on the shore, looking at the turbulent river, Liu Feng used the vitality in the magic cube to create. These were the only 3 terrifying monsters that Liu Feng had that did not need to be strengthened and already looked like aliens. Slowly, 3 huge black shadows began to emerge on the riverside in front of him. The speed of the black shadows rising seemed to be very fast, and then 3 hideous heads as big as footballs suddenly appeared on the surface of the river. The head on the left was covered with dense thorns, which looked extremely ferocious. The alligator snapper in the middle also has some spikes on its forehead, but compared to the spikes on its carapace that stand out from the water, like a mountain ridge, the spikes on the alligator snapper's forehead are not worth mentioning. The one on the right is the small alligator snapper. Although it has a fierce personality, its appearance after growing up is quite different from that of the alligator snapper and the Buddha alligator snapper. The spikes on its back are slightly flat, but you can also vaguely see the strong limbs and thick tail that paddles like a dragon under the river. Looking at the 3 giant turtles in front of him, Liu Feng couldn't help but get excited and began to strengthen them. The first strengthening of the alligator snapper requires 1 million vitality. With the outflow of 1 million vitality, after the strengthening, the most eye-catching thing is the spikes on the alligator snapper's carapace, which have obviously become thicker and longer, and have also squeezed the small alligator snapper and the Buddha alligator snapper next to it, as if the whole has become a circle larger. However, because most of its body was under the water, Liu Feng could not clearly know how much the size of the big alligator turtle had changed. Then he strengthened the Buddha alligator turtle and the small alligator turtle for the first time, spending 2 million vitality. The obvious change of the Buddha alligator turtle was the spikes on its neck, which became much thicker and bigger. The small alligator turtle had no other changes except for its bigger size. Liu Feng did not care and continued to strengthen the 3 alligator turtles. The big alligator turtle strengthened 2 million vitality for the second time, and the changes were similar, but its body was even bigger. The Buddha alligator turtle strengthened 2.4 million vitality for the second time. The small alligator turtle strengthened 1.6 million vitality for the second time. Liu Feng stopped strengthening until the 3 alligator turtles were strengthened to level 5. It was not because he did not want to continue strengthening, but because Liu Feng found that strengthening these 3 alligator turtles to level 5 had already cost 93 million vitality. If he continued to strengthen, he might use up all of his stored more than 600 million vitality, and he would barely reach level 8. If only the big alligator turtle or the small alligator turtle were strengthened, one of them could be brought to level 9, but the low vitality would greatly delay the charging of the lower levels of the cube. So, looking at the small alligator turtle and the Buddha alligator turtle on both sides, which were more than 1 meter long, and the big alligator turtle in the middle that had really turned into a monster, with a body length of nearly 2 meters and a carapace spike that was more than 20 centimeters above the water surface, Liu Feng decided to strengthen it temporarily. A big alligator turtle that is nearly 2 meters in size. I really want to ride on it and try it. Liu Feng's eyes were so bright that they seemed to emit light in the dark, but its carapace spikes are too thick and too high. I'm afraid it will be pierced, so forget it. Liu Feng shifted his gaze from the big alligator turtle to the small alligator turtle and the Buddha alligator turtle. Both the Buddha snapping turtle and the little snapping turtle look like good water mounts. Although the Buddha snapping turtle looks more handsome with its ferocious spiked head, its carapace also has some spikes and is uneven. You can only stand on it, and you might get stabbed if you sit on it, so it has to be you, little snapping turtle. Liu Feng let the little snapping turtle come to him, then carefully stretched out a leg and stepped onto the carapace of the little snapping turtle. It seems a bit slippery. The carapace was a bit slippery after being soaked in water, but fortunately there were still some bumps on the carapace of the little snapping turtle, so it wouldn't stab anyone, and it could also provide Liu Feng with a place to hold on. "Let's go! Take me for a swim." Holding the small dorsal spikes, he sat steadily on the carapace of the little snapping turtle. Although the little snapping turtle was only a little over 1 meter long, it was more than enough to carry Liu Feng on the river. However, the little pit snapping turtle could not stop the turkey's waves. There would always be waves hitting the little snapping turtle, and then hitting Liu Feng. So this experience was not so pleasant. Under the impact of the river water, Liu Feng was soaked all over after riding the little alligator turtle for a few minutes. He had to order the little alligator turtle to return. After landing, Liu Feng looked like a drowned dog. He could only push back the wet hair on his forehead, take off his shirt and wring it dry before putting it on. "Okay, you guys go. Just don't show your heads in front of other humans. By the way, you three had better swim along the river into the sea to see if you can find any sunken ships, gold, silver, jewelry, etc. If there are any, help me collect them. When I notify you to come for reinforcement next time, bring them all to me." Watching the 3 alligator turtles sink to the bottom of the river, Liu Feng turned around and returned to the dam. After taking a taxi, Liu Feng didn't care about the driver's surprised look. After all, he had been looked at like this many times before. He could think whatever he wanted. Because this was Liu Feng's first time riding a car while wet, the driver extorted an extra 50 yuan when he got off the car. Liu Feng returned to his apartment and took a hot shower. Fortunately, he left 2 sets of clothes in the apartment. He put on his clothes, washed and dried the dirty clothes, and then went back to his room and sat at the table. Liu Feng began to create 4 queen ants, spending 410,000 vitality to directly strengthen them to level 9. Looking at the 4 queen ants on the table, which were more than 30 centimeters long and moved their fat bodies, Liu Feng felt a little nauseous in his throat. Liu Feng turned his head to check the evolution conditions transmitted by the Rubik's Cube. Level 9 Black Queen Ant can evolve. Evolution Condition 1, devour 1,000 black queen ants, requires 500,000 vitality as a breakthrough. Success rate 99.9%. Evolution Condition 2, Mixed Evolution, devour 1 level 9 queen ant of different species, requires 1 million vitality as a breakthrough. Evolution Unknown. Evolution success rate 25%. Level 9 Yellow Queen Ant can evolve. Evolution Condition 1, devour 1,000 yellow queen ants. Evolution Condition 2, Mixed Evolution. Level 9 White Queen Ant can evolve. Evolution Condition 1, devour 1,000 white queen ants. Evolution Condition 2, Mixed Evolution. Level 9 Red Queen Ant can evolve. Evolution Condition devour 1,000 red queen ants. Mixed Evolution. The evolution conditions of these queen ants are similar, but what is mixed evolution? The most critical success rate is only 25%. Do you want to try it? It means I have to spend 1.1 million vitality to try it once. I can afford it. Besides, my luck shouldn't be that bad. Liu Feng, who chose the evolution condition, 2, saw the 9th level black ant queen move her fat body, use her small mouth to bite the yellow ant queen of similar size, and swallow it into her body bit by bit, just like eating yellow cheese, which almost made Liu Feng vomit. Unable to bear it, Liu Feng left the table and went to the living room. He watched TV and waited for more than 10 minutes before he heard the reminder of the Rubik's Cube in his mind. The black ant queen evolution prerequisite is met. Liu Feng sat on the sofa in the living room and poured 1 million life forces into the body of the black ant queen in the room. Without watching the evolution of the black ants after a while, I only heard the Rubik's Cube prompt. The evolution of the black ant queen failed. Shit! Liu Feng slapped the sofa. Although he was mentally prepared and did not expect to succeed at once, he was still a little upset to hear that the evolution failed. Continue. Liu Feng ordered. After more than 10 minutes, the Rubik's Cube still sent the message, evolution failed. In this way, the evolution failed 13 times in a row. Liu Feng, whose eyes were bloodshot, finally heard the message, evolution succeeded from the Rubik's Cube. Ha! Liu Feng let out a long breath, got up and went to the room. Although the TV in the living room was on, Liu Feng did not see a single frame of the picture. Liu Feng looked at the black ant queen on the table, which had evolved 13 times, and spent more than 16 million vitality to succeed. Oh, now it should not be called the black ant queen. Mixed demon ant queen. Flying, advanced thin armor, super reproduction, black armor demon ant, yellow armor demon ant, race devouring, fatal weakness, combat power evaluation, bloated, barely able to fly. It can be said that the main body has no combat power at all, but its terrifying thing is reproduction. Give it time, you will know the meaning of its existence. Temporarily cannot be further strengthened. The demon ant queen has undergone some changes compared to its previous appearance. The original milky white delicate body is covered with a thick layer of yellow and black thin armor, and there are 2 pairs of huge black and yellow thin wings on the back. The length of the whole body reaches 40 centimeters. Liu Feng went to read the introduction of the Demon Ant Queen again. The Demon Ant Queen can barely fly and has strong defense. Ordinary people's fists and feet can basically not cause harm to the queen. The only fatal weakness is that if the birthing mouth is attacked during reproduction, it can be directly killed. Super reproduction can give birth to 2 kinds of demon ants, with a chance of mutation, and can produce hundreds of them every day. Race devouring can devour other kinds of queen ants, and then produce ants of this race. After learning about the Demon Ant Queen, Liu Feng was very happy. He could produce 100 demon ants every day, which was equivalent to saving himself 1,000,000 vitality every day. The only thing that made Liu Feng distressed was not the queen's fatal weakness. Anyway, Liu Feng would never let the queen go to the front line. The main worry was the queen's relatively large body. Once discovered, it would be over. However, no one could find the Demon Ant Queen for a while, so he should get the queen's genetic map first. After Liu Feng input about 2,000,000 vitality into the queen, he obtained the Demon Ant Queen's genetic map. Mixed Demon Ant Queen 10,000,000 vitality units. Please recommend, please recommend, please recommend. After spending a day with the 2 women, Liu Feng found an excuse to leave until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After collecting the vitality, Liu Feng took a taxi to a flower shop and ordered 50,000 yuan worth of roses from the boss, marked the address, and asked that they must be delivered before tomorrow morning. After that, Liu Feng went to the flower and bird market for the 3rd time and found a shop selling butterflies. He bought 1 of each type of butterfly. The next morning, Liu Feng, who was training with the 2 girls in the dance studio, received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, is this Mr. Liu Feng? Your roses have been delivered. Can you please come downstairs to pick them up?" "Okay, wait a moment, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Liu Feng told the 2 girls that he had an emergency and ran back to the dormitory building. Liu Feng ran all the way and saw a small van downstairs. There was a man wearing a white hat standing next to it. It should be him. "Hello, my name is Liu Feng, and I'm here to pick up the goods. Hello, please show me the delivery code and sign here." After Liu Feng completed the handover process, he found that the box was a bit big, and he might not be able to lift it by himself. He had to call the 3 people in the dormitory to come down and lift it up together. "Brother Feng, what did you buy? It's so heavy and the box is so big." After returning to the dormitory, Wu Ji looked at the huge box and wondered. "You'll know when you open it," Liu Feng said, tearing off the seal of the box, revealing a whole box of bright red roses. Wow! The 3 people in the dormitory were dazzled by the box full of roses. "Brother Feng, with so many roses, are you going to confess to your sister-in-law?" Wu Ji sighed with some envy and admiration. "No, help me call some more people. Call Wu Yong and the others over, and tear all these roses into petals." Liu Feng waved his hand. "Ah, break all the roses into petals. What do you want to do, Brother Feng? Scatter the flowers like a fairy." Wu Ji looked at Liu Feng in surprise. "Yes, you are right this time, so hurry up and call someone to tear the flowers." When the other boys in the class came, they saw this big box of roses and exclaimed, ignored their exclamations, distributed the roses to them one by one, and then piled the untied rose petals together. A dozen men in dormitory 509 sat on the bed, chairs, tables, and floor, and spent nearly 2 hours unpacking the whole box of rose petals. "Thank you, brothers, for your hard work." Liu Feng looked at the whole box of rose petals and clapped his hands to the dozen people in the room. "It's not hard work, but Brother Feng, you have to tell us brothers about your plan, right?" Zhang Xin suggested to Liu Feng happily. "I didn't tell you, but you all guessed that it will be used at the welcome party tonight." Liu Feng shrugged. "Hey, it's for my sister-in-law and the others. They have a show, right?" Wu Ji smiled at Liu Feng. "You all know everything, and you still ask me. Let's go. I'll treat you to lunch and reward you." Liu Feng covered the whole box of rose petals, and then led the classmates to have lunch. After wasting time in the afternoon, Feng went to the slaughterhouse to collect life force after 4 o'clock, and did not return to school until 7:30 in the evening. The welcome party started as early as 6:30, and Liu Feng asked Wu Ji and the other 3 to run back, and then carried the box full of roses to the outside of the auditorium. "Brother Feng, what are you going to do?" Wu Ji, Zhang Xin, and Fu Xiaodou looked at Liu Feng anxiously. "After all, the rose petals are prepared for you, but how can you scatter so many rose petals? In movies and TV series, at least there is a big hairdryer behind the scenes, and then use strong wind to blow the rose petals. You have nothing prepared, and let a group of people throw them for you. You will know when the time comes." Liu Feng showed a mysterious smile. "Just help me carry it to a secret place backstage." Seeing Liu Feng, who was confident, Wu Ji and the other 2 felt a little relieved. Liu Feng's behavior of often not following the routine still made the 3 of them look forward to it. Liu Feng and his 4 companions placed the box in a corner of the backstage in a stealthy manner, covered it with a piece of cloth, and returned to their seats. "There are quite a few people." Liu Feng looked around in surprise. The auditorium seemed to be full of people, and even the second floor was filled with people. The welcome party is not only attended by us freshmen, but also by seniors from sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Moreover, most of the programs of the welcome party every year are performed by seniors, and there are relatively few programs for us freshmen. Wu Ji said loudly in Liu Feng's ear. "I know, I can hear you. You don't have to speak so loudly in my ear." Liu Feng also shouted loudly in Wu Ji's ear. "I was afraid that you couldn't hear me. The auditorium is a bit loud." Wu Ji responded by covering his ears. Liu Feng ignored Wu Ji and held Caesar to concentrate on enjoying the program on the stage. At this time, a group of people wearing white uniforms and white masks on their faces were performing on the stage. They were dancing wildly to the music with a strong sense of rhythm. Each time they twisted their arms and legs neatly and skillfully, making gorgeous movements one after another, like a group of lively robots, suddenly as if they were electrocuted. Their whole body trembled, suddenly as flexible as dragons and snakes, wriggling for a while. Suddenly as fast as a spinning top, spinning upside down. As the background music became louder, the dance of the masked group became more powerful. Finally, the masks froze perfectly, and the dance and music came to an abrupt end. The crowd surged below the stage, and after a moment of silence, there was thunderous applause and noisy screams. Qin Ruhai! Qin Ruhai! After the masks on the stage bowed slightly to the audience, the man in the middle took off the mask on his face, revealing a slightly evil, feminine, and handsome face. He smiled slightly and his teeth were like shells in his mouth. Qin Ruhai, I like you so much! Qin Ruhai, you are so handsome! Hearing the cheers of the women in the audience, Qin Ruhai smiled evilly and threw the mask in his hand off the stage, causing a scramble among the girls. Finally, watching the mask slowly walk off the stage, the female audience in the audience slowly calmed down their excitement. Wow, Brother Feng, that person is not as handsome as you, but he likes to pretend more than you. Wu Ji looked at Qin Ruhai, who was leaving the stage, and said to Liu Feng with an unhappy face, I don't care about other things. Just tell me why I like to pretend. Liu Feng stared at Wu Ji with a squint. No, I mean that Brother Feng, you should pretend, but I don't like him pretending. Wu Ji pretended to be gritting his teeth to change the subject. The host came on stage and gave a passionate and boastful speech, invited the next group of performers, and then went behind the scenes again. Listening to the host's introduction, this is a song, Liang Liang, sung by seniors from the 3rd year of the School of Media. After listening for a while, Liu Feng felt that the seniors' skills were really good. He didn't know what other people thought, but Liu Feng felt that they were not much worse than the original singers. After Liang Liang finished singing, the host came up to chat for a while, and finally said, Please enjoy the classical dance, butterfly flying and flower dancing, performed by the freshmen of the School of Business, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu. What do you mean? It hasn't opened its eyes since it was born. Liu Feng turned his gaze from the beautiful nutritionist's face to the little silverback looking at him. Yes, this is the first time it opened its eyes and saw the world for the first time. The beautiful nutritionist nodded affirmatively. Then explain to me, why did it keep staring at me and holding my fingers tightly? What did it want to do? Liu Feng looked at the little silverback and had a bad premonition. You are the first person it sees after it opens its eyes. It will be regarded as its dearest person in the future. It should regard you as its mother, so congratulations, happy to be a mother, haha. As she spoke, the beautiful nutritionist laughed out loud on the spot without disguising. What? I'm warning you, let go. Liu Feng pointed at the little silverback with one hand, widened his eyes and said viciously. Hearing Liu Feng talking to him, the little silverback grabbed Liu Feng's hand more tightly and his eyes gradually became brighter. Hey, you said you are still energetic, right? Let go. The beautiful nutritionist next to her was amused. She ignored Liu Feng, who was playing tricks with the little silverback, turned around and walked out of the nutrition room, took out her mobile phone and made a call. Okay, we have to speed up. Looking at the beautiful nutritionist who was talking on the phone outside the glass door, Liu Feng said secretly in his heart. After a few minutes, a group of people came to the glass door of the nutrition room. One of them was Director Zhang, whom he had met once before, and the others Liu Feng had never seen before, and there were several people who looked like doctors in white coats. Several white coats quickly changed into sterile clothing and then followed the beautiful nutritionist in. It seemed that these people were very focused on efficiency. They just glanced at Liu Feng, said nothing, and directly checked the little silverback in the incubator. Can you please take your hands away? We need to take it for a comprehensive check. After a while, one of the young white coats gestured with his hands and said to Liu Feng, I want to too. Liu Feng's mouth twitched, and he pulled his hands helplessly. See, it's holding too, tightly, and I dare not pull it off forcibly, for fear of hurting it. Okay? Several white coats looked at Liu Feng with some laughter and tears, and then gently reached out together to try to push the little hand off Liu Feng's thumb. As if feeling the pull of an outsider, the little silverback let out a tender and weak cry, and began to use all 4 limbs to hold Liu Feng's wrist tightly like an octopus. Oh no, a 4-clawed octopus, refusing to let go. But the white coats would not let go of the little silverback, just because he was throwing a tantrum. They tried their best and finally pulled the little silverback off Liu Feng's wrist. The little silverback, held in the arms of a white coat, kept struggling, but there was no way he could break free. The little silverback gradually lost his strength and could only look at Liu Feng with his eyes wide open. He stretched out his short arm and grabbed in Liu Feng's direction. It seems that it really depends on you. The beautiful nutritionist smiled. You don't have any sympathy, watching the little guy being taken away and being indifferent. Seeing the heartbroken look of the little silverback being taken away by the white coat, Liu Feng smiled slightly. If I say yes, can you allow me to take it away? Of course not. The beautiful nutritionist rolled her eyes at Liu Feng. Even if we are willing, the country will not allow it. That's it, so it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Before I and it have established an inseparable relationship, I will directly cut off the relationship, and it won't be so painful. Liu Feng stretched and smiled. Anyway, I have restored the congenital defects of the little silverback, and it can grow up healthily in the future. The most important thing is that the genetic blueprint of the silverback gorilla has also been obtained. Silverback gorilla, 3 million vitality units. Feeling the genetic blueprint of the silverback gorilla in his mind, Liu Feng felt unusually happy, but the vitality requirement was a bit too much. Liu Feng walked out of the nutrition room with the beautiful nutritionist and took off his sterile suit. Then you can come to our garden to see it often. The beautiful nutritionist held out a hand, took off her gloves and raised her head slightly and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Zhong Ningxuan." Liu Feng. Liu Feng stretched out his big hand, gently shook Zhong Ningxuan's smooth little hand and then let go. "I know your name. There are many animals in the garden that are actually very gentle and obedient. Do you need me to accompany you to take a walk?" Zhong Ningxuan tilted her head and looked at Liu Feng. Her eyes seemed to be smiling. "Then you don't have to work anymore?" Liu Feng asked. "It's okay. There are more than one employee in the nutrition room." Zhong Ningxuan shrugged indifferently. "No, the key is that your director is next to you, aren't you afraid of being scolded by the director?" Liu Feng couldn't help but lower his head and lean close to Zhong Ningxuan's ear to remind her. "Humph, humph." Director Zhong saw that Liu Feng's lips were about to kiss Zhong Ningxuan's cheek, so he quickly clenched his fist and put it to his mouth, pretending to cough twice as a reminder. Feeling the soft breath full of masculine scent in the cochlea, Zhong Ningxuan blushed and whispered, "The zoo is run by our family. Dean Zhong is actually my third uncle." Liu Feng, who had just been reminded by Dean Zhong's cough and moved away, was shocked to the spot when he heard what Zhong Ningxuan said, as if he was struck by lightning. What did Zhong Ningxuan just say? Her zoo? Dean Zhong is her third uncle? Isn't she a super rich woman? Your zoo? Did I hear it right? Liu Feng asked again in disbelief. "Yes, the zoo is mine." Zhong Ningxuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded. "You are making this up. How come? The zoo belongs to your family? Just because your last name is Zhong, right?" Liu Feng said he couldn't accept it and turned to Dean Zhong for confirmation. "I am indeed Ningxuan's third uncle, and what Ningxuan said is true." Dean Zhong nodded. Seeing Liu Feng's confused and stupid look, Zhong Ningxuan smiled again. "You believe it now, right?" "I didn't say I didn't believe it. I just couldn't accept it." "What's so unacceptable?" "So your family is so rich, why are you still working as a nutritionist in the zoo?" "I majored in biology and medicine, so of course I do this." Zhong Ningxuan answered as a matter of course. "The same major as mine?" Liu Feng's mouth twitched again, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions, fearing that they would go to the same school. "By the way, Liu Feng, although you didn't get seriously injured last time you were hospitalized, our zoo still considers it a work-related injury, so we will compensate you with 50,000 yuan in work-related injury fees. Please give me your card number." Dean Zhong said. "Okay." Liu Feng did not refuse this sum of money. After all, no matter what, the silverback gorilla broke through the iron gate and attacked humans, which was considered a safety hazard of the zoo. Fortunately, the remedy was timely and no one was killed, but the zoo was also seriously injured, and the flow of people has greatly decreased in recent times. Then it was Zhong Ningxuan who took Liu Feng to visit various attractions in the zoo. Although Liu Feng was relatively familiar with Songcheng Zoo, he only worked there for a few days during the summer vacation. How could he be as familiar with it as this native? Liu Feng didn't know many hidden animal viewing spots, and it was Zhong Ningxuan who led Liu Feng there. As time went by, Zhong Ningxuan discovered that Liu Feng could make every animal actively approach him, just like Liu Feng had a special affinity that attracted them, and at the same time attracted herself, which made Zhong Ningxuan's eyes look at Liu Feng with even more brilliance. Please collect and recommend. With the help of the young master of the zoo, Liu Feng spent half a morning collecting all the gene drawings of animals that were not too aggressive. There were still some ferocious carnivorous animals, such as tigers and lions, that Liu Feng did not dare to reach out to collect. Because Liu Feng found that the vitality he released, although it had a certain attraction to them, was not enough for them to offset their hostility towards him. In other words, if you want to collect the drawings of these beasts, you either need to find young beasts that are less threatening, or kill them and absorb them as a whole. Perhaps treating the injured beast can also gain its favor and collect its drawings, but the chance of encountering it is too small, and it is also more troublesome. At this time, the scorching sun was at its highest point of the day, and the hot weather made Liu Feng a little overwhelmed. "Thank you for accompanying me for a whole morning. The sun is so strong now. Girls' skin will be damaged if they are exposed to the sun for too long. You should go back first. I am leaving." "Huh, you know I accompanied you for a whole morning, but you don't know how to treat me to lunch." Zhong Ningxuan put her hands behind her back, pouted her lips, lowered her head, looked at the ground, and kept kicking her feet. "Okay." Liu Feng smiled bitterly. "I didn't think it through." Then Liu Feng invited Zhong Ningxuan to eat something at the restaurant in the zoo. "Just treat me here." Zhong Ningxuan, who was sitting opposite, looked at him with resentment. "Otherwise, are there any other restaurants here?" Liu Feng showed a puzzled look. "Can't you treat me to a restaurant outside the zoo?" Zhong Ningxuan said angrily. "It's too far. I don't have a car. You said you were going back. It's on the way, and I have a car. Zhang Ningxuan couldn't help but put her hands on her hips. I don't have money. It's cheaper here. Didn't my third uncle just compensate you 50,000 yuan for work-related injuries? What's wrong with you taking out some to treat me to a meal? Okay, you really have your eyes on my 50,000 yuan. No wonder you tried every means to get me to treat you to a meal. Fortunately, I was careful and got your inner thoughts out. Liu Feng crossed his arms and looked at Zhang Ningxuan with squinted eyes as if he had seen through you. You're pissing me off. Zhang Ningxuan stood up and was about to strangle Liu Feng to death at all costs when the phone rang in her pocket. Hello? Sister Ningxuan, it's bad. The little silverback is dying. What? Why is it dying? Wasn't it fine when I gave it to you? Zhang Ningxuan said in shock. I don't know. Little silverback has been very well behaved since we took it away. When we checked it, we suddenly found that its physical condition began to decline sharply, and the whole state of the ape was as if it was heartbroken. Heartbroken? I see. I'll come over now. Zhang Ningxuan hung up the phone and pulled Liu Feng to run. What's wrong? You look very pale. Little silverback is dying. What's going on? Liu Feng's face suddenly changed. I guess it's because after forcibly separating it from you, little silverback was extremely frightened and sad, and it became self-enclosed. This disease is very serious. Not eating or drinking and fasting are minor matters. The most troublesome thing is that it will cause physical exhaustion. Liu Feng listened to Zhang Ningxuan's explanation in silence, and Zhang Ningxuan stopped talking. The two of them hurried on their way. When they arrived at the door of the animal medical room, Liu Feng and Zhang Ningxuan were led in by the young man in a white coat who had been anxiously wandering at the door since early morning. Xu Qiaofeng, how is little silverback now? Zhang Ningxuan asked nervously. Not very good. All functions are declining anyway. Xu Qiaofeng wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hands and said solemnly, You will know after you take a look. Xu Qiaofeng took Zhang Ningxuan and Liu Feng to a treatment room. Little silverback was lying on a bed, staring at the ceiling with his eyes open, motionless, letting a white coat next to him fiddle with him. There were several monitor lead electrodes attached to his body. At first we thought little silverback was very obedient, so we checked him anyway, and then we slowly found that little silverback seemed to be a little bit wrong, like a wooden man. Xu Qiaofeng gestured to the two people about the situation at that time. I know, Liu Feng, you have to go up and try. This situation probably can't be cured by technology. Zhang Ningxuan frowned. Liu Feng nodded silently, then walked forward. You all go out, first. Zhang Ningxuan said to the white coats who were checking little silverback. But one of the white coats wanted to say something, but was pulled out by his companion next to him. Sister Ningxuan, I'll leave first. After Xu Qiaofeng talked to Zhang Ningxuan, he also left the treatment room and closed the door. Liu Feng approached the bed and looked at the little silverback lying on it, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes as if he had no focus. Liu Feng felt guilty. I thought that by giving him a healthy body he could grow up happily and carefree, but I often overlook that. Whether it is an animal or a human, the most important thing to be cared for is the soul. I gave you hope for life, but inadvertently, I extinguished your hope. When you were powerless to resist this world, could not find hope, and your heart was dead, I appeared again, acting as the hope to revive you. Isn't it a bit cruel to play with you like this? Thinking of this, Liu Feng shook his head and laughed at himself. Little guy, look who I am! Liu Feng smiled and stretched his head to the little silverback's sight, blocking the ceiling that was like a blank world. Don't you want to hug me again? Liu Feng stretched out his fingers and gently fiddled with the little silverback's pink hands, while at the same time infusing life force into the little silverback's body again, restoring its lost vitality. Feeling that warmth again, that light that filled its entire world, the little silverback's pink hands began to move slightly, and the focus that disappeared in its pupils slowly gathered, until Liu Feng's figure appeared in its eyes again. Wow! The little silverback stared at Liu Feng blankly for a while, then let out a wailing sound like a crying child, and then used all its limbs to hug Liu Feng's palm tightly, which was very large and reassuring to it. Liu Feng looked at the little silverback holding him tightly in his hand, and couldn't help but smile warmly. He stretched out his other hand and gently stroked the little silverback's sparsely haired head. Zhang Ningxuan stood by the door, watching the scene in front of her. The dependence of the little silverback and Liu Feng's gentleness deeply touched her heart. She was not very moved, but there was a faint warmth lingering. The little silverback, who had closed her eyes and enjoyed Liu Feng's touch, suddenly opened her eyes, as if she remembered something, let go of Liu Feng's big hand and walked to the side, turning her body sideways, facing Liu Feng with her back. What happened again? Liu Feng looked at the little silverback in astonishment. Zhang Ningxuan leaned against the wall, put her fingers on her pink lips and thought for a while, then tilted her head and smiled at Liu Feng. I guess it remembered that you abandoned it in the first place. It should be angry now, and you have to coax it. Hearing Zhang Ningxuan's explanation, Liu Feng smiled. He stretched out his hand to pick up the little silverback who wanted to resist on the bed, and then held it high facing him. From now on, I'll call you Caesar. Liu Feng walked out of the room with Caesar. Is it all right now? A group of white coats at the door stared in disbelief at the little silverback who was in Liu Feng's arms, jumping around and seemed to have fully recovered. Is this the little gorilla that was half dead when we treated it before? The white coats recalled blankly. Yeah, it's all right. Liu Feng held Caesar, nodded and smiled. You don't need to check Caesar again. Go back to work. Zhang Ningxuan stood beside Liu Feng with her arms crossed and said in a slightly commanding tone, This is not good. When it's almost useless in your hands, you come to call us again, right? Zhang Ningxuan was very dissatisfied with the white coat who had no vision. Listening to Zhang Ningxuan's words, the group of white coats looked a little embarrassed and could only nod and leave. Watching the doctors leave, Zhang Ningxuan turned around and looked at Liu Feng with a bad face. Tell me, what should we do? What do you mean by what? You're still pretending. Do you think Caesar can leave you? What if he wants to commit suicide? Then what can I do? I still have to go to school. I can't stay with him in the zoo all day long. Liu Feng frowned slightly. Forget it. I really can't do anything about you. Come with me. I'll take you to the Forestry Bureau to apply for a permit. Zhang Ningxuan rolled her eyes at Liu Feng and walked in front. Can it work? Liu Feng muttered while holding Caesar. Zhang Ningxuan first took Liu Feng back to her place in the zoo, changed her clothes, and then came to the parking lot. Zhang Ningxuan's car was a purple Cayenne. Actually, I like this car too, Liu Feng said with some envy after getting in the car. It seems that my taste is very much in line with your taste. After starting the car, Zhang Ningxuan turned to look at Liu Feng and smiled gently. I'm giving it to you. I'm giving it to me? Liu Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly said with a vigilant look, You are really bad. You want me to be arrested for driving without a license, right? I tell you it's impossible. I see through you. Zhang Ningxuan was furious at the unyielding Liu Feng, clenched her fists and glared at Liu Feng fiercely. What do you want to do? I exposed your conspiracy, so you just took action, right? Liu Feng hugged Caesar and leaned against the car door with a panicked look. That's right, Liu Feng. I will definitely beat you to death today. After saying that, Zhang Ningxuan rushed over and pressed on Liu Feng, pinching Liu Feng's neck fiercely. It's dangerous. The car is starting. The car is starting. Then I will die with you today and become a pair of desperate mandarin ducks. Help, I was wrong. I was wrong. With no way out in the car, Liu Feng could only hold Caesar high and surrender. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ningxuan, with a slightly red face, sat back in the driver's seat, adjusted her image in the mirror, and then glanced at Liu Feng, who was holding Caesar and looked like a punching bag, and smiled with a smug look. During these 10 minutes, what happened in the constantly vibrating Cayenne? Apart from the two parties involved, only Caesar, who had been watching, knew. The Cayenne started and shot out of the parking lot quickly like a purple lightning. Get out of the car! Zhang Ningxuan stood beside the car at the entrance of the Forestry Bureau, looking at Liu Feng, who was still hiding in the co-pilot seat and refused to come out, so she had to walk over and open the car door and pull Liu Feng out. Seeing Caesar grabbing the red lipstick mark on Liu Feng's face in confusion, Zhang Ningxuan laughed again. Okay, it's just a kiss. I'll let you kiss me, back. Zhang Ningxuan pointed at her fair face and moved closer to Liu Feng. After a while, seeing that Liu Feng didn't move, Zhang Ningxuan turned her face and kissed Liu Feng's side face again. You? Liu Feng covered his face and looked at Zhang Ningxuan in disbelief. What do you mean you? I asked you to kiss me back, but you didn't, so I'll have to help you. Zhang Ningxuan turned her head proudly and pulled the still stuttering Liu Feng into the Forestry Bureau. Zhang Ningxuan took an application form at the counter and led Liu Feng directly into an office called Wildlife Protection. Uncle Lin, I'm here to nag you again. Zhang Ningxuan smiled sweetly and shouted to a middle-aged man wearing glasses sitting at the desk. Oh, it's Ningxuan. What do you need Uncle Lin's help with again? Lin Dongyang held his eyes and smiled at Zhang Ningxuan. It's nothing. Just that a friend of mine needs a license to domesticate animals. Zhang Ningxuan sat down at Lin Dongyang's desk. Haha, is it your boyfriend? He's quite handsome. Lin Dongyang glanced at Liu Feng and teased with a smile. Oh no, just an ordinary friend. Zhang Ningxuan explained with a red face. Okay, then you need to apply for a license for the little monkey in your friend's hand. What kind? Silverback, gorilla. Zhang Ningxuan whispered. What? Silverback gorilla? How can that kind of animal be domesticated? It's too aggressive and too dangerous. I can't agree to this. When Lin Dongyang heard that it was a silverback, he stood up with a serious expression and shook his head repeatedly. No, Uncle Lin, listen to me. Zhang Ningxuan also stood up quickly to comfort Lin Dongyang and explained what happened today. You mean, the little silverback's mother died, and it has already recognized him as its biological parent. If it leaves him, it will starve itself to death, right? After listening to the explanation, Lin Dongyang slowly calmed down and rubbed his chin slowly. This is not easy to deal with. I can choose any monkey for you, but why is it a silverback? After a while of distress, Lin Dongyang had to pick up the landline and make a call. Yes, good. After talking on the phone for about 10 minutes, Lin Dongyang hung up and said to Zhang Ningxuan and Liu Feng, I just communicated with the superiors. They will send someone to investigate the facts. If the situation is true, they can make an exception and apply for permission. But there is only a 3-year taming period. When the silverback grows up, you can no longer bring it with you anyway, understand? Yeah, we know. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Zhang Ningxuan pulled Liu Feng with a surprised expression. Okay, go get the permit first. I estimate that in the next 2 days, the people sent by the higher authorities will come to investigate. If it is really as you said, then it will be fine. Liu Feng and Zhang Ningxuan said goodbye to Lin Yangdong. After leaving the office, they completed all the procedures in the Forestry Bureau and finally got Caesar's domestication permit. Tell me, how do you want to thank me? Zhang Ningxuan tilted her head slightly and said proudly to Liu Feng, "Isn't this also solving a problem for you?" Liu Feng turned his head away and didn't look at Zhang Ningxuan. "Okay, then consider it as my thank you." Zhang Ningxuan slowly approached Liu Feng. "What do you want to do? At most, I will treat you to a meal." Looking at the approaching Zhang Ningxuan, Liu Feng hurriedly shouted, "Then it's settled. It just so happens that I didn't eat well at noon. Where should we go to eat?" Zhang Ningxuan was happy and smiling. "Zoo restaurant." After saying that, Liu Feng hugged Caesar and turned around and ran. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Ningxuan felt her heart burning with anger, and she took long steps to chase after Liu Feng's back. "Liu Feng, I will beat you to death today." At about 7 in the evening, Liu Feng bought some bananas, oranges, and other fruits at the fruit shop downstairs, and then returned to Junie apartment. As soon as he opened the door, a little thing bumped into his arms. Hey, Caesar, you've grown up. Why do you still like to get close to my arms so much?" Hugging Caesar, Liu Feng squinted his eyes, smiled and touched Caesar's head in his arms, then turned his back and closed the door. In more than a month, the originally sparse hair of little Caesar has grown luxuriantly, and the color has become black and shiny, no longer the original yellowish color that seemed to be malnourished. His body has also grown a little bigger. I don't know if it is because I often infuse Caesar with vitality, which has caused Caesar to be healthy and strong to a little fat, and his body is plump and round. Uh-huh. Caesar gestured in Liu Feng's arms, then grinned and laughed. "What are you looking at? So funny." Liu Feng was amused by Caesar's funny look, put the fruit on the coffee table, and then glanced at the TV Caesar was watching. A group of gorillas stood on the roof, holding iron spears to pierce the car. There are so many of their kind. No wonder you are so happy watching it. Liu Feng put Caesar on the sofa with a smile, tilted his head and thought about it, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Isn't this the rise of the Planet of the Apes? The smile on Liu Feng's face suddenly turned into a look of shock. How come Caesar just happened to find this movie? This is definitely a bad movie that will teach little gorillas bad things. What if little Caesar grows up and learns from Caesar in the movie, runs to the zoo to release all the gorillas, and then leads a group of gorillas to fight against humans? Liu Feng's head hurts when he thinks of such a scene. So in order to understand little Caesar's current values, Liu Feng decided to ask him what he thinks first. "Little Caesar, do you think this movie is good?" Liu Feng sat down next to little Caesar and asked with a forced smile. "Ho-hoo?" Little Caesar nodded when he heard Liu Feng's question, grinning and clapping his hands happily. "Then Caesar, what do you think you can learn from this movie?" Upon hearing this question, Caesar immediately shouted, "Hoo-hoo," twice, then stood up on the sofa excitedly, stretched out one hand and made a circle. The hole in the center seemed to be condensing the void spear, and after it was formed, Caesar raised it high above his head and threw it out fiercely. As if throwing a void spear was not enough, Caesar imitated the cold eyes of Caesar in the movie, glanced at the dazed Liu Feng, and actually gathered the void spear with both hands at the same time, and then threw the void spear down with both arms alternately and frantically, with a cruel scarlet in his eyes. "It's over!" Caesar went crazy watching a movie. Looking at Caesar, still jumping around on the sofa and throwing the void spear, Liu Feng felt that he had lost all his strength and slid off the sofa and collapsed on the ground. Is my trumpet useless? What did it learn from this movie? It didn't learn anything, so why did it learn this spear-throwing trick? Liu Feng sat on the ground with a sad face. No, I have to communicate with Caesar and guide his values to the right path. After saying that, Liu Feng got up from the ground and grabbed Caesar, who was still excitedly throwing the void spear. With Caesar still confused, he quickly said a lot of truths. Finally, Liu Feng looked at Caesar with expectation and said, "Do you understand what I said?" Caesar, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded very obediently. "Although you just spoke so fast that I didn't understand a word, I just nodded and it was done." Seeing that Caesar seemed to be moved by his good intentions, Liu Feng nodded and smiled with satisfaction. "Caesar, then tell me, what have you learned?" Caesar understood this sentence, so Caesar slowly stood up and began to gather the void spear in his hand again. Then he grinned and threw the void spear in his hand towards Liu Feng's chest. Ugh! Liu Feng covered his chest and looked down at his heart in disbelief, as if his chest was really pierced by a steel fork. "So you didn't understand a word of what I just said for a long time, right?" After Liu Feng finished speaking, he fell on the sofa behind him. Caesar looked at his empty palm in confusion, then looked at the fallen Liu Feng, as if he couldn't understand it. He hesitated and ran towards Liu Feng. He stretched out his hand and pushed Liu Feng a few times, and found that Liu Feng didn't move. Caesar was a little panicked, making anxious sounds, and then kept shaking Liu Feng's body. After shaking for half a minute, seeing that Liu Feng still closed his eyes and didn't move, Caesar finally began to get scared, but he could only lie on Liu Feng's chest and sob constantly, making sobbing sounds. "Are you still throwing spears?" Just as Caesar was lying on Liu Feng's chest in grief, a hand gently patted Caesar's back, and then the owner of the hand said this. Caesar first looked up at Liu Feng in disbelief, then hugged Liu Feng's neck tightly and shook his head vigorously. The problem that could not be solved by talking for a long time was solved with a little trick. Liu Feng stroked Caesar with his hands, but his face showed an irrepressible smugness. Caesar hugged Liu Feng for a while, feeling the warmth from Liu Feng's body, and gradually calmed down the fear in his heart. Later, thinking back, it was Liu Feng who was just scaring him. Caesar clenched a fist in anger and hit Liu Feng hard. Finally, after venting his anger, he let go of his hand and jumped onto the sofa on the other side, turned his back and sulked. Okay, Caesar, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't joke with you like this. Forgive me, okay? Liu Feng came over and put his face close to Caesar, licking his face to apologize. Caesar ignored him and turned his body in another direction. Here, this is your favorite banana. Look, I bought so many of them for you. Liu Feng took 2 more bananas from the coffee table and waved them in front of Caesar. Seeing that Caesar's eyes seemed to be a little shaken, Liu Feng struck while the iron was hot and said, "Just forgive me. I promise I will never joke with you like this again." After coaxing for a long time, plus the temptation of delicious food, Liu Feng finally calmed Caesar's anger. Looking at Caesar eating bananas and watching TV, Liu Feng turned and walked back to the room. Then we should experiment with the use of the creation space of the main Rubik's Cube in the real world. Liu Feng took out the Rubik's Cube and looked at the round Rubik's Cube in his hand, which was only the size of a thumb. Liu Feng couldn't figure out how it should open the creation space, but he still said to it, "Open the creation space." The Rubik's Cube in his hand, which was the size of a thumb, began to emit light and then slowly projected a milky white light door 3 meters high and 2 meters wide in front of his eyes. Is this all? So simple. Liu Feng looked at the light door and walked in. The interior is exactly the same as the creation space of the Rubik's Cube in my mind. It looks vast and empty. Go back to the room and move some things in to see how the space can store items. Liu Feng said, turned around and walked out of the creation space, pulled the nearest chair to the door and pushed it in. After that, he closed the creation space and opened it again. Looking at the light door that reappeared in front of him, Liu Feng walked into the door. Seeing that the chair was not far from the entrance of the light door, Liu Feng finally smiled. This is my storage space in the future. In the creation space, Liu Feng looked at the empty space and felt a little uncomfortable. We have to create some vitality, otherwise it will be dead here, like a ghost town. Liu Feng touched his chin and said to himself, what should I create first? The only aggressive flying bird I have is the hunting falcon. Other birds like parrots, orioles, and white pigeons are all ornamental birds. Forget it. Never mind. Let's create 10 of each. After the order was issued, hundreds of thin lifelines suddenly emerged from the creation space, and then wrapped into the shape of birds. The creatures to be born in the 10 thickest lifelines are the hunting falcons that require 50,000 vitality, and the thinnest ones are sparrows that only require 200 vitality. However, the fastest ones to be formed are also 10 sparrows, followed by 10 quails, and after a while, all bird creatures will be born. Looking at the dense army of hundreds of birds staring at him, Liu Feng was full of pride. Regardless of whether they have combat effectiveness or not, these are his air force, so after reviewing the flock of birds, he waved his hand. Disband. Seeing hundreds of birds flapping their wings, yearning for freedom and flying towards the vast sky, Liu Feng, who had originally had a smile on his face, was stunned. What the hell is going on? Liu Feng stared at the vast world with his eyes wide open, then walked forward for more than 10 meters, came to the place where the flock of birds fell, and stopped. Is this the place? Liu Feng glanced at the flock of birds, then stretched out his hand in doubt and slowly touched the boundless world in front of him. When Liu Feng's palm really touched the invisible object, ripples appeared in the boundless world. What the hell? This is an air wall! Liu Feng shouted angrily. 2,000 cubic meters of space, that is, less than 13 meters in length, width and height? You're deceiving consumers, you know. I have consumed so much vitality. There is no such a big world. Why are you pretending to be vast and boundless? Liu Feng still felt a little depressed when he recalled it. He was confused by the vast appearance of the creation space in front of him, and subconsciously ignored the fact that the space was actually only 2,000 cubic meters. Forget it. I'll continue to create creatures. Next is the land. I'll make spiders, centipedes and the like when I need them. I want a leopard gecko. I'll strengthen it to level 9 and see how big it can grow. I don't have much money in my pocket. But let's make one of each fighting dog first, and then experiment with the gecko. In the dog fighting arena in the Magic City, Liu Feng collected all the fighting dog gene drawings in the back room. However, because there was no need, no time and place to raise them, Liu Feng did not create these fighting dogs. But now that he has his own space, Liu Feng looked at the 7 fighting dogs that were quickly formed in the space. The blackback, Tosa, Dogo Argentino, Caucasian, Doberman, and Tibetan Mastiff. However, these 7 fighting dogs have not been strengthened yet. They are just the adult body length of ordinary fighting dogs, which is completely incomparable to the size of the golden wolf. Although they are only a few dozen centimeters long, Liu Feng still likes the 7 majestic fighting dogs in front of him very much, especially the Tibetan Mastiff. Because of the lush hair around its body, it looks the most sturdy and tall. After disbanding the 7 fighting dogs, Liu Feng created 2 leopard geckos and strengthened one of them directly to level 9. Looking at the giant leopard gecko in front of him that was nearly 1 meter long, Liu Feng's face twitched. If I sell it like this, how much can it sell for? According to what Wang Youdao said, a 45 centimeters long animal can be sold for several million. I don't ask for much, tens of millions will be fine, right? After all, I spent 100,000 of my life force on it. Although Liu Feng was fantasizing happily, it should be impossible for a rich man in the world to spend tens of millions to buy this giant leopard gecko. Even if there is, Liu Feng dare not sell it, so he can only think about it. The Rubik's Cube just indicated that the 9th level leopard gecko can evolve. Let's take a look at the evolution prerequisites. Evolution Method 1. Kill and devour 105th level geckos of the same kind. 500,000 vitality is required as a breakthrough. Evolution is unknown, and the evolution success rate is 99.9%. Evolution Method 2. Kill and devour 1/9th level gecko of the same kind. 1,000 vitality is required as a breakthrough. Evolution is unknown, and the evolution success rate is 50%. After calculating, the two evolution methods still cost less vitality, so let's choose 2. Liu Feng thought about it and chose Method 2. As for the 50% success rate, Liu Feng didn't care. So Liu Feng spent another 100,000 vitality to create a 9th level leopard gecko and ordered one of them to start evolving. The 2 leopard geckos, which were nearly 1 meter long, immediately started fighting. One needed to devour and evolve, and the other needed to resist for its own life. However, neither of the 2 geckos had a strong attacking ability. They could only bite each other with their mouths and scratch each other with their front limbs. Perhaps because the devourer took the initiative, the resisting gecko eventually died tragically in the devourer's mouth. After the victorious gecko devoured the defeated one, Liu Feng infused it with 500,000 vitality. After the gecko was completely wrapped in vitality, the evolution officially began. After waiting for about half an hour, the magic cube in my mind sent a prompt, "Evolution successful." At the same time, vitality also completely flowed into the body of the leopard gecko, revealing a giant lizard that was 1.5 meters long, with bright red and yellow stripes on its back, hard armor on its body, and long nails on its limbs. Spotted Flame Monitor Lizard. Spotted Flame Monitor Lizard characteristics: strong, intermediate leather armor, flame energy, fighting instinct. Combat power evaluation: as your current strongest single evolved creature, it is actually on par with the level 5 alligator turtle. No further strengthening for the time being. Liu Feng didn't care about the somewhat ironic evaluation of combat power this time. He only noticed the characteristic flame energy of the spotted flaming giant lizard. The spotted flaming giant lizard has a lot of heat energy in its body. When it is in danger, it can convert heat energy into flame energy and spit out hot flames from its mouth. This is a bit cool, but it's a life-saving trick and can only be used once in a short period of time. But this is my space. Who will threaten your life? So, spit fire for me, the master, to see. Liu Feng rubbed his palms and said to the spotted flaming giant lizard with some anticipation. For the creatures of the creation cube, Liu Feng's orders are the highest level. Even if they are unreasonable, they will try their best to complete them, not to mention just spitting fire. The bright red lines on the spotted flaming giant lizard began to gradually fade, and then hot breath began to swell from its mouth. Wait, spray over there is only an air wall over there," Liu Feng said hurriedly as he looked at the little flames coming out of the mouth of the spotted flaming giant lizard. The spotted fire monitor was about to burst into flames, but when it heard Liu Feng's command, it only had time to turn around and spit fire. The 3-meter-long flame swept in front of Liu Feng. Well, hot. Liu Feng hurriedly stepped back, but the strong heat still shrunk his eyebrows and hair. Then he threw the burned clothes on the ground with a grin and used his vitality to heal himself. Fuck, I really can't play with fire. It almost got into trouble. Monday morning, the 4 people in dormitory 509 got up and were busy for a while. After washing up, Liu Feng picked up little Caesar, gently nodded Depeng's head on the table, and followed Wu Ji and the other 2 out of the dormitory. Depeng can go out to find food by himself, and as long as no one is in dormitory 509, the sliding door of the corridor will be open, and Depeng can fly back at any time. "Brother Feng, are you going to class directly with little Caesar in your arms?" Wu Ji asked hesitantly as he walked beside him. "I'll tell Teacher Qian." "Okay then." After finishing breakfast, Liu Feng and his 3 companions came to the classroom. They were no longer surprised by the surprised eyes of their classmates. After all, there were more people staring at them in the cafeteria just now. "Brother Feng, where did you get the little monkey?" "The little monkey is so cute." After Liu Feng and his companions sat down, the girls in the class immediately rushed over and squeezed all the boys away. It was unclear whether they were here to see the little monkey or Liu Feng. Liu Feng could only patiently explain to the group of girls in the class. It was the first time that the little Caesar in his arms was surrounded by so many people. He shrank back in fear. Fortunately, the head teacher Qian Demin came at this time. As soon as Qian Demin entered the door, he saw a group of girls surrounding a person. He knew without guessing that it was Liu Feng inside. After all, Liu Feng was the only one in his class who had such great charm. "Okay, you girls, you surround a boy like this all day long. Have you ever considered what other boys in the class think?" Qian Demin walked in and said seriously. "Teacher Qian, you are absolutely right." The boys in the class nodded in agreement. "It doesn't matter if you haven't considered it, at least you have to surround me in turn, otherwise I will be jealous." Qian Demin suddenly smiled and talked to the girls in the class. The girls who thought they were going to be taught a lesson were suddenly amused by Qian Demin's reversal of words. The boys looked at Qian Demin in surprise. "How could you do this as a teacher? And the key is that you don't bring us with you." "Okay, it's just a joke. The first period is my class. Boys, work hard, go to the first floor and bring the books up." Qian Demin clapped his hands and directed. The boys went downstairs to move the books one after another, and Liu Feng walked up to talk to Qian Demin. Teacher Qian, I have something to ask you for. Qian Demin was also surprised to see Caesar in Liu Feng's arms. He had not noticed it because of the girls surrounding him. Is this a silverback? Qian Demin pointed at Caesar and said uncertainly. Yes, Teacher Qian has a good eye. Flattered him. Where did you get this young silverback? If you are caught secretly raising it, you will go to jail. Qian Demin reminded Liu Feng in a low voice. It's okay, Teacher Qian. I have a breeding license. Liu Feng handed the license in his pocket to Qian Demin. Teacher Qian, I mainly want to ask you for another thing, which allows me to raise it on campus. Liu Feng told Qian Demin about the cause and effect of Caesar. After listening to Liu Feng's words, Qian Demin nodded in agreement and said, There is no problem on my side, as long as you pay attention to safety. As for the campus, I will take you to talk to the dean after class. Thank you, Teacher Qian. After getting Qian Demin's approval, Liu Feng happily bowed to Qian Demin and then happily took Caesar downstairs to move books. Qian Demin's first class was to distribute books for all courses and then gave the students a course schedule, emphasizing the importance of credits for each subject and some elective courses that can be filled in. Then he chatted with the students about trivial matters, reminded them that there would be a welcome party on Sunday night, and asked if anyone in the class wanted to perform on stage, and they could apply to him. After class, Liu Feng carried Caesar and followed Qian Demin to the dean's office. Please come in. Yu Jiangong looked at Qian Demin and Liu Feng, who came in and asked, What's the matter? Dean Yu, I want to ask you for something. I hope you can agree. Liu Feng walked forward with Caesar in his arms and explained the whole story to Dean Yu again. According to what you said, this gorilla can't live without you, so I can't refuse you. Yu Jiangong knocked on the table. I have only one request. You have to take good care of it and not let it hurt the students. Otherwise, I can't help you. I will. Thank you, Dean Yu. Liu Feng said with surprise again. Okay, you go out first. I have something to say too, your class teacher. Yu Jiangong waved his hand. Then goodbye, Dean Yu. Qian Demin and Yu Jiangong looked at the closed door and sighed at the same time. Old Qian, there's a demon in your class. Yeah, I've been teaching for so many years, and I've seen many students who can cause trouble, but this one just entered the school, and he did it. He beat up the training instructor and was attacked by an unknown swarm of insects with the chief instructor. He's fine, but the chief instructor is paralyzed. He has a wolfhound, and now the military treats it as a treasure. The day before yesterday, he was surrounded by a group of girls on the playground and confessed to them collectively, and they were filmed and posted on the internet. Today, he brought a young silverback to school together. God knows how many more things he can do. It's a headache. Yu Jiangong rubbed his temples and felt anxious. Liu Feng, who had left the room, didn't care what they said about him inside, as long as they agreed to his request. Back in the class, Liu Feng made an okay gesture to the students who were questioning him with his eyes, which made the classmates cheer. After all, the little Caesar was cute and not dangerous, and they could still be approached at close range. Because today's schedule had a whole day of classes, the teacher of the second class soon came to the classroom, and the class officially began as the bell rang. Each class in the university is taught in 2 consecutive classes. When the bell rings, it is already noon. Liu Feng and his 3 friends ate something and rested for half an hour before returning to class. Today's classes were over at 4 in the afternoon. After class, Liu Feng hurriedly ran to the school gate with Caesar in his arms to get a taxi. Wu Ji and his 3 friends knew Liu Feng's habits, so they didn't wonder. They just went back to the dormitory to play games. At around 7 in the evening, Liu Feng returned to the dormitory on time. Liu Feng went to class during the day, went to the slaughterhouse to collect vitality in the afternoon, and came back to play games with his roommates at night. He spent 5 days in peace and stability. This made Qian Demin, who had been following Liu Feng's dynamics, feel relieved. As for things like Liu Feng bringing a monkey to college and being blocked by a girl in the classroom to confess his love, some secretly taken photos were posted on the campus forum. Except for making Liu Feng more famous on campus, that was not a big deal. However, when you are famous, you will have more gossip. It's not just talk. On Friday night, a tall boy led a group of boys to block Liu Feng's way back, at the entrance of the dormitory building. Seeing a figure holding a monkey slowly approaching from a distance, a boy next to the tall boy leaned over and whispered, Brother Sheng, that's the boy. I am now considered a rich man. After all, only 1 step away from being a millionaire. Back in the apartment, Liu Feng hugged Caesar, who rushed over, lifted him up high, and said to Caesar with a happy face, Caesar, I'm rich again. Tell me what fruit you want to eat in the future. I'll give you as much as you want. Caesar looked at Liu Feng with a happy face and grinned happily. However, the fruit brought back yesterday had not been eaten yet, and Caesar didn't miss the food that much. So he pointed to the sofa and TV and asked Liu Feng to watch a movie with him for the whole afternoon, until he needed to go to the slaughterhouse to collect vitality. At around 5 o'clock, Liu Feng came to the slaughterhouse from the factory gate. As soon as he entered the door, he was caught by the fat man from yesterday. Hey, why are you here again today? Get out of here! The fat man became impatient when he saw Liu Feng and pushed Liu Feng's chest with his fat hand. Liu Feng didn't move at all. The fat man felt like he was pushing a huge rock without knowing his own strength, especially when he felt the solid chest muscle on Liu Feng's chest, which was like a piece of hard steel. The fat man's face changed, and he took a step back. I hate this uncultured fat man, especially when he took advantage of me with his fat hand that looked like a pig's hoof. Although he was very unhappy, Liu Feng saw that the fat man seemed to want to turn around and call for help, so he could only put on a smile, then stepped forward and hugged the fat man's neck tightly, and said in a gentle voice, "Brother, I will give you 500 yuan. Can you let me see your pig slaughtering process? I promise not to hinder you." After struggling for a few times, he felt that the force on his neck was so strong that he had no room to resist. After hearing the temptation in his ears, Zhao Shunbiao could only nod and smile awkwardly at the young man next to him. Who wouldn't do 500 yuan for free? At least it's 2 days' salary. Seeing that the fat man compromised, Liu Feng relaxed his arm around the fat man, took out his mobile phone and gestured, and transferred 500 yuan to the fat man. Seeing that Liu Feng really transferred 500 yuan to him, Zhao Shunbiao smiled happily, patted Liu Feng on the shoulder and said, "Brother, you can visit as you like. I will tell others." Liu Feng nodded, squinted at the fat man who turned back for a while, and followed him in, although it was a little troublesome, because this nosy fat man spent an extra 500 yuan, but as long as he could collect life force, everything would be fine. I don't know what the fat man said to other employees in the field. Anyway, no one really cared about him. Since he didn't have to be as cautious as before, Liu Feng found the most central position, leaned against the wall, and stood there playing with his mobile phone. It was not until 7 o'clock in the evening that all the pigs that needed to be slaughtered today were slaughtered. Liu Feng took a look at the harvest tonight, more than 91 million life force. Based on this much life force every day, I estimate that I can create the first subcube by the end of the month. Liu Feng thought happily. After taking a taxi back to the apartment, Liu Feng picked up Little Caesar and went back to the dormitory together. "Brother Feng, what did you do secretly again?" When Wu Ji saw Liu Feng coming back, he immediately threw away his headphones and mouse, and approached Liu Feng and asked curiously, "Nothing, go play your game." Liu Feng put Caesar on the table, and with a look of disgust, he pushed away Wu Ji's big face. "Brother Feng, just tell me, otherwise I can't play the game well and my heart feels like it's been scratched by a cat's claws." Wu Ji begged Liu Feng desperately. "No, how can you be so sure about what I did?" Liu Feng looked at Wu Ji in confusion. "I don't watch Detective Conan for nothing. You usually play games with us when you have nothing to do, or go out with your sisters-in-law. Only today you stayed outside all day alone. You must have done something, so Brother Feng, just tell me." Wu Ji begged bitterly. "Okay, I didn't want to tell you at first, so that you won't say I'm showing off to you again." Liu Feng raised his head and said with a smug look on his face, "But since you are so insistent, I will tell you." "Yeah." Wu Ji nodded hurriedly, looking at Liu Feng with a look of desire. "I made 800,000 RMB today." Wu Ji looked puzzled and said he didn't understand. Jiang Xin and Fu Xiaodou also paused the game in their hands and turned to look at Liu Feng. Liu Feng didn't want to explain too much, so he turned on his phone and handed it to Wu Ji. "Brother Feng, this is not a scam message, right?" Wu Ji looked at the content of the message and couldn't believe it. Fu Xiaodou and Jiang Xin also ran over and took the phone from Wu Ji. They were stunned. Fu Xiaodou looked at Liu Feng with a bitter face and said, "Brother Feng, you said we are all the same age. Why is the gap so big? The pressure between young people is not that you have an enviable rich first-generation father, but that when you are still playing games and have no ability to make money, others have already reached the peak. So, this message is true?" Wu Ji was still a little stupid and couldn't believe it. "Otherwise, your liar transferred 800,000 yuan to your card?" Jiang Xin glanced at Wu Ji unhappily. "Brother Feng, please support me. I am soft and easy to push down. I am also good at eating, playing, and sleeping with you." After accepting the fact, Wu Ji's eyes lit up immediately, and he knelt on one knee and hugged Liu Feng's thigh. "Get out of my way. A 1.9-meter tall person is not easy to push down." Liu Feng moved his legs and looked at the shameless Wu Ji with contempt. "I mean, Wu Ji, how can you be so shameless?" Jiang Xin pushed Wu Ji aside with his hips, then bowed his head and clasped his fists to Liu Feng. "Your Majesty, I am willing to serve you as a dog and horse in the future." Before Liu Feng could push him away, Fu Xiaodou leaned on a thin bed rail again, half exposing her shoulders, and raised her orchid finger slightly to Liu Feng, saying coquettishly, "Then I can only stay with your Majesty for the rest of my life." Although the three roommates were a little convulsed by the bank text message with 5 zeros in Liu Feng's mobile phone, they were very tactful and did not ask how Liu Feng made so much money. This was the best advantage Liu Feng felt in his three roommates. Just like when Liu Feng disappeared from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. every day, Wu Ji and the other two asked about it once, but after Liu Feng did not answer, the three never mentioned it again. They all knew that Liu Feng had some little secrets, and he would tell you what he should tell you. If he didn't tell you, it meant that the relationship had not reached the point where he could reveal it to you. If you continue to ask too much, it would either show that you have a low emotional intelligence or that you have an ulterior motive. Therefore, Wu Ji, Fu Xiaodou, and Jiang Xin's good way of dealing with people made their relationship so good, and Liu Feng could also be more assured to reveal some unimportant secrets in front of them. Liu Feng even thought in his heart that when his strength and influence grew, and he no longer had so many concerns, and his relationship with his three roommates was still so good, could he make his three roommates his first wave of team members, and let them slowly get in touch with another colorful world. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of October. Liu Feng's college life had lasted for 2 months. At 4 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, Liu Feng was just about to get up and rush to the slaughterhouse after class, and Qian Dimin just happened to walk in from the front door of the classroom. "Students, wait a moment. I have something to tell you." Qian Dimin knocked on the blackboard and shouted to the students in the class. "Tomorrow is November, and the school's autumn sports meeting will start soon. I hope that students can actively participate at that time. Go to the sports committee Wu Yong to sign up. Wu Yong comes up and takes the registration form. Everyone else, please disband." Hearing Qian Dimin's words of disbandment, Liu Feng immediately threw Caesar to Wu Ji and slipped out of the classroom. As for the sports meeting, what's that? Is it important to collect vitality? And the few minutes that Qian Dimin delayed his speech at least resulted in the failure to collect millions of vitality. After getting off the car, Liu Feng rushed into the slaughterhouse at 5:20, which was more than 10 minutes later than usual. In these 10 minutes, the mechanical assembly line could kill at least 50 pigs, causing Liu Feng to waste more than 5 million vitality. Fortunately, after collecting vitality today, there are still more than 1.1 billion vitality. In addition to the need to convert 11 low-cost spiritual energy to build the subcube, Liu Feng can still leave more than 30 million vitality. Liu Feng did not leave the slaughterhouse immediately today, but took advantage of the workers' inattention, hiding behind a large machine, and ordered the Rubik's Cube, convert 11 points of low-level spiritual energy. After a moment, the Rubik's Cube in his mind reminded Liu Feng that the spiritual energy conversion was complete. Build a subcube and charge it. A pure white energy particle flashed out of the main cube, floating in front of Liu Feng's eyes, and then slowly changed into a small cube as dark as jade. After the subcube was formed, 10 pure white energy particles flashed out of the main cube again. As soon as these energy particles touched the subcube, they melted on the surface of the subcube like snowflakes, forming a series of complicated lines. The 6th level subcube is fully charged. Looking at the subcube still floating in front of his eyes, Liu Feng reached out and grasped it. Suddenly, the subcube's ability to float disappeared by some unknown principle, and fell on Liu Feng's palm. "Then can you float again?" Liu Feng just asked the subcube lying on the palm of his hand, and the subcube slowly stood up and floated in front of Liu Feng again. So, the main Rubik's Cube of the Creation Cube should also be able to float. Liu Feng took out the main Rubik's Cube from his pocket again and made it float in the air. Looking at the 2 Rubik's Cubes floating in front of him, Liu Feng felt that there were still many small functions of the Rubik's Cube that he had not discovered, but the Creation Cube would not explain all the functions to him. "Can you float to the ceiling frame of the slaughterhouse by yourself?" Liu Feng tried to test the subcube. The subcube actually began to float upwards slowly, and finally landed on the load-bearing frame of the slaughterhouse. Yes, Liu Feng saw that the subcube executed the command perfectly, and waved his fist happily. Then he walked around the slaughterhouse, and after making sure that the subcube was out of sight, he walked out of the slaughterhouse with satisfaction, and then returned to school. "Brother Feng, are you going to participate in the school sports meeting?" Wu Ji, who was playing games in the dormitory, tilted his head and asked Liu Feng. "I don't want to participate. It's meaningless." Liu Feng walked to his computer desk, hugged Caesar, who was watching the movie, and rubbed his head. "Why not participate? Isn't it good to let the sisters-in-law see your heroic figure on the field?" Wu Ji asked in confusion. "To be frank, I will participate in the competition, just like an adult beating a child, one kick after another, and the championship will be mine." Liu Feng looked at Wu Ji with his nose up proudly. "Brother Feng, do you know? I have always wanted to learn something from you, but I have never been able to learn it." Wu Ji laughed. "What is it?" "It's that every time you pretend to be frank, you can say it in a serious tone, as if it is the truth." Wu Ji said, curling his lips, and continued to play games. "What I said is the truth. Of course I have to use this tone. Only you, a fool, will think I am pretending every time." Liu Feng complained helplessly in his heart, although I did have a hint of pretending. Liu Feng, who had nothing to do, had to hold Caesar in his arms and watch the movie together. Although Liu Feng also wanted to play games with Wu Ji and the others, the little Caesar, who was full of enthusiasm for movies, would not allow it. Once, Liu Feng forcibly turned off the movie, dragged the internet-addicted teenager Caesar off the computer, and happily played games with Wu Ji and the other 2. As a result, Caesar, who was sulking, did not dare to lose his temper with Liu Feng, so he thought of harassing the other 3 people in the dormitory. Just like the Monkey King making trouble in the Heavenly Palace, he would climb onto their desks from time to time, hit the mouse and keyboard, and run away, disturbing Wu Ji and the other 2 people. Wu Ji and the other 2 could only beg Liu Feng in the end, and Liu Feng granted the flower and fruit mountain to Caesar, the monkey. After watching a movie with Caesar for more than an hour, Liu Feng was suddenly startled by a reminder in his mind. Level 5 little alligator turtle died. "Oh my god, what's wrong, Brother Feng? Why is there such a big noise all of a sudden?" Wu Ji and the others looked at Liu Feng in confusion. How could the chair behind him suddenly fall apart when they were watching a movie well? Little Caesar was also startled, thinking that he had done something wrong to upset Liu Feng again, and he held Liu Feng's shoulders and lowered his head in grievance. "It's okay. I suddenly remembered something important and got excited. Liu Feng quickly forced a smile, smiled awkwardly at Wu Ji and the other two, picked up the fallen chair, and then sat back on it with Caesar in his arms. You continue watching the movie. I just thought of something. I'm not angry with you. Liu Feng rubbed Caesar's head and coaxed him gently. Although he heard Liu Feng's gentle explanation to him, Caesar still didn't dare to continue watching. Caesar stubbornly believed that Liu Feng had just lost his temper because he was disobedient and watched the movie for too long, so he just buried his head in Liu Feng's arms and hugged Liu Feng. Liu Feng just smiled, touched the little Caesar's head, and did not speak to continue to comfort Caesar. After all, the reminder sound in his mind just now really made Liu Feng's mood very upset, and he became a little anxious. He could only say to the remaining two alligator turtles in his mind, "You come back first." The death of the little alligator turtle, the giant little alligator turtle with a body length of more than 1 meter after the 5-level enhancement, actually died. You know, the creatures that Liu Feng has enhanced with vitality will not only grow in size, but also double in strength and defense. Although the enhancement of the aggressiveness of turtles may not be obvious enough, their defense is definitely the top level. Even ordinary sea turtles can block the bite force of most sharks with their shells. Liu Feng does not believe that the defense of the little alligator turtle that has been enhanced 5 times will not be as strong as that of a sea turtle. The most important thing is that the little alligator turtle is not a single creature. There is also a Buddha alligator turtle of similar size and a larger alligator turtle next to it. They are all creatures created by Liu Feng, and Liu Feng has given them instructions to cooperate. Even if they encounter a large group of sharks, the snapping turtles will not be killed with their hard shells. They will not be in danger unless they encounter a large group of killer whales. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, they are caught and hunted by humans. So apart from these two creatures, Liu Feng couldn't think of any other creatures that could kill his little snapping turtle in the hands of 3 monster snapping turtles. After Wu Ji and his group hurried downstairs, they had lost sight of those people in front of the door, and even Liu Feng was not found. They instinctively thought that Liu Feng had been taken away by the group of people. When they were anxiously preparing to disperse and look for him, several boys who had just watched the show told them that Liu Feng had taken the group of people to run in one direction. So Wu Ji and his group hurriedly chased in the direction pointed by those boys. After chasing for several minutes, they still didn't see those people. Wu Ji and his group, who were a little out of breath, began to wonder if those boys pointed them in the wrong direction. Fortunately, after running forward for a while, Wu Ji and his friends saw a collapsed person on the side of the road. The boy who informed them and followed them later also said that he looked familiar and seemed to be one of the people who surrounded Liu Feng. Since they were sure that the direction was correct, Wu Ji and his friends continued to chase. Along the way, they encountered people who collapsed on the ground in groups of 3 or 2. They were the best signs. When the 3 brothers Wu Ji and a large group of strong men found Liu Feng, the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching. Liu Feng was holding Caesar and kept swaying in front of a young man with a crew cut lying on the ground. His mouth kept emitting a rough male voice like Liu Jishin. "Brother, tell me, where are you going? Brother, why don't you talk, brother? I'm going to cry, ha ha ha! Big baby, get up and hug me. Come and hug me, brother." Chen Jiasheng listened to Liu Feng's constant nagging in his ear, and his chest was so heaving with anger that it seemed like it was about to explode. If possible, Chen Jiasheng hoped that he could catch Liu Feng, who was so close, and then break his legs and tear his face. Unfortunately, Chen Jiasheng was so tired that he could hardly move his fingers. The bloody taste in his throat seemed to overflow from his nose. He could only breathe in the air and stare at Liu Feng with murderous eyes. "Get up quickly, good brother, get up quickly! Ha ha! Ouch! I'm so angry!" Liu Feng was very happy to entertain himself in front of Chen Jiasheng, and then he saw Wu Ji and his group of people walking over with twitching faces. "Why are you here?" When Wu Ji and his group of boys heard Liu Feng's question, their faces twitched even more severely. "What are we doing here? Don't you have any idea?" Originally, they were worried that Liu Feng would suffer a loss when facing a group of people, but as they rushed over, they saw some people who were knocked to the ground by Liu Feng. Seeing that Liu Feng was unharmed and even slightly excited, everyone's faces were full of black lines and they couldn't complain. "Didn't we hear that you, Brother Feng, were blocked? We came to help you, but it seems that you don't need it. Hey hey." Wu Ji looked at the young man with the short hair who was lying on the ground and couldn't move, and wiped the sweat from his head with some embarrassment. "No, we are all good students. This is just a more intense friendly game. Don't you think so, good brother?" After Liu Feng finished speaking, he deliberately called out to the young man with the short hair lying on the ground, causing Chen Jiasheng, who had calmed down a little, to feel his chest rise and fall violently again. "But to be honest, I am very touched that you can come to help me without hesitation, so I won't say much about thanking you. I will treat you tonight. Let's have a barbecue and drink some wine. Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend." Liu Feng smiled and said to the group of boys in the class. After saying that, Liu Feng ignored the young man with a crew cut, who was still lying on the ground and staring at him, and led a group of excited classmates to walk out of the school. As a result, they met a group of young men they didn't know after walking a few steps. Wu Ji and the others thought that the group of people came to cause trouble for Liu Feng again, and they walked forward with cold eyes and eager to fight. Wait a minute. They are our own people. They are classmates from my class and come to help Brother Feng. The boy who informed them hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Wu Ji and others were stunned in place for a moment and could only smile awkwardly at the other group of people. Well, since Brother Feng is fine, we can't help much, so we'll go back first. After the boy finished speaking, he walked towards the group of people in his class. Wait a minute, who are you? Liu Feng stood in the crowd and realized that there was another unfamiliar face. If he hadn't come out to talk, Liu Feng wouldn't have noticed it. Brother Feng, my name is Li Ziqiang. We are both from class 2. Li Ziqiang answered excitedly when he heard Liu Feng asking him. Brother Feng, he was the one who came to tell us that you were surrounded. Wu Ji walked back and told Liu Feng. Liu Feng nodded in understanding and said to Li Ziqiang, I am a little touched that all the boys in our class came to help me, but I am not surprised. After all, we have a good relationship. But I can say that I don't have much friendship with you in class 2, and I haven't even had any intersection, but you came to help me without any reason, which makes me feel very surprised. Liu Feng's face was full of smiles. So I will treat you to a barbecue dinner tonight. I hope you can come too, so that our two classes can get acquainted in advance, and it will be more lively with more people. Brother Feng said so. I have no problem. We have no problem either. So tonight, Liu Feng led a larger team than the last time to the Sanli barbecue dinner outside the school. There were a total of more than 30 people in the team, which made the boss of Sanli barbecue very happy. And the boss recognized Liu Feng. After all, he had just started school and brought more than a dozen classmates to eat barbecue that night. They were either local tycoons or powerful people. The boss usually saw 4 people dining together and 7 or 8 people dining together. Moreover, 2 very beautiful girls came halfway through the meal last time and finally followed him into the car and left, which left a deep impression on the boss. Not long after, they came again, this time with more than 30 people. When they heard them calling the handsome boy in the lead Brother Feng, the boss couldn't help but lick his face, smiled and came over and shouted, Brother Feng is here. Liu Feng sat in his seat and looked at the owner of the barbecue restaurant with a strange look on his face. You said you are a greasy uncle who is at least 30 years old, and you call me, an 18-year-old student brother? Is this reasonable? Boss, don't yell at me like that. Just call me Liu Feng. Okay, Brother Feng, just call me Xiao Yu. Liu Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes at the shameless look of the barbecue restaurant owner. It was the same routine as last time. If the skewers were not ready so quickly, then beer would be the way to go. Cheers, Brother Feng! Outside the Sanli barbecue restaurant, a group of young men at the moth open-air stall stood up and raised their glasses to toast Liu Feng. The sound was so loud that passers-by and diners around couldn't help but look at them sideways. Hush! Keep your voice down. We are all good students. Don't act like gangsters. I'll tell you when you get caught. Feeling the eyes of passers-by focused on him, Liu Feng waved his hand in shame and asked them to sit down. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the boys from the 2 classes were completely chatting, boasting, and their relationship was rapidly getting closer. However, I learned from the boys in class 2 that not all the boys in their class came. There were still a few who didn't know whether they had seen the news or didn't come because it was not their business. Liu Feng didn't care after hearing it. After all, so many people from class 2 had come. Those who didn't come would just miss an opportunity to get closer to the group. At the end of the dinner, when paying the bill, the boss rounded off the change and it was 3,000 yuan. Brother Feng, take care. Brother Feng, welcome back next time. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Thank you. It's the most enjoyable weekend for students again. After getting up, Liu Feng washed up a little, glanced at the 3 people who were still sleeping soundly, and turned to go out. The group drank a lot of wine last night. Wu Ji and the other 3 couldn't use their vitality to eliminate alcohol like Liu Feng, so they came back and climbed into bed and fell asleep. Before going to bed, Liu Feng received a message from Liu Xinran, saying that she and Yang Lulu would have a performance at the welcome party on Sunday, and hoped that Liu Feng could go to accompany them for training. Faced with the 2 girls' request, Liu Feng naturally agreed. So Liu Feng carried Caesar downstairs early this morning, walked towards the direction of the female dormitory of the business school, and brought breakfast to the 2 girls in the restaurant. After arriving downstairs of Liu Xinran's dormitory and making a phone call, Liu Feng learned that the 2 of them had been training in the dance studio early in the morning, so he had to rush to the dance studio again. After finding the room Liu Xinran mentioned, Liu Feng pushed open the door and walked in, and saw Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu, sweating profusely, training their dance bodies in front of the mirror. Good morning, have you 2 fairies had breakfast? Liu Feng closed the door and walked forward with a smile. No, brother Liu Feng, you are so nice! Yang Lulu turned her head and saw Liu Feng carrying breakfast, and she stopped dancing immediately. A happy smile appeared on her rosy face, and then she trotted towards Liu Feng. Oh, it's little Caesar, so small and cute. Yang Lulu wanted to run over to hug Liu Feng, but when she saw that Liu Feng had a little monkey in his arms, she could only stop and look at little Caesar with surprise. Liu Xinran also stopped training. Their performance program was a kind of classical dance, which required tacit cooperation between the 2. But when Yang Lulu saw Liu Feng, she forgot everything. Liu Xinran could only sigh helplessly and walked towards Liu Feng. Well, it's little Caesar. Eat breakfast first and rest for a while before training. Liu Feng handed breakfast to Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu, looking at them with distressed eyes. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, and I don't know when they started training, so that the sweat would wet their clothes and outline their beautiful figures. Especially Yang Lulu's figure. It was so breathtaking that Liu Feng couldn't look away. As if she noticed someone's stunned eyes staring at her, Yang Lulu felt shy and happy at the same time, so she pretended to stretch casually, which made a certain part of her upper body look more majestic. Seeing this scene, Liu Feng acted like a dementia, patient, staring blankly at something with his mouth wide open. If little Caesar hadn't hugged Liu Feng's wrist, he would have been thrown to the ground by Liu Feng. Liu Xinran also saw this scene, puffed up her mouth and was secretly angry, as if she was a little dissatisfied. So Liu Xinran also stretched like Yang Lulu, showing her beautiful curves in front of Liu Feng. Unfortunately, Liu Feng, who was completely confused by the previous scene, didn't take Liu Xinran's figure, which was 2 levels lower, seriously at all. Liu Xinran walked forward in anger and stomped hard on one of Liu Feng's feet. Feeling the pain on the back of his foot, Liu Feng finally came to his senses and focused his eyes, which were originally deep in the mountains, on Liu Xinran's face, which looked a little cute because of anger. Roar! Ah! The little Caesar, who was originally very well behaved in Liu Feng's arms, suddenly roared at Liu Xinran and almost caught her with his waving little hand, which scared her. Little Caesar didn't care who you were. It only noticed that the person in front of it attacked Liu Feng. In response, little Caesar bared his teeth at Liu Xinran with hostility, revealing his small milk teeth that had not yet grown fully. Caesar, you can't attack her! Liu Feng spoke to little Caesar in a serious manner. Caesar looked up at Liu Feng and felt a hint of severity in Liu Feng's tone. Little Caesar lowered his head with some grievance, grabbed Liu Feng's arm and whimpered softly. Feeling the grievance of little Caesar and then looking at the tears in Liu Xinran's eyes, Liu Feng felt a little overwhelmed. Xinran, you are not hurt, right? Liu Feng could only touch Caesar's head gently to comfort him, and then said to Liu Xinran with concern. Liu Xinran shook her head silently, but there was also a hint of grievance and fear in her eyes when she looked at little Caesar. Caesar, she is my sister. I was just joking with, you can't attack her. Now hug your sister and apologize, okay? Liu Feng lowered his head to discuss with little Caesar. Little Caesar looked up at Liu Feng with some grievance, then pointed at Liu Xinran and made a hugging gesture. Yes, hug her. Little Caesar turned to face Liu Xinran, looked at her, stepped over Liu Feng's hand, put his arm around Liu Xinran's neck, looked up at Liu Xinran and whirred twice, as if to apologize before returning to Liu Feng's arms. Xinran, I'm sorry for scaring you. Caesar just thought you were attacking me, so he did this. Don't take it to heart. Liu Feng comforted Liu Xinran. Yang Lulu also helped to comfort her, which finally made Liu Xinran a little happier. She and Yang Lulu started training in front of the mirror again. Although Liu Xinran was coaxed first, there was still a little guy who felt wronged and needed Liu Feng to coax him, so Liu Feng could only sit by the wall, comforting Caesar while telling him some stories and truths. Seeing the little Caesar in his arms, Liu Feng felt a little funny. The little Caesar was less than 2 months old, so it would be better to give him some practical rewards than to talk to him so much. So Liu Feng instilled some vitality into the little Caesar, and the little Caesar smiled happily again after feeling the warmth and comfort. After that, Liu Feng, who had nothing to do, kept appreciating the graceful dance of Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu, and the smile on his face never disappeared. After training for a while, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu, who felt a little tired, stopped and walked to Liu Feng to sit down and rest. Brother Liu Feng, what do you think of my dance with Xinran? Yang Lulu asked Liu Feng after taking a sip of water. Liu Feng only smelled the fragrance of the 2 girls as they walked over. He answered the question without thinking. It smells good. What do you mean by smelling good? Oh, I mean you danced so beautifully, with the charm of classical dance. I was fascinated. Hearing Liu Feng's affirmation of their dance, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu were both happy. Liu Feng, do you think Lulu and I need to improve? I always feel like something is missing. Liu Feng had never learned to dance and didn't understand it at all, so how could he make any suggestions? I don't think you danced badly. Yang Lulu sighed and said, Xinran didn't say that we danced badly, but I just felt that there was a lack of embellishment, and it couldn't achieve the kind of quaint visual effect. Embellishment? What embellishment? Liu Feng felt like he had grasped something. It's like the scene in TV shows and movies where some gorgeous beauties can attract thousands of butterflies to dance with them. Although it's really beautiful, it's just a special effect after all. It's not realistic. What time will your show be tomorrow? Listening to what Yang Lulu said, Liu Feng's eyes flickered. The rehearsal is at 8 o'clock, but it's probably going to be later in reality. Unrealistic? It can become a reality with me here. Since you want me to, I will definitely make you shock the world on the stage tomorrow and become what people call a peerless beauty who can dance with butterflies. Please collect and recommend it. The alligator turtle didn't know what the creature was and had never seen one before. At this moment, he only felt his heart beating violently and fear was spreading wildly in his mind. Even if it was the great white shark he encountered that day, the alligator turtle had the confidence to fight it, instead of feeling powerless and only thinking about escaping like now. As for those golden things that the master mentioned, if I can escape alive, I will definitely bring them back to you. The alligator turtle stared at the place where the red tentacle disappeared, and then slowly retreated, fearing that the red tentacle would appear again. As a result, what he thought came true. The alligator turtle's pupils shrank, and he saw the disappeared red shadow shot out from the dark cabin again and hit him hard. The alligator turtle quickly aimed the spines of its carapace at the red tentacle, and then retracted its whole body into its body. A low roar came from the depths of the sunken ship, shaking the seawater in the ship. The alligator turtle was whipped by the red tentacle and rotated half a circle in place, and the red tentacle was also scratched by the hard spines on the back of the alligator turtle, and dark blue blood flowed out. Hearing the roar, the alligator turtle's heart tightened, and he felt that a great danger was about to come. Without time to think, the alligator turtle stretched out its hands and feet, and the claws of its limbs paddled the seawater with all its strength, swimming hard towards the hole that had just been knocked out by the small and Buddha alligator turtles. With the momentum, the big alligator turtle knocked a huge hole in the already fragile hull again, and then swam out of this ancient huge sunken ship. I saw that the Buddha alligator turtle and the little alligator turtle were floating outside the sunken ship, looking at me with worried eyes. And the Buddha alligator turtle actually had a slightly shiny thing in its mouth. Wasn't it the long-incised bead that disappeared? There was no time to be happy. When the big alligator turtle was about to take the two brothers away from this sea area, the sunken ship behind them suddenly stretched out several thick giant tentacles and came towards the three alligator turtle brothers at a very fast speed. The three alligator turtle brothers were so scared that their four claws grabbed the seawater randomly and swam forward desperately. It was a pity that the swimming speed was still too slow. Before they could take 2 steps, the big alligator turtle and the little alligator turtle were caught up by the thick tentacles behind them and entangled with their bodies, and then they were sucked by the suction cups on the tentacles and could not move. The giant alligator turtle had 3 thick red tentacles that were pierced and scratched by the spikes on its back as soon as they wrapped around its body. The 3 red tentacles could only loosen and retract, leaving a large dark blue bloodline in the deep sea. Seeing that the red tentacles seemed to be unable to do anything to it, the giant alligator turtle suddenly gained some confidence and turned to support its 2 brothers. The giant alligator turtle opened its mouth and bit one of the thick tentacles wrapped around the Buddha alligator turtle's carapace. The red tentacle felt pain and retracted, and the other red tentacle wrapped around the Buddha alligator turtle also loosened its binding on the Buddha alligator turtle, and then swept towards the giant alligator turtle with all its might, causing it to flip over twice in the deep sea. The Buddha alligator turtle could hold on for a while because of the help of the giant alligator turtle, but the situation of the small alligator turtle was not so good. The little alligator turtle was tightly wrapped by 3 thick red tentacles and felt a huge pressure all over its body, as if even its hard shell was about to be crushed. The little alligator turtle stretched its neck with all its strength and finally bit a red tentacle, and then refused to let go. The red tentacle was about to retract its tentacles in pain again, but the little alligator turtle happened to bite the red tentacle tightly again, and the retracted tentacle directly brought the little alligator turtle into the sunken ship. When the little alligator turtle realized what a stupid thing he had done, it was too late. He was directly entangled by a group of tentacles and sent to the main body of the red tentacle. The little alligator turtle could only vaguely look at the dark cabin in front of him. There were 2 huge eyes like millstones staring at him, and then he was tightly grasped by a group of red tentacles. It was a stronger pressure than before, torturing the little alligator turtle painfully, until the little alligator turtle felt light all over, as if the heavy shell that bound him disappeared, and the world in the cabin gradually became darker and darker, as if there was something hard chewing his body, but he could not feel the pain. This feeling is so strange. The little alligator turtle sent out his last consciousness in this world. The big alligator turtle, who was turned 720 degrees, recovered and pounced on the last 2 thick tentacles wrapped around the back of the Buddha alligator turtle, biting them one by one and retracting them back into the sunken ship. After rescuing the Buddha alligator turtle, the big alligator turtle was about to turn around to rescue the little alligator turtle, but was surprised to find that the little alligator turtle had disappeared at some point, and the red tentacles disappeared with the little alligator turtle. Looking at the ancient sunken ship that fell into silence again, the big alligator turtle and the Buddha alligator turtle looked at each other, and a sense of foreboding rose in their hearts. What should I do? If I go deep into the sunken ship to rescue the little alligator turtle, I and the little Buddha are no match for the tentacle monster. And if I don't do it well, I and the little Buddha will be in danger again. The big alligator turtle and the Buddha alligator turtle kept hesitating outside the sunken ship and kept dragging it for a long time until the master's voice came into their minds. You guys come back first. The big alligator turtle and the Buddha alligator turtle looked at the sunken ship again, and finally just picked up the long-incised bead that fell on the seabed, as well as some scattered bricks, and turned to leave this sea area. The little alligator turtle has already sacrificed, and there is no need to die when you know you can't win. Moreover, the master asked us to bring him golden things, hoping that these things can help the master and help us avenge the little alligator turtle. Only 2 brothers are left of the 3 alligator turtle brothers who helped each other all the way. The hatred in their minds made them remember this sea area. The next time they return, it will be the day to avenge the little alligator turtle. The two brothers swam hard towards home, hoping to see their master as soon as possible. Liu Feng had already been lying quietly on the bed at this time. Although his face was calm, his thoughts were not at peace. Liu Feng didn't understand, and he couldn't experience the scene they experienced. So he could only imagine what kind of monsters the three snapping turtles would encounter in the deep sea, what kind of battles would break out between them and those monsters, and what the little snapping turtle would look like before dying. At the same time, Liu Feng was worried about the remaining big snapping turtle and Buddha snapping turtle, wondering if they would also be in danger. After all, if that creature could kill the little snapping turtle, it could also kill the other two snapping turtles. Fortunately, after the command was issued, there was no sound of death from the other snapping turtles, so they must be out of danger. The deep sea world is too mysterious. Liu Feng decided to strengthen the two snapping turtles after they came back. Even if they could not evolve, they had to be strengthened to level 9. By then, the snapping turtles would not be invincible in the deep sea, but at least they would be the creatures at the top of the deep sea food chain. The most important thing is that the big snapping turtles need to avenge the little snapping turtles who died in the battle. In this concept, the master and the creatures have exactly the same idea. After the host on the stage walked away, the lights in the whole venue dimmed suddenly, and as the huge curtain on the stage slowly opened, two graceful and lovely figures stood in the center of the stage. The two girls were dressed in ancient costumes, one blue and one purple, standing on either side, with thin silk veils on their faces, revealing only two pairs of bright and lively eyes. Under the spotlight and the dry ice on the stage, they were so beautiful that they were beyond description. As the classical music sounded, the two girls danced. Their jade-like hands lingered gracefully, their skirts fluttered, and their eyes were as white as smoke, wanting to speak but not yet, and the light was flying. In the dry ice, the two girls were like flowers in the mist, hazy and ethereal, flashing beautiful colors, but so far away. At this time, the stage, which had already made people linger, began to rain rose petals and stars. The bright red rose petals floated in the air, and finally fell on the hair and clothes of the two dancing girls, and then slowly fell on the stage, adding a charming charm to the whole scene. Just as the people in the audience were enjoying the beauty, they suddenly found that some rose petals on the stage were gradually falling in the front row and were still spreading slowly, until everyone in the hall found that there seemed to be some rose petals falling around them. People began to wonder where the rose petals came from and couldn't help looking up. "What is this? My God!" Countless people looked up and exclaimed, and the girls covered their mouths excited with stars in their eyes. Countless bright red rose petals gently fluttered between the sky and the earth, and the refreshing rose fragrance was intoxicating. The falling petals spread all around, and in the rain of flowers, snow-white pigeons flew at the top. It turned out that they were throwing the rain of roses. Everyone in the auditorium fell into deep fascination. How many people could appreciate such a scene? The people who were attracted by the rose rain didn't notice at all that, at some point, a large group of colorful butterflies flew over and were surrounding the stage. "Look, Lulu, there are really butterflies flying over here." Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu, who were also mesmerized by the flying rose petals at first, suddenly found thousands of butterflies flying from nowhere. They kept circling the stage as if waiting for them to dance. Ignoring the still flying rain of flowers, Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu looked at each other, nodded gently, and moved their lotus steps again to the unfinished music. With the beautiful melody, the two women on the stage waved their sleeves to attract butterflies and twisted their waists slowly to make them dance. Surrounded by the butterflies, they seemed to have become a butterfly, dancing, like a fallen leaf swaying in the air, like a bunch of flowers in the bush, attracting the attention of thousands of butterflies. Look at the stage. Someone finally walked out of the sea of flowers, but in the blink of an eye, he was lost in the flying butterflies again. Everyone's eyes returned to the stage again, facing the two girls who were like fairies and spirits among the butterflies, sometimes spreading clouds and sometimes flowing water, and clouds like dragons and phoenixes. They could only open their mouths wide, full of shock. Perhaps their wish came true. The two girls who performed with all their heart held hands and smiled at each other. When they passed by each other, the veils on their faces were blown off by the breeze, revealing their true appearance. Their faces were like warm jade, soft and smooth. Their cherry lips were red without any makeup, and they were beautiful. A few strands of hair on their cheeks were gently blown by the wind, adding a bit of seductive charm, and their smart eyes turned cleverly, a bit naughty, a bit mischievous, a long skirt and a waist that could be held in one hand. They were so flawless and beautiful. They are so beautiful. From now on, they are my goddesses. I feel that I will never love anyone else in my life except them. The boys in the audience showed fanatical love, and even some girls who boasted of their beauty felt inferior to the two beautiful women on the stage. Dancing and playing with shadows? How could it be like being in the human world? The two girls were as elegant as fairies with lotus flowers on their steps. As they danced lightly and gracefully like fairies, their wide sleeves opened and closed to cover their beautiful appearance. The people in the audience were intoxicated by their graceful dance and almost forgot to breathe. The two girls looked around with beautiful eyes, and everyone present had a heartbeat, thinking that she was looking at them. Finally, as the music ended, in the rain of flowers and the flying butterflies, the two girls stopped dancing, stood on the stage and smiled like fairies, forming a beautiful picture. The audience was silent. They could not come back to their senses for a long time. The dancing of the two girls was still echoing in their minds. Fortunately, the host was determined. He came out of his recollection and then came to the stage. "Hey everyone, come back to your senses. Although my soul was just taken away by the two fairies, let's give them a warm applause first and then invite the next group of performers." The applause from the audience was so warm that it almost overturned the auditorium. When the applause stopped and the two girls left the stage, everyone found that the thousands of butterflies gradually flew around the stage, as if they came only to dance with the two fairies. The rose rain above their heads stopped falling at some point, and the group of snow-white doves at the top disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the beautiful rose petals all over the stage, everyone would have thought it was a dream. After Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu performed Butterflies Flying and Flowers Falling, the performances that came out later became a little boring. The performers were absent-minded, and the audience had not recovered until 9:30, when all the performances were finished and the welcome party ended successfully with the speeches of the school leaders. However, even after leaving the auditorium, thousands of students were still discussing the show, Butterflies Flying and Flowers Falling, recounting the beauty of the rose rain, the surprise of the pigeons scattering flowers, the shock of the two girls dancing with butterflies, and the crazy love for the two girls' beautiful looks. "Brother Feng, I suddenly feel that Qin Ruhai's pretense is completely incomparable to you. You are the deep and introverted type, and he is straightforward and superficial," Wu Ji said to Liu Feng as he walked, recalling the scene. "Brother Feng, how did you get those pigeons to scatter rose petals so obediently?" Zhang Xin was very confused by this question. "The group of white pigeons are professionally trained. I hired someone to operate them." "What about the group of butterflies? How come they dance around the sisters-in-law?" "This is even simpler. Liu Xinran and Yang Lulu's clothes are coated with a special fragrance that can attract butterflies. When the time is right, all the butterflies can be released. Then the fragrance dissipates, and the butterflies fly away naturally." Liu Feng was talking nonsense to Wu Ji and the other two in a serious manner. Wu Ji and the other two nodded in sudden enlightenment after hearing Liu Feng's explanation. "Is it that simple? Of course, as long as you are willing to spend money, I will guarantee a minimum of 100,000 for this arrangement." Wu Ji and the other two laughed when they heard it. It was indeed simple. As long as you have money, everything can be done. Just thinking about that big box of roses, I'm afraid that most people can't afford it, let alone arrange it. The frustrated Wu Ji and the other two decided to go back and have a chat with Zhou Gong, and then have a spring and autumn dream. Thanks to Xiaoyao Shijin for the reward, thanks to all the book friends for the recommendation, and thanks to when Liu Feng and his three friends woke up on Monday, they rushed to the teaching building for class. At this time, the campus forum was completely blown up. The performance video of dancing butterflies and flying flowers was cut out by someone with a heart. Seeing the rose rain flying all over the sky, and the two beautiful women dancing with the butterflies, countless students left messages under the video and licked their knees. Especially some students who did not go to the party were even more upset that they missed a shocking drama. Such a shocking scene may not be seen by many people in their lifetime. Since they missed it, it can only become a regret in their hearts. Gradually, as time went by, more videos shot from various angles were posted on the forum, but many of them were shot by mobile phones, and the picture quality was not so clear. But this did not affect the shocking scene at all. The video was so popular that some people uploaded it to the internet outside the campus. The beautiful pictures, graceful dancing, and stunning beauties all amazed netizens. The otakus on the internet were even more moved and named the two girls in the video as the new generation of peerless beauties. The crazy hits and comments also instantly made the video, which was only released less than half a day ago, popular on the internet and entered the top 10 hot search list. During the lunch break at noon, Liu Feng was chatting with Wu Ji and the other two leaning against the wall in the corridor. Liu Xinran called and Liu Feng had to answer the phone. "Hey, Liu Feng, did you create that rose rain and butterfly scene?" "Yeah, do you like it?" "You're done. Where are you? Lulu and I are coming to find you now." "The classroom, it's almost time for class. Are you guys coming over?" "Wait," Liu Feng was confused when he heard Liu Xinran's unfriendly tone. "Isn't this the scene you wanted? I think it's quite ancient and grand. Why do you make it seem like I messed you up?" "Brother Feng, is it the sisters-in-law calling to thank you? I went online a while ago, and the sisters-in-law's performance videos have become popular all over the internet, and they have been on the hot search. I guess the whole country knows about it," Wu Ji said excitedly. After all, they also contributed to the creation of this scene. "I don't think your tone is right, and it feels like you are asking for trouble." Liu Feng scratched his hair and felt a little difficult to deal with. "No way?" Wu Ji and the other two were surprised. 10 minutes later, two young and beautiful girls came not far from the teaching building. "I'll go down first." Liu Feng saw the two girls coming and quickly said something to Wu Ji and the other two and ran downstairs. "Liu Feng?" Liu Xinran saw Liu Feng and shouted angrily, then pulled Yang Lulu to Liu Feng. "What happened to me that made you so angry?" Liu Feng looked at Liu Xinran helplessly. Brother Liu Feng, Shinran is not angry, just a little depressed. Yang Lulu explained hurriedly. Why depressed? Isn't this the scene you want? Liu Feng asked Liu Shinran in confusion. Liu Shinran was about to speak when he found that the students in the entire teaching building behind Liu Feng were looking at them curiously, so he pulled Liu Feng to a corner in the distance with some embarrassment. Yes, we like the scene you arranged very much and are very moved, but look. Liu Shinran took out his mobile phone angrily and showed it to Liu Feng. 327 missed calls? 802 unread text messages? Liu Feng looked at the display on Liu Shinran's phone in surprise. Lulu, take out your phone and show it to him. So young Lulu had no choice but to hand her phone to Liu Feng. 403 missed calls? 1221 unread text messages? Liu Feng's face flushed after reading it. How come so many people call and text you? It's all your fault. The phone and text messages have been ringing non-stop since midnight last night, and my phone almost crashed. Liu Shinran glanced at Liu Feng in grievance. It's too outrageous. Why didn't you answer the phone? You are so rude. Liu Feng suddenly said angrily. Liu Shinran and Yang Lulu blinked their eyes and looked at Liu Feng with confusion. Why did he suddenly get angry with us? Can't you tell them that you are already taken? Factors like this must be solved from the root. It's useless to just not answer the phone and not reply to messages. Liu Feng said to the two women righteously. After that, he stole a glance at Yang Lulu's figure with a sly look and muttered, Lulu seems to be more popular than you and even has more phone calls and text messages than you. Liu Feng, you are looking for death. Who would reply to hundreds of phone calls and text messages in the middle of the night? Do you want to go to bed? Seeing Liu Feng's sly look and hearing Liu Feng's whispered words, Liu Shinran couldn't help but clenched her fists and shouted angrily. But after looking at the little Caesar in Liu Feng's arms, Liu Shinran thought about it and didn't punch him. Hey, just kidding, Shinran, don't be angry. Liu Feng licked his face and comforted him. Looking at Liu Shinran, who was really angry at the moment, Yang Lulu covered her mouth and laughed secretly. After chatting for a while, when the bell rang, the two girls went back, and Liu Feng went back to the classroom for class. In fact, Liu Feng also figured out the real psychology of Liu Shinran and Yang Lulu. Complaints were fake, and verification and touching were real. He also showed Liu Feng the missed calls and text messages on his mobile phone, which was also to warn Liu Feng that there were many people pursuing them now, and Liu Feng needed to care more about them. The following days began to become dull. There were no activities in the school. Liu Feng also went to class on time every day. He arrived at the slaughterhouse on time at 5 o'clock in the evening to collect vitality, and went out with the two girls to watch movies and go shopping on weekends. Since the last time a senior student broke up with Liu Feng because his girlfriend liked him, he brought dozens of people to make trouble for Liu Feng. But Liu Feng knocked them all down alone, and no one came to make trouble for Liu Feng anymore. The only ones who felt troubled were Liu Shinran and Yang Lulu. Because the video fermented and became popular, countless black fans jumped out to question it. As a result, it was confirmed that the video had no traces of P modification, which made the two girls more popular. And because the title of the video was the Freshman Welcome Party of Hangzhou City College, therefore, many netizens came to the school to look for the two girls who were praised as peerless beauties on the internet. Even reporters and some people from brokerage companies kept looking for the two girls on campus, and often surrounded the dormitory and teaching buildings, wanting to interview and sign the two girls. In the end, the two girls, who were fed up with it, could only ask the school for help to reduce the harassment of these people. However, even the school could not completely keep these people out of the school. From time to time, there would still be one or two fish that slipped through the net and successfully caught the two girls. It was not until a month later that the topic of the two peerless beauties dancing with butterflies gradually subsided and was replaced by other fresh and strange things. And Liu Feng finally accumulated enough vitality to charge the creation cube to the next level. Friday night in mid-October, Liu Feng, who was collecting vitality in the slaughterhouse, finally heard the long-lost reminder sound of the Rubik's Cube charging in his mind. We have collected 2 billion life forces, reaching the level 6 charging standard of the Rubik's Cube. Should we convert 1 billion life forces into 10 low-level spiritual energy for charging? Of course, I have waited for so long, and I can finally upgrade. Liu Feng was as excited in his mind as when he first charged the Rubik's Cube. 10 points of low-level spiritual energy conversion completed. Charging the level 6 life process of the creation cube. Using spiritual energy to open the creation space. What is the creation space? The figure in Liu Feng's mind tilted his head and thought for a while, and suddenly clapped his hands, with surprise on his face. Is it a storage space, or is it my world? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng saw the huge creation cube in his mind begin to twist, and the speed was getting faster and faster, like a giant spinning top. At the same time, the Rubik's Cube also emitted a brighter and brighter milky white dazzling light until the light illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. The creation cube's level 6 life process has been charged, and the creation space has been opened. After the prompt sound disappeared, the creation cube's madly twisting body began to slow down slowly, and the dazzling light gradually shrank until the sea of consciousness returned to silence and darkness, and only the Rubik's Cube in front of him was still emitting a faint, strange purple light. Is that it? Where is the creation space? Open it for me, Liu Feng shouted at the creation cube in a daze. Ziz. Hearing Liu Feng's order, the creation cube obediently began to twist its body again and opened a milky white light door on one side of its body in front of Liu Feng. Is this the door to the creation space? It has a sense of futuristic technology, but I don't know what will be inside. Liu Feng controlled the consciousness body to float forward. He thought that when the body passed through the white light, it would encounter a slight resistance like a water curtain, or produce some feelings of being cleansed, but in fact it was just overthinking. Liu Feng felt nothing, and naturally passed through the light curtain and came to the interior. Suddenly, the scene in the creation space appeared in front of Liu Feng. The space was vast and boundless. Except for the endless edge, it was a void. If there was anything, it was just the silence and the loneliness of the empty space and the floating light door behind it. Isn't this the same as my sea of consciousness? You told me this is the creation space? Liu Feng stared at the void in amazement. It was like I traveled from one void to another. So is this light door a wormhole? But think about it. If this is a storage space, of course it must be a void. If there are flowers, grass, and creatures, then it is my world. After being surprised, Liu Feng, whose IQ was restored, called up the system panel of the Rubik's Cube and looked at the introduction of the 6th level creation Rubik's Cube in detail. Genesis Cube Level 6 Process. Genesis Cube belongs to Liu Feng. Liu Feng, Level 0 Enhanced Human HP, 131,373, Vitality, 29,723 units, Chaos Demon Ant Queen, 12,000, Black Armored Demon Ants, 2,000 Yellow Armored Demon Ants, Emerald Mantis, Level 5 Big Snapping Turtle, Level 5 Small Snapping Turtle, Level 5 Buddha Snapping Turtle. Blueprint, Chaos Demon Ant Queen, Black Armored Demon Ant. The Life Cube automatically collects life and the range is expanded to 200 square meters. Life Infusion, can strengthen and heal creatures outside the cube. Spiritual Energy Conversion, 100 million vitality is converted into 1 point of low-cost spiritual energy. Creation Space, 2,000 cubic meters of biological space, where the creature consumes a small amount of vitality to maintain all consumption, can be stored, can be upgraded, and 100 points of low-cost spiritual energy are required for upgrading. Cube Subclone, consumes 1 point of low-level spiritual energy to build a cube subclone, which can create creatures. It can consume 10 points of low-cost spiritual energy and charge the subclone to the same level as the main cube, which can expand the vitality collection range of the subcube to 200 square meters. Level 7. Creation Cube Life Charging required, 10 billion units of vitality. Liu Feng looked at the introduction of the system panel and couldn't help but feel excited, because there were several changes on the panel that seemed very important. First, his own introduction. Not only did his life value double, but he also changed from a human to a level 0 enhanced human. Although he didn't know what level 0 enhancement was, Liu Feng had some guesses. It might be that the amount of life infused into his life was not enough. It played a role of enhancement, but failed to reach the level 1 standard. Second, the collection range of the Rubik's Cube was expanded again, almost covering the 4 mechanical assembly lines in the slaughterhouse. In the future, the life force that can be collected in a day will be close to 100 million. Although Liu Feng was also very excited about this, it was still within his expectations. Third, the creation space of the creation cube indicated that he finally had a space artifact, a 2,000 cubic meter storage space, which could not only store things, but also allow him to station troops without fear of being discovered. However, he had only visited the creation cube in his mind, and the main Rubik's Cube incarnation in reality needed to be tested again. The introduction of the last function showed that the subcube could completely replace the main cube to collect life force, which made Liu Feng most excited. In other words, as long as you accumulate some vitality and build a subcube, charge it and place it in a slaughterhouse, it means that you can collect vitality from 2 slaughterhouses at the same time, and then build a third, a fourth, and so on. Finally, place the subcubes in slaughterhouses all over the earth. Then there will be a sea of vitality flowing to you every day. Just thinking about such a scene makes people tremble with excitement. So Liu Feng rolled his eyes and fantasized for a while in the creation space, then wiped the non-existent saliva and exited the sea of consciousness. Standing at the door of the slaughterhouse, Liu Feng felt the vitality of the 3 assembly lines, and grinned. Huh? How can there be only 3? Suddenly realizing that it was not the same as expected, Liu Feng touched his chin and studied it. Later, he found that the collection range was not enough. If he just stood at the door of the slaughterhouse, he could only expand to 3 assembly lines with a collection range of 200 square meters. If he wanted to expand to 4 assembly lines, he would probably have to go further into the field. After figuring out the reason, Liu Feng walked into the slaughterhouse quietly without saying anything. He stopped only when he saw the 4th huge lifeline converge on him. He remained motionless as if he were a wooden man. More than an hour later, all the pigs in the slaughterhouse had been killed, and Liu Feng was discovered by the employees who were taking a break. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? A chubby man pointed at Liu Feng and asked loudly. Hey, I'm just a student who wants to visit the slaughterhouse. Liu Feng smiled and explained to the chubby man. It's not a good place to visit here. Get out quickly, get out. The chubby man frowned and walked towards Liu Feng, waving his hands to drive him away. Okay, I get it. I'll leave now. Liu Feng didn't want to wait for the chubby man to come over and drive him out, so he could only turn around and walk out the door. Anyway, you have killed all the pigs today, Even if you ask me to stay, I won't agree, so see you tomorrow. After walking out of the door, Liu Feng looked back at the slaughterhouse and muttered, "Thanks to Zijian for the reward, and to all the book friends for the recommendation votes." At around 7 p.m., Liu Feng bought some bananas, oranges, and other fruits at the fruit store downstairs, and then returned to Junie's apartment. As soon as he opened the door, a little thing bumped into his arms. "Hey, Caesar, you've grown up. Why do you still like to get in my arms so much?" Hugging Caesar, squinted his eyes, smiled, and touched Caesar's head in his arms, then turned his back and closed the door. In more than a month, the originally sparse hair of little Caesar has grown lush, and the color has become black and shiny, no longer the original yellowish color that seemed to be malnourished. The body has also grown a little bigger. I don't know if it's because I often infuse Caesar with vitality, which has caused Caesar to be healthy and strong to the point of being a little fat, and his body is plump and round. Ahaha! Caesar gestured in Liu Feng's arms, then grinned and laughed. "What are you watching? It's so funny." Liu Feng was amused by Caesar's funny look. He put the fruit on the coffee table and glanced at the TV that Caesar was watching. A group of gorillas stood on the roof, holding iron spears to pierce the car. "There are so many of their kind, no wonder you are so happy watching it." Liu Feng put Caesar on the sofa with a smile, tilted his head and thought about it, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Isn't this the rise of the Planet of the Apes? The smile on Liu Feng's face suddenly turned into shock. How did Caesar just find this movie? This is definitely a bad movie that will teach little gorillas bad things. What if little Caesar grows up and learns from Caesar in the movie, runs to the zoo to release all the gorillas, and then leads a group of gorillas to fight against humans? Liu Feng's head hurts when he thinks of such a scene. So in order to understand little Caesar's current values, Liu Feng decided to ask him what he thinks first. "Little Caesar, do you think this movie is good?" Liu Feng sat next to little Caesar and asked with a forced smile. "Hoo-hoo?" Little Caesar nodded upon hearing Liu Feng's question, grinning and clapping his hands happily. Then Caesar, "What do you think you learned from this movie?" Upon hearing this question, Caesar immediately shouted, "Hoo-hoo," twice, then excitedly stood up on the sofa, stretched out one hand and made a circle. The hole in the center seemed to be condensing the void spear. After it was formed, Caesar raised it high above his head and then threw it out fiercely. As if throwing a void spear was not enough, Caesar imitated the cold eyes of Caesar in the movie, glanced at the dazed Liu Feng, and actually gathered the void spear with both hands at the same time, and then threw the void spear down with both arms alternately and frantically, with a cruel scarlet in his eyes. "It's over!" Caesar went crazy watching a movie. Looking at Caesar, who was still jumping around on the sofa and throwing the void spear, Liu Feng felt that he had lost all his strength. He slid off the sofa and collapsed on the ground. "Is my trumpet useless? What did it learn from this movie? It didn't learn anything, so why did it learn this spear throwing?" Liu Feng sat on the ground with a sad face. "No, I have to communicate with Caesar and guide its values to the right path." After saying that, Liu Feng got up from the ground and grabbed Caesar, who was still excitedly throwing the void spear. With his confused face, he quickly said a lot of truths. Finally, Liu Feng looked at Caesar with expectation and said, "Do you understand what I said?" Caesar, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded very obediently. "Although you just spoke so fast, I didn't understand a word, but nodding was enough." Seeing that Caesar seemed to be moved by his good intentions, Liu Feng nodded and smiled with satisfaction. "Caesar, then tell me, what have you learned?" Caesar understood this sentence, so Caesar slowly stood up and began to gather the void spear in his hand again, then grinned and threw the void spear in his hand towards Liu Feng's chest. Liu Feng covered his chest and looked down at his heart in disbelief, as if his chest was really pierced by a steel fork. "So you didn't understand a word I just said for a long time, right?" After Liu Feng finished speaking, he fell to the sofa behind him. "Huh?" Caesar looked at his empty palm in confusion, then looked at the fallen Liu Feng, as if he couldn't understand it, hesitated for a moment, and ran towards Liu Feng. Caesar stretched out his hand and pushed Liu Feng a few times, but found that Liu Feng did not move. He panicked a little and made an anxious sound, and then kept shaking Liu Feng's body. After shaking for half a minute, seeing that Liu Feng was still motionless with his eyes closed, Caesar finally began to get scared, but he could only lie on Liu Feng's chest and sob constantly, making sobbing sounds. "Are you still throwing spears?" Just as Caesar was lying on Liu Feng's chest in grief, a hand gently patted Caesar's back, and then the owner of the hand said this. Caesar first looked up at Liu Feng in disbelief, then hugged Liu Feng's neck tightly and shook his head, vigorously. What couldn't be solved by talking about reason for a long time was solved with a little trick. Liu Feng stroked Caesar with his hand, but his face showed an irrepressible smugness. Caesar hugged Liu Feng for a while, feeling the warmth from Liu Feng's body, and gradually calmed down the fear in his heart. Later, recalling that it was Liu Feng who was just scaring him, Caesar was angry again, clenched a fist, and hit Liu Feng hard. Finally, after venting his anger, he let go of his hand and jumped to the sofa on the other side, turned his back and sulked. "Okay, Caesar, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't joke with you like this. Please forgive me." Liu Feng came over and put his face close to Caesar, licking his face to apologize. Caesar ignored him and turned his body in another direction. "Hey, this is your favorite banana. You see, I bought so many of them for you." Liu Feng took 2 more bananas from the coffee table and waved them in front of Caesar. Seeing that Caesar's eyes seemed to be a little shaken, Liu Feng struck while the iron was hot and said, "Just forgive me. I promise I will never joke with you like this again." After coaxing for a long time plus the temptation of delicious food, Liu Feng finally calmed down Caesar's anger. Looking at Caesar eating bananas and watching TV, Liu Feng turned around and walked back to the room. "Then we should experiment with the use of the creation space of the main Rubik's Cube in the real world." Liu Feng took out the Rubik's Cube and looked at the round Rubik's Cube in his hand. Liu Feng couldn't figure out how to open the creation space, but he still said to it, "Open the creation space." The Rubik's Cube in his hand began to emit light, and then slowly projected a milky white light door 3 meters high and 2 meters wide in front of his eyes. "Is it all right? So simple." Liu Feng looked at the light door and then walked in. The interior was exactly the same as the creation space of the Rubik's Cube in his mind, looking vast and empty. "Go back to the room and move some things in, and try to see how the space stores items." After Liu Feng finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the creation space, pulled the nearest chair to the door, and pushed it in. After that, he closed the creation space and opened it again, looking at the light door that reappeared in front of him, and Liu Feng walked into the door. Seeing that the chair was not far from the entrance of the light door, Liu Feng finally smiled. "This will be my storage space in the future. Thank you very much for the reward from Yongheng Xingkong, and thank you for the recommendation votes from the book friends." In the creation space, Liu Feng looked at the empty void and felt a little uncomfortable. "I have to create some vitality, otherwise it will be dead here, just like a ghost town." Liu Feng touched his chin and muttered to himself, "What should I create first? The only aggressive flying bird I have is the hunting falcon. Other birds such as parrots, orioles, and white pigeons are all ornamental birds. Forget it. Never mind. Let's create 10 of each." After the order was issued, hundreds of thick and thin lifelines suddenly emerged from the creation space, and then wrapped into the shape of birds. The creatures to be born in the 10 thickest lifelines are hunting falcons that require 50,000 vitality, and the thinnest ones are sparrows that only need 200 vitality. However, the fastest to form were 10 sparrows, followed by 10 quails, and after a while, all the bird creatures were born. Looking at the dense army of hundreds of birds staring at him, Liu Feng was full of pride. Regardless of whether they had combat power or not, they were his air force. So after reviewing the flock of birds, he waved his hand. "Disband!" Looking at hundreds of birds flapping their wings, yearning for freedom to fly into the vast sky, but after flying less than 10 meters in front of him, they seemed to hit something and fell from the air one by one. Liu Feng, who had originally raised a smile on his face, was dumbfounded. "My God, what's going on?" Liu Feng stared at this vast world with his eyes wide open, then walked forward for more than 10 meters, came to the place where the flock of birds fell, and stopped. "Is this here?" Liu Feng looked at the flock of birds, then stretched out a palm in doubt, and slowly touched the boundless world in front of him. When Liu Feng's palm really touched the invisible object, ripples appeared in the boundless world. "Fuck! This is an air wall!" Liu Feng shouted angrily. 2,000 cubic meters of space, that is, less than 13 meters in length, width, and height? You are deceiving consumers, you know that? I have consumed so much vitality. There is no such a big world. Why are you pretending to be vast and boundless? Liu Feng still felt a little depressed when he thought about it. He was confused by the vast appearance of the creation space in front of him, and subconsciously ignored the fact that the space was actually only 2,000 cubic meters. Forget it. I'll continue to create creatures. Next is the land. We'll make spiders, centipedes, and the like when we need them. I want a leopard gecko. Strengthen it to level 9 and see how big it can grow. I don't have much money in my pocket. But let's make one of each fighting dog first, and then experiment with the gecko. In the dogfighting arena in Magic City, Liu Feng collected all the genetic drawings of the fighting dogs in the back room. However, because there was no need, no time and place to raise them, Liu Feng did not create these fighting dogs. But now that he has his own space, it's good. Liu Feng looked at the 7 fighting dogs that quickly took shape in the space. Blackback, Tosa, Dogo, Caucasian, Doberman, and Tibetan Mastiff. However, these 7 fighting dogs have not been strengthened yet. They are just the adult body length of ordinary fighting dogs, which is completely incomparable to the size of golden wolves. Although they are only a few dozen centimeters long, Liu Feng still likes the 7 majestic fighting dogs in front of him very much, especially the Tibetan Mastiff. Because of the lush hair around its body, it looks the most burly and tall. After disbanding the 7 fighting dogs, Liu Feng created 2 leopard geckos and directly strengthened one of them to level 9. Looking at the giant leopard gecko in front of him that is nearly 1 meter long, Liu Feng's face twitched. If I sell it like this, how much can it sell for? According to what Wang Yudao said, a 45 centimeters long animal can be sold for several million. I don't ask for much, tens of millions will be fine, right? After all, I spent 100,000 of my life force on it. Although Liu Feng was fantasizing happily, it should be impossible for a rich man in the world to spend tens of millions to buy this giant leopard gecko. Even if there is, Liu Feng dare not sell it, so he can only think about it. The Rubik's Cube just indicated that the 9th level leopard gecko can evolve. Let's take a look at the evolution prerequisites. Evolution Method 1. Kill and devour 105th level geckos of the same kind. 500,000 vitality is required as a breakthrough. Evolution is unknown. and the evolution success rate is 99.9%. Evolution Method 2. Kill and devour one 9th level gecko of the same kind. 1,000 vitality is required as a breakthrough. Evolution is unknown, and the evolution success rate is 50%. After calculating, the two evolution methods still cost less vitality, so let's choose 2. Liu Feng thought about it and chose Method 2. As for the 50% success rate, Liu Feng didn't care. So Liu Feng spent another 100,000 vitality to create a 9th level leopard gecko and ordered one of them to start evolving. The two leopard geckos, which were nearly 1 meter long, immediately started fighting. One needed to devour and evolve, and the other needed to resist for its own life. However, neither of the two geckos had a strong attacking ability. They could only bite each other with their mouths and scratch each other with their front limbs. Perhaps because the devourer took the initiative, the resisting gecko eventually died tragically in the devourer's mouth. After the victorious gecko devoured the defeated one, Liu Feng infused it with 500,000 vitality. After the gecko was completely wrapped in vitality, the evolution officially began. After waiting for about half an hour, the magic cube in my mind sent a prompt, "Evolution successful." At the same time, vitality also completely flowed into the body of the leopard gecko, revealing a giant lizard that was 1.5 meters long, with bright red and yellow stripes on its back, hard armor on its body, and long nails on its limbs. Spotted Flame Monitor Lizard. Spotted Flame Monitor Lizard characteristics: strong, intermediate leather armor, flame energy, fighting instinct. Combat power evaluation. As your current strongest single evolved creature, it is actually on par with the level 5 alligator turtle. No further strengthening for the time being. Liu Feng didn't care about the somewhat ironic evaluation of combat power this time. He only noticed the characteristic flame energy of the Spotted Flaming Giant Lizard. The Spotted Flaming Giant Lizard has a lot of heat energy in its body. When it is in danger, it can convert heat energy into flame energy and spit out hot flames from its mouth. This is a bit cool, but it's a life-saving trick and can only be used once in a short period of time. But this is my space. Who will threaten your life? So spit fire for me, the master, to see. Liu Feng rubbed his palms and said to the Spotted Flaming Giant Lizard with some anticipation. For the creatures of the Creation Cube, Liu Feng's orders are the highest level. Even if they are unreasonable, they will try their best to complete them, not to mention just spitting fire. The bright red lines on the Spotted Flaming Giant Lizard began to gradually fade, and then hot breath began to swell from its mouth. Wait, spray over there. There is only an air wall over there. Liu Feng said hurriedly, as he looked at the little flames coming out of the mouth of the Spotted Flaming Giant Lizard. The Spotted Fire Monitor was about to burst into flames, but when it heard Liu Feng's command, it only had time to turn around and spit fire. The 3-meter-long flames swept in front of Liu Feng. Well, hot. Liu Feng hurriedly retreated, but the strong heat still burned his eyebrows and hair. Then he threw the burned clothes on the ground with a grin and used his vitality to heal himself. Oh my god, I really can't play with fire. It's almost got into trouble. Feeling the intimacy of their master, the big alligator turtle and the Buddha alligator turtle were also very happy. They couldn't help but open their mouths and stretch out their huge tongues, and began to lick Liu Feng's body from bottom to top. Stop! Liu Feng only felt that the power of the two alligator turtles' tongues was so strong that he was like a poor tumbler, being licked by them from both sides, and the sticky saliva stuck to his face, which made Liu Feng feel a little unbearable. Facing the innocent big eyes of the two snapping turtles, Liu Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly, wiping the saliva on his face helplessly with his hands. Let's take a look at your evolutionary conditions first. When I have the ability, I will evolve you directly. Liu Feng said and began to check the evolutionary prerequisites of the snapping turtles. Level 9 Big Snapping Turtle, Evolvable. Evolution Method 1 Devour 10,000 big, snapping turtles, requires 1 billion vitality as a breakthrough. Homologous evolution, success rate 99.9%. Evolution Method 2 Duel and Devour 1 Level 9 Big and Small Buddha Snapping Turtles, requires 1 billion vitality as a breakthrough. Mutation evolution, success rate 9.9%. Level 9 Buddha Snapping Turtle, Evolution Method 1. Devour 10,000 Buddha Snapping Turtles, requires 1 billion vitality as a breakthrough. Homologous evolution, success rate 99.9%. Evolution Method 2. Kill and devour 1 Level 9 Big and Small Buddha Snapping Turtles, requires 1 billion vitality as a breakthrough. Mutation evolution, success rate 9.9%. After reading the evolutionary conditions of the two alligator turtles, Liu Feng stood in the space and sighed. It really can't evolve. At least more than 1 billion vitality is needed for one alligator turtle to evolve. But what the hell is the second evolution method? It's okay for 2 full-level alligator turtles to devour full-level alligator turtles of different species, but it can't be only 9.9 evolution success rate, right? It means that it is impossible to succeed at all? Liu Feng was a little dissatisfied with the second evolution method of the alligator turtle. After the experience of evolving the Magic Ant Queen last time, Liu Feng decided that he would never use the second evolution method for the alligator turtle, unless he was a country boy. Even the 25% success rate failed more than a dozen times, and the 9.9% success rate would probably not succeed without hundreds of times. Liu Feng still had a general understanding of his luck. After Liu Feng had vented his complaints, he said to the two alligator turtles, "I haven't given you any names yet. From now on, you will be called Daju, and the Buddha alligator turtle will be called Dafo. Hearing that their master had given them names, the big alligator turtle and the Buddha alligator turtle happily made deep throat sounds. Okay, Daju and Dafo, you should rest in the creation space for a while. Although the space may be a little small for you two, don't hurt other creatures. Understand? Liu Feng glanced at the creatures in the space. Even the spotted flame monitor was a little afraid of the two alligator turtles, so he had to remind the two alligator turtles. After seeing Daju and Dafo nodded to show that they understood, Liu Feng walked to the night shining pearl and the gold brick, bent down and picked up the night shining pearl and a gold brick. First he took the night pearl and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for a long time, Liu Feng murmured to himself, "To be honest, this pearl is really beautiful. The whole body is crystal clear, and the inside is as bright as the vast sea of stars. It feels very cool to the touch. If it is really a night pearl, it would be amazing. I will go to have it appraised tomorrow when I have time. And this gold brick, it's heavy. It feels like it weighs at least 20 kilograms. Liu Feng carefully put the night pearl into his pocket, then weighed the gold brick. Although I don't know how long it has been soaked in seawater, causing the color of the gold surface to be a little dull, but the price should not drop much. The most important thing is that I am not short of money for the time being, and there is no need to cash in the gold, so I'd better put these 7 gold bricks in the space as a collection." After speaking, Liu Feng put the gold brick in his hand back to its original place, then took out the night pearl from his pocket, played with it in his hand, and walked out of the creation space. After returning to the school dormitory, Liu Feng glanced at the 3 people in the dormitory and smiled mysteriously. "My lord brother Feng, don't look at me like that. I always feel a little uncomfortable in my anus." Wu Ji was playing games. He turned his head and looked at Liu Feng, who had just returned. He found the mysterious smile on his face and felt a little uneasy. "Relax, I'm just a little happy. After the lights in the dormitory are turned off, I will show you something," Liu Feng said to Wu Ji and the other two with a smile. "Brother Feng, you didn't get another protected animal, did you?" Zhang Xin looked at Liu Feng in surprise. "It's impossible. Brother Feng has nothing on him, and what kind of protected animal is so small?" Fu Xiaodou also glanced at Liu Feng, and after finding nothing, he questioned Zhang Xin's guess. "Brother Feng, what can't be seen now? Do you have to wait until the lights are turned off?" Wu Ji said while playing games. "It can't be a firefly?" "You guessed it quite accurately." Liu Feng looked at Wu Ji in surprise, as if Wu Ji could guess something every time. "Brother Feng, is it really a firefly? I have never seen one since I was a child," Fu Chao asked with some surprise. "Unfortunately, it is not. It is a bit similar to a firefly, but mine is a dead thing." Liu Feng laughed. "Don't guess, you will know after the lights are turned off at night." Liu Feng thought that the night pearl would be exposed sooner or later anyway, and it would be sent to the auction house for appraisal tomorrow, so it would be better to show the night pearl to the 3 brothers in the dormitory in advance. At the same time, it was also another test of their character, to see what kind of attitude and thoughts they would show in front of the precious night pearl. After the lights in the dormitory building were turned off at 10:30, Wu Ji locked the dormitory door and whispered to Liu Feng, "Brother Feng, everything is ready. You can take it out for us to see." "Yes, Brother Feng, you are so mysterious. It makes me a little thirsty." Fu Xiaodou suppressed his voice and said with some expectation, "Okay, it's time for you to witness it." Liu Feng said as he grabbed something from his pocket and put it in his palm, then slowly opened his palm that was emitting a fluorescent green light. A treasure handed down from generation to generation, the night pearl. Wu Ji and the other 2 were in the dark dormitory, and they were surprised to see Liu Feng take out a transparent green palm from his pocket. Just when they were curious whether Liu Feng had applied fluorescent powder, they were shocked to see that Liu Feng's slowly opened palm was like a budding green lotus, and the green light inside was getting brighter and brighter, until in the center of the fully opened palm, there lay an emerald green gem emitting a fluorescent light. The emerald green bead was not big, only about 3 or 4 centimeters long, but the light it shone was not small, illuminating the dormitory of less than 30 square meters, and even dyed the 4 people in the dormitory fluorescent green. This, is it fake, Brother Feng? Is this really a night pearl?" Opened his mouth wide and looked at the dazzling night pearl incoherently. "Do you think a fake artificial night shining pearl can emit such a strong and charming light?" Liu Feng has admired this night shining pearl alone for several times, but every time he sees it, he still can't stop being shocked. It's so beautiful that it's dazzling, so beautiful that it's breathtaking. Zhang Xin couldn't restrain his excited hands, and they trembled around Liu Feng's palms. "If you want to touch it, just touch it." Liu Feng understood Zhang Xin's inner thoughts. "Really?" Zhang Xin looked up at Liu Feng with a trembling voice. "Of course, you can take it in your hands and appreciate it, but don't snatch it away from me." Liu Feng smiled as if he was joking casually. "I am now a rich man. I am only 1 step away from becoming a millionaire." After returning to the apartment, Liu Feng hugged Caesar, who rushed over, lifted him up high, and said to Caesar with a happy face, "Caesar, I am rich again. Tell me what kind of fruit you want to eat in the future. I will give you as much as you want." Caesar looked at Liu Feng with a happy face and grinned happily. However, the fruit he brought back yesterday had not been eaten yet. Caesar did not miss the food that much, so he pointed to the sofa and TV and asked Liu Feng to watch a movie with him for the whole afternoon until he needed to go to the slaughterhouse to collect vitality. At around 5 o'clock, Liu Feng came to the slaughterhouse from the factory gate. As soon as he entered the door, he was caught by the fat man from yesterday. "Hey, why are you here again today? Get out of here!" The fat man became impatient when he saw Liu Feng and pushed Liu Feng's chest with one of his fat hands. Liu Feng did not move at all. The fat man felt like he was pushing a boulder without knowing his own limits, especially when he felt the solid chest muscle on Liu Feng's chest, which was like a piece of hard steel. The fat man's face changed, and he took a step back. "I hate this uncultured fat man, especially when he took advantage of me with his fat hand that looked like a pig's hoof." Although he was very upset, Liu Feng saw that the fat man seemed to want to turn around and call for help, so he could only put on a smile, then stepped forward and hugged the fat man's neck, saying softly, "Brother, I'll give you 500 yuan. Can you let me see the process of slaughtering pigs? I promise I won't hinder you." After struggling for a few times, he felt the strong force on his neck that left him no room for resistance. When he heard the seductive voice in his ear, Zhao Shunbiao could only nod and smile awkwardly at the young man next to him. Who wouldn't do 500 yuan for nothing? It's at least 2 days' salary. Seeing the fat man compromise, Liu Feng loosened his arm around the fat man, took out his phone and gestured, and transferred 500 yuan to the fat man. Seeing that Liu Feng really transferred 500 yuan to him, Zhao Shunbiao smiled and patted Liu Feng on the shoulder and said, "Brother, you can visit as you like. I will tell the others." Liu Feng nodded, squinted his eyes and looked at the fat man who turned back for a while, and followed him in. Although it was a little troublesome because this nosy fat man spent 500 yuan more, as long as he could collect vitality, everything would be fine. I don't know what the fat man said to the other employees in the field. Anyway, no one really cared about him. Since he didn't have to be as cautious as before, Liu Feng found a central position, leaned against the wall, and stood there playing with his phone. It was not until 7 o'clock in the evening, when all the pigs that needed to be slaughtered today were slaughtered, that Liu Feng looked at the harvest tonight, more than 91 million vitality. With this much vitality every day, I estimate that I can create the first Rubik's cube by the end of the month. Liu Feng thought happily. After taking a taxi back to the apartment, Liu Feng picked up little Caesar and returned to the dormitory together. "Brother Feng, what did you do secretly again?" Wu Ji saw Liu Feng coming back and immediately threw away his headphones and mouse and approached Liu Feng and asked curiously. "Nothing, just playing your game." Liu Feng put Caesar on the table, and with a look of disgust, he pushed away Wu Ji's big face. "Brother Feng, just tell me. Otherwise I can't play the game well, and my heart feels like it's been scratched by a cat's claws." Wu Ji begged desperately and clung to Liu Feng. "No, how can you be so sure about what I did?" Liu Feng looked at Wu Ji in confusion. "I don't watch Detective Conan for nothing. You usually play games with us when you have nothing to do, or go out to play with your sisters-in-law. Only today did you stay out all day alone. You must have done something. So brother, Feng, just tell me." Wu Ji begged bitterly. "Okay, I didn't want to tell you originally, so you won't say I'm showing off to you again." Liu Feng raised his head and said with a proud look on his face, "But since you are so insistent, I will tell you." "Yeah." Wu Ji nodded hurriedly, looking at Liu Feng eagerly. "I made 800,000 RMB today." Wu Ji looked puzzled and said that he didn't understand. Zhang Xin and Fu Xiaodou also paused the game in their hands and turned to look at Liu Feng. Liu Feng didn't want to explain too much, so he turned on his phone and turned to the bank text message and handed it to Wu Ji. "Brother Feng, this is not a scam text message, right?" Wu Ji looked at the content of the text message and couldn't believe it. Fu Xiaodou and Zhang Xin also ran over and took the phone from Wu Ji and looked at it, and were stunned. Fu Xiaodou looked at Liu Feng with a bitter face and said, "Brother Feng, you said we are all the same age. Why is there such a big gap between us?" The pressure among young people is not that you have an enviable father who is a rich first generation, but that when you are still playing games and have no ability to make money, others have already reached the peak. So this text message is true? Wu Ji was still a little dazed and couldn't believe it. "Otherwise, your liar transferred 800,000 to your card?" Zhang Xin glanced at Wu Ji unhappily. "Brother Feng, please support me. I am flexible and easy to push down. I am also proficient in everything from eating, playing, and sleeping with you." After accepting the facts, Wu Ji's eyes lit up immediately, and he knelt on one knee and hugged Liu Feng's thigh and said, "Get out of my way. A 1.9-meter tall person is not easy to push down." Liu Feng moved his legs and looked at the shameless Wu Ji with contempt. "I mean, Wu Ji, how can you be so shameless?" Zhang Xin pushed Wu Ji aside with his hips, then bowed his head and clasped his fists to Liu Feng. "I am willing to serve the emperor as a dog and horse in the future." Before Liu Feng could push him away, Fu Xiaodou climbed on a thin bed rail again, half exposing her shoulders, slightly raised her orchid fingers and flirted with Liu Feng, saying, "Then, I can only stay with your majesty for the rest of my life." Although the three roommates were a little convulsed by the bank text messages with 5 zeros in Liu Feng's mobile phone, they were very tactful and did not ask how Liu Feng made so much money. This was the best quality of Liu Feng's three roommates. Just like when Liu Feng disappeared every day from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., Wu Ji and the other two asked about it once, and after Liu Feng did not answer, the three never mentioned it again. They all knew that Liu Feng had some little secrets, so he would tell you what he should tell you. If he didn't tell you, it meant that the relationship had not yet reached the point where he could reveal it to you. If you continued to ask too much, it would either show that you had a low EQ or that you had an agenda. Therefore, Wu Qi, Fu Xiaodou, and Jiang Xin had a good way of dealing with people, which made the relationship between them so good, and Liu Feng could feel at ease to reveal some unimportant secrets to them. Liu Feng even thought in his heart that when his strength and influence grew, and he no longer had so many concerns, and his relationship with his 3 roommates was still so good, could he make his 3 roommates his first wave of team members, and let them slowly get in touch with another colorful world. Please collect and recommend. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of October. Liu Feng's college life had lasted for 2 months. At 4 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, Liu Feng was just about to get up and rush to the slaughterhouse after class, and Qian Demin just happened to walk in from the front door of the classroom. "Wait a moment, students. I have something to tell you." Qian Demin knocked on the blackboard and shouted to the students in the class. "Tomorrow is November, and the school's autumn sports meeting will start soon. I hope that students can actively participate at that time. Go to the sports committee Wu Yong to sign up." Wu Yong comes up and takes the registration form. "Everyone else, please disperse." Hearing Qian Demin's words of disbanding, Liu Feng immediately threw Caesar to Wu Ji and slipped out of the classroom. As for the sports meeting, what's that? Is it important to collect vitality? Moreover, the few minutes that Qian Demin delayed his speech at least resulted in the failure to collect millions of vitality. After getting off the car, Liu Feng rushed into the slaughterhouse at 5:20, which was more than 10 minutes later than usual. In these 10 minutes, the mechanical assembly line can kill at least 50 pigs, causing Liu Feng to waste more than 5 million vitality. Fortunately, after collecting vitality today, there are still more than 1.13 billion vitality. Apart from the need to convert 11 low-cost spiritual energies to build the subcube, Liu Feng can still have more than 30 million vitality left. Liu Feng did not leave the slaughterhouse immediately today. Instead, he hid behind a large machine while the workers were not paying attention and gave orders to the Rubik's Cube. Convert 11 low-level spiritual energies. After a moment, the Rubik's Cube in his mind reminded Liu Feng that the spiritual energy conversion was complete. Build a subcube and charge it. A pure white energy particle flashed out of the main Rubik's Cube first, floating in front of Liu Feng's eyes, and then slowly changed into a small Rubik's Cube as dark as jade. After the subcube was formed, 10 pure white energy particles flashed out of the main Rubik's Cube again. As soon as these energy particles touched the subcube, they melted on the surface of the subcube like snowflakes, forming a series of complicated lines. The 6th level subcube is fully charged. Looking at the subcube still floating in his eyes, Liu Feng reached out and held it. Suddenly, the ability of the subcube to float disappeared by some unknown principle, and fell on Liu Feng's palm. "Then, can you float again?" Liu Feng asked the subcube lying on his palm, and the subcube slowly stood up and floated in front of Liu Feng again. So, in fact, the main cube of the creation cube should also be able to float. Liu Feng took out the main cube from his pocket and made it float in the air. Looking at the 2 cubes floating in front of him, Liu Feng felt that there were still many small functions of the cube that he had not discovered, but the creation cube would not explain all the functions to him. "Can you float to the ceiling frame of the slaughterhouse by yourself?" Liu Feng tried to the subcube. The subcube actually began to float up slowly, and finally landed on the load-bearing frame of the slaughterhouse. Yes, Liu Feng saw that the subcube executed the command perfectly, and waved his fist happily. Then he walked around the slaughterhouse, and after making sure that the subcube was out of sight, he walked out of the slaughterhouse with satisfaction and returned to school. "Brother Feng, will you participate in the school sports meeting?" Wu Ji, who was playing games in the dormitory, tilted his head and asked Liu Feng. "I don't want to participate. It's meaningless." Liu Feng walked to his computer desk, hugged Caesar, who was watching a movie, and rubbed his head. "Why not participate? Isn't it good to let the sisters-in-law see your heroic figure in the arena?" Wu Ji asked in confusion. "To be pretentious? I will participate in the competition, just like an adult beating a child. One kick after another, and the championship will be mine." Liu Feng looked at Wu Ji with his nose raised arrogantly. "Brother Feng, do you know? I have always wanted to learn something from you, but I can never learn it." Wu Ji laughed. "What is it?" "It's that every time you pretend to be pretentious, you can say it in a serious tone, as if it is the truth." After saying this, Wu Ji curled his lips and continued to play games. "What I said was the truth, so of course I had to use this tone. Only a fool like you would think I was showing off every time." Liu Feng complained helplessly in his heart. Although I did have a hint of showing off. Liu Feng, who had nothing to do, had to hold Caesar in his arms and watch a movie together. Although Liu Feng also wanted to play games with Wu Ji and the others, the little Caesar, who was passionate about movies, would not allow it. Once, Liu Feng forcibly turned off the movie, dragged the internet-addicted teenager Caesar off the computer, and happily played games with Wu Ji and the other 2. As a result, Caesar, who was sulking, did not dare to lose his temper with Liu Feng, so he thought of harassing the other 3 people in the dormitory. Just like the Monkey King making trouble in the Heavenly Palace, he would climb onto their desks from time to time, hit the mouse and keyboard, and run away, disturbing Wu Ji and the other 2 people. In the end, Wu Ji and the other two could only beg Liu Feng, and Liu Feng granted the flower and fruit mountain to Caesar, the monkey. After watching a movie with Caesar for more than an hour, Liu Feng was suddenly startled by a reminder in his mind. Level 5 little alligator turtle died. Oh my god, what's wrong, Brother Feng? Why is there such a big noise all of a sudden? Wu Ji and the others looked at Liu Feng in confusion. How could the chair behind him suddenly fly away when they were watching a movie so well? Little Caesar was also startled, thinking that he had done something wrong to make Liu Feng unhappy. He held Liu Feng's shoulders and lowered his head in grievance. It's okay, I suddenly remembered something important and was excited for a while. Liu Feng quickly forced a smile, smiled awkwardly at Wu Ji and the other two, picked up the fallen chair, and then held Caesar and sat on it again. You can continue watching the movie. I just thought of something. I'm not angry with you. Liu Feng rubbed Caesar's head and coaxed him gently. Although he heard Liu Feng's gentle explanation to him, Caesar still didn't dare to continue watching. Caesar stubbornly believed that Liu Feng had lost his temper just now because he was disobedient and had watched the movie for too long, so he just buried his head in Liu Feng's arms and hugged Liu Feng. Liu Feng just smiled, touched little Caesar's head, and did not speak to continue to comfort Caesar. After all, the reminder sound in his mind just now really made Liu Feng's mood very upset, and he became a little anxious. He could only say to the remaining two alligator turtles in his mind, "You guys come back first." The death of the little alligator turtle, the giant little alligator turtle with a body length of more than 1 meter, which was strengthened at level 5, actually died. You know, the creatures that Liu Feng strengthened with vitality will not only grow in size, but also double in strength and defense. Although the strengthening of turtles in terms of offensiveness is not obvious enough, their defense is definitely the top level. Even ordinary sea turtles can block the bite force of most sharks with their shells. Liu Feng does not believe that the defense of the little alligator turtle that has been strengthened 5 times will not be as strong as a sea turtle. The most important thing is that the little alligator turtle is not a single creature. Next to it is a Buddha alligator turtle of similar size and a larger big alligator turtle. They are all creatures created by Liu Feng. Liu Feng has given them instructions to cooperate. Even if they encounter a large group of sharks, the alligator turtles will not be killed with their reinforced hard shells unless they encounter a large group of killer whales. There may be danger. Of course, there is another possibility, that is they are caught by humans who hunt at sea and then hunted. So apart from these two creatures, Liu Feng can't figure out what other creatures can kill his little alligator turtle in the hands of 3 monster alligator turtles working together. Ask for the recommendation votes from book friends. By the Qianjiang River more than a month ago. The big, small, and Buddha alligator turtles that dived into the river did not swim away quickly, but floated not far from the water surface a few meters deep, quietly watching Liu Feng turn around and leave. After Liu Feng's figure disappeared completely, the 3 snapping turtles quietly surfaced again and came to the place where Liu Feng had stood before and stayed there for a while, as if they were lingering on Liu Feng's breath, and then they dived into the water again after a while. The 3 brothers, big, small, and Buddha snapping turtles, were adults when they were created, and after being strengthened, they became giants among turtles. But the 3 snapping turtle brothers have never seen this world, and they lack the knowledge of growing up in this world. The Qianjiang River is more than 500 kilometers long, and the vast and winding rivers are the homes of countless aquatic creatures. Every day here, the big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat the shrimps. Although the 3 snapping turtle brothers obeyed Liu Feng's instructions to go to the sea, it did not hinder their curiosity and exploration of the world under the river. Following the waves at the bottom of the river, the 3 hideous monsters, led by the big snapping turtle, scared all the aquatic creatures they encountered underwater and made them flee everywhere. The 3 snapping turtles were full of energy and not hungry, so they watched the underwater scenery and the killing of other aquatic creatures. A catfish crawling on the bottom of the river, with its gray-black skin color, perfectly blended itself into a piece of sand. At this time, a small fish with a body length of about 20 centimeters and a yellow tail slowly swam to the place where the catfish was hiding. The yellowtail fish slowly approached the slope of sand and came to the mouth of the catfish. I don't know whether the yellowtail did not reach the attack range of the catfish, or the catfish wanted the yellowtail to relax its vigilance, so it did not attack at the first time. After waiting for a while, facing the yellowtail that was getting closer and closer, the catfish, which had been ambushing for a long time, seemed to have confidence and immediately dispersed the sand covering its body, stirred up a turbid sandstorm at the bottom of the river, and then opened its mouth with sharp teeth and bit the yellowtail that had not yet reacted. Most of the body was bitten by the giant catfish that suddenly appeared, and only the twitching head of the yellowtail was exposed. Looking at the huge body swimming, this giant catfish must be at least 60 to 70 centimeters long. The giant catfish, which was enjoying its prey, was suddenly covered by the shadow of the giant creature above. The giant catfish bit the head of the yellowtail and looked up. 3 giant turtle-like creatures that were several times larger than itself and looked particularly terrifying and ferocious slowly passed over its head. The giant catfish was immediately frightened and exerted strength from nowhere. It bit off the head of the yellowtail, then spit out the half of the fish body that it had not swallowed, and fled madly to the bottom of the river. After swimming far away, the giant catfish was relieved to see that the three monsters did not chase it. It found a pile of earth again and covered itself with it. As the overlord of this area at the bottom of Qianjiang River, the giant catfish has not felt the threat of life for a long time. It has always been a hunter, but this time it was so scared that it even gave up the prey in its mouth. This made the giant catfish feel a little psychologically traumatized, and even dared to hunt cautiously for a long time, fearing that it would encounter the three monsters again. The three snapping turtle brothers naturally saw the giant catfish running away frantically, but they had no intention of chasing the giant catfish, and just went along the river towards the sea. It was not until the second half of the night that the three snapping turtle brothers felt hungry. They decided to catch prey. However, the surrounding aquatic creatures fled early as soon as they saw their huge and terrifying bodies, which made the three snapping turtle brothers feel very troublesome, and they did not want to starve. However, facing the small and flexible fish, their speed was not advantageous, so they could only decide to separate first, chase the school of fish from three directions, and then form a three-way sandwich. The three snapping turtle brothers who started hunting turned the river bottom upside down. They scattered and drove the fish schools away. The panicked fish schools fled in all directions without direction, and finally could only be surrounded by the three snapping turtle brothers. Being attacked by snapping turtles from three directions, the fish schools that were in great trouble could not care about the group of brothers around them, and could only find gaps to escape the encirclement. The small fish were agile and swift, and they swam around the snapping turtles one by one. The three snapping turtle brothers did not catch them. Their target was only those big fish with a body length of more than 30, which were easy to catch and full. The big fish also wanted to follow the small fish and swim past the snapping turtles. As a result, as long as they approached, they were either slapped to the bottom of the river by the snapping turtles' claws, or bitten by their big mouths, unable to move, and had no room for resistance. The three snapping turtle brothers who were full and satisfied continued to set off, leaving only a piece of incomplete fish bones in the original place. Fortunately, the river where the three alligator turtle brothers were born was close to the sea. Every day, they hunted and moved forward. After more than 10 days, they entered the estuary. When the three alligator turtle brothers swam to the estuary, they also felt something different. There were more and more fish, and the water flow at the bottom of the river became more and more turbulent. In particular, the view on both sides of the river was no longer visible, as if it had disappeared. Here, they should be able to officially enter the sea. The three brothers, who were invincible at the bottom of the Qianjiang River, suddenly became excited. They finally reached their destination and could complete the task assigned by their master. They were on the road all the time for more than 10 days, and there was no creature at the bottom of the river that could threaten the three alligator turtle brothers. Even if they encountered some big fish more than 1 meter long, they would turn around and run away after seeing the three alligator turtle brothers. The unrivaled river journey made the three brothers a little swelled. One by one, they opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards the vast sea with ferocious spirits, leaving the passing sea line empty of fish. Then the three snapping turtle brothers moved around in the shallow sea area for several days. In these days, the three snapping turtle brothers saw a lot of magnificent seabed. When they chased the fish school, they shuttled through the colorful and various corals. The three snapping turtle brothers also thought the corals were beautiful, so they tore them apart. Just because these beautiful corals perfectly blocked the three brothers and perfectly covered the traces of the fish school, the three snapping turtle brothers who lost the fish school could only vent their anger on the corals. After that, when they were lying on the reefs on the seabed to rest, they saw many soft animals, such as sea clams and starfish, so these creatures were used as snacks by the three snapping turtle brothers. Especially shellfish, which basically do not move when clinging to the rocks, and are crunchy, are classified as the favorite snacks by the lazy big snapping turtle. The three snapping turtle brothers also hunted lobsters in the seabed. The hard shell of the lobster is just a decoration for the three snapping turtle brothers. They only need to swim above the lobster and bite off the middle of the lobster. However, these experiences are the methods that the three snapping turtle brothers found after being pinched by the claws of the lobster countless times. For the three snapping turtle brothers, the most delicious and easiest creatures to eat are those white and dark blue jellyfish floating in the sea. As long as the snapping turtles bite the jellyfish, they can swallow it into their stomachs like eating jelly. However, in the turbulent sea, the more they see, the deeper they go. The three snapping turtle brothers gradually left the shallow sea area and slowly entered the deep sea. The price is only 100 million. Wu Naizheng believes that with Mr. Dong's many years of experience, this price is absolutely not inflated, and he even deliberately lowered the price in his tone. The reason for the low price is not to cheat Liu Feng or lower the price of the night pearl. It is to let those local tycoons with less financial resources have a little bit of luck and think that they have a chance to bid for the treasure, so as to attract more upper-class people to come. Of course, the final auction will still be decided by the super tycoons, and the competition among the local tycoons can only be regarded as a warm-up for the opening. Thinking of the fierce competition among the last group of super-rich people for the Night Pearl, Wu Naijing was very happy. After all, this was also the business he had brought to the company. The commission and bonus would definitely not be a small amount. "Mr. Liu, are you satisfied with the price?" Wu Naijing asked with a smile. "If you are not satisfied, you can raise it." Wu Naijing was now trying to curry favor with Liu Feng, because he was a rich man who could make his pockets richer. Liu Feng did not answer immediately. He turned around and prepared to discuss with Wu Ji and the other two. As a result, he saw that the three of them were rolling their eyes and falling into fantasy. Liu Feng twitched helplessly, thought for a while and said, "I am satisfied with the price, but there is one last question." "You say?" Wu Naijing straightened his body and looked at Liu Feng solemnly. "So you can roughly estimate the final transaction price of the Night Pearl?" "This," Wu Naijing said in embarrassment. "Mr. Liu, we really can't guarantee this. We can only say that we Tangheng will use all our resources to hold the most magnificent auction for your Night Pearl." "Okay." Liu Feng nodded in understanding. Wu Naijing felt that Liu Feng seemed not satisfied with this answer, and hurriedly added nervously, "But according to our Tangheng's previous auction situation, even if the cultural relics are not very precious, they will be sold at more than 5 times the price. For rare treasures like Night Pearl, I personally think it is not a problem to increase it by dozens of times." "I understand, then please, Tangheng. I hope to get a satisfactory answer in the end." Liu Feng smiled slightly. Liu Feng's words made Wu Naijing stunned for a second or two, and finally looked at Liu Feng with an unbelievable face of surprise. At this time, Wu Naijing felt that Liu Feng's smiling face was so warm and gentle, like electricity, like light, like his only myth. "Mr. Liu, thank you very much for your trust in Tangheng. I will ask my staff to draft an auction contract. Everything will be treated as Tangheng's highest-level customer, and the transaction fee will be calculated at the lowest 1%. Wu Naijing bent his waist slightly, shook Liu Feng's right hand vigorously, walked to turn on all the lights in the appraisal room, and then took out his mobile phone to make a number of calls. After a few calls, Wu Naijing invited Liu Feng and his friends to move to the living room. Liu Feng said, and walked to the exhibition stand to reach out and pick up the Night Shining Pearl. "Wait a minute!" When Mr. Dong saw Liu Feng was about to reach out and take the Night Shining Pearl, his heart ached. It was fine if he didn't know about the treatment of the Night Shining Pearl before, but now that he saw it, he couldn't let this kid ruin this rare treasure, so he quickly stopped him. "Mr. Liu, please don't touch the Night Shining Pearl directly with your hands. It may damage it." Liu Feng looked at Mr. Dong with a question mark on his face. "This is my Night Pearl. I haven't even handed it over to you officially yet, and you won't even let me touch it?" Wu Naijing felt that something bad was going to happen when he saw this, so he hurriedly explained to Liu Feng in a low voice, "Mr. Liu, please don't mind. Mr. Dong didn't mean anything else. He is a very rigorous person. He is very meticulous in his work. He values cultural relics and treasures more than his family. Sometimes he doesn't even give face to the company. Since you won't let me take it, with my hands, what do you think we should do?" Liu Feng asked, a little unhappy. "You know, I'm still lucky. If you knew that the Night Pearl was held in the mouth of a snapping turtle for a long time and spit it out on the ground casually, wouldn't you be heartbroken?" "This?" Wu Naijing thought for a while and suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Liu and the others." Wu Naijing hurriedly ran out of the appraisal room and came back with an exquisite brocade box after a while. "Mr. Dong, do you think it's okay to put it here?" Wu Ji opened the brocade box and the inside was covered with soft silk. "Yes, it can also play a good protective role." Mr. Dong finally smiled at Wu Naijing with satisfaction, then carefully picked up the Night Pearl, gently put it into the brocade box, and handed it to Liu Feng. "Okay, let's go," Wu Naijing said to Liu Feng and Mr. Dong with a smile. Came to the reception room. The tea table had already prepared fragrant tea. About 15 minutes later, a beautiful woman came to the reception room with a contract and an appraisal certificate. "Look at the woman's appearance, isn't it Yu Juan at the front desk? Mr. Liu, this is the highest level contract we drafted. Please take a look. If you have any questions or want to discuss, you can tell me." Wu Naijing handed the contract to Liu Feng and said with a smile. After more than 10 minutes, Liu Feng and others carefully read the contract. After confirming that there was no problem, Liu Feng signed his name. Seeing that the dust had settled, Wu Naijing picked up the contract and gave it a big kiss. Then, seeing the strange looks Liu Feng and the others were giving him, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "Mr. Liu, I'd like to trouble you to hold the Night Shining Pearl and the appraisal certificate and take a photo with us. It's a guarantee for both of us." "Okay," Liu Feng responded, stood up and held the half-opened brocade box, revealing the Night Shining Pearl and the appraisal certificate inside, and then took a photo with Wu Naijing with a smile. Things were simple after that. Liu Feng and Wu Ji chatted with Wu Naijing in the conference room, until several special security personnel from a certain bank came to Tangheng Auction House, put the brocade box containing the emerald Night Shining Pearl into a special safe, and then took it downstairs and put it into the escort vehicle. Wu Naijing drove the car with Liu Feng and the others, and followed all the way. It was not until Liu Feng and his team followed the security personnel to a central bank in West Lake that they saw with their own eyes that the emerald Night Shining Pearl was put into the special safe in the deepest part of the bank's underground vault. They also passed through two 20-centimeter thick vault doors. It was the first time they saw such a thick anti-theft door, which opened Liu Feng's eyes and amazed him. Moreover, Liu Feng and his team learned from Wu Naigeng that if they wanted to store such valuable items in the bank's vault, they would need to pay a lot of safe deposit box storage fees, especially the safe deposit box for storing emerald night shining pearls, which was the highest level and the most expensive. Fortunately, Liu Feng did not have to pay for it, and it was all handled by Tang Heng Auction Company. After leaving the bank, Wu Naigeng drove Liu Feng and his team back to school. Mr. Liu, we will notify you in advance when the auction time of the emerald night shining pearl is, and it is expected to be no more than a month. At the entrance of City College, Wu Naigeng also got out of the car and shook hands with Liu Feng solemnly. Finally, thank you again for choosing our Tang Heng auction. Watching Wu Naigeng's car gradually drive away, Wu Ji and the other two were stunned and seemed to have not yet recovered. Hey, are you three still going to make it? Look at your little achievements. Liu Feng looked at the three of them with disdain. It doesn't seem so good, Brother Feng. Don't you think our morning was a little unreal? Wu Ji shook his head and stretched out his arms to gesture. Look at the vault door, it's so long, big, and thick. Why is it unreal? The appraisal certificate is here, and the contract is here too. Liu Feng said as he stuffed the contract and certificate into Wu Ji's hand, and then took the lead and walked leisurely into the school. Let's go back to the dormitory. Looking at Liu Feng, who looked calm and composed, as if he didn't care about what happened today at all, Wu Ji and the other two were full of admiration. Brother Feng is Brother Feng? As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Liu Feng, who could no longer suppress his emotions, immediately showed his true colors. Wu Ji and the other two, who were praising Liu Feng for his calmness a few minutes ago, stared at the excited Liu Feng with their mouths wide open. Liu Feng threw Caesar onto the bed, then rushed to the balcony with his teeth bared, leaned on the railing and yelled wildly at the outside, then returned to the dormitory and twisted his waist and hips against the bed rails, and when he was very excited, he even dragged his shirt, swung his clothes with one hand, and hummed an incomprehensible song. Looking at Liu Feng, who was still convulsing, Wu Ji's mouth twitched and said, I really thought Brother Feng was unmoved, but I didn't expect that he was really good at pretending. Of course, I finally calmed myself down. Then why not? Heh. After that, Fu Xiaodou, Wu Ji and Zhang Xin looked at each other with a sinister smile, then took off their shirts, rushed forward to hug Liu Feng and shouted together. In broad daylight, 4 naked men actually did such a shameless thing in a university dormitory. Little Caesar just took a look and covered his eyes in shock. Wu Naigeng returned to Tang Heng Auction and directly pushed open the door of a conference room. At this time, the seats inside were already full of people, chatting. Wu Naigeng! Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit sitting at the main seat of the conference table slapped the table and stood up suddenly, shouting at Wu Naigeng with a serious face. This scene scared everyone in the conference room, including Wu Naigeng, who had just entered the room, and the conference room fell into silence. What's wrong? Shouldn't Mr. Tang be happy? Why is he so angry with Manager Wu? Everyone was a little confused. Look at what you have done, the middle-aged man in a suit suddenly said to Wu Naigeng, with a look of reproach on his face. You have made such a great contribution to the company without making any noise. Everyone, give me a round of applause. Wu Naigeng was a little confused by Mr. Tang's drama. Facing the applause in the room, he could only touch his head and give an awkward but polite smile, then bend down slightly and call out, Mr. Tang. After the applause, Tang Ruming walked up to him with a smile on his face, pushed Wu Naigeng to sit down next to his seat, and then sat back in his seat and turned to face everyone. Now that everyone is here, let me tell you what happened today. I have a general understanding of it. Tang Ruming paused and continued. It was just that someone called and said that he had a treasure, without knowing whether it was true or not. Manager Wu did not miss any chance to find the treasure and went downstairs to verify it in person. Only then did Mr. Liu, who brought the rare treasure, come to our company. So Manager Wu did a great job today. You all have to learn from Manager Wu and do more good things for the company. Listening to Mr. Tang's boasting, Wu Naigeng wiped his head in shame. He didn't expect that the action that was just out of boredom and impulsive at the beginning would bring such great benefits to himself and the company. He was really lucky. Mr. Tang, there is another thing I have to report to you. Wu Naigeng suddenly remembered something and said quickly, just tell me if you have something to say. You don't have to report to me. Tang Ruiming gave enough face to such a great contributor like Wu Naigeng. Mr. Liu values our Tang Heng, but when he came to the company to identify the treasures, he was stopped by a security guard downstairs and threatened to get out of the company, which almost caused the company to suffer huge reputation and profit losses. Wu Naijing stood up and said indignantly, although Mr. Liu and his people did not pursue it, I personally think that such an extremely unqualified security guard should be fired, not only to give an explanation to Mr. Liu, but also to give an explanation to our company. Is there such a thing? Tang Riming frowned and glanced at Wu Naijing. I will tell Director Feng Yi about this matter. Such a black sheep must be removed. And what about the auction arrangement of the Emerald Night Pearl? Do you have anything to say? On this issue, the leaders of various departments in the conference room began to make suggestions. Some said that they would hold a special auction for the Night Pearl. Some said that they would hold a gem auction of jade jewelry. and some said that no matter how expensive it is, they should directly hold a huge auction of rare cultural relics to directly give the company a hit. This is a good idea. Maybe it can make Tang Heng the top auction house. But where can we get so many treasures in such a short time? Tang Ruming said with a headache. Not to mention that it is more expensive than the Emerald Night Pearl. It can't be much worse. At least the cultural relics worth tens of millions of yuan are not even qualified to be on the stage. A group of people in the conference room were silent. Tang Heng auction now has a lot of small items worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, but there are only a few treasures worth millions of yuan, and there is not a single one worth tens of millions of yuan. After thinking hard for a long time, no one in the conference room could come up with a good idea. Finally, Wu Naijing stood up. Mr. Tang, if you really want to hold a huge auction, you can either spend time to raise funds or borrow from other auction companies. Don't even think about it. How can other auction companies lend us treasures for auction? Isn't this self-destructive? Tang Riming waved his hand and refused with some annoyance. Wu Naijing was not angry when he saw it and said, or hold a joint auction. Let our Tang Heng Night Pearl be the bottom line. Yes. Tang Riming thought about it and suddenly understood and stood up excitedly and commanded, contact all major auction houses for me and ask about their treasure inventory. I want to hold a grand auction and make it the largest treasure auction in history. As the highest order was issued, the leaders of various departments in the conference room tensed their expressions and began to command their subordinates to execute one order after another, making the entire Tang Heng auction form a high-speed operation mode, regardless of how Tang Heng Auction Company finally operated its Night Pearl. After the hysterical madness, Liu Feng and the other four lay powerlessly on their seats. I'm a little hungry. Let's order takeout. Okay, Brother Feng will treat us. No problem. For Liu Feng, who made money too quickly, ordering a takeout meal was not a big deal, not to mention that he was so happy today, and it won't be long before he can become a billionaire. When my parents want to buy me a car, I will take out my bank card and buy them each a small electric donkey as a gift. You know, it's not common to have a son like me who is generous and filial after becoming rich. At 4 p.m., Liu Feng went to the slaughterhouse to collect life force. Recalling that before he left, Wu Ji and the other two who were playing games in the dormitory looked at him with doubtful eyes again. Liu Feng still didn't explain anything because the time was not right. Liu Feng has always been very clear about his own cognition. He was originally an ordinary person, an ordinary student. It was only because of that adventure that he obtained the creation cube that his ordinary life changed drastically in these 3 months. Without the creation cube and the life force, I, Liu Feng, would be nothing. I wouldn't be so handsome, I wouldn't be favored by so many girls, I wouldn't make money as fast as God gave me, and I wouldn't have the ability to create creatures. So even if I become rich and powerful in the future, it is all given by the creation cube, and vitality is my foundation. And it is the premise for me to keep on being fragrant. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Liu Feng, with a smile on his face, walked towards the dormitory building with a happy face. Today, I have earned more than 370 million vitality. In 5 days, I can occupy the entire slaughterhouse in Shaoshan. By then, I will be the Mountain King of Shaoshan District. Liu Feng, who had been imagining how he would send his minions to patrol the mountain when he became the Mountain King of Shaoshan, finally went up to the 5th floor. Huh? Is anyone organizing any activities tonight? The corridor is so lively. Looking at the large group of classmates crowded in the corridor on the 5th floor, Liu Feng raised his eyebrows in confusion and walked forward. Excuse me, make way, make way! Liu Feng said while using his strong body to push away the crowd in front of him. Among the students who were originally pushed aside, there were some with bad tempers. They were looking unhappy and wanted to turn around to see who was so uncultured. As a result, when they saw Liu Feng, their impatience on their faces immediately turned into smiles, and they shouted, "Hello, Brother Feng," one after another. Liu Feng could only force a smile to respond to those students who shouted him. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Although Liu Feng thought that he had not done anything big, his deeds had long been spread through campus forums and known to all teachers and students in the school. In particular, his record of punching the instructor and knocking down a group of seniors alone was revered by all freshmen. So even when he was strolling around the campus, there would often be boys he didn't know who would suddenly shout the 3 words, "Hello, Brother Feng," to him, which made Liu Feng feel helpless. After that, Liu Feng didn't need to continue to squeeze in. Hearing the 2 words, "Brother Feng," the students who were blocking the corridor automatically made a gap and let Liu Feng in. When Liu Feng saw the scene after the crowd parted, the smile on his lips gradually disappeared until the word slowly formed between his eyebrows. No wonder there are so many people gathered here. What are these policemen doing in our 509? Liu Feng was secretly alert in his heart, and even suspected that he had been exposed somewhere. But whether he was exposed or not, he had to find out the situation. Thinking of this, Liu Feng slowly walked forward. The policemen who knocked on the door also noticed the weirdness between the students, and turned their heads curiously to look at the group of students who were making a fuss. They saw a boy who was about 1.8 meters tall and very handsome. Amid the shouts of "Brother Feng" and "Brother Feng" from a group of boys, he walked towards his group with a frown and a cold face. Hearing the shouts of another group of students behind him, Zhao Yuheng suddenly felt like he was facing a gangster boss, and he and his colleagues were the surrounded by a group of gangsters. Police, stop! A colleague next to Zhao Yuheng suddenly took a step back nervously, pointing at Liu Feng and shouting. Hearing the policeman's order, Liu Feng stopped and tilted his head slightly to look at him. What's wrong, Uncle Policeman? The word Uncle Policeman made the policeman feel that the scene suddenly changed, as if they were just on the set of Young and Dangerous, and were intimidated by the aura of the gangster, and in an instant, they jumped to the set of Campus Life. Although this was originally on the set of a campus. You're so young, and you don't study hard, but you're the boss in school, right? Quize seemed to feel ashamed that he was scared back by a famous student just now, so he came to Liu Feng in shame and said to him angrily, Do you know that the whole country is cracking down on gangs now? I warn you not to form gangs in school, do you hear me? Please, Uncle Policeman. We are all good students. Please don't slander me maliciously. Liu Feng looked at the policeman in front of him with some depression. He felt that he was quite wronged. He clearly did not do anything. He just walked a few steps towards the dormitory, but was ordered to stop by the police and was warned. Still trying to argue with me, don't you think that the eyes of several of us police officers are just for show? Quize stared at Liu Feng and said, You are quite capable. You can make so many students call you brother. Do you believe that I will take you back to investigate now? I really don't believe it. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced at the police who were picking on him. He asked the police behind him with some dissatisfaction. This is a school. Excuse me, do you police officers slander students like this? After Liu Feng finished speaking, before the police behind him could answer, the boys around him also joined in and pointed at the police, talking non-stop. You dare to hint to your classmates to obstruct. Okay, Xiao Kui, stop looking for trouble. Business matters are more important. Quize was interrupted by Zhao Hengyu, who couldn't stand it any longer when he was halfway through his words. Quize turned his head to look at Zhao Hengyu, then turned back and glared at Liu Feng fiercely. You'd better not let me know that you have committed campus violence, otherwise I will definitely arrest you according to the criminal law. Liu Feng rolled his eyes at Xiao Kui in disdain, and Quize was so angry that he almost wanted to make trouble for Liu Feng again. Zhao Hengyu continued to knock on the door of dormitory 509. Classmate, are you done with the toilet? Please open the door. There was no sound in dormitory 509, so Zhao Hengyu continued to knock. What are these policemen doing here? Liu Feng asked Wu Yong, who came to his side in a low voice. Brother Feng, come here. Wu Yong pulled Liu Feng behind the crowd and then whispered, Don't you still have a big rock? I heard from those policemen that someone called the police in the school and found a national second-level protected animal. They waited for several days before finding that the big rock flew back to your dormitory, so they came to investigate. Liu Feng frowned and nodded. What are you guys whispering about? Quize also pushed aside the students and asked Wu Yong and Liu Feng suspiciously. What else can we students talk about? Of course it's academic issues. Do you want to interfere? Liu Feng replied impatiently. Quize pointed at Liu Feng and said, I warn you, it's better. I say, are you tired of it? Liu Feng's face was completely pulled down at this time. He lowered his head and stared at Quize with gloomy eyes. Quize looked at the cold light flashing in the eyes of the boy in front of him. For some reason, he felt cold all over. The last few words he wanted to say were stuck in the back of his throat and could not be uttered. If you're done, then get out. Liu Feng's cold tone was like the ability to freeze 3 feet of frost, making the corridor on the 5th floor silent in an instant. The boys turned around and looked at Liu Feng in astonishment, wondering why Liu Feng suddenly went crazy at the police. In their impression, although Liu Feng was a campus celebrity, he was always warm and gentle to others, and had never been so cold, which made them faintly frightened. After all, Brother Feng had beaten even the instructor. Who knew if he would get angry and fight with the police? That would be bad. What's the matter? It seemed that a conflict had broken out again. Zhao Hengju and several colleagues also hurriedly pulled the students apart, came to Quize and stared at Liu Feng nervously and asked, Hey, is your colleague too idle? He wants to control everything. He even warns me when I chat with my classmates. What does he think of me? Suspect? Liu Feng smiled frivolously. Liu Feng was really annoyed by this policeman named Xiao Kui. Not only did he make trouble for no reason, but he also warned him one by one. Even clay people have 3 points of anger, let alone himself. The most important thing is that these police gentlemen came to inquire about Da Peng's affairs, which was equivalent to looking for trouble with him. Naturally, Liu Feng had no good face to face these police officers. Zhao Hengyu gradually became unhappy when he saw that Liu Feng's words and actions were a bit frivolous. Then do you know that you just insulted a public official? Liu Feng looked at Zhao Hengyu with a sidelong glance, his eyes full of contempt. I thought you were a good police officer who clearly distinguished between public and private affairs, but I didn't expect you to be a guy who only favors your relatives and not your relatives. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just tell me, did you just insult the police? Zhao Hengyu frowned and shouted at Liu Feng in a very stern expression. In room 509. Wu Ji and the other 2 standing behind the door tilted their heads and listened quietly to the movement outside. After a while, Zhang Xin said in a panic, What should we do? Brother Feng seems to be about to fight with the police. Open the door. Wu Ji was anxious and wanted to open the door. No, Da Peng is still in the dormitory. Zhang Xin quickly stretched out his hand to stop Wu Ji. What should we do? Da Peng doesn't listen to us. We told him to go out and hide for a while, but he just won't listen. Wu Ji's tone was so anxious that it changed. There's no other way. We can only send Da Peng out by force. Fu Xiaodo gritted his teeth and turned to Da Peng. Looking at Da Peng's sharp eyes and sharp beak, Fu Xiaodo forced a smile and said, Peng, Brother Feng has a problem outside. I have to send you out of the dormitory first. Don't peck me. You can fly back later. Fu Xiaodo stretched out his hands to hug Da Peng and threw him out from the balcony on the 5th floor, regardless of Da Peng's wings flapping wildly. Huh, as long as you don't peck a hole in my face, you can slap me as much as you want. Fu Xiaodo, who was relieved, quickly made an okay gesture to Zhang Xin. So what? You are allowed to slander students in school, and students are not allowed to resist? Liu Feng put his hands in his pockets, raised his head, and asked with disdain. How? Just based on this sentence, I can take you back to the police station for detention for insulting public officials and obstructing the performance of public duties. Zhao Hengyu waved his hand and signaled Kuizhe and several colleagues to arrest Liu Feng. What a crime of obstructing public duties. Liu Feng's eyes were cold as he scanned the police who wanted to arrest him. Especially Kuizhe, who looked excited. Liu Feng's eyes stayed on him the longest. Just when the boys around felt that things were getting serious, the door of dormitory 509 opened. I say, police uncles, what on earth do you want to do? You guys are so annoying, even when I'm squatting in the toilet. Wu Ji leaned out half of his body, pulled at the door, and said excitedly, It's fine now. It's broken, and half of it is still inside me. I feel uncomfortable all over. Tell me, what should I do? Zhao Hengju and other policemen were caught off guard by Wu Ji's sudden appearance. They looked at Wu Ji with a confused look on their faces and didn't know what to do. Speak up, police uncle. You were so anxious just now, and now you don't want to talk. I'll close the door if nothing happens. Wu Ji pretended to close the door after he finished speaking. Hey, wait a minute. Zhao Hengju took a few big steps and then held up the door of 509. We received a call from the public and found that a hunting falcon may have flown into your room. It is a national second-level protected animal. We need to go in and check it out. As he said that, Zhao Hengyu pushed the door of 509 open with force, squeezing Wu Ji, who didn't use much strength to begin with. Let's go. Let's put him aside for now. Zhao Hengyu turned his head and shook his head at several colleagues, indicating that it was important for them to go into the room. I'll deal with you later. Kuizhe gritted his teeth and loosened his hand that was holding Liu Feng's arm. Liu Feng straightened his clothes and did not engage in verbal arguments, but his eyes and face were still cold. Kuizhe and several police officers followed Zhao Hengyu into 509 and looked around the narrow doorway carefully. Zhao Hengyu frowned when he saw that there were 2 students in the dormitory besides Wu Ji. If you are squatting and can't open the door, then what about the 2 of them? Zhao Hengju pointed at Fu Xiaodo and Zhang Xin and asked Wu Ji seriously. I don't know, maybe they didn't hear it because they were playing games. Wu Ji shrugged. I knocked so loudly, can't they hear it? Zhao Hengyu said loudly with a serious face. What are you doing here? This is a public duty site, get out! Before Wu Ji could answer, Kuizhe's angry shouting came from the door again. Zhao Hengyu was a little furious. Why was Kuizhe so troublesome today? This is my dormitory, why can't I come in? Liu Feng pushed away the hand against his chest, pushed Kuizhe aside and walked in. You dare to attack the police? Kuizhe pointed at Liu Feng with wide eyes, and was about to teach Liu Feng a lesson. Suddenly, he found that a black monkey the size of a 2-year-old child jumped out of the bed next to him and pounced on Liu Feng. Captain, this kid illegally raised wild animals, and now he is caught red-handed. Apply for an arrest warrant from the bureau. Kuizhe shouted to Zhao Hengyu excitedly. Zhao Hengju and several police officers also saw Liu Feng holding the chimpanzee, and hurriedly took out batons and handcuffs from their waists and backs. You are suspected of illegally raising wild protected animals. I formally advise you to put down the protected animals in your hands and raise your hands. Do you hear me? Zhao Hengyu pointed his baton at Liu Feng and shouted fiercely. You are really brave. You also raised that hunting falcon illegally, right? Where is it? Hand it over. Kuizhe also shouted. Oh, you really guessed it right. I really raised Da Peng illegally. Liu Feng thought in surprise, and his face showed a slightly surprised expression. He just turned his back to the police and did not follow the instructions of the police. Don't resist silently. Confess and you will be lenient. I will give you one last chance. Put down the animal in your hand and squat down with your hands on your head. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. Looking at a group of police uncles who were waiting in a serious battle, Wu Ji and the other 2 looked at each other, and a strange smile appeared on their faces. After that, Wu Ji walked to Liu Feng's computer desk, opened the drawer and took out a black thin-skinned certificate and handed it to Zhao Hengyu, the leader. What is this? Zhao Hengyu glanced at the thin black certificate with some doubt. Seeing the 3 big words license on the cover, Zhao Hengyu knew that something might be wrong and hurriedly opened the license. Key Protected Animal Domestication License, Silverback Gorilla Domestication License specially approved by Linan Forestry Bureau. Did you see it clearly? Uncle Police. Wu Ji said to Zhao Hengyu in a mocking tone. I'm not blind. Why do you need to say so much? Zhao Hengyu cursed in his heart, and then he closed the license in a depressed mood and returned it to Wu Ji. Captain, could it be fake? Kuizhe muttered in Zhao Hengyu's ear with a gloomy face. Seeing that he had seized the opportunity to accuse this brat of a crime and could teach him a lesson legitimately, he didn't expect that he actually had a domestication license, which made Quize very unhappy. He had disliked this kid for a long time. It should be true. Zhao Hengyu shook his head and whispered, then awkwardly stuffed the handcuffs and baton back into his waist. Seeing that the captain had taken back the equipment, Quize had no choice but to do as he was told. If you are worried, you can call the Forestry Bureau to verify it. Liu Feng turned around and sat on the chair with Caesar in his arms and smiled at Zhao Hengyu with a strange look on his face. I believe that the police are all dedicated to serving the people, but everything requires evidence. It is not good to jump to conclusions, so it is better to ask a few people to verify it. Looking at Liu Feng, who was sitting on the chair and teasing Caesar with a comfortable look on his face, he seemed to completely ignore his group of public officials. The anger in Quize's heart was like magma about to erupt, and it was about to explode. I warn you not to be too arrogant. Quize couldn't help but want to beat Liu Feng violently, so he walked forward and pointed at Liu Feng, but was stopped by Zhao Hengyu with a hand. How could that be? I am a well-behaved and morally upright college student. Liu Feng sneered at Quize. Do you have anything else to say? If not, please leave. We need to rest. Oh, huh? Hearing Liu Feng's words, even Caesar in his arms grinned and showed a funny smile to the detectives, waving his hands to drive them away. Feeling that everyone in the room was not welcoming, even the animals wanted to drive them away, the detectives looked a little embarrassed. We still need to check your room again? Zhao Hengyu's frowned eyebrows were like the roots of an old tree, and they had not relaxed since entering 509. Whatever, please, Liu Feng said, indifferently. However, there was really nothing unusual in the dormitory. Quize, who could not find any trouble, vented all his anger on the personal belongings and bedding of Liu Feng and others, making a mess of it, making the faces of Wu Ji and the other two, who were originally full of teasing expressions, gloomy. Captain, nothing was found. An inspector walked up to Zhao Hengyu and whispered, Okay, let's get back to the team first. Zhao Hengyu nodded. Wait a minute. Quize pointed at the balcony unwillingly. Captain, the balcony hasn't been checked yet. Are you pushing it too far? Fu Xiaodou shouted at Quize in a somewhat unhappy tone. I'm sorry, as a people's inspector, I can't let go of any suspicious places. Quize glanced at Liu Feng and the others with contempt, then walked straight to the balcony and carefully checked it again. Captain, there's something wrong. After a while, Quize suddenly came out with a feather that was more than 10 centimeters long, looking very happy. Oh no. Seeing Quize take out a feather from the balcony, Fu Xiaodou was suddenly startled, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. Could it be that it fell when Depeng slapped me? Damn it, the balcony was too dark and I didn't notice it at all. Captain, this should be the feather of the hunting falcon. That's right. Zhao Hengyu took the feather and turned to Liu Feng and asked, So, this hunting falcon is also raised by you? Please show me the domestication license. Brother Feng bought the hunting falcon from an animal dealer, so where is the license? Wu Ji and the other two were so anxious that they didn't know what to do, and instinctively clenched their fists. No license. Liu Feng answered truthfully while holding Caesar. Great, this is a great achievement. Quize teased Liu Feng. Wu Ji and the other two were so angry that they glared at Quize. You three don't need to glare at him. He is suspected of illegally raising a national protected animal, and you are suspected of harboring him. Come with us. Zhao Hengyu pretended to be majestic and took out the handcuffs from his waist again. Although I don't have a breeding license, we don't keep any animals either. Why do we have to go with you? Liu Feng asked Zhao Hengyu curiously. That's right. Don't policemen care about evidence when arresting people? Which eye of yours saw that we kept protected animals illegally? Wu Ji and the other two kept spitting out rebuttals, which annoyed Zhao Hengyu and his group. Shut up, cuff them all, and take them away. Zhao Hengyu roared, waved his hand and took the lead to arrest these annoying brats. However, this is a school. Although the official uniform has a great deterrent effect on students, you can't forcibly arrest them without sufficient evidence. Seeing the resistance of Wu Ji and the others, the boys in class 1 and 2, who were watching outside the door, were immediately dissatisfied. It was like poking a hornet's nest. Dozens of boys rushed into the 509 dormitory and filled the small room. What do you want to do? Do you want to obstruct public service, resist the law with violence? Do you believe that I will arrest all of you? The group of boys who were squeezed and forcibly separated them by a line. Looking at his group who were heavily surrounded, and then looking at Liu Feng and the other 4 who were strictly protected, Zhao Hengyu was furious. The police officers were also shocked and angry. They really didn't expect that a group of students would dare to treat the police officers like this. It's just that the students were numerous and powerful, and they didn't take any action. They just separated their group of people. The police officers didn't dare to take action first, for fear of arousing public anger. I really don't believe it. Are police officers so great? You can't say that. Police officers are indeed great, but they can't arrest people indiscriminately. That's right. If you are suspected, please go back for investigation at most. Why do you arrest people with handcuffs without any evidence? The boys stared at Zhao Hengyu one by one. You all want to protect the criminals, right? Wait for me. Zhao Hengyu stared at the group of boys in front of him and nodded twice, then took out the walkie-talkie angrily and shouted into the channel. I am the captain of the second team, Zhao Hengyu. I found the lawbreakers at the mission site. Now the students are gathering to obstruct law enforcement. I request police support. Target. After Zhao Hengyu finished the communication, he looked at the students who were still unmoved and could only stare at them with fierce eyes, helplessly stalemated. Seeing the situation on the scene getting worse and worse, the students outside the door finally thought of informing the teachers. The news was reported from one level to another until the phone was called to Yu Jiangong, who was lying on the sofa watching TV. What? The students blocked the police? Yu Jiangong, who was still a little lazy, was startled by the news on the phone and stood up instantly. The swift body movement that was inadvertently revealed was not at all like something a 50 or 60-year-old man could do. Hurry, old Chan, you go first. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Yu Jiangong hurriedly changed his clothes. As if he had thought of something, Yu Jiangong, who had just taken off his pants impatiently, made another phone call. When Yu Jiangong arrived at 5:09 breathlessly, Qian Deming was negotiating with students and police officers. Captain Zhao, this is a society ruled by law. No matter how my students offend you, you have to have evidence to arrest them. Qian Deming stood in front of the students and said to Zhao Hengyu righteously, Teacher Qian, right? First, your students haven't offended me, so don't hint at anything. Second, your students are suspected of illegally raising falcons, which are protected animals by the state. I need to take them back for investigation. Zhao Hengyu stared at Qian Deming's eyes seriously. So please advise other students not to hinder law enforcement. They are still students. I don't believe they will do anything illegal. Qian Deming said in a tone of rejection. And before the incident is investigated, I will not agree to you taking the students away rashly. So, as a teacher, you also want to break the law and protect your students? Zhao Hengyu's face darkened. Don't put such a big hat on the teachers and students of our school. At this time, an old and loud voice came from behind, which made Qian Deming look slightly happy. Turning around, Dean Yu slowly walked in through a gap made by the students. I've been listening here for a long time. You keep saying that the students illegally raised a hunting falcon, but if it is raised, there must be tools for raising it. Yu Jiangong walked in and pointed around the room. There are neither breeding racks for raising birds of prey, nor feeding tools, not even anything related. How can you police determine that it is the students of our school who illegally raised the national protected animals? The police opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but were speechless for a moment. Only Kuizhe hurriedly held up the feather and said, This bird feather is the evidence. And our police officers saw with their own eyes that the falcon flew into this room. Then where is the falcon, and where did you get this feather from? The falcon? I didn't see it, but I found the feather on the balcony. Yu Jiangong shook his head and smiled and said, So you arbitrarily assume that the students in this dormitory illegally raised a falcon based on a feather found on the balcony? That's obvious. They also raise gorillas and turtles. It's entirely possible that they raise another falcon. But you didn't see it after all, did you? What if the falcon was tired of flying and landed on the balcony to rest and happened to drop a feather? Yu Jiangong pointed at Kuizhe with some indignation and said, If this is true, you are framing our students on trumped-up charges. This not only damages the reputation of our teachers and students, but also causes serious psychological trauma to the students. After Yu Jiangong finished speaking, without waiting for the police to reply, he exerted pressure again. And I will also complain to the general public and journalists about your violent law enforcement through formal legal channels. This series of machine guns made Zhao Hengyu and Kuizhe feel a little overwhelmed, especially when they heard that they would notify the journalists. Sweat broke out on their foreheads. If you ask the police what they like most about this profession, it must be catching criminals. After all, promotion and salary increase depend on this. But if you talk about what they fear most, it must be the ubiquitous journalists. They are like natural enemies. You can't drive them away, and you can't afford to provoke them. As long as you do something wrong, they will kindly increase your popularity and make you famous throughout the country, until you lose your job. I haven't asked you who you are yet? Zhao Hengyu asked awkwardly. Yu Jiangong, Dean of the School of Biological Sciences. Here comes an old guy. No wonder he is so smooth-talking. Forget it. I can't afford to provoke him. Zhao Hengyu thought with some shame. Well, this time it was our police who were impulsive and did not investigate the truth of the matter. This has caused some troubles to your school and the teachers and students. I sincerely apologize to you. The boys around saw Dean Yu coming and made the police officers admit their mistakes in a few words. They immediately looked at Dean Yu with admiration. Our school emphasizes reason first. Since you have also realized your shortcomings, we will not inform the reporters. Yu Jiangong also immediately turned around and said to the police with a smile. Yes, our police will definitely consider it carefully before taking action in the future. I will leave first. Forcing a smile, Zhao Hengyu just wanted to leave this place that made him lose face as soon as possible, and he swore that he would never come to this school again. The teachers and students of this school jointly bullied people. Seeing Zhao Hengyu leading the team away with a gloomy look on his face, the teachers and students gradually showed a triumphant smile on their faces. Cry. This loud eagle cry made everyone present stiffen. Yu Jiangong and Qian Deming were in disbelief. Zhao Hengyu and Kuizhe were pleasantly surprised, and Fu Xiaodo was trembling all over. Because Fu Xiaodo found that this pitiful Dapeng was flying straight towards him from the balcony. Your uncle's Dapeng, Even if you want to retaliate against me, you can just come a few minutes later. Fu Xiaodou shouted in frustration while dodging Da Peng's blow. Liu Feng also rolled his eyes and covered his helpless face with one hand. Ha ha ha, now it's finally all here with all the evidence and witnesses. Kuizei turned around and jumped up excitedly. Hey, Dean Yu, what else do you have to say now? Zhao Hengyu sneered. Maybe you still have a permit for the training of hunting falcons? If not, you may have to go with us for suspected harboring. At this time, there was another burst of hurried footsteps in the corridor. A group of people turned their heads and looked, and unexpectedly several more police officers came. Captain Cao, you've come at the right time. They are illegally raising national key-protected animals. Now we have solid evidence. Take them all back. Smiled and shook hands with Cao Shu, then pointed at Liu Feng and Dean Yu. It has nothing to do with Dean Yu and the others. They didn't know about it. Liu Feng sighed, walked out, and said with some regret. It's not up to you to decide whether they knew about it or not. We have to investigate and decide. Do you understand? Kuizei walked up to Liu Feng and slapped Liu Feng's cheek hard every time he said a word. Anyway, Liu Feng has been convicted as a criminal now. As long as he doesn't count as assault, it doesn't matter if he slaps him hard. Roar, screech! When Caesar saw Liu Feng being slapped in the face, he immediately opened his mouth and pounced on Kuizei fiercely, and Da Peng, who was attacking Fu Xiaodou in the distance, also cried out, turned his head and stared at him with eagle eyes, as if he would pounce on him in the next second. Kuizei and other police officers were startled and hurriedly took out their batons in a defensive posture. 7 times in total. Remember this. Liu Feng's eyes were extremely cold, and he hugged Caesar, who rushed over, resisting the urge to attack. However, his right face had been slapped red, and when combined with his fair and handsome left face, it looked like a Peking opera mask. I'm waiting, what's wrong? Kuizei saw the chimpanzee being hugged by Liu Feng, and slapped Liu Feng's face again with a sneer, then lowered his head and taunted Caesar. You dare to be mean to me? Your master will soon be in jail, and you will also be sent to the zoo, and then be caged for people to watch. Ha ha! Don't be so nosy, handcuff them all and then catch the hunting falcon. Zhao Hengyu shouted to Kuizei impatiently. Okay, Captain. Kuizei and several other police officers stepped forward and handcuffed Liu Feng and his men's hands behind their backs, and then grabbed Da Peng. At first, Da Peng, who had just flown in, did not pay attention to the situation in the room. He was only thinking about teaching Fu Xiaodou a lesson so that he would not dare to offend him easily in the future. Now he suddenly found that his master was arrested and there were people with bad intentions who wanted to arrest him. Da Peng was immediately angry. Cry? My name is Da Peng. How can you catch me just because you want to catch me? Da Peng stood on the bedpole and spread his wings and cried. The fully stretched wings were 1.5 meters long, which set off gusts of wind. Several policemen led by Kuizei were actually frightened by Da Peng's arrogant attitude for a while. They stood there and watched Da Peng hesitate. But Da Peng didn't care whether they were scared by him or not. Since he wanted to catch him and his master, he had to pay a price. Da Peng flapped his wings, and his light yellow claws also flew away from the pole and flew towards Kuizei and others swiftly. The room was small to begin with. In less than a blink of an eye, Da Peng flew to Kuizei and grabbed Kuizei's face with its sharp eagle claws. Ah! Kuizei instinctively raised his arms to block his face and then screamed, covered his right arm with pain and fell to the ground. There were 6 bloody claw marks on his arm. Hiss! Seeing Kuizei's miserable appearance, everyone took a breath of cold air. I'm afraid the wound is not shallow. Fu Xiaodou was attacked by the seemingly ferocious hunting falcon for a long time without being hurt, which made people subconsciously think that it was not very aggressive. Now thinking back, it is a fierce bird of prey. Fu Xiaodou was not hurt, most likely because he had been fed, so he should not be so friendly to strangers. Call 120 quickly, and you should be careful too. This hunting falcon is very aggressive. Zhao Hengju reminded nervously from behind, and then dragged Kuizei to the back for a slight bandage. Bullshit. Do I need you to remind me? Kuizei is like this. Of course we know how aggressive he is, several policemen muttered in their hearts. Facing the policemen who carefully surrounded him, the hovering Da Peng showed everyone what an aerial Thomas spin is. Da Peng suddenly flapped one wing, and then used the force to flap the other wing again, spinning rapidly in the air like a small gyroscope. The strong wind forced several policemen to stretch out their hands, crossing them in front of their eyes like weaving a net, watching the crazy spinning falcon. Slowly, when the speed reached a critical point and turned into a qualitative force, Da Peng suddenly spread his wings to the maximum, and the wings with strong impact fanned the surrounding policemen, directly slapping them away. Gulong. Fu Xiaodou swallowed hard and was dumbfounded like everyone else. Brother Feng, when did Da Peng become so powerful? If he really wants to beat me, wouldn't it be like an eagle catching a chick? Fu Xiaodou wanted to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but his hands were handcuffed, so he could only let it flow freely. I don't know. Liu Feng was also confused. This was really not taught by him. At most, he strengthened Da Peng's body. Who would have thought that Da Peng could even perform such a move? Could it be that Da Peng is the legendary martial arts genius and the future martial arts master of the Eagle clan? The policemen who were knocked away helped to climb up. Although they didn't feel much damage, they still looked at Da Peng with some fear in their eyes. What about the agreement that animals are not allowed to become spirits after the founding of the People's Republic of China? Go to the bureau and apply for a trap net. After Zhao Hengju finished speaking, he took out his baton and looked at Da Peng vigilantly, fearing that Da Peng would use the Eagle Claw skill to hit him. Listening to the policeman applying for a trap, Liu Feng's heart tightened. This won't do. Once the trap arrives, Da Peng will be caught in the narrow room no matter how capable he is. Da Peng, fly outside. They can't catch you. Da Peng flew to Liu Feng's shoulder and looked at Liu Feng in confusion. It still wanted to save its master, so why did its master ask it to go first? Shut up and close the door. Zhao Hengyu roared and ordered other policemen. Fly out! Seeing a policeman turn around and run to close the sliding door of the balcony, Liu Feng jumped up in a hurry and shook Da Peng away. This is another disadvantage of non-magic cube creatures besides requiring more vitality. They cannot obey Liu Feng's orders 100% immediately. They have their own ideas. Fortunately, Da Peng's speed is fast enough. When the policeman was 3 or 4 steps away from the sliding door, Da Peng had already shot out of the balcony like a flash of lightning. Zhao hurried to the balcony and saw that Da Peng's figure had long disappeared in the curtain of night. Fuck. Zhao Hengju punched the wall in anger, then walked up to Liu Feng with angry eyes and punched Liu Feng hard in the stomach, causing Liu Feng to slightly bend his waist in pain. How can you hit someone? Wu Ji shouted dissatisfiedly beside him. Shut up. Zhao Hengyu turned his head and stared at Wu Ji fiercely, then found a towel and stuffed it into Liu Feng's mouth. Take them all away. Zhao Hengyu took the handcuffs on Liu Feng's back and led the way out of the dormitory. Other police officers also took the handcuffs of Wu Ji, Zhang Xin, Fu Xiaodou, Qian Deming, and Dean Yu and walked out. The boys around didn't dare to stop them at this time, and could only look at Liu Feng and the dean with worried eyes. After all, they had already been identified by the police at this time, and there was also the policeman who was scratched by Da Peng. If they continued to stop them, it would really be violent resistance to the law. At that time, it would be completely reasonable to take them away as well. The incident in the dormitory of the Department of Medicine and Biology had been spread to the campus forum. At this time, a large number of students came down to the dormitory to watch the show. How could this happen? Did Liu Feng really raise protected animals illegally? He must have been in prison for several years. Seeing that Liu Feng, a campus celebrity, was really handcuffed and taken out by the leading police, the students around him started to talk about it. Oh, how come Dean Yu was also arrested? Yes, and Teacher Qian. Why did they arrest our dean and the dean? What made the students even more unbelievable was that even the dean of the college was arrested by the police. Faced with the excited students, Zhao Hengyu had to stop and explain. Yu Jianggong is suspected of shielding Liu Feng's illegal raising of national key protected animals, so we have to take him back for investigation. If not, please believe that our police will never wrongly accuse anyone. The students didn't know what to say about the explanation given by the police and could only reluctantly agree. Cry! I don't agree! From nowhere came another loud and clear eagle cry. Hundreds of people at this place couldn't help but look up at the sky, but the sky was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Hey, what is that? A student was startled by the whoosh sound above his head. He looked carefully, but there was nothing unusual. I have it too. I can't see it clearly at all. The police who were escorting Liu Feng and his men became nervous instantly. They took out their batons and looked around in doubt. They knew that it must be the hunting falcon. The dark night just became its umbrella of protection. Coupled with its unreachable speed and extremely threatening aggressiveness, it was like a terrifying hunter lurking around. Ah, I'm attacked! A policeman suddenly screamed, dropped the baton in his hand and covered his bleeding arm. Everyone be on alert, Zhao Hengyu shouted. Perhaps it was this shout that attracted Da Peng's attention, and his sharp eagle eyes stared at Zhao Hengyu. A black shadow flashed by, and Zhao Hengyu's back was instantly torn into 6 claw marks of varying depths. Fuck! Zhao Hengyu gritted his teeth and reached out to wipe his back. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. Damn bird, if I caught it in the daytime, I would strip all its feathers and make it unable to fly again. Looking at his bloody hands, Zhao Hengyu was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Although the harsh words were spoken, when the police really faced Da Peng in the dark night, they still had no room to resist. From time to time, someone would be scratched by the elusive Da Peng, but they could not touch a single hair of Da Peng. Gradually, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding students changed from a little fear at the beginning to surprise, because they found something strange. It was the figure in the dark night, who turned a blind eye to everyone, and only attacked the police uncle. Where are the people with the traps? When will they arrive? They should be here soon. They're on their way. Just as Zhao Hengju was asking his colleagues, several unusual cars drove in at intervals. One was a white ambulance with red stripes, sirens on. About a minute later, another police car drove in, sirens on. Finally, after a long while, a military green pickup truck slowly drove in. What's going on tonight? Police cars, ambulances, and military vehicles are all here. The only thing missing is a fire truck, right? In the sentry box at the campus gate, a security guard turned around and asked his colleague sitting next to him curiously. We don't know, and we don't dare to ask. Beep, beep. Zhao Hengju and his group, who were unable to bear the attack by Da Peng and hid back in the dormitory building, were happy when they heard the sirens, but they immediately pulled them down. At first, they thought it was the support team coming with a trap, but later they listened carefully and found that it was not the sirens of the police car, but the ambulance. 4 medical staff got out of the car and ran straight to the dormitory building. As soon as they entered the building, they were startled by Zhao Hengyu and his group hiding by the wall. "Did you call the ambulance?" Seeing that Zhao Hengyu and his group were all injured, one of the male medical staff asked. "Yes. With so many of you injured, it's not enough to call an ambulance." The male medical staff went up to check the wounds, frowned and said, "Forget it, the seriously injured ones go first, follow us." Seeing that several medical staff were about to help Kuizei and another policeman go out, Zhao Hengyu hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. "No, we can't go out now. There is a terrifying hunting falcon staring at us in the dark outside. We will be attacked if we go out." Several medical staff looked at Zhao Hengyu, who was talking as if he was crazy. They even suspected that these people were mentally ill prisoners who escaped from a hospital, disguised as police officers and had paranoia. Seeing the strange eyes of the medical staff, Zhao Hengyu immediately became anxious. "Can't you medical students see it? This is the injury caused by the claws of birds of prey. We are not veterinarians, and we have never come into contact with patients scratched by birds of prey." Several medical staff were speechless. But looking at the 3 scratches, they do look a bit like those caused by eagle claws. The medical staff took a closer look. I know. Suddenly, a young female medical staff member clasped her hands in front of her chest with excitement and said, "It's Wolverine!" "Come on, we are injured now. Why do you still think of that monster?" Seeing how excited you are, I'm afraid you even have some admiration for. The police were collectively speechless. Beep, beep. Hearing the familiar sound of the police sirens, the police finally breathed a sigh of relief. This should be the support team with the animal trap net. "Hurry up, come in first." Zhao Hengyu stood at the door of the dormitory building and waved his hands, shouting to the 2 policemen who had just got off the car. Although they hadn't figured out the situation at the scene, after hearing Captain Zhao's order, the 2 policemen quickly picked up the animal trap net and ran towards the dormitory building. Chi! After squatting at the top of the treetops for a while, they finally saw 2 people in blue uniforms outside. How could Da Peng let them go easily? With a flap of its wings, the eagle flew a distance into the air, then leaned over and folded its wings slightly and swooped down quickly towards the 2 policemen. "Oh no, it's still guarding outside." Hearing the cry of the eagle, Zhao Hengyu's heart skipped a beat, knowing that the 2 newcomers might be in trouble. "Be careful, it's coming." The 2 policemen looked at Zhao Hengyu's anxious face and didn't know what Zhao Hengyu meant until a shock accompanied by tearing pain, but it was too late. Really, a big bird. Several medical staff finally saw how terrifying the big bird the policemen talked about was. They saw with their own eyes the huge pair of wings in the dark night, suddenly appearing above the heads of the 2 policemen. The huge shadow covered the upper bodies of the 2 men, and then the 2 policemen pounced forward with painful expressions, and the big bird flapped its wings and disappeared in vain, as if it had never appeared. Zhao Hengyu and another policeman rushed out, pulled up the 2 people who fell to the ground, and ran to the dormitory building. "Where's the net gun?" Zhao Hengyu asked hurriedly after entering the building. "Then, what about that?" The injured policeman covered his back and pointed at the empty space outside the building and grinned. Fuck. Zhao Hengyu looked at the net gun thrown outside and felt annoyed. He just wanted to rescue his teammates, but he didn't expect to lose the net gun. Now, no matter who in the police went out to get it, they would definitely be attacked by the hunting falcon. What should he do? "Can you help me get the net gun?" Zhao Hengyu could only ask several medical staff for help. Several medical staff kept shaking their heads. "Are you kidding? If I help you get it now, what if you are attacked by that terrifying big bird?" Seeing that the medical staff disagreed, Zhao Hengyu leaned against the wall and thought for a while, then walked out with Liu Feng. Although Liu Feng was restrained to the side, he heard it clearly and understood Zhao Hengyu's intention. He wanted to use himself as a shield to make Da Peng afraid of rats. Regardless of whether it would work or not, even if it didn't work, Liu Feng would not easily let Zhao Hengyu succeed and let him do something that was not good for Da Peng. "Are you resisting me?" Zhao Hengyu sneered, and then he lifted the handcuffs behind his back with force, forcing Liu Feng to bend down immediately. The strong pain of the joints was so severe that Liu Feng could only succumb. Carefully carrying Liu Feng to the open space outside, Zhao Hengyu kept looking around in the darkness until he approached the net gun and was still not attacked by the hunting falcon. Zhao Hengyu couldn't help but smile slightly. But he didn't notice that in the darkness not far away, a pair of blue eyes slowly appeared, staring at his figure closely. "Haha! Come out again if you have the guts!" After getting the net gun, Zhao Hengyu finally felt that he had the confidence to fight back, and he shouted recklessly at the darkness around him. He believed that with his marksmanship, if the hunting falcon dared to attack him again, he would be able to shoot out a big net to capture it. By then, it would lose its speed and ability to fly, and it would be a weak chicken on the chopping board. Zhao Hengyu was even more proud when he didn't get any response. He thought it was the big bird's turn to be scared. "Even your little chicken doesn't dare to help you, right?" Zhao Hengyu suddenly turned Liu Feng to face him and mocked loudly. "Aren't you very awesome? Huh? So many people are willing to help you. Now, who else? I just want to ask who else." Roar. As soon as Zhao Hengyu finished speaking, a huge figure flew towards him from both sides. "What the hell?" Zhao Hengyu only had time to let out a terrifying scream, and before he could even turn his body, he was knocked to the ground by the huge creature on his left hand, and the net gun in his hand fell out of his hand again and fell far away. It's not that falcon. This creature is even bigger and more powerful. Unfortunately, before Zhao Hengju could think about it, a huge mouth with sharp teeth and breathing hot air fell on his neck. Listening to the low threatening sound from deep in its throat, feeling the stinging coolness on the surface of his skin, and the unparalleled sense of power pressing on his shoulders, Zhao Hengju's mind went blank. Will I die? Zhao Hengyu really felt the strong killing intent brought by this creature in his heart. Captain! Captain Zhao! Listening to those familiar worried voices, with a little fear in the worry, Zhao Hengju didn't know why he felt that it was close at hand, but also seemed to be far away in the vast galaxy. A few minutes ago, the driver Xiao Wang drove a military vehicle to the gate of the campus. Back to the place where the master was active, the excited Golden Wolf couldn't wait for Xiao Wang to slowly go through the gate security check, and jumped out of the car window impatiently. Hey, Golden Wolf! Seeing Golden Wolf jump out of the window, Xiao Wang immediately shouted anxiously to a figure sitting in the back seat. Chief, what do you think? Hey, let him go and see the boy first. We can catch up slowly. This is a school. Drive slowly. Yes, Chief. Golden Wolf, relying on his sensitive sense of smell and the memory in his mind, rushed all the way to the dormitory building where Liu Feng was. With a strong longing for his master and an extremely excited mood, Golden Wolf was so happy that his tongue flew behind his ears. However, the scene of the master and pet hugging each other in tears in his mind did not come true. Golden Wolf only saw the pain on his master's face and the embarrassed appearance of being lifted in front of him with his back hunched. It shouldn't be like this. Golden Wolf felt that he was in the same pain as his master at this moment, and there was an unprecedented anger in his heart. The flames of anger made Golden Wolf's eyes begin to overflow with scarlet. I want to rescue my master. I want to tear him who bullied my master to pieces. The Golden Wolf used the knowledge learned in the military region, and crept quietly and quickly approached his master. The Golden Wolf did not want to be discovered by anyone. It was afraid that it would alert the person who held its master hostage, and it was afraid that he would hurt its master. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone around looked up, as if looking for something, the Golden Wolf also hid in a bush quietly like a ghost. At this point, the Golden Wolf was only more than 20 meters away from Liu Feng and Zhao Hengyu. A distance of 20 meters was only a matter of 1 second for the Golden Wolf. However, in order to ensure the absolute safety of the master, the Golden Wolf decided to wait for the perfect opportunity. But someone didn't allow it. Seeing that person suddenly pushed and twisted roughly and yelled at the master loudly, the Golden Wolf was instantly furious. After a fierce roar, he kicked hard with his hind legs, bringing up thousands of flying leaves, and rushed out of the bushes and ran straight to Zhao Hengju. Except for the creature hiding at the top of the tree, the huge black figure that suddenly appeared from the bushes frightened everyone who saw it, and they were unable to react for a while. But in the blink of an eye, Zhao Yuheng, who was as delicate as a rag doll, was forcibly pounced on by the huge and ferocious Golden Wolf, and the sharp fangs also bit Zhao Hengyu's delicate neck. Da Peng's figure followed closely and fell on the Golden Wolf's body. At the same time, its sharp claws hit the waist and back of the golden body fiercely, leaving 6 deep bloody marks on the waist and back of the Golden Wolf. Woof! Sudden attack. The Golden Wolf raised its head and roared in pain, suddenly jumped off Zhao Hengyu's body, grinned fiercely at Da Peng, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth under its gums, and slowly retreated towards Liu Feng. I was careless. This evil man who hurt my master actually has helpers. Let's go back and protect my master first. The Golden Wolf thought. No, it looks like it wants to continue attacking the master. I have to protect the master even if I die. Da Peng thought. Da Peng, flapping his wings in midair and maintaining a suspended state, saw the huge land monster retreating towards Liu Feng, and suddenly became anxious. He could only fly towards the Golden Wolf frantically. A moment later, the Golden Wolf and Da Peng collided with each other, biting and scratching each other crazily, trying their best to neither give in, just to protect the master in their hearts. In just half a minute, the development of the situation made everyone feel incredible. First, a large creature suddenly appeared from nowhere and knocked down the police officer. When others were worried and scared, another large creature flew out and attacked the creature. After rescuing the police officer, the two creatures immediately fought without saying a word. Everyone saw that they were fighting for their lives, just like mortal enemies. Zhao Hengyu, who had saved his life from the mouth of the god of death, also fled back to the dormitory building with the help of other police officers. Then, with a look of fear on his face, he looked at the two creatures that were still fighting. However, it was precisely because of the clumsy fight between them that everyone around the dormitory building saw the true appearance of the two creatures. A super large dog with distinct muscles, standing taller than a human. A huge bird with distinct black and yellow, with a wingspan of more than 1.5 meters. And everyone could clearly see that the giant dog was more powerful. The giant eagle was only able to deal with the giant dog by relying on its ability to fly. Woo woo woo. Because his mouth was blocked by a towel, Liu Feng, who couldn't say a word, ran over anxiously with handcuffs on his back, and kept making whimpering sounds. Looking at the bloody fight between the Golden Wolf and the Big Rock, Liu Feng was so distressed that he almost cried, and could only use his sweaty body to block the two. Everything happened too fast, and Liu Feng really didn't understand the situation. Liu Feng was quite surprised to see the sudden appearance of the Golden Wolf, But Depeng immediately attacked the golden wolf. Liu Feng's surprised face suddenly froze. He couldn't figure out why Depeng attacked the golden wolf. How could two good creatures start fighting, and the most important thing is that they looked like they would never stop fighting. In the end, Liu Feng, who was frantically blocking the golden wolf and Depeng, finally made the two of them stop. Seeing that the golden wolf and Depeng were still wary of each other and hated each other, Liu Feng was unwilling, but at least he was relieved. Woo woo woo. He nodded to the golden wolf and shook his head. In fact, even Liu Feng himself didn't understand what he wanted to say, let alone whether the golden wolf could understand him. Fortunately, the golden wolf was still very smart. Although he didn't understand what Liu Feng meant, the golden wolf could see that Liu Feng couldn't speak because there was something stuffed in his mouth. So he bit the rest of the towel that was sticking out of Liu Feng's mouth and pulled it out. Pah! Liu Feng spat, and then quickly looked at the wounds of the golden wolf and Depeng and said, "Are the injuries serious? You two are my creatures. How can you fight? Never fight again in the future." The flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and one family did not recognize another family. Listening to the meaning of the master's words, Depeng roughly understood that this oolong incident was caused by himself. No wonder it pounced on the blue uniform instead of the master. Depeng thought that the big dog wanted to sneak attack the master, so I tried my best to stop it from attacking. If I had known this, Depeng felt a little wronged. If he had been injured so badly to protect his master, it would be fine, but he ended up enduring such pain for the enemy. Goo goo. After calling out twice in exhaustion, Depeng staggered and fell at Liu Feng's feet. There were several scratches on its chest from the golden wolf, especially on the right wing, where the golden wolf had torn off a large piece of feathers, revealing the bare fleshy wing. If it weren't for the belief in protecting its master to the death, Depeng would have given up long ago. Liu Feng looked at Depeng's listless appearance and felt a pity in his heart. Unfortunately, his hands were handcuffed behind his back, so he couldn't catch Depeng. Liu Feng also roughly guessed the reason why Depeng attacked the golden wolf. Depeng adopted the golden wolf after he sent it to the military district for training. The two of them had never met before, so this should be the first time. It happened that Depeng and the golden wolf were both in a state of high tension and paranoia because they were captured. In addition, the two did not know each other, and the creatures instinctively felt that the other party was a major threat, and subconsciously regarded the other party as an enemy who wanted to hurt themselves. Woo! The golden wolf also lowered its head and whimpered twice, rubbing its big head in Liu Feng's arms, and then slowly lay down to lick its wounds. Although Depeng was more seriously injured, the golden wolf was not doing well either. Its head and back were covered with Depeng's claw marks, bite marks, and bloodstains. Seeing that his two beloved pets were in such a miserable state, Liu Feng had no choice but to squat down and order the magic cube to emit vitality to heal them. Captain, the hunting falcon and the giant dog seem to be both injured. Now is the best time to capture them. Zhao Hengju narrowed his eyes and looked at the man and two beasts in the open space. Thinking of the fear, pain, and torture they brought to him, Zhao Hengju was so angry that it seemed that even his silver teeth could break. Fortunately, when he was helping himself to escape, a policeman cleverly took back the net gun that fell beside him. "Give me the net gun." After Zhao Yuheng got the net gun, he aimed at the man and two beasts and pulled the trigger. Yes, he was going to cover Liu Feng with the beast net. "Brother Feng, be careful." Hearing what seemed to be Wu Shi's reminder, Liu Feng turned around and looked in the direction of the dormitory building. A large net was spread out, covering himself and the golden wolf and the rock quickly. Liu Feng was squatting on the ground at this time, and he didn't even have time to get up. He could only watch the large net trap him and the disabled rock. Although the golden wolf was injured, it was all on his body, which did not have much impact on his mobility. He just stood up and jumped and escaped the capture of the large net. Roar. The golden wolf stood in front of the large net covering Liu Feng and the rock, grinning and half-bending his front body, showing an attacking posture towards Zhao Hengyu and his group standing in the dormitory building, and then pounced quickly. "Golden wolf, come back. Don't attack them." Liu Feng shouted at the golden wolf in the trap. However, the always obedient golden wolf did not obey Liu Feng's order this time. The master is the most important thing to it in this world, and it is the only warmth it felt when it was on the verge of death. That person attacked the master again and again. It has long been unable to suppress the violence in its heart. Its pupils were filled with bloodshot eyes. It was a bloody fighting dog that had been to a dog farm and experienced the cruelest fight between life and death. "Stop it! Stop it!" Zhao Hengyu, who was about to turn around and slap Wu Ji when he saw the golden wolf escape, suddenly found that the giant dog was rushing directly at him, and he screamed in horror. Zhao Hengyu turned around and pushed his colleague aside and ran hard into the corridor. He felt that at this moment, every cell in his body was trembling with fear, which was the threat to his life. Looking at this huge, ferocious wolf dog like a wild beast, some police officers turned around and ran away. Kuize was one of them. The remaining 4 or 5 police officers gritted their teeth and rushed towards the golden wolf. Looking at the 5 police officers holding batons and hitting him, the golden wolf stood up in an instant, waving his thick right claw to knock one of the batons away, and then suddenly bit the neck of the nearest police officer fiercely. "Golden wolf, if you hurt their lives, I don't want you." Feng didn't want to say such words to the golden wolf, But at this moment, he had to say it. Hearing the voice of its master, the golden wolf could only stop biting. In the interval when the golden wolf stopped biting, the other 4 policemen who were eager to save people immediately swung their batons and hit the golden wolf hard. Roar! The golden wolf changed its bite to the collar, dragged the policeman under its mouth, and threw him to the other people on the side, and the huge force knocked the 3 people to the ground. At the same time, the golden wolf jumped up and pounced on another person, and issued a warning to his neck, which scared the policeman so much that he closed his eyes tightly. In less than a moment, the 5 policemen who were blocking the way were all thrown to the ground by the golden wolf. Although they did not lose their fighting power, they did not dare to stand up and continue to obstruct the golden wolf recklessly. They understood that this giant dog had no intention of hurting people. Otherwise, they might not have seen this world long ago. The golden wolf followed the scent of Zhao Hengyu and ran straight up the stairs, which frightened many students who were lying at the entrance of the corridor to watch the show. A military vehicle slowly drove to the dormitory building. Seeing the students blocking the way, the driver Xiao Wang had to park the car on the spot. With so many students blocking the way here, and Lao Yu not answering the phone, it seems that things have gotten a bit serious. Sun Changsheng frowned slightly and led Xiao Wang forward. In the open space in front of the dormitory building, a large net covered something bulging. Under the protection of Xiao Wang, Sun Changsheng approached and suddenly laughed. "Xiao Liu, what are you doing?" Hearing this familiar voice, Liu Feng turned his head with difficulty in the net. Hello, Chief of Staff Sun," Liu Feng greeted, awkwardly, not understanding why Chief of Staff Sun suddenly came to the school in the middle of the night. It was impossible that he brought the golden wolf back to see him. After Xiao Wang pulled up the trap and helped Liu Feng up, the teasing Sun Changsheng saw the handcuffs behind Liu Feng and the hunting falcon under his feet. What happened to this injured hunting falcon? It was bitten by a golden wolf. What about the golden wolf? It chased a policeman upstairs. Sun Changsheng suddenly felt that his head was a little big. Why didn't you stop it? I was caught in the net, and the golden wolf didn't listen to me. Liu Feng looked a little helpless. It's good to be disobedient. Sun Changsheng suddenly clapped his hands happily. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Sun Changsheng coughed twice to cover up, and then shouted to the police in the dormitory building. Who is your person in charge? The police, who were just knocked down by the golden wolf at the gate, shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. There were only 2 captains in total. One was so scared that he didn't know where to run away, and the other was even chased and didn't know where to go. Then you should unlock their handcuffs for me first. Sun Changsheng pointed at Yu Jianggong and others who were still handcuffed. Isn't this a bit bad? One of the police looked at Sun Changsheng in military uniform and said hesitantly, Let me introduce myself. I am Sun Changsheng, the Chief of Staff of the 3rd Corps of the Jiangsu Zhejiang Military Region. Sun Changsheng said in a serious tone, You are now involved in some military secrets. You may have misunderstood something, so I ask you to release the person first. Okay. Hearing that they might have accidentally touched on the military's military secrets, several policemen suddenly felt their bodies tense up and immediately took out the keys from their pockets and unlocked the handcuffs of Yu Jianggong and his group. Chief of Staff Sun, if you come later, an old man really have to be invited to the police station for tea. Yu Jianggong smiled bitterly and loosened his stiff wrist. Hey, old Yu, I'm here! Sun Qing chuckled. As he was talking, Yu Jianggong suddenly pointed at Liu Feng and scolded him angrily. I knew that this brat would definitely cause trouble again. Sure enough, even my appearance is useless. Yu Jianggong guessed that what was said on the phone was very likely to be true. After all, since Liu Feng can raise a giant wolfhound and a silverback gorilla, why can't he secretly raise a hunting falcon? I'm sorry, Dean Yu. Teacher Chan, I've caused you trouble. After Liu Feng picked up Depeng, he bowed his head in shame and apologized. This series of things was caused by himself, and he would rather bear it alone than to implicate the people around him, especially the dean and the head teacher who came to help him speak. At the beginning, Liu Feng's plan was that even if he and Wu Ji were really taken to the police station for detention, as long as they didn't catch Dapeng, they could be released at most in 15 days because of insufficient physical evidence, not to mention that Liu Feng had his own solution. As for afterwards, Liu Feng naturally had a way to compensate Wu Ji and others. Okay, no need to apologize as long as you are more stable in the future and can let me retire peacefully. Yu Jianggong turned his head and waved his hand. Yes, Liu Feng could only nod awkwardly. Let's find the golden wolf first. Don't let anyone get killed, Sun Changsheng reminded him with some concern. After nearly 2 months of training, Sun Changsheng knew clearly how terrifying the golden wolf's combat ability was. It is no exaggeration to say that if they did not use hot weapons, a platoon of soldiers from his army could defeat the golden wolf in a head-on confrontation in minutes. If they were in a hidden forest or at night, the golden wolf could even secretly eliminate a fully armed team. Help! Help me! Just as a group of people were about to go upstairs to find the golden wolf, a faint cry for help suddenly came from the entrance of the corridor. Looking back, the golden wolf dragged a figure down the stairs and slowly came to Liu Feng and the others. Save me! Zhao Hengyu stretched out his hand pleadingly, without any of the smug look he had when facing Liu Feng before. God knows what he has just been through. He locked himself on the rooftop of the dormitory building, But this giant dog broke the wooden door open with just a few moves, pounced on him, bit his belt and dragged him madly. The huge force kept hitting him, not to mention the scratches from friction and collision all over his body. His head is still dizzy. "Golden Wolf, let go!" Sun Changsheng shouted at the Golden Wolf. He wanted to show the results of the training in the past few months in front of Liu Feng, but he didn't expect that the Golden Wolf just glanced at him and then nothing happened. Sun Changsheng couldn't help but show embarrassment and secretly glanced at Liu Feng's reaction. Fortunately, Liu Feng didn't look at him, which made Sun Changsheng feel a little better. "Golden Wolf, let him go. Since the master has spoken and the lesson has been taught, let him go." The Golden Wolf opened his mouth and threw Zhao Hengyu to the ground. "Didn't you say that the Golden Wolf didn't listen to you? How come I said it was useless, but you said it was useful? It's a waste of my love for the Golden Wolves. This ungrateful wolf is useless." Sun Changsheng thought in his heart. "Medical staff, come here." Sun Changsheng waved to the medical staff who had been hiding in the corner. After the medical staff came to check Zhao Hengyu, Sun Changsheng continued. "Are you the leader of the team? I am Sun Changsheng, the chief of staff of the 3rd Corps of the Jiangsu Zhejiang military region." Zhao Hengyu listened to the introduction of the person in front of him and immediately shouted to Sun Changsheng excitedly, "Comrade, kill these 2 beasts quickly. They have strong hurting behavior. You can see that the injuries on my body are all caused by them." "Comrade, calm down first." Sun Changsheng smiled and comforted him. "First of all, we have to say sorry to you. Your injuries will also be fully responsible by our military region. We will take you to the military region hospital for treatment." "Well, what do you mean, Commander?" Zhao Hengyu had a bad premonition. "I don't quite understand. This is a military secret. I can only reveal one thing. Jinlong is an active military dog in our military region. Liu Feng is a special trainer of the military region. You have no right to arrest him." Sun Changsheng suddenly said to the dumbfounded Zhao Yuheng with a serious face. Liu Feng was also stunned when he heard it. "When did I become a special trainer of the military region? How come I don't know about such a great guy? This is impossible. He illegally raised a national protected animal, the hunting falcon. Even if he is a special trainer of the military region, I will arrest him." Zhao Hengyu suddenly got up and shouted at Sun Changsheng with an excited and slightly ferocious expression, as if he had forgotten even the pain in his body. "Don't be rude to our leader." Xiao Wang suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed Zhao Hengyu out of arm's length. "Little comrade, calm down. This is Liu Feng's officer certificate." Calm down, calm down. How can you ask me to calm down? I was injured so badly in order to arrest him, but he is just a student and a special trainer? You tell me that we can't arrest him?" Zhao Hengyu took the certificate from Sun Changsheng's hand, threw it to the ground without even reading the contents, and then pointed at Liu Feng and said angrily to Sun Changsheng, "I'm just letting you know, even if Liu Feng really broke the law, we soldiers have to arrest him, and he will be brought to a military court." Looking at Zhao Hengyu, who was angry with him, Sun Changsheng narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "I will report your actions to the superiors. Please do as you please." Looking at Sun Changsheng, who didn't care at all, Zhao Hengyu angrily threw his hand, walked to the corner, took out his mobile phone and called his superiors. "Golden Wolf, does it hurt?" Sun Changsheng squatted down, picked up the officer certificate on the ground and threw it to Liu Feng, then stroked the Golden Wolf with a distressed face. Liu Feng didn't rush to look at his officer certificate and just stuffed it into his trouser pocket. "I think the wounds on the Golden Wolf were caused by the hunting falcon, right?" Sun Changsheng asked casually while touching the Golden Wolf. "Yes?" Liu Feng also had a vague feeling of bad hunch. "Is it obedient?" "Generally. Then it is quite obedient. Why not let the hunting falcon come to the army to be a military eagle?" Liu Feng slapped his forehead helplessly. Sure enough, it was this question. Listening to the pretentious question of Chief of Staff Sun, Liu Feng guessed the result. With the development of science and technology, the application of drones has become more and more widespread. There will always be some people with bad intentions who use drones for secret photography and reconnaissance. Liu Feng has read a news report that said a certain country was deeply threatened by drones, and even nuclear power plants were secretly photographed. So in order to deal with the threat of drones, the country began to train military eagles to deal with this kind of ubiquitous drones. But I didn't expect that our country also had such plans. Chief of Staff Sun, this is not good, right? Feng forced a smile. What's wrong with that? The country strongly supports this action. Sun Changsheng patted Liu Feng on the shoulder and smiled. Little Liu, don't be nervous. I don't mean to force you this time. It's just a suggestion. It would be best if you agree. Then let me think about it. Liu Feng exhaled and smiled slightly at Dapeng in his arms. The Golden Wolf has been kidnapped by you, and you want to take Dapeng to join the army. Liu Feng is of course not happy. At this time, the pitiful little Caesar ran over from nowhere and hugged Liu Feng's calf and refused to let go. The Golden Wolf looked at the black little thing in front of him with curiosity. Thinking of the owner who seemed to have raised 2 more pets during his absence, he rubbed Liu Feng's thigh with some jealousy. Caesar seemed a little scared in front of the Golden Wolf's huge body. He only dared to stick out a small half of his head and secretly glanced at the Golden Wolf's big head. At the same time, the little hand holding Liu Feng became more and more tight. Feeling the trembling little Caesar, Liu Feng lowered his head and looked at the little Caesar, who was so scared that he hid from the Golden Wolf. he could only bend down and reach out to hug Caesar in his arms. Xiao Liu, I see you have a lot of pets. Sun Chongsheng's eyes revealed an ambiguous flicker. Hey, it's okay, it's okay. Liu Feng seemed to answer calmly, but he was actually panicking. Not bad, not bad. It can be seen that they all like you very much. You are worthy of being a special trainer of our military region. Sun Chongsheng patted Liu Feng's shoulders happily again. Liu Feng couldn't figure out Sun Chongsheng's inner thoughts and was very afraid that he would suspect something. Fortunately, Zhao Hengyu, who had just finished communicating with his superiors, came over and relieved Liu Feng's nervous heart. Our director Zhang wants to talk to you. Held the phone and handed it to Sun Chongsheng with a depressed look on his face. I'm Sun Chongsheng. That hunting falcon is a military eagle specially trained by Liu Feng for our military department. Yes, that's right. After a few words, Sun Chongsheng returned the phone to Zhao Hengyu. Zhao Hengyu was listening to the phone with a dejected look on his face. Finally, he said, I know, and hung up the phone. How is it, young comrade? Your director should have explained the current situation to you. Sun Chongsheng smiled slightly. Yes, I understand. Zhao Hengyu nodded woodenly. Zhao Hengyu knew that he was powerless to save the situation, and Liu Feng would definitely not be caught. He was just a team leader. Even the director said that he could not intervene in the matter. How could he continue to entangle with it? And no matter whether this hunting falcon was a real military eagle before, it was now marked with the military's logo. Except for the military system, no one could convict it of an unauthorized crime. Don't worry. In addition to treating your injuries, our military district will also compensate you for a certain amount of expenses. After all, it was our military dogs that caused your injuries. Sun Chongsheng communicated with several policemen, and the policemen had no intention of going to the military district hospital for treatment. In the end, they only agreed to go to the city hospital for treatment, and the military district would cover all the medical expenses, and there would be additional compensation. The matter was hastily settled. Following the medical staff, Zhao Hengju and others couldn't help but sigh. They came with high spirits, but left in disappointment. The hunting falcon that called the police was seen, but it was not caught. Not only that, it also caused trouble. Seeing Zhao Hengju and the others really leave like this, Liu Feng and Wu Ji felt that this was like a farce, a bit of thunder and rain. Chief of Staff's son, what you just said on the phone. Depeng is the military eagle I trained for your military district. It must be a joke, right? Liu Feng grinned and asked with a chuckle. Who is kidding you? Sun Chongsheng looked at Liu Feng in surprise and said, If I don't say so, do you think this matter is so easy to get over? You are taking advantage of the fire to rob. Liu Feng was so angry that his teeth itched. I don't care, it's called Depeng, right? Now it is the military eagle of our military region. Sun Chongsheng said roguely. As for the enlistment fee, I will pay you when the time comes. You still have the nerve to talk about enlistment fee? The military fee of Jinlong has not been paid to me yet. The original purpose of coming here today was to pay you money, but the medical expenses and compensation fees of those policemen just now have to be counted on you, so they are offset. 1 million, just offset it for me? I don't think you want to pay me at all. Liu Feng quarreled with Chief of Staff's son. Although he was very grateful that he came to help him out, he was still a little unhappy in his heart. These money and no money are trivial matters. If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. After all, he will soon become a billionaire, and 1 million is nothing to him. The main thing was that Chief of Staff's son had just said that he would not force himself, but in the blink of an eye, he had set a trap for himself with just one phone call, which made Liu Feng feel very aggrieved. Okay, can't you see that I'm teasing you? Sun Chongsheng suddenly stretched out his finger and tapped Liu Feng's forehead, laughing dumbly. Your Dapeng is so bald, can it still fly? Even if you want it to be forced to join the army, I will not agree. Is Chief of Staff's son teasing him? The sudden light at the end of the tunnel made Liu Feng snort proudly, making Chief of Staff's son laugh. I'll give Dapeng a military hat, and then give it a reason for being discharged from the army due to injury, and you can raise it peacefully in the future. Listening carefully to Chief of Staff's son's considerations, Liu Feng was somewhat moved and bowed to Chief of Staff's son. Chief of Staff's son, thank you so much this time. Nothing. I am doing this for the sake of Golden Wolf. It is the treasure of our military region, and it is a military secret that cannot be mentioned casually. You will know it when the time comes. Now that everything has been resolved, I still have to take Golden Wolf back for treatment, so I will go back to the military region first. After saying that, Sun Chongsheng said hello to Dean Yu and walked out of the building with Xiao Wang. Golden Wolf was also reluctant to leave and rubbed against Liu Feng for the last time, and then he looked back every 3 steps and followed Sun Chongsheng to leave slowly. Silently watching the Golden Wolf leave, Liu Feng actually wanted to say that he could treat the Golden Wolf so that the Golden Wolf would stay longer. However, he still didn't have that ability. Stinky boy, we're leaving too. Dean Yu glared at Liu Feng fiercely before leaving with Chan Deming. Dean Yu, Teacher Chan, take care. Liu Feng and the other 3 shouted respectfully before walking upstairs with their arms around each other's shoulders. Tonight was really full of twists and turns. Walking in the corridor, Caesar hugged Liu Feng's neck from behind. Liu Feng held Depeng in his arms, and the 4 of them slowly returned to the dormitory. On the way, facing other classmates who showed concern for the 4 of them, they just smiled lightly and said that everything had been resolved. After closing the door, the 4 people in the dormitory fell silent for a moment. Liu Feng first put Depeng on his bed, and after caressing Depeng's body twice, he climbed down from the bed and said, solemnly to Wu Ji and the other 2, I'm sorry. I haven't had time to tell you. What happened tonight was all my fault. I almost got you into trouble and taken to the police station. Liu Feng bowed slightly to Wu Ji and the other 2. Brother Feng, you know what? We are indeed a little angry now. Wu Ji looked at Liu Feng calmly. It should be. If I was implicated, I would be very angry too. Liu Feng nodded. I will compensate you. Haha, Brother Feng, don't you know why we are angry? Wu Ji's voice became a little sad. We are not angry about whether you implicate us or not. After all, how Depeng came here is known to us 3 best, except for what you think. If we count by facts, we are indeed shielding you. We all know that you have a secret, but we have never asked about it. We are just cautiously trying to get closer to you. We have no regrets about everything that happened tonight. We waited in silence just to hear how you would punish Quiz, the villain. Without him, there wouldn't be so many things tonight. In the end, you apologized to us. It means that after such a long time of getting along, there is still a deep gap between you and us. Soon, you will become a billionaire. That is a billionaire under the age of 20 among people of the same age. We pretended to be laughing and joking, and tried to get close to you heartlessly. Do you know, Brother Feng? In fact, we don't know what attitude we should take to get along with you. Listening to Wu Ji's sudden heartfelt speech, Liu Feng was inexplicably shocked. He had been thinking of testing Wu Ji and the other 2. Even if he became a billionaire, he just needed to adjust his mentality and treat the people around him the same way as before. But he overlooked one thing. The world does not revolve around you, and people's hearts are also changing. If it hadn't happened tonight, and if Wu Ji hadn't expressed his feelings, Liu Feng estimated that he would never have thought of this level. By then, it might be that the 3 roommates who obviously got along well with each other would gradually drift away from him, or their hearts would change drastically, and they would be servile and try their best to please him, just to gain benefits from him. They would no longer be the same as they were before, and he might also change his mentality because of this. I'm sorry. As if he had figured something out, Liu Feng suddenly smiled. This is the last time I say sorry to you. I won't do it again in the future. Wu Ji and the other 2, who were still immersed in their own emotions, were stunned for a moment when they heard Liu Feng apologize to them again, and then they smiled one after another. Sure enough, Brother Feng is still their Brother Feng. I really didn't consider some things carefully enough. After all, I'm not a god, and I can even say I'm not a genius. Liu Feng sat on his chair and laughed. After Wu Ji and the other 2 also moved their chairs over and sat down face to face, Liu Feng continued. Just like Wu Ji often says that I'm pretentious, I admit that I'm a stuffy person. Huh, Wu Ji, Fu Xiaodou and Zhang Xin immediately laughed and made fun of him. Ignoring the teasing looks on their faces, Liu Feng said slowly and calmly, in fact, I have suppressed a lot of secrets in my heart that I want to reveal. I want to say it out loud to show off to you and see your envious and jealous looks, but I can't say it, at least not for the time being. Listening to the emotions contained in Liu Feng's words. Gradually, Wu Ji and the other 2 also retracted their improper smiles and looked at Liu Feng seriously and seriously. I don't have enough strength to protect myself, let alone you. Liu Feng smiled bitterly. Just like the golden wolf, I don't want it to leave me and join the army, but I can only refute it, not resist. Am I a coward? Liu Feng suddenly raised his head and stared into the eyes of Wu Ji and the others. Of course not, you are Brother Feng. Wu Ji couldn't help but gesture. Who is Brother Feng? He has always been a powerful figure in their minds, who can punch the Nanshan nursing home and kick the Beihai kindergarten. Of course, this is also the first time they have noticed that Brother Feng, who usually seems to be extremely powerful, can also show vulnerability in the depths of his eye, including my parents. Liu Feng looked at the 3 people in front of him sincerely. We know, Brother Feng. Facing Liu Feng's gaze, Wu Ji and the other 2 nodded seriously. They didn't care whether Brother Feng would reveal the secret to them. After all, everyone has secrets in their hearts, just big or small. What they care about is whether the pure friendship between them and Brother Feng can be maintained. At least the feelings they confided to each other tonight can make the gap between them and Liu Feng become weaker. They also believe that sooner or later, Brother Feng can tell them the secrets in his heart without any scruples. At that time, they will surely satisfy Liu Feng's fantasy with envious eyes. Brother Feng, I want to know if there is any way we can help you. As soon as Wu Ji finished speaking, the lights in the dormitory went out. In the darkness, only Liu Feng's somewhat ethereal voice came. I need time. Okay, the 3 of them instantly understood what Liu Feng meant. Since they had no ability to help Brother Feng, they could only cheer for Brother Feng silently in their hearts. Climbing back to his bed in the dark, Wu Ji shouted with some concern. Brother Feng, Dapeng was bitten by the golden wolf like that. Will he be okay after such a serious injury? Don't worry, Dapeng will be okay. I will heal it. When they were downstairs before, Liu Feng infused a lot of vitality to heal the injuries of the golden wolf and Dapeng. If he was not worried about being too shocking, Liu Feng could make the bald-winged Dapeng grow plump and bright feathers again in a very short time. Therefore, Dapeng could only be wrong to be a featherless vulture for some days. When Liu Feng woke up in the morning, he looked at his bed full of white paper in a daze. Turning his head to look at Dapeng beside his pillow, Liu Feng almost laughed out loud. He didn't know when it happened, but except for his head, Da Peng's whole body was wrapped tightly with white toilet paper inside and out, just like a mummified eagle. Looking at Caesar, who was still mumbling and searching for the locker, Liu Feng was both angry and amused. Needless to say, it must be Caesar's doing, and seeing that it couldn't find the toilet paper after searching for a long time, Liu Feng estimated that Caesar had used up all the toilet paper. "Caesar, what are you doing?" Liu Feng asked Caesar while half leaning on the bed rails. Startled by the sudden sound, Caesar turned around and saw that it was Liu Feng who was talking, and immediately rushed over happily. Caesar rushed over and hugged Liu Feng's arm coquettishly. After looking up at Liu Feng, he pointed at the place where Da Peng was injured and made a bandage motion. Then he picked up a few empty toilet paper rolls from the corner. Caesar seemed to feel that Liu Feng's eyes were a little too dull, and suddenly lowered his head a little aggrieved. Liu Feng had no choice but to smile helplessly and pat Caesar's little head, encouraging him. "You know how to help your companions, Caesar. You did a good job." Inspired by the performance, little Caesar immediately grinned happily, laughing, and his eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Without the time to care about how Caesar tortured Da Peng, Liu Feng took Caesar aside, got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. "Today is Wednesday, and we should have classes. But because of the sports meeting, we will have a day off." When Liu Feng was holding Da Peng in his arms and carrying Caesar on his back, he was ready to go out. Wu Ji had just gotten up in a daze, rubbing his eyes and asking, "Brother Feng, you're going out so early. Is there anything I can help you with?" "No, there's nothing to do today. You guys go back to sleep." Liu Feng replied and walked out of the dormitory, closing the door. As soon as Liu Feng left, Wu Ji and the other two, who had been half asleep, suddenly became very awake. The three of them sat on the bed and looked at each other for a few seconds and finally sighed helplessly. In fact, they had already woken up when Liu Feng called Caesar and silently watched Liu Feng's every move. It was not until they saw Liu Feng preparing to take Caesar and Da Peng out that Wu Ji could not help but speak up and wanted to help Liu Feng. As for whether he didn't need help or couldn't help, only Liu Feng knew it in his heart. In fact, Liu Feng really had no plans today, just to take Caesar and Da Peng to meet their new partners, and by the way, put the crocodile and the big Buddha back into the Chantang River. After buying a few breakfasts at the cafeteria, Liu Feng fed Caesar and Da Peng while he came to the campus gate to take a taxi. After returning to his apartment, Liu Feng immediately closed all the curtains at home. Open the creation space. It was still the same giant light gate. Liu Feng said that he was used to it after seeing it many times. However, the sudden appearance of the light gate in front of him made Caesar's eyes widen in surprise when he saw it for the first time. Even Da Peng couldn't help but curiously poke his head in Liu Feng's arms. Hey, you haven't seen it before? Today I'll take you to meet new friends." Liu Feng laughed and walked into the light gate with Da Peng and Caesar. When passing through the light gate, Caesar, who had ADHD, reached out and touched it, but unfortunately he didn't touch anything. It passed through like air and instantly arrived at the interior of the creation space. What came into view was the giant alligator turtle blocking the door. Its 5-meter-long body and the thorns on its carapace scared little Caesar's waving hands back on the spot. He could only hide behind Liu Feng and tremble, not daring to even look at it. Even Da Peng in his arms was frightened and kept flapping his bald wings, trying to get away from this behemoth. It's okay. They are all my creatures and will not threaten us." Liu Feng comforted them for a long time before the frightened Da Peng and Caesar slowly calmed down. However, due to the influence of biological instinct, Caesar and Da Peng were still a little afraid of the alligator. In order to make them no longer afraid of the alligator turtle, Liu Feng decided to let them have a close contact to increase the affection between the two sides. So Liu Feng ignored Caesar's resistance and forced him to put it on the head of the alligator turtle. Just by being glanced at by the alligator turtle, Caesar, who had just bared his teeth and claws at Liu Feng, stopped moving instantly, as if he had looked into the eye of Medusa and was petrified. Little Caesar was looking at the huge head under his buttocks anxiously, fearing that it would open its big mouth and eat him up in one bite. He could only look at Liu Feng for help from time to time. Facing Caesar's distress signal, Liu Feng ignored it and turned around to catch the Da Peng that had just been put on the empty ground and was jumping and trying to escape, and put it on the back of the smaller Buddha. After that, Liu Feng stepped aside and smiled at Caesar and Da Peng on the alligator turtle. But Liu Feng didn't know that his smile at this time was even more sinister than the devil's smile in the eyes of Da Peng and Caesar. Fortunately, these two behemoths did not mean to hurt him, as their owner said, and Da Peng's hanging heart was also relaxed a little. He carefully lay on the back of the Buddha alligator turtle to recuperate. Caesar's mind was even more playful, like a bad boy. At first, he was scared to death, but after getting used to it, he was no longer afraid. He was so bold that he began to shuttle through the thorn forest on the back of the alligator turtle. Logically speaking, Caesar should not be injured with his small and flexible body, but Liu Feng still reminded Caesar with some concern. "Be careful, don't get stabbed. Woo-woo." Seeing Caesar's perfunctory cry, Liu Feng could only let it go. If he gets hurt accidentally, it's his fault and it's better to suffer a little. Thinking of this, Liu Feng no longer paid attention to Caesar, who was playing. "I have always said that I want a giant creature on land, but I have never been able to realize it. Now I have a total of 560 million vitality. and I don't lack this vitality to create the next subcube. Why don't I create a silverback gorilla first? Sitting cross-legged on the empty ground, Liu Feng, who had nothing to do, touched his nose and thought for a while, and decided to create the prototype of King Kong first. Create a silverback gorilla. After the order was issued, a large amount of vitality first surged out of the creation space, and then the vitality slowly turned into a human-like shape, and finally slowly took shape, turning into a gorilla with plump buttocks, short hind legs, and very strong arms. After about 5 minutes and consuming 3 million life forces, the miniature version of King Kong, the silverback gorilla, finally appeared. Not only Liu Feng, but all the creatures in the creation space looked at the newly appeared creature, the silverback gorilla. Facing the gazes of many creatures, especially those that were larger than itself, the newly appeared silverback gorilla seemed a little manic, constantly hitting the empty ground with its fists. It was not until the silverback gorilla saw Liu Feng that the sense of closeness from the heart began to slowly subside its violent emotions. Quickly approaching the silverback gorilla, Little Caesar followed behind Liu Feng, seeming to be extremely curious about the creature in front of him that looked very similar to himself. Walking around the silverback gorilla, patting its hips and pinching its thick arms, Liu Feng felt that its muscles were as hard as a piece of iron. The master doesn't brag to you either. Liu Feng suddenly turned around with his hands behind his back and said to the other creatures with a look of reminiscing about the glorious past. Don't be fooled by the fact that this guy seems to have well-developed muscles. In fact, they are just empty muscles and have no strength. Once I fought with one of its kind, and I was hospitalized after only one punch. Woo-hoo-hoo. This is a good idea. As if he thought he could also take revenge in this way, Little Caesar happily sneaked up to Liu Feng and punched Liu Feng's calf. But, hiss! As he was talking, the sudden pain in his calf made Liu Feng gasp. Looking down at his feet with some confusion, looking at Little Caesar who was grinning as if he had avenged his great revenge, Liu Feng bent down and stared at Caesar with a gloomy face. The little guy is quite strong. I was beaten into the hospital by it, but do you know what the result of that punch was? Seeing that gloomy face with an evil expression slowly approaching him, the smile on Little Caesar's face began to gradually disappear. While gently shaking his little head, he slowly stepped back with his short legs. At this time, Little Caesar was helpless like a frightened child. The result is that it died. You dare to hit me, come here. Liu Feng suddenly grabbed Little Caesar with a ferocious look, and scared Little Caesar to run away screaming. Little guy, you dare to make trouble under the feet of Tai Sui. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will dare to act wildly on my head in the future. Liu Feng stood there and snorted softly. Turning around and looking at the silverback gorilla again, Liu Feng felt that it was a little short when squatting. Stand up and show me how tall you are. Hearing the master's command, the silverback gorilla immediately exerted force from his waist and stood up. The long and thick, black arms fell on both sides of the body. If they were another 20 to 30 centimeters longer, they would be able to touch the ground directly. Seeing that the silverback was standing upright and could look at him at eye level, Liu Feng estimated that it was more than 1.8 meters tall. The arms are really long. The silverback's arm span must be at least 3 meters. The legendary ability to tear tigers and leopards apart with bare hands relies on this pair of strong arms that can lift iron. Just as Liu Feng was studying the silverback, the little Caesar who had just been scared away ran back again, staring at the silverback that was more than 10 times bigger than it with bright eyes. Are you a little envious of its size? Liu Feng picked up Caesar and asked with a warm smile. Little Caesar glanced at the silverback and nodded shyly. You are still young, so what's the point of envying it now? When you grow up, you will have a long time to envy it. After saying that, Liu Feng gently threw Caesar aside and laughed wildly. Little Caesar, who was still lying on the ground in a daze, turned around and looked at the reckless Liu Feng in confusion. Look at what you said. Is it human? I was just kidding you. Now look at how Silverback is strengthened. You can become like that in the future. Liu Feng smiled and hugged Caesar back. He gave the command to Silverback to strengthen for the first time, and the creation space immediately extracted 6 million vitality. The endless vitality poured into Silverback's body like a torrent. All creatures in the creation space could see that the size of the silverback gorilla began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The upright body began to grow taller. The most obvious contrast was that Liu Feng, who was about the same height as the silverback gorilla, was slowly half a head shorter than the silverback. The vitality was still being infused, and the body continued to grow until it was about a head taller than Liu Feng, and then the silverback stopped growing. Your head has grown quite a lot. This is only the first time you've strengthened it. Looking at the silverback, who was almost as tall as himself just now, his eyes could only look at the silverback's short neck at this moment, and then there were 2 protruding black spots below. Strengthen the silverback for the second time. Another 12 million vitality surged out, and the silverback, who was still adapting to the change in his body shape, was once again strengthened by the surging vitality. This time, Liu Feng could clearly see that the 2 protruding black spots on the silverback's chest were gradually climbing up until they were level with his vision. However, after just a few seconds, the 2 black spots that had just been level needed Liu Feng to raise his head to see them level. As for the height of the silverback, Liu Feng calculated it by comparing it with his own height, and it was only 3 heads away. reaching a height of about 2 meters and 34. If I continue to strengthen you, you're afraid that you will hit your head, right? Liu Feng said with some concern. The current height of the creation space is only more than 13 meters, and Liu Feng is afraid that it will not be able to accommodate this strongest creature on land. Forget it, let's talk about it later. I only have more than 500 million vitality now. At most, I can strengthen silverback to level 4. Strengthening it further will affect my progress in creating subcubes. Let's strengthen silverback for the third time. With the influx of 24 million vitality again, the degree of change in the size of the silverback gorilla became more obvious. Liu Feng stood there and could only watch himself go from looking straight at it at the beginning, to looking up, and finally to now needing to crane his neck to see the top of silverback's head. It's probably almost 3 meters now. It feels a bit tiring to crane my neck to see it. Liu Feng pinched his stiff neck and stepped back a few meters. Even so, he still had to raise his head slightly to see the full view of silverback. This is the last temporary strengthening. After spending 48 million, the silverback gorilla, which was strengthened for the 4th time, gradually grew to the height of a floor, and it seemed to be slightly higher. Wow, if your size doubles, you can really be on par with the first generation of King Kong in the movie, right? From now on, I'll just call you King Kong. Looking at King Kong's huge, majestic body, Liu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. It cost nearly 100 million to strengthen it to level 4, and it will increase exponentially later. If you calculate the situation, it will cost nearly 3 billion vitality to strengthen it later. It's a pity that the vitality is not enough. Otherwise, I really want to strengthen King Kong to level 9 directly to see if this space can accommodate it. Now that he has such a huge monster with agility and explosive combat power by his side, Liu Feng feels that his sense of security has instantly risen by several levels. Although the giant alligator turtle may be even larger now, it is only suitable for development in water. It moves slowly on land and has a small attack range. It can only be a meat shield to be beaten. King Kong, you will be my #1 monster-level bodyguard from now on. Liu Feng patted King Kong's big belly hard. Now he can only pat King Kong's belly. Ah ah ah! King Kong pounded his solid black chest muscles hard, making a series of bang-bang sounds. The deafening banging sound was as loud as someone beating a drum in Liu Feng's ear. Stop, stop, sorry, your master is a little fragile and can't stand such stimulation. Liu Feng covered his ears and said with a grin. All right. King Kong, who was a little excited to be chosen as a bodyguard by his master, could only suppress his emotions and put down his thick arms. I don't know which excitement stimulated Caesar, so Caesar also pounded his chest against Liu Feng. Come on, King Kong's cup size is at least Z+, and you don't even have A. You can't knock with an airport. Glancing at Caesar's short body, Liu Feng's eyes were full of disgust. Caesar said he didn't understand what you meant by the airport, and he still pounded his chest as usual, even pretending to be fierce and showing his fangs to Liu Feng. It was not until Liu Feng slapped Caesar on the forehead that little Caesar began to stop and cover his head in grievance. After staying in the creation space for a while, Liu Feng strengthened the 7 fighting dogs and 10 hunting falcons in the space several times. The 10 hunting falcons, which were less than 50 centimeters in length, were all strengthened to level 5, with a body length of about 80 centimeters and a wingspan of more than 2 meters, which was several times larger than the Depeng. The 7 fighting dogs were also strengthened to level 3, and even the shortest blackback and Dogo Argentino reached a height of 85 centimeters. The largest Tibetan Mastiff and Caucasian were more than 1 meter tall, comparable to the height of the golden wolf. Especially the dense forest-like black hair on the Tibetan Mastiff and Caucasian makes them look more than twice as big as other fighting dogs. Even the golden wolf is not as sturdy and majestic as them. With the increase of creatures, especially some creatures with larger bodies, the creation space has become a little crowded. Okay, let's stop here for today's strengthening. It's time to take the big crocodile and the big Buddha to the Qianjiang River. Liu Feng approached the big alligator turtle and the big Buddha, and touched the big head of the big alligator turtle affectionately. The big Buddha also wanted Liu Feng to touch its head twice, but Liu Feng really didn't dare. The head covered with more than 10 centimeters of thorns. If you reach out and touch it, you will probably be pierced into a hedgehog. So Liu Feng could only touch its solid carapace as a second choice to comfort it. The master will say goodbye to you in advance in the space. When the light gate is reopened, you can just go out directly. The big crocodile and the big Buddha nodded in understanding. But then again, the light gate of this creation space is only 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Can the giant alligator turtle with such a huge body get out? Liu Feng looked at the size of the light gate and compared it with the size of the giant alligator turtle. He couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't dare to let the giant alligator turtle try it now. If the giant alligator turtle really got out like this, wouldn't the house he rented be blown up? Fortunately, as soon as Liu Feng asked this question, the creation space gave an answer. The light gate became larger and larger until it formed a square opening. Isn't this size the largest single-sided area in the creation space? The length and width are both 13 meters. Liu Feng looked at the huge light gate in front of him in amazement and couldn't help but ask curiously, can the light gate get bigger? What surprised Liu Feng was that the creation space actually changed again. In the creation space, except for the empty space under his feet, the front, back, left, right, and the side above his head all turned into white light gates. Oh my god! Liu Feng stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. He just asked casually whether the maximum extent of the light gate in the experiment is related to the area of the creation space. He actually accidentally hit another 4 light gates. Liu Feng even suspected that if it was not for keeping them in the space, the empty space under his feet could also become a light gate. According to this, I can actually selectively open a light gate, or directly open 6 light gates, and release all the creatures in the space at once. Wow, this is simply a great summoning technique, the 6 paths of the void. When facing a powerful enemy, I will wave my hand, and 6 dazzling huge light gates will appear in the void, and all kinds of huge creatures will fall from the sky. That kind of scene. Liu Feng began to fall into beautiful fantasies again, and couldn't extricate himself for a long time. After a long time, Liu Feng came to his senses and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to take Da Peng and Caesar out of the space, he suddenly remembered a question. Liu Feng turned around and asked the 2 alligator turtles with a serious face. Well, Big Crocodile and Big Buddha, the powerful creature you encountered at the bottom of the sea, was the one that caused the death of the little alligator turtle. With your current strength, do you think you can avenge the little alligator turtle? This question seemed to evoke some bad memories, making the big alligator turtle and the Buddha alligator turtle emit a low humming sound, and 8 turtle legs that were thicker than elephant legs trampled impatiently. Don't worry, I just want to know if you 2 can beat that creature now. Faced with the master's question, the 2 alligator turtles could only shake their heads uncertainly. At that time, they had a hard time even resisting a few red tentacles, let alone the body of the unknown creature behind the red tentacles. The only one who had seen the body of the creature was the little alligator turtle, but unfortunately he died tragically in the sunken ship. Okay, I understand what you mean. Liu Feng nodded with a heavy heart. Since you are not sure that you can fight against that creature, don't provoke it for the time being. You just need to live in the sea peacefully, hunt more creatures, and refresh your vitality for me, your master. The 2 snapping turtles nodded again. Oh, and there is one last thing. Stay away from human fishing boats. After saying that, Liu Feng picked up Da Peng and walked out of the space with Caesar. Back in the living room, after closing the light door, he took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was not yet 10 o'clock in the morning. Now just put the 2 snapping turtles back into the river, and today's mission is completed. Lifting Da Peng and stretching, Liu Feng went downstairs to take a taxi. Master, just drop me off at the nearest Qiantang River. Okay. The driver smiled instinctively and glanced at Liu Feng through the rearview mirror. He was shocked to see that the passenger was holding a little gorilla and a bald eagle. Are you a wildlife dealer? No, I'm a student. I advise you to turn yourself in, or I'll call the police. The driver stared at Liu Feng and gently reached out to the car door. Master, I'm really not. I have a domestication permit and I live in this community. The security guards all know me. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. Really? The driver looked at Liu Feng half doubtfully and really got off the car immediately and ran to the security booth to ask. When the driver came back, Liu Feng smiled and asked, I didn't lie to you, did I, master? Hey, sorry, I just heard a news on the radio that a wildlife trafficking organization from a neighboring province has come to our province. The driver touched his head awkwardly. I just happened to see you carrying a wounded eagle, so I thought you were that. Oh, I see. Liu Feng nodded in realization. After knowing the reason, Liu Feng didn't ask any more questions in the car. After all, what does the wildlife trafficking organization in the neighboring province have to do with me? How could they come to me on purpose? When the driver drove to Tangzhugong Road, there was a traffic jam. It took more than 10 minutes to move forward 100 meters. What's going on? I don't know. Maybe there was a car accident in front. Looking at the large number of vehicles outside the car window that were moving slower than a snail, Liu Feng in the back seat became a little impatient. If it weren't for the strong sunlight and high temperature outside, I would have wanted to walk there with Caesar and Da Peng. Anyway, this place is not far from the Qianhe River. It would take about 20 minutes to walk. I waited for several minutes and watched the traffic ahead stop and go without any movement. Forget it, master. I'll walk there by myself. Okay. After paying the bill with the driver, Liu Feng got out of the car holding Da Peng. The dazzling sun and the scorching air immediately made Liu Feng frown uncomfortably. Little Caesar wanted to climb up his body and sit on his neck, but Liu Feng grabbed him down. It's so hot, you still want to ride on my head? Ignoring Little Caesar's coquetry, Liu Feng put one arm around Da Peng and held Caesar's hand with the other hand and walked towards the sidewalk. Looking at the congested road, he was actually quite curious about what kind of accident happened ahead that could block this wide lane. After walking for thousands of meters, he finally saw a circle formed by a large group of passers-by in front of him. There are so many people, they should have arrived at the accident site, and there will probably be a lot of injured people. After muttering to himself, Liu Feng pulled Caesar forward quickly, squeezing into the crowd to see the situation at the scene. It was a chain rear-end collision, with more than a dozen vehicles involved in the accident. No wonder the traffic is so congested. This is definitely a major accident. Yeah, the delivery guy ran a red light to save time and was hit by a small truck. and his leg was peering. Liu Feng talking. Enthusiastic and talkative uncle, also interrupted and pointed to the broken thigh with blood on the ground in the distance. Unable to bear to look at the bloody scene, Liu Feng glanced over. Did the ambulance come? No, how could the ambulance get in with such a traffic jam? Then, the guy is dead. Not necessarily. There are doctors and nurses on the scene for emergency rescue, and they ran all the way here. Oh, that's not bad. He was a little worried about the people injured in the accident, and coupled with the messy chatter of the onlookers, he felt like he was in a fire cage for a while. Help! Help! Someone is stuck here! A loud but weak cry for help suddenly came from the scene of the accident. This soft voice gave people a strong desire to protect, and with a sense of justice playing tricks on their hearts, several young and strong men ran in the direction of the voice, and Liu Feng was one of them. However, Liu Feng could be not said to be attracted by the female voice. He had his own little calculations. His ability of life infusion can treat all living things, including humans, but it has never been used except for himself and Wu Ji. Today, he finally got the chance. Don't go in with your pet. Don't make things worse. He ignored the shouts from the enthusiastic and talkative uncle behind him. Following the three righteous young men in front of him, he finally saw the female doctor who was calling for help behind the three cars that collided. She was wearing a light green protective suit and was struggling to open the door of the dented business car in the middle. She seemed to hear footsteps behind her and looked at them with some surprise. Come and help. There is another person in the car. Just when the female doctor turned sideways to ask for help, Liu Feng was surprised to find that she was actually a beautiful blonde foreign girl. She had a pointed face like a diamond, fair skin, a high nose bridge, and a pair of charming deep blue eyes, especially like an American actress named Christine. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come and save people. Suki Chris shouted angrily when she found that a group of boys in front of her were staring at her face. If it were normal, she would think it was a very happy thing that her beauty could amaze these boys. But at this time, human lives were at stake, and paying attention to things other than the situation would only make people feel very irresponsible. The three boys who were yelled at finally realized that the most important thing now was to save people, so they hurried over and pulled the car door together. However, the boys still felt that even her yelling voice was like a little kitten acting coquettishly, giving people a sense of tenderness and care. So in order to leave a good impression on the foreign doctor in front of them, the three young men used all their strength to pull the deformed car door. Liu Feng, who was following at the back, also handed Depeng in his arms to Caesar, and then ran over to help them pull the car door together. But with their strength alone, even if they pulled until their veins popped, it was still useless. No, this car door was stuck after being hit, and it is probably impossible to open it with human power. What should I do? I feel that my hands are a little weak. Several young men put their slightly weak hands on their waists and gasped heavily. Although Liu Feng still had strength, he didn't have enough strength to open the door even if he pulled further, so he could only let go helplessly. Please save me. I feel so painful. The middle-aged man in the car looked pale, and there were a few bloodstains on his head, with short hair sliding down his cheeks. Sir, please hold on. We will definitely get you out. And where do you feel it hurts? Suki Chris leaned against the car window and asked the middle-aged man in the car with a nervous look. Abdomen. Abdomen. It hurts. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man's body below the chest was stuck by the deflated car door, and Suki Chris couldn't see his injuries clearly. Please hold on. Before she finished her words, the middle-aged man tilted his head and fainted. It is very likely that something pierced his abdomen, causing heavy bleeding. If he cannot be rescued in time, he will die. Suki Chris anxiously pulled at the car door. Such behavior is actually meaningless, but not doing anything is equivalent to giving up. What do firefighters do? It's been so long and they haven't come to rescue him. A young man wiped the big man's hair and muttered dissatisfiedly. Liu Feng turned his head and looked around. The police, firefighters, and medical staff were all in emergency rescue, but there were too few people and too many people who needed rescue, especially the takeaway boy, who occupied a lot of medical resources. Judging from his appearance, he probably lost too much blood and went into shock. If he was not treated, he would really die. Infuse life into all the injured nearby. He ordered the cube in his mind, then climbed to the windshield of the commercial vehicle and carefully got in. This was the only place where he could enter the dented car. At this time, Suki Chris noticed Liu Feng, who had entered the dented car. His face shape was the most suitable Chinese person for his aesthetic taste. No, Suki, what occasion are you in? You are still thinking about these things. Shaking his head twice, Suki Chris immediately shouted at him worriedly. What are you doing? Come out quickly, it's very dangerous. He didn't think he would be in any danger unless the car exploded. If that happened, it would be dangerous even if he stood outside the car. I need to try to see if I can rescue him from the inside. Be careful. Suki Chris stood outside the car and had no choice but to pray that the boy would be safe and sound, and it would be best if he could rescue the injured as well. Liu Feng moved cautiously in the car. The space inside the business car was very small, and even the chassis was squeezed to a bulge. It was unknown what angle and force were needed to crash it into this state. The driver's seat was even more blood-stained, and it was unknown what happened to the driver after he was rescued. Slowly coming to the middle-aged man's position, Liu Feng tried to push the seats around him and open them up a little. "Hey, can you hear me? If you can, answer me." He leaned in front of the middle-aged man and shouted softly, which lasted for a long time. The middle-aged man exhaled a long breath, then slowly opened his eyes and looked at the man in front of him who was still calling him weakly. Feng Dajing felt like he was lost in the deep darkness before, and how could he run out of this cage? Just when he wanted to give up suddenly, there were strands of uninterrupted radiant vitality rushing towards him, and finally accompanied by the shouts, he could return to the light again. Thank you. Feng Dajing palely forced a smile at the man in front of him. He knew that he had just walked through the gates of hell. If it weren't for the shouting of the man in front of him, he might never wake up. No, you better not talk. Liu Feng stopped the middle-aged man from thanking him. Only Liu Feng knew that although the middle-aged man looked awake, his injuries were still fatal. The vitality he infused into him was currently in a state of balance, which meant that the middle-aged man's vitality was still fading. If he stopped infusing his life, he would soon step into death again. Wow, you are amazing. Suki Chris, outside the car, seemed to have stars in her eyes. She didn't know how the boy did it. Anyway, she only saw that the wounded who was originally in a coma woke up in his shouting, just like a spell. Ignoring the foreign doctor who suddenly seemed to admire him, Liu Feng stared at the middle-aged man seriously and asked, "Do you feel anything strange in your lower body?" Feng Dajing stretched out his only right hand and slowly touched his abdomen, which was stuck under the car door. He touched a sharp object, which was still covered with wet and sticky liquid. Feng Dajing guessed that it should be his blood. "Hey, it seems there is an iron rod inserted into my abdomen. Hey?" Feng Dajing smiled weakly and his teeth were stained with blood. Looking at the middle-aged man who looked extremely miserable, Liu Feng couldn't understand why he could laugh freely at this time when he had begged them to save him at the beginning. "Little brother, I should be dying soon. No, we can definitely get you out." "Haha, don't comfort me. I know my physical condition very well. It's too late." Looking at the middle-aged man's pretending to be free and easy, Liu Feng just wanted to say to him, "You know nothing. I laughed at you. Just based on the current output and consumption ratio, do you believe that my stored vitality can keep you half dead for 3 days and 3 nights? Everyone will die one day. Some are heavier than Mount Tai, some are lighter than a feather. Rolling his eyes and looking at the middle-aged man who started to act literary again, Liu Feng wanted to slap him on the mouth at this time, let him know what the Five-Finger Mountain is. Do you want to die or what? I don't know if the supporting role dies because of talking too much. Little brother, I know I'm going to die." Feng Dajing then looked out the deformed window with emotion, and there seemed to be endless reluctance in his eyes. "I have never married or had children in my life. Fortunately, you let me see the world a few more times before I left, and I like you." Feng Dajing's face suddenly showed a kind expression. "As long as you call me Dad, I will transfer my life's property to you. The assets are not too much, and the market value is only tens of billions." "Tens of billions? Fuck!" Liu Feng's legs softened when he heard this, and he almost couldn't help kneeling down and shouting, "Dad." Then after he made a will, he would immediately terminate the life infusion and let him die. Seeing that the little boy in front of him seemed to be unmoved by such a huge fortune, Feng Dajing nodded with satisfaction. "Actually, I lied to you. My assets are not tens of billions." Before he made up his mind whether to be shameless, he heard this middle-aged man say such a sentence. Liu Feng could no longer stand the face of the middle-aged man. "You dare to lie to me to kneel down and let me call you Dad without tens of billions? Eat shit!" Wu Zhishan slapped him in the face, cutting off the unfinished words of Feng Dajing. Suki Chris, who was still listening to their conversation with a blank look on her face, was stunned when she saw the boy she liked slap the wounded man in the face. How could you do that? Suki Chris's favorability towards Liu Feng dropped a lot instantly. After all, she was not a crazy girl. She would not accept him even if he was good-looking but had bad character. "Listen to me. I actually want to say that my real assets are tens of billions," Feng Dajing cried. "What? Sorry, I saw that your mouth was a little dirty, so I wanted to help you wipe it, but I didn't expect to press too hard." Liu Feng immediately rubbed the middle-aged man's lips with a smile on his face. But now, everyone in and out of the car recognized Liu Feng's true face and sneered at him with disdain. "Uncle, don't look at me like that. I won't inherit your property at all. I said I was dying. If you just call me Dad, I will transfer all my assets to you. Look at how you speak with such vigor. Do you look like you are dying? If you weren't stuck in the car and couldn't move, who would believe it? Huh? I didn't realize it until you said it. Uncle looks much better now." After hearing what Liu Feng said, the other 4 people in this small place realized that it seemed to be true. The middle-aged uncle spoke intermittently at the beginning, but now he spoke in one breath without stopping, and his face became ruddy, no longer pale as at the beginning, just like a normal person who was intact. Feng Dajing was also surprised to find his own changes. Except for the pain in the wound on his abdomen, there was no discomfort anywhere else. "Right, come out quickly, don't hinder the rescue." Liu Feng wanted to say something, but was pulled out by the police uncle and firefighter brother who came. Because Liu Feng infused vitality into the wounded at the scene, the rescue and treatment operations went very smoothly, and they quickly pulled out manpower to come to them. "Damn, I was the one who hindered your rescue. If I hadn't infused vitality, you would have... Humph. Although he was very unhappy, Liu Feng was not in a hurry to leave. He still stood at the scene of the car accident and exuded vitality. It was not until he received a prompt in his mind that a smile appeared on his face. 10 million vitality units. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, most of the wounded who were rescued first were carried on stretchers and taken away. Especially for the delivery boy, the broken thigh root actually began to grow granulation again, which surprised the group of doctors and nurses who saw this scene. They shouted and escorted the boy back one by one as if they were looking at a treasure. This also scared Liu Feng, and he immediately stopped infusing the delivery boy with life. He was afraid that if he continued, the delivery boy would really perform the regeneration of a broken limb. At that time, the boy would either reach the peak of his life or be caught and cut off. After that, Liu Feng stood not far away and watched the rescue operation with a smile. He was happy from the bottom of his heart, not only because he obtained the coveted human gene map, but also because of his vitality. All the injured at the scene were out of danger. However, only he knew all this, so no one thanked him, and he also caused many grandpas and aunts and the onlookers to scold him. The reason was that he shouldn't smile at such a tragic scene, which might give others a sense of gloating and disrespect for the image of rescuers. Liu Feng could only reluctantly retract his smile. As for the rescue operation of the middle-aged uncle in the business car next to him, it was not going well. Even the blonde foreign girl who was a doctor retreated to the back. It seemed that the collision was too fierce, causing the door and the frame to be squeezed together. The firefighters had to come on stage first and carefully cut for a long time with a cutting machine before they rescued the uncle. Seeing him being stabbed in the abdomen by a metal frame as thick as a baby's arm, the doctors and onlookers at the scene all made surprised noises. After all, it was not easy for such a fatal wound to last so long without the treatment of paramedics, but the middle-aged man could still talk and laugh happily. I know him. He is the boss of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Fuyei Group, a steel tycoon. Suddenly, a bald man stood out from the crowd and pointed at him excitedly. Yes, I know him too, a big boss with a market value of billions. There are still such rich people? It can't be murder. Have you watched too many TV dramas? A big boss with a net worth of billions is also in this major car accident? Hearing the noisy discussions, the reporters who were still interviewing the surrounding onlookers and shooting the on-site materials, like cats smelling fish, instantly turned to the battlefield and rushed over to interview regardless of the police uncle's obstruction. Why are you doing this? You're running away before I've even finished talking. A fashionable woman who was abandoned in the middle of an interview was also shouting at the reporters with a face full of resentment. Oh my goodness, is the uncle really worth billions? At this time, Liu Feng's eyes widened, staring at the middle-aged uncle who had just been put on the stretcher. Noticing Liu Feng's eyes, Feng Dazheng leaned on the stretcher and smiled triumphantly. Now you finally believe that I didn't lie to you, right? Do you regret it? Come on, uncle. Go to the hospital and heal your wounds. I wish you a speedy recovery. Liu Feng suppressed his regret and waved at him with a look of disgust. No, you have to go to the hospital with me. How can I go with you? I'm not your relative. Liu Feng didn't want to go to the hospital with the uncle again. He had already infused enough vitality into the uncle's body, and he thought that the uncle should be able to complete the operation safely. Besides, he still had to go to the river to release the two snapping turtles. You are my godson now. You have to go to the hospital with me. Ignoring the worried reminders of the doctors around him, Feng Dazheng looked at Liu Feng with a serious face. When did I become your godson? Did you agree with me? Blinking, Liu Feng looked at the man on the stretcher in disbelief. When we were in the car, although you didn't call me, I recognized you as my godson from the bottom of my heart. Don't make me laugh. I have a father and a mother. Do I need to be your godson? The onlookers around didn't dare to ask more questions and could only watch the quarreling two people happily as if it was a fun thing. Look, the billionaire wants to adopt a godson, but the young man refuses to do it. If this happens to me, I wish I could call him dad 3 times right now. Oh, gray-haired old man wearing flip-flops said indignantly, making people around him look at him with amusement. I don't know if all CEOs are so domineering. The more they can't get something, the more they want it. On the other side, Feng Dazheng, no matter what Liu Feng said to him, just decided that Liu Feng was his godson. Liu Feng turned around and picked up Depeng and Caesar and walked out. Hey, don't leave. Feng Dazheng couldn't move, and he was also carried away on a stretcher. He could only shout to Liu Feng's back, then I'll come to see you after I'm discharged from the hospital. Liu Feng would never pay attention to him again. He squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the river. I should have known not to save him earlier, but he still wants to take advantage of me. Holding Caesar's little hand, Liu Feng said to the confused one unhappily, and that old man is also very bad. He doesn't even look at how old he is, and he still licks the billionaires. Don't you know I am the same? Complaining, he walked for more than 10 minutes and finally arrived at Guanjiang Road by the Qianjiang River. There are a lot of people, but it doesn't matter. The sun is so bright that it can just cover up the brightness of the light gate. After wandering on the embankment to watch the tide for a while, Liu Feng followed some people and quickly went down to the beach when the tide receded. Some of those people brought buckets, and some went empty-handed. They should all come to pick up fish. After all, Every wave will bring some big fish washed ashore. Pretending to be picking up fish like them, and even sending Caesar out, he actually secretly made the creation space appear at the bottom of the river. A large light gate 5 meters high and wide appeared at the bottom of the river. The bright and lively light attracted the surrounding fish to approach quickly. But before it touched the light gate, a giant head as thick as a barrel suddenly emerged from it. The ferocious head covered with spikes instantly scared the fish away. Then, the tortoise hoof as thick as an elephant's leg stepped into the water, and a giant alligator turtle with a body length of more than 3 meters slowly emerged. It looked back at the light gate, and an even larger head poked out. It was not covered with spikes, but the carapace that slowly emerged was covered with more than 1 meter long carapace spikes, just like a sea monster. The turtle entered the river and the sea. It appeared less than a few dozen meters away from the eyes of the crowd, but no one noticed anything unusual. The mission was completed, and Liu Feng no longer pretended to catch fish. He shouted Caesar and walked towards the embankment. What surprised Liu Feng a little was that in just a short while, Caesar really ran back with a big fish in his hand. "Hey, young man, you are such a great monkey!" An old man who was watching exclaimed. "Haha, it's really great. I didn't even catch a single fish." He patted Caesar's head as if rewarding him, and Caesar happily held the fish high up to Liu Feng. Liu Feng took the grass carp from Caesar and smiled bitterly at the grass carp that was still jumping around in his hand. "What's the use of this fish? There's no bag and it smells fishy. I can't just take it home and braise it, right? Besides, I can't do that. Can you release it?" Caesar tilted his head and looked at Liu Feng in confusion. He didn't understand why he had to throw away the fish he had caught, but he still ran to the fence and threw the fish in his hand into the river. After Caesar came back, Liu Feng immediately picked it up and went to the roadside to get a taxi. When he returned to the apartment, it was around 1 p.m. After ordering a takeaway for lunch, Liu Feng opened the creation space again. "Hey babies, did you miss me?" He walked into the light gate and excitedly greeted the creatures. Although the space was boundless visually, without the 2 large creatures, he felt that it was much more empty. "I thought about it a long time ago. Since the genetic blueprints of all creatures can be obtained, the genetic blueprints of humans themselves should also be available. It's just that I didn't dare to try to infuse life into other people easily, and I was afraid that my body would change if I infused myself." After a long breath, Liu Feng put his hands on his waist and smiled happily. "Today I finally got the genetic blueprints of humans, but it cost a lot, consuming nearly 100 million vitality. But it doesn't matter. There are gains and losses. At most, the progress of creating the subcube will slow down for a day." Entering the sea of consciousness, looking at the huge creation cube in his mind, as well as all the functions and genetic drawings marked on the panel, Liu Feng wanted to ask the cube a question. Even if it might not answer, it might give a change. If I create a human, can I choose his gender and appearance? After asking, Liu Feng paid close attention to the text on the panel and the prompt sound in his mind. After all, this question is still very important. If it can really be like what he imagined, wouldn't it be hehe? After a while, the creation cube did not give any response. "Well, it seems that this question is not within the scope of your answer. I have to experiment myself." He shook his head with a little disappointment, and then exited the sea of consciousness. "I still have more than 350 million vitality left. Leave 50 million and use the remaining 300 million vitality for experiments." Touching his chin, Liu Feng clapped his hands and made a happy decision. Looking at the creation space, Liu Feng said nervously, "Well, I want to create a female human with long legs, a firm chest, and a perky butt. Anyway, whatever looks good is fine." The 10 million life forces extracted quickly merged in the creation space and slowly turned into a vague human shape. However, seeing that the height of the human figure seemed to be about the same as his own, Liu Feng suddenly felt bleak in his heart. "Sure enough, it doesn't work. I don't have a harem." Liu Feng pursed his lips and looked at the human figure in front of him blankly. He felt extremely sad at this moment. His army of beautiful women, his 3,000 beauties, his gentle hometown, all his dreams would be shattered with the appearance of this man. "When you come to the world, I will let King Kong help you practice the Sunflower Manual, so that you can feel what it means to be lonely in the heights." Looking at this figure fiercely, Liu Feng waved to King Kong. "King Kong, come here." King Kong's body of more than 3 meters tall took 2 steps to Liu Feng's side, and brought him a strong sense of oppression when he came. "King Kong, you keep an eye on that place, and when the man over there comes out, punch his brother." Liu Feng pointed at the figure in dissatisfaction. "Of course, don't use too much force, or he will kill you with 1 punch." After waiting quietly for more than 10 minutes, the humans created by the vitality had not yet appeared in the world. It was not known whether it was because the creation of humans required more vitality, or because humans were slow to create. After more than 10 minutes, when he was staring at it and felt a little drowsy, the first human created by the vitality was finally born in the creation space. Liu Feng shook his head and woke up immediately, but before he could look, King Kong rushed over like a violent beast, swinging his basketball-sized fist to hit the man's lower body. "Stop! Stop!" Seeing the newly appeared figure about to be hit by King Kong, he was almost scared out of his wits. Fortunately, he called out in time, and King Kong's basketball-sized fist was less than half a meter away from hitting the man in front of him. I was scared to death." Seeing the master slapping his heart, King Kong's huge black face looked innocent. You asked me to hit him as soon as he appeared. That was right, but the person Liu Feng saw was not a man, but a long-legged beauty with a height similar to his own, with no covering on her body. And from Liu Feng's point of view, this female human created by life force has a very high appearance, at least more than 90 points. Especially because she is a pure natural existence, with a supermodel-level height and a curvy figure. She is definitely a generation of beautiful women. Those internet celebrities who rely on photo editing and disguise are nothing compared to her. However, the newly appeared female human seemed to be frightened by King Kong. At this time, she stood there blankly with lifeless eyes. Liu Feng could understand her mood at the moment. After all, who could withstand a giant chimpanzee swinging a huge fist at her when she was just born? Hey, are you okay? Although it is said that you should not look at anything indecent, she is also a creature he created, and he is also worried that she will collapse after being frightened by King Kong as soon as she was born, which would be difficult to deal with. You know, injuries can be cured, but mental problems cannot be guaranteed to be cured. Ah, I'm fine, master. Seeing that this woman can still speak normally, Liu Feng was relieved. That's good, here. I'll get you a set of my clothes to wear first. After feasting his eyes uncontrollably, Liu Feng quickly ran towards the light gate. He was afraid that if he continued to look, he would bleed from his nose. A virgin really couldn't afford to be hurt. He took a set of his own clothes from the closet, ran back to the space and handed them to her. And then Liu Feng said, I'll give you a name. From now on you'll be called Liu Yi. Thank you, master, for the name. Liu Yi thanked him while putting on her clothes. Hey, you don't have to call me master. Call me boss from now on. Liu Feng smiled. It felt so good to be able to communicate with his own creatures. However, after taking a look at Liu Yi's clothes, he reminded her awkwardly, well, you're wearing your clothes backwards. He instructed Liu Yi to put on her top again without even moving his hands, so he would never admit that he wanted to take another look. However, Liu Feng found that Liu Yi spoke fluently and had clear logic, but she could even wear clothes backwards. It seemed that she lacked common sense. Liu Yi, can you do anything? What? Yes, such as cooking, washing clothes and so on. What is that? Is it delicious? Hearing Liu Yi's straightforward question whether it tastes good or not, Liu Feng slapped his forehead immediately. Sure enough, it means that Liu Yi can do nothing except some human instincts. All knowledge and common sense must be learned from scratch. It's a bit troublesome. Liu Feng scratched his hair in annoyance. He didn't want to teach Liu Yi step by step. That would take too much time. Forget it, I'll hire a tutor for Liu Yi when the time comes. He took Liu Yi to meet the hunting falcons and fighting dogs, explained to her some of the abilities of these creatures, and then took her to meet the spotted fire monitor lizard, and told her that the monitor lizard has the ability to breathe fire, so she should be careful. As for King Kong, it may be that the first contact with it brought Liu Yi a strong psychological shadow, causing her to refuse to get close to King Kong. Liu Feng was also unwilling to force Liu Yi to order her. After all, she is a person with flesh and blood and thinking. Except that she was not born by parents, she is no different from normal people. The longer they were in contact, the more they understood, the more helpless Liu Feng felt. Liu Yi currently had only one concept in her mind. That is, she knew that she was her master. Apart from that, let alone calling out the species of bird-fighting dogs, she didn't even know that she was a human. Liu Feng had to rack his brains to explain for more than 10 minutes, and finally let Liu Yi know some basic common sense. At least Liu Yi would not say to others that I have no parents. I was born and raised and jumped out of a stone after she walked out of the space and entered the society. After all, she is not a stone man, nor is she Sun Wukong. Fortunately, Liu Yi is very smart and has a strong memory. It reminds Liu Feng of a program he watched before, The Strongest Memory. Just like the many words he said just now, Liu Yi may not understand every sentence, because these need to be seen by herself, and it is not realistic to understand them by imagination. But these are not the key points. What shocked Liu Feng was that when he finished asking Liu Yi some questions, Liu Yi could repeat everything he had just said without missing a word. You know, even he himself could not repeat what he had just said without missing a word. It felt like a piece of pure white paper, or a memory sponge, which could absorb everything quickly. With this super memory ability, if I teach her good social cognition in the future, she will be a person with correct values. If I teach her things like murder and arson, then this piece of white paper will probably develop in the direction of evil. Liu Yi, wait for me for a while. I still have some things to do. Oh. Liu Yi pouted her little mouth and responded obediently, standing there quietly looking at Liu Feng, but then her big round eyes turned around curiously, and then quickly turned back. Seeing that Liu Feng didn't pay attention to her, she couldn't help looking around again, her eyes moving back and forth on those animals. Liu Feng also noticed Liu Yi's childish little movements, but he didn't care about her. She was just a supermodel-level giant baby of 1.8 meters. His experiment had to continue. Although the first human created with life force was indeed a girl as he expected, and she was white, beautiful, and tall. However, he couldn't be sure whether Liu Yi's appearance was in accordance with the settings he gave, or because he was lucky enough to choose an excellent human gene from the gene blueprint, and then formed the template he wanted. Liu Feng walked over with a grin on his face. He compared the heights of the two blurry figures with his hands. He found that the figure on the left was almost half a head taller than him, about 1.9 meters tall. The shorter figure on the right was half a head shorter than him, estimated to be about 1.7 meters tall. 2 experiments and 1 comparison. Both can meet my expectations very well. I think the result should be close to 100%. Liu Feng looked at the 2 figures in front of him that were still gestating with vitality, and his eyes were flashing with strange light. As long as the next experiment can meet his expectations, he will get rid of the shadows and have a group of subordinates who can walk in the sun. He no longer needs to worry about causing panic in society, attracting the attention of special people, and even less worrying about attracting the country to send troops to arrest him. He wandered for a while. According to the time Li created before, it would take about half an hour. It would be useless to wait here. He might as well go downstairs to buy them some clothes. My clothes don't really fit them. If 2 naked men appear in the space, the shorter one can still wear them, but the taller one will probably look like he's wearing a tights. Pulling Liu Yi out of the creation space, Liu Feng explained the facilities in the room to her with a curious look on her face. He wanted to take Liu Yi downstairs to buy clothes, but his eyes accidentally caught someone's towering mountain in the vacuum, so Liu Feng decided to buy them for her. Liu Yi, watch TV for a while. I'll go buy you some clothes and interior decorations. I'll be back soon. What is a TV? This is it. Liu Feng picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. The black LCD TV suddenly flashed the logo screen, accompanied by a cutscene. This scene made Liu Yi's eyes widen with curiosity, and the light reflected in her pupils was like a bright star. So awesome. Seeing Liu Yi turn her head and look silly, Liu Feng touched her black hair with some pity. Look, this is the on-off key. This is for changing channels. Do you understand? Liu Feng taught Liu Yi step by step, and seeing Liu Yi looking at him seriously and nodding with desire, Liu Feng handed the remote control to Liu Yi. Try it. Then he went downstairs. After all, if Liu Yi couldn't learn such a small thing, then all the words he said to praise Liu Yi before would be just Wang Po's self-praise. He went downstairs and took a taxi to the nearest supermarket, and bought a lot of men's clothing ranging from L to XLL. He bought all kinds of casual clothes, suits, shoes, and sunglasses. Anyway, he would definitely need to continue to have children in the future, so he bought more to store for safety. It cost a little over 100,000 yuan, but Liu Feng didn't care about this little money. What he didn't expect was that the pretty female boss of this clothing store called Ma Rishui would personally receive him, gave him a membership card, and threw him several flirtatious glances. This made Liu Feng decide that if he needed it again next time, he would order it from them. After all, the boss had a good service attitude. Welcome, handsome guy, to come again next time. After waving to the female boss, who was leaning against the counter and showing her weapon to him, Liu Feng walked towards another female underwear store. He also wanted to buy underwear for his female subordinate. Walking into the underwear store, looking at the dazzling variety of female underwear, Liu Feng said that there were a lot of varieties, which made him a little confused as he entered this kind of store for the first time. Sir, are you buying underwear for your girlfriend? Seeing Liu Feng's hesitation, a female clerk in the store came over with a professional smile. What size does your girlfriend need? I don't know too much. Just take anything above B cup. Liu Feng pointed to the bar in front of him. How could he know what these sizes were? Anyway, he knew A, B, C, D, and maybe E, F, G. Thinking back to the fact that he accidentally saw Liu Yi's breast size before, he simply took everything above B. Is this what you want? The clerk subconsciously heard Liu Feng say that he wanted a cup size B, so he picked up the cup that Liu Feng pointed out and began to introduce it. Hearing the clerk talking a lot of words that he couldn't understand, he became a little impatient and could only interrupt him. You don't have to tell me these brands or anything like that. I mean all cups above cup size B. Sorry sir, you just said, all cups above cup size B? The clerk looked at Liu Feng in surprise. Yes, I don't care what brand you have. I'll take all cups above cup size B. Liu Feng pointed at the cup in the clerk's hand and said, I'm sorry sir, our store is a Laya brand store, and we only sell this brand. The clerk smiled and pointed at the bar and said seriously, then this is cup size B, this is cup size C, cup size BZ, cup size CZ, cup size DZ. I don't care what you call it, I want your brand cup size BZ or above. Do you understand? Liu Feng pointed at the bar in the clerk's hand in frustration. I'm sorry sir, this is a BZ cup. These are B cup and above. The clerk smiled. Liu Feng took a deep breath and squinted at the smile on the clerk's face. He wanted to slap himself 3 times. He laughed in anger. Liu Feng applauded and laughed continuously. He said to the other clerks, you can recruit such a young phoenix in your store? Really? He's a talent. In the end, with the help of the store manager, he finally bought what he needed. Before leaving, Liu Feng didn't look at the apology on the face of the store manager. He just kept looking at the clerk who served him first. Seeing her standing in the corner with a professional smile on her face, he wondered what kind of fairy she was. After leaving the mall and taking a taxi back to the apartment, Liu Feng felt a little miserable when he thought about it. Liu Yi opened the door. After kicking the door a few times, Liu Feng leaned against the wall listlessly. I don't know how to open the door. Hearing Liu Yi's slightly anxious voice inside the door, Liu Feng helplessly flipped through the silver and could only teach her how to open the door word by word. After returning home, under the cold air blowing in his face, he, who was originally a little depressed, instantly cheered up. Come, Liu Yi, look at the new clothes and underwear I bought for you. Put them on, hey! After saying the last sentence, Liu Feng couldn't help but let out a silly laugh. He wouldn't say that it was because of this that really cheered him up. Because he was worried that Liu Yi wouldn't be able to wear them, Liu Feng stared at Liu Yi and instructed her to change into new clothes. He almost couldn't help but teach her step by step. Liu Yi, watch TV first. I'll find you later and you can come in again. Carrying men's clothes and walking into the creation space, he saw two naked men who had been born for a long time were huddled together in a corner. Master! Master! When they saw Liu Feng, they stood up immediately as if they had seen their backbone. They quickly came to Liu Feng's side and protected him behind them. It seemed that they had become bolder and bigger, and they no longer took other creatures seriously. Call me boss from now on, and I'll give you two a name. Liu Feng pointed at the tall one and called him Liu Er, and the short one and called him Liu Sa. Thank you for the names, boss. Well, you both look pretty strong with chest muscles and abdominal muscles. How come you are so strong? He had 6 abdominal muscles after strengthening, and when he saw Liu Er and Liu Sa, who were born with 8 and 6 abdominal muscles, he was particularly dissatisfied. But after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, it seemed that he required a strong body when he created them. Liu Sa, I'm going to strengthen you first to test the effect of human first-level strengthening. Okay, boss. Looking at Liu Sa, who looked indifferent, Liu Feng knew that he had no such concept in his mind and didn't know how much benefit strengthening would bring to him. Enhance Liu Sa to level 1. The Rubik's Cube that executed the command released 20 million life forces into Liu Sa's body. The mighty flow seemed to be able to burst Liu Sa's body. In just a few minutes, Liu Sa's already strong muscle was about 1.7 meters tall, became even stronger and more conspicuous, and his height also increased to about 1.8 meters. Sure enough, when humans are enhanced to level 1, their body shape will also change. Liu Feng touched his chin and looked at Liu Sa with a thoughtful look. Fortunately, I didn't rashly strengthen myself to level 1, otherwise my height might have jumped to more than 1.9 meters. Although it's okay to grow so tall, if you change so much overnight, everyone will think you are a monster. Even if you take hormones, it won't be that fast. This question has been confirmed by Liu Sa's strengthening, so it's time to continue the experiment. Perform a second life strengthening on Liu Sa without changing his height, shape, and appearance. After receiving the order, the Rubik's Cube once again poured out 40 million vitality into Liu Sa's body, and the rolling life torrent kept moving towards Liu Sa, but until the end, Liu Sa's body shape did not change at all, as if he had never been strengthened. Great! It really works! Liu Feng was so happy that he jumped up and screamed. Although Liu Sa seemed to have really not changed, the prompt sound of the Rubik's Cube told him accurately that Liu Sa had reached